Has the real world merged with the realm of the elves? Can you comprehend the immense allure this holds for me, a decade-long Pokemon enthusiast? Chapter 1. CIMO. On June 9th, 2018, summer dawns. Following a rainfall yesterday, today's weather is exceptionally pleasant. However, CIMO, who is comfortably ensconced in bed, suddenly feels a chill pass through his body. It seems there is something I have neglected to do. Forcing his eyes open, CIMO gazes at the ceiling, momentarily lost in thought. Of course, today is the day of the college entrance examination, and it marks the final day of the exams. Reaching for his phone to check the time, CIMO is startled to discover it is already noon. Did my alarm not go off? After hastily putting down his phone, a sense of dread grips CIMO. This is dire. Just yesterday, he had arranged to meet his sister, who is also taking the exams, for lunch after they conclude. Is there still time? Logically, he had gone to bed quite early last night, so even if the alarm failed, it should not have resulted in him sleeping until noon. Although Xia Yin is his biological sister, such a dereliction of duty is simply unacceptable. Picking up his phone once more, Xiaomo's spirits plummet as he contemplates how to apologize to his sister. Just then, a notification from the system pops up. Xia Yin, the morning battle examination went smoothly. The opponent's Rockruff was far too weak. Ah, that's splendid. CIMO instinctively replies, but suddenly senses something amiss. A battle examination? Rockruff? Did you not partake in the college entrance examination? Do you believe you are playing Pokemon? It seems I merely awoke too abruptly. This must be a figment of my imagination. At that moment, a flurry of notifications floods his phone, both from official accounts and messaging platforms. However, the very first headline appears utterly bewildering. CIMO glances at it and cannot resist clicking through. 5 professional trainers explore the secrets of the EC, encounter a red Gyarados attack. Only one survives. CIMO instinctively raises an eyebrow, deftly navigating to the comments section. Drinking a little, a red Gyarados? Aren't Gyarados exclusively blue? Black Spade K. It seems the EC is about to become lively. Whoever manages to capture this red Gyarados will surely gain fame. However, considering that even professional trainers are no match, this red Gyarados is not easily subdued. Struggling Radical 3. What? A new species has emerged? Why does our Pokemon textbook always seem incomplete? In that moment, Xiaomo's world begins to crumble, and his head starts to throb as memories resurface. Minutes later, Xiaomo takes a deep breath and wipes the sweat from his brow. He now comprehends what has transpired. I'm still Xiaomo, without a doubt, but the history of this world. The Rockruff mentioned by Xia Yin, as well as the news of the red Gyarados, are indeed real. Xiaomo's world has intertwined with that of Pokemon, yet for reasons unknown, the Pokemon from his past life have not manifested, though his memories remain intact. This realization fills the seasoned Pokemon enthusiast Xiaomo with delight. Is this not an extraordinary stroke of luck? After calming himself, Xiaomo picks up his phone to search for historical context. Although as a second-year high school student, such knowledge is etched in his mind, he believes it prudent to verify. The emergence of Pokemon can be broadly categorized into ancient, modern, and contemporary eras. In ancient times, approximately 500 years ago, countless special spaces known as mysteries suddenly appeared across the globe. Each mystery existed as an independent world, inhabited by various Pokemon, though initially they were not referred to as Pokemon, but rather as magical beasts. These powerful creatures instilled great fear in humanity. However, during that time, the mysteries in the world were largely separate with minimal interaction. Many years later, in the modern era, with the advent of firearms, humanity finally began to engage with these magical beasts. Although many of these creatures exhibited aggressive tendencies, some were amiable towards humans. As the mysteries merged with reality, a war erupted between humans and magical beasts, leading to a deeper understanding of the creatures and the birth of equipment such as Pokeballs. These innovations further facilitated their integration, and with the war's conclusion, the organization known as the Pokemon League was established, comprising representatives from various nations, thus assuming a leadership role in the world. It was in this very year that magical beasts began to be referred to as Pokemon. Today, nations around the globe aspire to cultivate more trainers. The nature of warfare has shifted from reliance on firearms to being determined by trainers, as those formidable Pokemon can unleash disasters with a mere gesture. Consequently, many educational institutions have begun reforms, redefining their curricula to place greater emphasis on Pokemon-related subjects, with Pokemon battles incorporated into the college entrance examination. Xiao browses through the information and discovers it aligns closely with his memories, confirming that he has indeed traversed into another world. Fortunately, he remains a prospective third-year student at Jiangcheng, with familial and social relationships unchanged. However, there is a distinction. Jiangcheng No. 3 High School is a key institution specifically designed to nurture trainers. Unlike ordinary high schools, Jiangcheng No. 3 High School primarily imparts knowledge related to Pokemon in the third year, and during the summer of their second year, every student receives a Pokeball issued by the league, officially registering them as trainers. The primary distinction between ordinary and key high schools, aside from their curricula, lies in the tuition fees. Key high schools, aimed at training future trainers, invest vast resources into their students, with the annual tuition for the third year nearing 200,000 yuan, and this is merely the beginning. Thus, financial capability serves as a threshold for aspiring trainers. Fortunately, Xiaomo's parents both hold stable jobs, fully capable of supporting the education of both siblings, alleviating any concerns regarding tuition. This summer, Xiaomo will formally register as a trainer and dedicate himself to preparing for the upcoming third year and college entrance examination. Contemplating this, Xiaomo picks up his phone and sends his sister Xia Yin a congratulatory Pikachu emoji. If all goes well, Xia Yin, a top student, will smoothly transition into university and methodically pursue her studies over the next 4 years, making her a likely candidate for a professional trainer in the future. Chapter 2. Jiangcheng No. 3 High School. Jiangcheng No. 3 High School, a prestigious institution of paramount importance in Jiangcheng, boasts a formidable faculty and an exceptional student body. Although the number of graduates who ultimately become professional trainers is relatively modest, it is not insignificant by any means. This year, as anticipated, Jiangcheng No. 3 has been designated as a testing center for the National College Entrance Examination, with the most critical segment being the battle assessment, marking the completion of this rigorous academic endeavor. Dressed in a blue and white school uniform, Xiaomo stepped out of his home and made his way directly to school without lingering. Along the way, he encountered several Pokemon, primarily Caterpies and Pidgeys. With the integration of two worlds, Pokemon have begun to resemble their animated counterparts, coexisting amicably with humans. Upon entering Jiangcheng No. 3 High School, Xiaomo headed straight to room 105 in the comprehensive building, home to a painting club comprising over 10 members. His sister serves as the president of this club, though she is set to graduate soon, leaving the position vacant. The primary activities of the club revolve around painting, often venturing out to capture the beauty of Pokemon and landscapes. However, with the imminent examinations, these activities have been temporarily suspended. Ah, sister, you haven't gone home yet? Xiaomo pushed open the door, which was unlocked, and peeked inside to find his elder sister. At that moment, Xia Yin was clad in blue denim shorts and a white t-shirt, exuding vitality. Seeing her younger brother, her eyes curved into crescent moons. She was in high spirits today and did not mind sharing her cheerful demeanor. Upon witnessing Xia Yan's smile, Xiaomo instinctively inhaled sharply. Those with sisters might understand this phenomenon as the smile of the devil. Due to the examination, she was not in her uniform today, making her appear even more radiant. At her feet lay a yawning Cerulean, looking somewhat fatigued. After today, I will be leaving the painting club, but there are still tasks to complete. Most importantly, Mom sent a breeding manual from abroad, and I wish to finish reading it at school. A breeding manual? Indeed. It is said to encompass the latest breeding methods from overseas, detailing the care for all common Pokemon, along with Mom's notes. Becoming a Pokemon breeder represents an alternative path for trainers. Those less inclined towards battle or lacking in talent often pursue breeder licenses, dedicating themselves to nurturing Pokemon. It is akin to the role of Brock in the anime, and the status of professional breeders parallels that of trainers, with many trainers entrusting their Pokemon to specialized breeders for care. Numerous large enterprises associated with Pokemon also recruit breeders, primarily because breeders do not need to venture into secret realms, but rather engage in behind-the-scenes work. Their mother is indeed a professional breeder, recently invited abroad to participate in a forum, compiling the latest breeding methods into a manuscript for her children. Of course, Xiaomo and his sister had only recently encountered this manual. It would soon circulate throughout the streets of Jiangcheng. As Xiaomo pondered this matter, he began perusing the breeding manual. I wonder if my knowledge of Pokemon from my previous life will be of any assistance. The manual was extensive, predominantly filled with foundational knowledge, such as how Caterpie evolves, but what piqued Xiaomo's interest were the questions. The first question, the direction of the circles for both the Krogunk and the Frogadier? Xiaomo? No way, who would know this? The second question, What is the optimal incubation temperature for a Pikachu egg? Xiaomo's hair seemed to form a question mark. Who would know? Why not ask Pikachu how to evolve, or what moves to pair? Gazing at the breeding manual, Xiaomo felt overwhelmed. He was indeed more suited to being a trainer than a breeder. Let someone like Mom take on that role. Observing her younger brother's troubled expression, Xia Yin smiled gently. Having known all along that he was not cut out to be a breeder, presenting him with this manual was merely a way to encourage him to focus on becoming a professional trainer. The painting club does not have many activities. Now that you're heading into your senior year, focus on preparing for the college entrance examination. The presidency of the club can be entrusted to a second-year student. Xia Yin continued, one's energy is limited. If it weren't for my immense passion for painting, I wouldn't still be serving as president in my senior year. Although the activities are few, they still require a portion of my attention. I will, Xiaomo replied with a faint smile. Having accepted his memories, he had come to terms with his current reality. After all, there was no turning back. In light of this, Xiaomo's resolve appeared quite firm. Once he set his mind to something, he would see it through. Moreover, given that the family had invested so much in his education at a prestigious high school and facilitated his registration as a trainer, despite their relatively comfortable circumstances, it was no excuse for him to slack off. Even if the world remained unchanged, he was now a senior and needed to persevere. Furthermore, as he delved deeper into his understanding, he found himself genuinely growing fond of this world. The thought of distributing Pokeballs in the afternoon filled him with excitement. Today marked the final day of the college entrance examination. Ordinarily, classes would not be held, but for Xiaomo, who was about to enter his senior year, it was an exceptionally significant day. Xia Yin did not engage in further conversation with her brother. Instead, she focused on the breeding manual. As she was a bona fide academic achiever, even if she did not become a breeder, it was essential to comprehend this information. Otherwise, would she seek help at the Pokémon Center whenever an issue arose? In urban settings, that might suffice, but in the wild or within secret realms, if a Pokémon were injured, she, as a trainer, could not turn a blind eye. This was not a game. Pokémon could suffer fatal injuries. And although such incidents were rare, they were nonetheless a reality. Xiaomo, observing his sister absorbed in her studies, chose not to disturb her and instead took a seat in the art studio. Although he was not particularly skilled at painting, he could certainly appreciate it. On the easel was an unpainted Eevee, a Pokémon that had once been the top choice for newcomers due to its high appeal and non-fussy nature, boasting nearly all advantages except for a slight lack of strength. Contemplating the Eevee on the canvas, Xiaomo pondered, what was my first Pokémon? Perhaps a Ralts? Honestly, Ralts is indeed an excellent choice, visually appealing, competitively viable, and his mother had a complete training plan for evolving it into Gardevoir. That was Xia Yan's choice. A testament to the family's support, especially considering the high price of Ralts. The art studio fell into silence, interrupted only by the sound of Xia Yan flipping through pages. Xiaomo remained deep in thought about his initial Pokémon, and after a while, he patted his stomach. Man is iron, rice is steel. Looking at Xia Yan, who was furrowing her brow, he decided not to disturb her. He wondered whether the cafeteria was still open. Xiaomo stealthily exited the art club, glancing at the time. It was nearly 2 o'clock, and the chances of the cafeteria still serving food were slim. He resigned himself to leaving the school grounds and entering a nearby restaurant, ordering a portion of roasted duck. Settling into a seat near the air conditioning, Xiaomo fell into contemplation. Duck? It wouldn't be green onion duck, would it? In this world, although Pokémon and ordinary animals coexist, the ecological environment had been severely disrupted when the secret realms first emerged. After decades of human intervention, conditions had improved significantly, and the ecosystem was nearing a state of balance. Of course, most animals remained confined to zoos, while the wild had become a paradise for Pokémon. This was predictable, as ordinary animals and Pokémon were not on the same level in terms of combat capability. Before long, the roasted duck arrived. Xiaomo quickly finished his meal, savoring the duck paired with green onions. After settling the bill, he made his way back to school, as today was the day the Pokémon League distributed Pokeballs. Amidst the gazes of his classmates, Xiaomo arrived at Class 2 of the senior year at Jiangqingno Free High School. The class had a total of 40 students, all present. Shortly after Xiaomo's arrival, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Song, entered the classroom. After surveying the room, he declared, since everyone is here, let us proceed to the auditorium. Chapter 3. Psyduck, why have you only just arrived? A familiar greeting echoed as I took my seat. Turning to look, I was met by my longtime deskmate, Zhu Hao. He was plump and appeared quite prosperous. I just came back from lunch. Fortunately, I'm not late. I replied, you are exceedingly carefree, managing to find time for a meal. I was so excited that I didn't even have breakfast. Zhu Hao exclaimed. I silently mused. Observing his figure, with your physique, missing a couple of meals wouldn't be detrimental, would it? Before long, the senior class gathered in full, filling the grand auditorium with students clad in blue and white uniforms, each brimming with excitement. The possession of a Pokeball signified the onset of a journey to capture one's own Pokémon, an immensely significant moment for us as we approached our final year. You are the future of Jiangxing, and also the pride of Jiangxing No. 3 High School. The principal's speech continued from the podium, but the restless crowd below was growing impatient. Noticing the students' agitation, the principal hastily concluded his address, instructing staff to distribute Pokeballs by class. As part of Class 2, it was soon their turn. Gazing at the red and white Pokeball before me, I felt a surge of exhilaration. I was truly on the path to becoming a Pokemon trainer. After receiving the Pokeball, classes were dismissed since it was originally a day of rest. What do you think would be a suitable starter Pokemon? Zhu Hao inquired, licking an ice cream cone as we walked. Oh, I forgot. You must be considering a herdier, given that your father is a police officer, he added, with a knowing grin. I stroked my chin in contemplation. While herdier was indeed a fine choice for a starter Pokemon, I found myself yearning for something more. Suicune is quite elegant. Shiny Gardevoir is admirable too, beautiful and formidable. Or perhaps a Dragonite. After a moment's reflection, I dismissed my fanciful notions. Though my family was well off, I could not afford to be extravagant, and my trainer level was insufficient to capture overly powerful Pokemon. Lest I end up like Ash and his Charizard, having a Pokemon that ignores its trainer's commands. What about the 3 starters? Their evolutionary paths are clear, and their combat abilities are commendable, I pondered, entirely unaware of my surroundings. On our way home, Zhu Hao and I traversed the main thoroughfare of Jiangxing, a busy road devoid of traffic lights, where vehicles sped by, leaving pedestrians no choice but to use overhead bridges to cross. However, today was different. The sound of screeching brakes pierced the air, drawing a crowd of onlookers. My thoughts were interrupted as I turned my gaze towards the thoroughfare. A yellow figure was floundering amidst the traffic, and the drivers, trying to avoid it, were causing chaos. In such a perilous situation, anyone caught in the fray was in grave danger, especially when it was a Psyduck. Why is a Psyduck in the middle of the road? Where's its trainer? If this continues, the Psyduck will be in serious trouble. The yellow figure, indeed a Psyduck, clutched its head with both claws, tilting its head in confusion as it gazed at the oncoming traffic, appearing utterly clueless. Yet, the vehicles cared little for its bewilderment. Sudden lane changes and hard braking could easily lead to tragic accidents, particularly as Psyduck was comparatively low to the ground. Watching the Psyduck in the stream of cars, the surrounding girls' hearts were breaking. Although a call had been made to the authorities, it would take time for help to arrive. Would this adorable duck truly meet its end beneath the wheels of a vehicle? Some had already closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending disaster. How on earth did the Psyduck get onto the road? Xiaomo, where are you going? Zhu Hao exclaimed, still marveling, only to realize that I had vanished from his side. Who is that? Could he be the Psyduck's trainer? While Zhu Hao was momentarily stunned, I had already dashed forward instinctively, driven by an overwhelming desire to rescue the Psyduck, much like one would save a child. Despite the heavy traffic, drivers instinctively slowed down upon seeing me, not knowing why I had ventured onto the road. They were unwilling to cause harm without reason. Thus, with the driver's evasive maneuvers and my agility, I found myself drawing closer to the Psyduck. However, I remained acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation. The abundance of vehicles and their rapid speed posed a significant risk. One misstep could be fatal, even in a world teeming with Pokémon. I was almost there. Onlookers could only watch in awe as I approached the Psyduck. Isn't that one of our schoolmates? This is incredibly dangerous. Among the spectators were fellow students from Jiangxing No. 3 High School, who expressed their astonishment at my audacity. It's all right, as long as the Psyduck stays still. It will be fine, Zhu Hao observed, albeit nervously. Though he hadn't stopped me, he believed that as long as I could bring the Psyduck to safety, we would be out of harm's way. Yet, getting the Psyduck to remain motionless was clearly not a viable plan. It continued to clutch its head, slowly lifting one foot. A deafening honk shattered the air, and I glanced up to see a large truck barreling down the road, its horn blaring ominously. To make matters worse, the Psyduck was directly in its path. At that moment, I was approximately 5 steps away from the Psyduck, a distance that felt insurmountable as countless vehicles whizzed past, making it impossible to extend my arm. As the truck drew nearer, I realized that I could not afford to delay any further. Such vehicles do not swerve or brake on a whim. They mercilessly crush whatever is in their way, including the Psyduck. Spotting an opening, I surged forward, which inadvertently caused chaos as a yellow pickup truck nearly collided with me, narrowly grazing my clothing. Despite my reckless attempt, I was still 3 steps away from the Psyduck, and I could now smell the cargo being transported by the truck. Was there truly no way out? I muttered to myself. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I pulled out a red and white Pokeball and hurled it towards the Psyduck. A flash of red light enveloped the creature as it transformed into a beam and entered the ball. Please don't belong to someone else, I thought anxiously. Pokemon belonging to trainers cannot be captured unless their trainer willingly releases them. The Pokeball began to wobble, and I exhaled in relief, indicating that the Psyduck was indeed unclaimed. Just then, the truck sped past, causing a gust of wind that ruffled my clothes, while the Pokeball lay securely on the ground beneath the truck. From a distance, Zhu Yinghao let out a sigh of relief. He had feared that I might throw myself into danger to save the Psyduck, but thankfully, I had used the Pokeball. Yet, what if I actually captured the Psyduck? Zhu Yinghao pondered uneasily. A Psyduck is not particularly suited as a beginner-esque Pokemon. At that moment, I too breathed a sigh of relief. But the question lingered in my mind. Is a Psyduck truly appropriate as a starter Pokemon? Soon, the truck had passed, revealing the red and white Pokeball on the road, confirming that my starter Pokemon was indeed Psyduck. Hastily, I retrieved the Pokeball, skillfully navigating back through the traffic to rejoin Zhu Yinghao. That was incredible, Xiaomo. Zhu Yinghao praised, admiring my bravery, an audacity not everyone possesses. Let us go, I urged, noticing the growing crowd around us. Chapter 4. My misfortunate Pokemon. Zhu Yinghao and I swiftly departed the scene, leaving behind a throng of onlookers searching for answers. Are you truly going to train that Psyduck? Zhu Yinghao inquired as we walked. While Psyduck is undeniably charming, its battle prowess leaves much to be desired. It matters not. Psyduck is indeed a commendable choice for novice trainers. Xiaomo, however, remained unfazed. Although Psyduck may not be the optimal choice, it certainly is not a poor one. Very well, let us reconvene tomorrow. Zhu Yinghao shrugged, observing Xiaomo's confident demeanor before taking another path home. Upon returning, it was unsurprising to find the house empty. Xiaomo retreated to his room, lost in contemplation. Psyduck, while not the best, proved to be better than initially anticipated, and given the urgency of the situation, any capture was worth celebrating. As Xiaomo pondered how to nurture Psyduck in the days to come, the Pokeball in his pocket burst forth with a brilliant glow. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, rendering one's intellect momentarily dulled. While aware of Psyduck's clumsiness, he was unprepared for its sheer absurdity. Quack! Psyduck tilted its head, presenting a peculiar grin. Staring at the Psyduck before him, Xiaomo found himself momentarily paralyzed. Was this truly his chosen Pokemon? There seemed to be no hope left. Perhaps he should catch another. The Psyduck, after tilting its head for a moment, suddenly leapt into Xiaomo's embrace. It recognized its savior and expressed gratitude through this affectionate gesture. Unable to wrap its claws around Xiaomo's neck, it settled for clinging to his head. Feeling the soft warmth of Psyduck's belly, Xiaomo's stupor began to fade, and he gently embraced Psyduck. Regardless of its shortcomings, it was now his Pokemon. As he stroked Psyduck's back, a sense of unprecedented tranquility enveloped him, persisting until dinner was served. Brother, why do you look so glum? During dinner, Xia Yan, suppressing a laugh, inquired of Xiaomo. In the vast dining hall, Xiaomo numbly bit into a bun, his gaze fixed on the Psyduck across the table. Quack! Psyduck, eyes squinted with delight, eagerly devoured the buns on the table, unabated in its enthusiasm. Its yellow, fluffy belly visibly swelled. What a spectacle! In the world of Pokemon, every form and species serves a purpose. Having chosen this one, it is imperative to treat it well. For novice trainers, starter Pokemon often represent their first foray into training, as most initial Pokemon possess comparable abilities. As their skills advance, nurturing a Pokemon of one's choosing becomes a trivial matter. Xiao's father approached the table, carrying a pot of porridge. Observing Psyduck feasting heartily, he comforted Xiaomo, saying, if the path of a trainer does not suit you, you could follow in your mother's footsteps and become a breeder. Alternatively, if breeding does not appeal to you, becoming a Pokemon observer in a research institute is also a noble pursuit. The future holds countless possibilities, yet the unwavering constants are friendship and love for Pokemon. Xiao's father was aware of Xiaomo's recent actions, especially since the emergency call had reached him. Nevertheless, he maintained a supportive stance regarding Xiaomo's capture of Psyduck, wishing to avoid a scenario where both siblings captured the same Pokemon. Later that night, Xiaomo quietly asked his Psyduck, Psyduck, do you possess psychic abilities, like the power to hurl opponents through the air? Having accepted Psyduck's presence, it was time to begin its training. As far as he recalled, Psyduck could indeed wield psychic powers. However, observing Psyduck's countenance, Xiaomo felt his hopes dwindling. Psychic powers? What are those? Can they be eaten? Psyduck pondered, its expression resembling a comical emoji. A large question mark would have completed the picture perfectly. Psyduck blinked, its gaze vacant. Yet Xiaomo remained undeterred, gesturing animatedly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. It's the ability to manipulate objects from afar or to attack an opponent without physical contact. For instance, I could lift this orange without using my hands. Wait, Psyduck, what are you doing? Xiaomo watched as Psyduck stood on the chair, leaning its duck head towards him, and took a bite of the orange he had just peeled. Quack! Psyduck excitedly raised its claws. Look, psychic powers. I took the orange without using my claws. Is this truly psychic power? It seems rather underwhelming. Xiaomo lamented, feeling a pang of disappointment. What moves do you actually know? Psyduck appeared crestfallen, realizing it had not displayed any psychic abilities after all. However, its momentary sadness quickly faded as it resumed pondering its other potential moves. Psyduck, use Tail Whip. Xia Yan's voice rang out, accompanied by barely suppressed laughter. In its moment of contemplation, Psyduck appeared to discover a path to enlightenment. Yes, it could indeed use Tail Whip. Xiaomo stood in a daze as Psyduck turned around, revealing its tail while still clutching its head, and began to wag its tail vigorously. Quack, quack, quack. Unable to contain herself, Xia Yan burst into laughter at the sight. After showcasing its move, Psyduck obediently stood to the side, gazing expectantly at Xiaomo. Well done, but there's no reward. Xiaomo could only respond with silence, returning Psyduck to its pokeball. He wished he could land a playful punch akin to what Xia might do. With Psyduck's antics concluded, Xiaomo took a moment to gather himself before retrieving a workbook titled 5 Years of College Entrance Examination, 3 Years of Simulation. Despite having captured Psyduck and become a trainer, he still had homework to complete. Beyond the subjects of mathematics, language, and foreign languages, he could not escape physics, chemistry, and biology. However, he also had to contend with a written exam on Pokémon knowledge and battle skills. Not every trainer experiences a smooth journey toward becoming competent. Many lack the innate talent for battling, and for such individuals, the burdens of being a trainer can outweigh the benefits. Nevertheless, trainers do possess advantages, whether as doctors, police officers, researchers, or workers in various fields. Pokémon can provide invaluable assistance. For instance, a doctor aided by a Pokémon with psychic abilities could perform surgeries with greater efficacy. Yet, this still necessitates knowledge of physics and chemistry, making academic study indispensable. While Xiaomo aspired to be a pure trainer, he understood that he could not avoid this reality for long. Meanwhile, the class group chat for the second year of high school buzzed with excitement, as today marked the day of distributing Pokeballs, and everyone was eagerly speculating about their Pokémon. As Xiaomo picked up his phone, he was unsurprisingly met with a flurry of messages directed at him. Chenfeng, could it be that someone actually captured a Psyduck? Surely not, surely not. What's wrong with Psyduck? Is it not adorable? Others quickly countered. Regardless, the fact that someone captured a Pokémon on the first day of distribution ignited considerable discussion in the chat. Reading the messages, Xiaomo felt like crying. Was Psyduck destined to be merely a source of amusement? Chapter 5, The Magikarp Cup. Adulthood signifies the assumption of responsibility. As Xiaomo pedaled his bicycle along the road, the phrase echoed in his mind. With a miniature Pokeball nestled in his pocket, the thought of Psyduck's vacant expression set his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. How on earth was he to train this creature? Soon, a day filled with academic pursuits began. As Xiaomo entered the classroom, the collective gaze of his classmates converged upon him, a spectacle he had already experienced twice in the past 2 days. However, before any inquiries could arise from his peers, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Song, made his entrance. With a sweeping glance, he spotted Xiaomo, do not forget to visit the Pokémon Center to register your bond. Each Pokémon must undergo a binding process at the Pokémon Center with its trainer, establishing its identity as theirs, akin to bestowing a name upon it. Xiaomo nodded. He had been in such a rush to leave the scene yesterday that he had yet to complete this essential task. Moreover, Mr. Song announced another significant matter. Before the next semester commenced, there would be a joint examination among 8 schools, featuring Pokémon battles. The annual 8-school joint examination. I wonder what my novice Pokémon will be. Murmurs of excitement erupted as, although an annual event, they had previously only observed upperclassmen participating. This year, it was their turn. Our summer vacation commences next week, providing you ample time to train your Pokémon, Mr. Song added, and predictably, the classroom erupted in exhilaration. What Pokémon do you plan to capture? Xiaomo inquired of his companion, Zhuinghao. I've already captured one. Zhu Yinghao replied with a mysterious grin. Observing this smile, Xiaomo realized that Zhu Yinghao was not inclined to divulge details just yet, but he would eventually share, provided Xiaomo refrained from pressing further. Sure enough, after Xiaomo ceased his inquiries, Zhu Yinghao's smile faded, and he curiously asked, "Aren't you intrigued?" "I am curious," Xiaomo admitted. "You're so dismissive." Time swiftly passed, and the hour for dismissal at Jiangxing No. 3 High School arrived. Xiaomo shook his wrist to tuck away his pen. His day of study had come to a close. As he packed his bag and prepared to leave, a stir from his pocket caught his attention. Followed by a flash of red light, Psyduck materialized. At that moment, Psyduck clutched its head and gestured towards its mouth, unmistakably indicating hunger. "Let us head to the Pokémon Center to register, then we'll eat," Xiaomo said, feeling a tad exasperated by the hungry Psyduck. "Registration complete. We welcome your next visit." At the Pokémon Center, Xiaomo successfully registered Psyduck. There, he also spotted Zhu Yinghao's Pokémon, a Snorlax, which possessed an insatiable appetite. Sustaining it would be a challenge without substantial resources. Fortunately, Zhu Yinghao's family owned a restaurant, ensuring they were never short on food. Quack, quack, quack. Psyduck, eager to eat, clung to Xiaomo's pants with its little claws. All right, let us go." Xiaomo relented, bemused by how Psyduck seemed hungrier than Snorlax. It must be the sparkling water that is so delightful. Seated beneath a large umbrella by the riverside, Xiaomo, Zhu Yinghao, Psyduck, and Snorlax savored the gentle evening breeze, accompanied by the occasional pop of bubbles from their drinks. Such joy was a rarity. The Pokémon Center in Jiangxing was conveniently located near the river, and Xiaomo had intended to bring Psyduck there, considering its water type. Perhaps it might awaken some hidden ability. Yet, observing Psyduck munching on fries and sipping sparkling water, he felt such hopes were dim. Snorlax, not particularly fond of fries, preferred the eel dishes available, and with a cheerful demeanor, it devoured 2 servings. Of course, seeing Snorlax enjoy its meal, Psyduck couldn't resist and indulged in a couple of portions as well. By the end, Psyduck had consumed even more than Snorlax. "Psyduck, your belly." Despite Psyduck's stomach swelling to its limits, it somehow managed to finish the remaining soda. Quack. Even while burping, Psyduck produced an additional rising note. It then comfortably rubbed its belly with its paws, gradually falling into a peaceful slumber. "Xiaomo, your Psyduck can eat and sleep. I'm beginning to suspect you're raising a Snorlax instead," Zhu Yinghao remarked, observing the plump Psyduck sleeping soundly. Xiaomo shook his head in resignation. After all, it was his Pokémon. "I'm stuffed. While my parents are still out, I'll head home and play a couple of games," Zhu Yinghao declared, as Snorlax waved goodbye before being returned to its Pokeball. "See you tomorrow." Watching Zhu Yinghao depart, Xiaomo turned back to check on Psyduck. Still sleeping well. By the time Xiaomo returned home, night had fallen, yet his father was not yet back. As a police officer, it was not unusual for him to work late. Thus, only Kairu Lilian and Xia Yan remained at home, engrossed in a poster they were studying intently. "What has you both so captivated?" Xiaomo asked as he plopped down on the sofa, curious about the poster in his sister Xia Yan's hands. "The Kingler Cup for Novice Trainers?" He read aloud. "This is an event in Magic City, specifically designed for aspiring third-year students like you. The participants are all new trainers who have just acquired their first Pokémon. Sponsored by the Huron Group, with substantial prizes on offer," Xia Yan explained. Magic City, while not far from Jiangxing, was considerably larger and classified as an international metropolis. "Are you suggesting I should participate?" Xiaomo inquired. "Why not? It's a well-established tradition in Magic City. I participated back in my day," Xia Yan responded. "Novice trainers? But Psyduck and I aren't ready yet, especially not for Magic City." As he accepted the poster from Xia Yan, Xiaomo's expression suddenly shifted. "What a prize!" "The champion receives a curved spoon." The curved spoon, typically associated with alakazam, was rarely separated from its owner, making it exceedingly rare. The Pokémon carrying it would have its psychic abilities enhanced, which was precisely what Xiaomo needed, considering Psyduck possessed both water and psychic types. "Do you know about this spoon?" Xia Yan asked curiously. She was aware of its connection to alakazam, but beyond that, her knowledge was limited. Nonetheless, its rarity was undeniable. The Huron Group would not offer it as a grand prize if it were commonplace. Chapter 6. I am Psychic. This spoon is perfect for Psyduck. In addition to that, there is a cash prize of 100,000 and a membership card for the Huron Group. What an enticing offer. Xiaomo suddenly found himself intrigued by the Kingler Cup. "Wake up. You and Psyduck should participate for the experience. It's about taking part, not necessarily winning the championship," Xia Yan remarked, somewhat resigned to her brother's excitement. The Kingler Cup was one of Magic City's most renowned events, and the number of participants would likely exceed the student body of Jiangxing No. 3 High School. Even the preliminary rounds would not be easily navigated. Xiao composed himself. That's a valid point. Magic City is indeed an international metropolis. Just considering the number of third-year students, there is double that of Jiangxing. Winning such a competition is not something one can achieve by mere whim. But that spoon. And there's also 100,000 in cash. As a novice trainer, I could certainly use the money. Plus, the Huron Group membership card would provide discounts on berries, allowing me to save quite a bit over time. Observing the longing in Xia Mo's eyes, Xia Yin recognized her brother's growing eagerness. She feared that after capturing Psyduck, he might become complacent, so she had strategically mentioned the Kingler Cup to motivate him. Regardless of the outcome, her only hope was that he would remain diligent. However, Xia Yin was unaware that Xia Mo had spent the last couple of days contemplating various training plans for Psyduck, and now, the Kingler Cup represented the perfect opportunity for both him and Psyduck to shine. The event is scheduled for August, and I now have nearly 2 months to prepare. If I consistently train with Psyduck, there exists a possibility of advancing to the top 16, which comes with rewards, thought Xia Mo. However, the mere thought of Psyduck still slumbering within its Pokeball gave him a headache, no matter how many plans he concocted. They would be futile if Psyduck refused to cooperate. All right, it's time for bed. I have classes tomorrow. Xia Yin interrupted Xia Mo's contemplation, ushering him to his bed. Should I inform Psyduck about the competition and encourage it to train with me? That night, Xia Mo continued to ponder how to persuade Psyduck to obey him, concluding that enticing it with snacks might be the most reliable method. Yet, reflecting on his finances, he decided that sweet talk would be the better approach. Quack! In the dead of night, a sudden flash of red light from the Pokeball interrupted Xia Mo's thoughts. Psyduck, are you planning to party instead of sleeping at this hour? Quack! Psyduck appeared visibly shocked by Xia Mo's late-night wakefulness, having been caught off guard. Originally eager to make a grand entrance, Xia Mo's wide-awake gaze met Psyduck's, causing it to feel quite flustered. Typically, at this hour, Xia Mo would be fast asleep, adhering to a strict routine, rising at 7 in the morning and retiring around 11 at night, almost without fail. Psyduck, you haven't reversed your day and night, have you? Xia Mo could have been asleep, but thoughts of the Magikarp Cup and how to nurture Psyduck kept him awake. The more he pondered, the more elusive sleep became. Eventually, he witnessed Psyduck energetically emerging from its Pokeball. While he was intrigued by Psyduck's ability to come and go freely, the pressing matter was its late-night antics. However, since Psyduck seemed so lively now, it was time to have a serious discussion. Psyduck, do you still wish to enjoy sparkling water and eel? Xia Mo asked with a cheerful smile. Psyduck nodded, its eyes narrowing as if recalling something delightful. However, both eel and sparkling water require a bit of money. And I currently lack sufficient funds, Xia Mo lamented, feigning sorrow. Psyduck patted its head with its paws, appearing somewhat regretful. Nevertheless, there is a competition ahead. And if we secure the championship, we can indulge in eel and sparkling water every day. Upon hearing this, Psyduck's eyes sparkled with excitement. Daily eel consumption would indeed be a joy. However, winning the championship is no simple feat. We must train diligently over the next month, and you must not slack off. Psyduck tightened its claws, seemingly resolute. Seeing that his motivational tactics were effective, Xia Mo nodded in satisfaction, feeling that he and Psyduck were now united in purpose, with everything progressing positively. Yet, despite Psyduck's newfound determination, it still lacked any skills. This thought caused Xia Mo to feel a headache, realizing he had become like Psyduck, frequently troubled. Wait, a headache. An idea struck him. He remembered in the anime, Psyduck's headaches triggered its psychic abilities. Xia Mo retrieved his Pokédex, flipping to Psyduck's page. However, it was evident that the encyclopedia in this world was not as comprehensive, only listing Psyduck's type as water. This indicated that the people of this world were unaware of Psyduck's psychic capabilities. Yet, he was well aware that Psyduck possessed these powers, and if they could be harnessed, they would undoubtedly secure a commendable rank. But how to awaken them? Should he strike Psyduck on the head? Perhaps not. Just as Xia Mo prepared to lie down and sigh, a thought sprang to mind. Psyduck seemed to have quite the appetite. Despite its small stomach, its capacity for food was astonishing. He could use this to his advantage, reminiscent of his childhood. If you score 100 on your final exam, your parents will take you to the amusement park. If you win first place in the math competition, they will buy you the toy you desire. Often, under the influence of such incentives, many people unleash their true potential. But what if you achieve a perfect score but are not rewarded with a trip to the amusement park? Psyduck, imagine this. While you're enjoying eel, a Magikarp suddenly leaps up and snatches away your meal. Psyduck's little paws trembled at the thought. Surely, you wouldn't want your eel to be stolen by a Magikarp, would you? So, you unleash your psychic powers and use telekinesis to reclaim your eel. Psyduck blinked, instinctively clutching its paws. How dare that vile Magikarp attempt to pilfer its eel? And besides eel, there are also those delightful milky cookies, the kind that bursts with creamy flavor with every bite. Xiaomo believed that this form of motivation required some delicious treats, but while he couldn't provide eel at the moment, he did have cookies. Opening his drawer, he was met with 2 empty bags. He distinctly remembered having 2 packs of cookies. It was clear that Psyduck had stealthily devoured them while he slept. Upon closer inspection, however, one bag still contained a few remnants. Should he thank Psyduck for leaving him a little? Darn it. Xiaomo snatched the empty cookie bag and threw it in front of Psyduck before tipping the remaining crumbs into his mouth. Psyduck, witnessing Xiaomo's fierce glare and then his wide-open mouth, felt a surge of panic. As Psyduck grew anxious, it clutched its head, and in a moment of fervor, a mysterious power surged within it, a pale blue glow illuminating its eyes. I can feel it. My psychic powers are emerging. Chapter 7. The Plan. The pale blue light in Psyduck's eyes shimmered brilliantly, and just then, a gentle breeze fluttered through the room, drawing back the curtains and mingling with the cool moonlight outside, enhancing Psyduck's enigmatic allure. Gradually, the 2 empty cookie bags began to levitate. This was a common and direct manifestation of psychic abilities, telekinesis. Was this truly the power of psychics? Psyduck's own unique abilities. At that moment, beneath the inky night sky, Psyduck's pale blue eyes sparkled like sapphires, transforming from its usual dopey demeanor into that of a regal sorcerer casting a spell, shrouded in mystery and charisma. Yet, in the next instant, Psyduck realized its eyes were glowing, resembling a case of blue-eye disease. In a flurry, it rubbed its eyes. The moment it did, not only did it lose the elegance of a sorcerer, but it also reverted to its original silly appearance. Quack. Losing concentration, the floating cookie bags began to plummet. While the sound was minimal, they fortuitously landed atop Xiaomo's head, scattering crumbs like fireworks across his bedspread. Quack. Quack. Observing Xiaomo's increasingly grim expression, Psyduck once again clutched its head, trembling in fear. Oh no, this is trouble. Psyduck quietly inched closer to Xiaomo, lowering its head while casting furtive glances in his direction, fearful of being discovered. It seemed intent on gauging Xiaomo's expression, yet its gaze would promptly retreat. Just as Psyduck was steeped in trepidation, it suddenly felt itself lift off the ground. Marvelous. Psyduck, you have unlocked your psychic abilities. Psyduck, WW. Xiaomo's conjecture proved accurate. Under heightened anxiety, Psyduck could swiftly concentrate its attention, thereby unleashing its latent psychic prowess. This bore some resemblance to the Psyduck belonging to Misty in the anime. Yet there were distinctions as well. Fortunately, half of the target had already been accomplished, with a bit of luck in the training. The Kingler Cup would surely be within reach. Psyduck, do you recall the sensation of using telekinesis just now? Xiaomo inquired, full of anticipation. At that moment, Psyduck, buoyed by the belief it had been forgiven, clasped its head in delight. The 3 tufts atop its head morphed into question marks. Telekinesis? What telekinesis? Is it tasty? As Xiaomo observed Psyduck furrowing its brow in contemplation, he realized matters had grown more complicated. Indeed, Psyduck possessed psychic abilities, yet they were unstable. Surely, he could not be expected to paint a grand illusion for it before every battle? Although a door had been slightly ajar, it felt as if the divine had just delivered a slap to Xiaomo's face. Hold on, this isn't the time. Step by step, since he had found a direction, results would eventually follow. Xiaomo pondered that he might have been too hasty. It was hardly his fault. Any trainer dealing with a Psyduck like this would find themselves exasperated. Taking a deep breath, Xiaomo glanced at the bedside clock. Oh dear. It was nearly 1 in the morning. He would likely be late tomorrow. He needed to sleep quickly. Tardiness was not in his character. Yet, why were there so many pink objects on his bed? Xiaomo instinctively pinched one. Crumbs from a cookie. He suddenly recalled the bag of cookies that had burst open mid-air, showering the room like fireworks, a consequence of Psyduck's lost psychic enhancement. Psyduck. Quack. Psyduck stared blankly at Xiaomo. Quack. Psyduck has something to say? Had it not already been forgiven? It had even been lifted into the air. Why the sudden change of heart? Clearly, Xiaomo had recognized a crucial issue. If he wished to train Psyduck, he must consider the repercussions. After all, the psychic moves were currently challenging for Psyduck to master. Henceforth, training could not be conducted indoors. Xiaomo, clutching his blanket, approached the window and began scattering cookie crumbs outside, as if he were attempting to toss Psyduck out. Psyduck, truly. That night, Xiaomo did not sleep well. What a headache. A week slipped by in an instant, and Xiaomo and his companions found themselves on the final day of the semester. Be safe during the break. And remember to complete your summer homework on time. Teacher Song concluded his usual admonitions before announcing the end of classes. From today onward, Xiaomo and his peers officially entered summer vacation. Xiaomo, where do you plan to go during the summer? Zhu Yinghao inquired while packing his backpack. I'm heading to Heshan near Jiangcheng, where there are mountains and waters, quite suitable for Psyduck, Xiaomo replied. He had not been idle during the week. He had scouted locations around Jiangcheng suitable for special training and formulated a comprehensive training plan. Drawing from his understanding of games and anime, as well as assistance from his mother abroad, he crafted a specialized training template for Psyduck. He was well aware that aimless training was inefficient. All right, I also want to explore the Magic City, but it seems I must buckle down and train, Zhu Yinghao remarked, noticing the dark circles under Xiaomo's eyes. Aware that the strength of Pokémon was closely tied to their academic performance. With Kingler as a target, Xiaomo and Psyduck would face a myriad of opponents ahead. And given that grass and electric types were Psyduck's weaknesses, the abundance of grass-type Pokémon posed a challenge. Additionally, ghost types could be quite troublesome, and Psyduck's defenses were not particularly sturdy. To achieve commendable results in the Kingler Cup, a well-rounded training regimen was imperative. Along the way, Xiaomo reflected on the training plans he had devised over the last couple of days. The prowess of a Pokémon in battle hinges on its foundational qualities and mastery of moves. Xiaomo had arrived at this conclusion after several days of contemplation. The term foundational qualities encompasses stamina, physical strength, speed, explosiveness, and more. Stamina influences a Pokémon's endurance in battle and recovery thereafter. Physical strength affects a Pokémon's resilience and offensive capabilities. Speed, a broad concept, includes reaction speed, movement speed, and even the speed of moves. Moreover, there is coordination. In the anime, there exists a profession known as a coordinator who can adeptly apply a Pokémon's characteristics and moves in a fluid manner. To Xiaomo, coordination represented a Pokémon's control over its body, mastery over energy, and so forth. Foundational qualities form the bedrock of a Pokémon's abilities, impacting all aspects. A Pokémon with robust foundational qualities can defeat most opponents merely through physical collisions, while Psyduck may not rely solely on such tactics. It must ensure it does not become a fragile duck. Moves, on the other hand, determine victory or defeat in battles. They are the primary means of offense for a Pokémon. The mastery of power equates to the utilization of energy. Techniques such as Thunderbolt and Blizzard are manifestations of energy. Each facet of foundational training must be diligently attended to, but mastering moves should be prioritized, given that a Pokémon's energy is finite. Not to mention that his own energy was tied to a single Psyduck. Xiaomo would be content if he could accomplish 70 of his training plan. However, grasping a move is challenging, and mastering one is even more arduous. Currently, Xiaomo deemed Psyduck's foundational qualities inadequate, necessitating extensive training. No one could expect to achieve greatness overnight. Foundational qualities must be developed gradually. Yet, Xiaomo's time was limited, and he could only seek shortcuts. Chapter 8. The Learning Machine. Going to Heshan? Xia's father inquired with curiosity. Indeed, I wish to conduct specialized training for Psyduck, Xiaomo replied while packing his belongings. For the Kingler Cup? Xia's mother, Xia Yan, asked from the sofa. Yes, I have devised a comprehensive training plan, Xiaomo stated, shouldering his backpack. Heshan, located near Jiangcheng, is a natural wonder adorned with mountains, waters, and waterfalls. Initially a secret realm, it later merged with the real world, transforming into a scenic area. It is home to many wild Pokémon, though the majority consist of Pidgey and Caterpie, among others. Well, training is training, and Heshan's waterfalls will certainly benefit Psyduck's training. Xia's father nodded in agreement. So, when are you leaving? Xia Yan asked, eyeing Xiaomo, who had slung his backpack over his shoulder. Surely, you can't leave right now? I'm heading to the Pokémon League shop to procure supplies tonight. We set off first thing in the morning. Xiaomo replied, counting the money in his pocket. He had been saving his red envelope money over the years, and with his usual allowances, he had amassed around 50,000. While this sum appeared substantial, it would be insufficient for Pokémon training. For instance, a berry that effectively defends against Dragon-type moves costs a minimum of 100,000 at the League shop. And even then, they are hard to come by. He couldn't even afford a single berry. Fortunately, Psyduck did not yet require such resources. Otherwise, Xiaomo would have to seek assistance from home. Jiangcheng, Alliance Center Road. Here lies the bustling heart of Jiang City, where, apart from the esteemed Pokémon League of the region, one can find the largest hospital and shops lining this thoroughfare. Jenny, Pikachu. At the entrance of the Pokémon shop, Pikachu, Squirtless, and other Pokémon trail closely behind their trainers. Some assist in pushing shopping carts, while others carry bags, and of course, there are those comfortably seated in carts awaiting their trainer's guidance. Quack, quack. Psyduck belongs to the latter group, nestled within a cart as it awaits a gentle push. Xiaomo's objectives are clear. The sum of his funds permits only the procurement of basic resources, yet this is sufficient. He aims to acquire stamina-restoring sherry berries, delectable moo milk, and a tent. Strolling leisurely through the mall, Xiaomo is well acquainted with most resources, and within an hour, he has completed his shopping. However, one crucial item remains elusive. Excuse me, miss, might you direct me to a better selection of berries within the mall? Xiaomo inquires, having spotted a sales associate near the escalator. What an adorable Psyduck, she exclaims. Berries, you say? You'll find a comprehensive selection on the 5th floor at the Hirano Group's specialty store. Thank you ever so much. Xiaomo responds gratefully. It's no trouble at all. Your Psyduck is simply delightful. The sales associate, enchanted, gently pats Psyduck's belly, causing its cheeks to flush a rosy hue. Xiaomo leads Psyduck into the escalator designated for carts. As they ascend, Psyduck clings tightly to Xiaomo's wrist, observing the increasing height of the floors. Soon, they arrive at the 5th floor, where Xiaomo swiftly locates the Hirano Group's berry shop using the mall directory. Hello, how may I assist you today? Smiles the sales associate at the entrance. Do you have any fortune berries? Xiaomo asks directly. Fortune berries are among the few berries effective for psychic-type Pokémon. And they are not only costly, but also rare, representing a core component of Xiaomo's breeding plan to activate Psyduck's psychic abilities. Indeed, we do. Though they are quite expensive, approximately 50,000 each, the sales associate replies with a smile. 50,000. This is precisely the entirety of Xiaomo's funds, leaving him to ponder whether this is a stroke of fortune or misfortune. Pack it up, he declares resolutely, though it pains him financially. Xiaomo understands the necessity of this vital resource for Psyduck. Certainly, please hold on for just a moment. After a brief pause, Xiaomo reluctantly swipes his card and receives the fortune berry from the sales associate. Excuse me, do you happen to have sandrine berries? Xiaomo suddenly recalls as he prepares to exit, turning back to inquire. Apologies, we are currently out of stock on sandrine berries. As expected, they are indeed unavailable. Sandrine berries enhance a Pokémon's speed, a desirable attribute for any Pokémon. Yet the methods to boost speed remain scarce, making these berries particularly sought after. Even if available, Xiaomo knows he cannot afford them at this stage. With the purchase of the fortune berry, Xiaomo has accomplished his objectives. Fortunately, he finds himself with free time, allowing him to explore the mall, which is a novel experience for him. Though funds are lacking, indulging his senses is still a pleasure. The mall is replete with Pokeballs and potions. However, the Pokeballs appear to be limited to the classic red and white design, while various antidotes and remedies for status ailments abound. Yet, Xiaomo's focus is drawn to the TMs, technical machines. TMs are devices that record moves, allowing Pokémon to learn skills by observing them. However, the prices are exorbitant. Psychic Power Learning Machine, 1 million. Mind Hammer Learning Machine, 800,000. Upon seeing these prices, Xiaomo instinctively steps back. You could easily steal these, yet you still offer me a skills learning machine. Nonetheless, certain skills pique his interest, such as Reflect and Mimic. Glancing back at Psyduck, he notes its apparent disinterest in such matters, allowing Xiaomo to breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Psyduck remains unperturbed by these distractions. As Xiaomo pushes Psyduck along, various TMs flash before his eyes. Though he cannot afford them, they nonetheless inspire him. Some moves resonate within his memory, but only by observing their names and delving deeper does he contemplate their suitability for Psyduck. For instance, Water Tail, an attack utilizing the tail to strike opponents. Psyduck's short, Golden Tail could indeed employ this move. While unsure of its effectiveness, it presents a viable strategy. Xiaomo contemplates returning the cart, purchasing a bottle of sparkling water for Psyduck at the entrance before he begins to strategize. With enough sherry berries and moo milk to last half a month, Psyduck's resource needs are nearly fulfilled. Coupled with his plan and the fortune berry, a significant enhancement in Psyduck's abilities within a short span appears promising. Observing Psyduck gulping down sparkling water, Xiaomo's confidence begins to waver. However, his funds are now depleted. Should he fail to reach the top 16 in the upcoming Magikarp Cup, he would have to ask his family for financial assistance. Though Xiaomo hails from a prosperous background, relying on himself versus depending on his family are two entirely different matters. Psyduck, we must persevere. Xiaomo encourages himself. Chapter 9. Special training begins. Today marks the first day of summer vacation. Had Xiaomo been in his second year of high school, he might have lingered in bed. But now as a senior, He rises promptly to prepare for the day. Gurgle, gurgle. Standing at the sink, slightly drowsy while brushing his teeth, Xiaomo's eyes remain half-closed. In contrast, Psyduck nearby appears quite alert, a result of Xiaomo ensuring Psyduck adhered to a bedtime. He certainly does not want Psyduck dozing off during training. Though his eyes are squinted, Xiaomo's mind is clear, aware that Psyduck faces another daunting challenge: persistence. Even he has experienced numerous instances of meticulously planning for the future, envisioning beautiful experiences, yet the efforts required to achieve such lofty goals often prove too arduous for most to sustain. How to motivate? Perhaps through culinary delights? Honestly, it is a splendid idea, but relying on this method throughout training would soon become tiresome. Indulging too often can lead to ennui. Heishan Waterwood. Waterwood is a picturesque natural landscape within Heishan, named for the small river that flows through the center of the woods. The verdant surroundings attract many trainers who come to train their Pokémon or enjoy picnics with family. This locale is equally suitable for Psyduck, as the river's presence can enhance its training of water-type moves. However, the multitude of visitors may easily distract Psyduck, prompting Xiaomo to venture deeper into the Waterwood. As they proceed, the trees grow denser, providing an ideal environment for Psyduck's training. Quack! Yet, Psyduck clings nervously to Xiaomo's leg, intimidated by the foreboding appearance of the dense woodland. Fear not, I visited this place during a spring outing. There is no danger here. Before long, the duo hears the thunderous sound of rushing water. Xiaomo, holding Psyduck, hastens through the trees, emerging into a breathtaking vista dominated by a grand waterfall, the source of the river within Waterwood, a place seldom frequented by others. Xiaomo glances at the sun, which is still relatively low in the sky, providing just the right amount of light for camping. Psyduck, gazing at the magnificent waterfall, tilts its head in curiosity, pondering its surroundings. In the water below the waterfall, various water-type Pokémon frolic, with Magikarp being the most prevalent, showcasing their resilient spirits within this aquatic domain. Psyduck, why not take a dip and enjoy yourself? Xiaomo glanced at Psyduck and promptly placed it into the water, believing that one cannot master water-type moves without engaging with water. Caw-caw. Psyduck, experiencing water for the first time, appeared somewhat flustered, clutching Xiaomo tightly with its webbed feet. However, it soon realized that it was buoyant. Gradually releasing its grip, Psyduck began to paddle energetically in the water. After all, being a duck, it was only natural for it to be at ease in the aquatic environment. Observing Psyduck joyfully swimming, Xiaomo exhaled in relief. While it seemed almost a given that Psyduck would know how to swim, he had nonetheless felt a twinge of anxiety. Time flew by, and as the sun blazed down, Xiaomo had already pitched a green tint resembling a Bulbasaur. At this moment, both Psyduck and Xiaomo were enjoying their lunch inside the tent. Anticipating an extended training period, Xiaomo had brought along an oversized backpack filled with provisions for both himself and Psyduck for the upcoming days. He estimated that the supplies, combined with any wild berries they might forage, would last them about a week, after which he would need to procure more resources from Ashan. Psyduck, once we finish our meal, it will be time for training, Xiaomo remarked, nibbling on a piece of bread. Caw-caw. Psyduck responded enthusiastically, lifting its webbed feet in a gesture of encouragement. Rejuvenated, Xiaomo and Psyduck made their way to the riverside forest, marking the initial step of Xiaomo's plan. Due to the dense foliage, the tree trunks in this area were exceptionally thick and closely packed. The training regimen was straightforward. They would sprint back and forth through the woods. This exercise aimed to enhance Psyduck's explosiveness, speed, stamina, and even its physical strength. Although simple, it posed a considerable challenge for Psyduck. Xiaomo drew a starting line and tied a red ribbon to a tree within the forest. Once Psyduck reached the ribbon, it could return, covering a distance of approximately 400 meters. This was likely Psyduck's limit. Typically, Psyduck's training path would focus on psychic and water-type skills, making such physical conditioning quite unsuitable for it. Nevertheless, Xiaomo had his own rationale. Speed and stamina were crucial for enduring battles. Currently, Psyduck lacked defensive skills such as barrier or light screen, compounded by its inherent disadvantage in speed. After all, as a duck, it would naturally be slower on land. This meant that in Pokémon battles, Psyduck would have to confront opponents head-on and absorb their attacks. Even evasive maneuvers and defensive strategies relied on the Pokémon's inherent abilities. One could not simply cheat the fundamentals. Psyduck, cradling its head, gazed at its trainer, who responded with an encouraging glance. "You can do it," Xiaomo declared as he began timing with his phone. With a commanding voice, he signaled the start. Psyduck, still clutching its head, dashed forward. However, as it approached the tree trunks, Xiaomo could clearly see Psyduck further slowing down. Instinctively, It reduced its speed to avoid crashing into the trees and began to navigate around them. Once immersed in the dense foliage, Psyduck's pace was hardly faster than a walk. Should it attempt to accelerate, a collision with a tree was inevitable given its reflexes. This was the first plan Xiao had devised, should Psyduck succeed. Its foundational qualities would elevate dramatically. Yet, when Psyduck returned, having traversed the 400-meter course, accounting for the time spent dodging obstacles, it took nearly 3 minutes, a pace comparable to walking. Unacceptable, Xiao exclaimed in exasperation as Psyduck stumbled back, still cradling its head. While Xiaomo's intentions were commendable, he had overestimated Psyduck's capabilities. It's all right, Psyduck. You did well. Have some cookies, he consoled, noticing Psyduck's disheartened demeanor. Gently patting the tuft of fluff atop Psyduck's head, he recognized that as a newly hatched Pokémon, it required encouragement to overcome such setbacks. Chapter 10, New Moves. Given that it was the first day of training and Psyduck needed time to acclimate, Xiao ultimately decided against pushing Psyduck too hard. However, from afternoon until evening, they managed to run over 100 laps together. Concerned that Psyduck might stop midway to rest and return, Xiao ran alongside it to supervise. This not only exhausted Psyduck, but also left Xiao feeling too weary to stand. Yet, to set an example for Psyduck, he refused to falter first, gritting his teeth and enduring the day alongside his companion. Upon returning to the tent, Psyduck collapsed into a deep slumber. During the training, Xiao had given Psyduck some choo-choo berries to replenish its energy and provided ample milk. Occasionally, he employed treats as motivation, and despite varying results, Psyduck ultimately persevered, bringing Xiao a sense of relief. Having a plan is one thing, executing it is another. Though Psyduck slept soundly, Xiao felt the need to review the day's training and strategize for the next, realizing that progress was too slow. Reviewing his notes, he felt a headache coming on. Despite Psyduck averaging under 2 minutes for its back-and-forth runs, it was still insufficient. Yet, this was Psyduck's limit, being merely a Psyduck. Thus, Xiao resolved to make slight adjustments. On the following day, the sun rose, and the alarm jolted both the slumbering Xiao and Psyduck awake. As he awoke, Xiao felt a wave of soreness wash over him. A glance at Psyduck revealed the yellow duckling cradling its head, appearing to be in decent spirits. It seemed the choo-choo berries and moo-moo milk had worked wonders. Choo-choo berries, a fruit native to the mysterious realms, had transitioned into artificial cultivation. They were renowned for their ability to restore Pokémon stamina, but came at a steep price. Xiao had spent a considerable sum on these berries, coupled with the moo-moo milk and flu berries. It could be said that he had staked his entire fortune on the koi cup, which was a significant source of his stress. On this new day, adhering to the original training plan, Xiao intended to take Psyduck back to their previous training spot. However, Psyduck suddenly clutched its head, reluctant to move. The memories of the previous day's exertions weighed heavily on it, as it had no desire to repeat such a grueling training session. What should we do? If we don't train, we won't place well, and without any prize money, we won't be able to enjoy eels and cookies. Xiao lamented. Hearing the mention of missing out on eels and cookies, Psyduck's expression flickered with conflict, its webbed feet slowly shifting. How about this? We can train in something else, but you must promise me to give it your all. As Psyduck hesitated, Xiao proposed an alternative. Caw-caw. Psyduck perked up at the suggestion, thrilled at the prospect of not having to do more laps. Xiao smiled faintly, having anticipated Psyduck's reluctance to train today. Thus, he adjusted his training plan to focus on water-type moves instead. As a water-type Pokémon, it was absurd that Psyduck couldn't even perform Water Gun. Xiao led Psyduck to the riverside and presented his phone to it. On the screen, a Squirtle was demonstrating Water Gun. With a swift inhalation, blue energy coalesced in front of Squirtle before erupting forth as a powerful jet of water. Do you see that, Psyduck? This is the Water Gun technique. Do you understand? Xiao asked, gazing expectantly at Psyduck. Quack, Psyduck replied, regarding Xiao with a look of contemplation. As he gazed into Psyduck's eyes, Xiao sensed that the situation was far from simple. Suddenly, Psyduck seemed to have an epiphany, darting towards the riverbank. There, it lowered its body and plunged its head into the water, greedily gulping down mouthfuls. With a splash, Psyduck sprayed the water out in a mist, instinctively pawing at its own head in confusion. How frustrating. Despite executing the same maneuver as the Squirtle in the video, Psyduck was left astonished by the outcome. Observing Psyduck's bewilderment, Xiao fell into a momentary silence. Psyduck turned to glance at Xiao, its large head filled with questions. Don't be disheartened, Psyduck. Try again. Xiao, still reeling from the shock, instinctively offered words of encouragement. Once more. as he watched Psyduck clench its paws into fists. Its previously vacant gaze transformed into one of newfound determination. It opened its beak wide and began to inhale deeply. Xiaomo held his breath. Could this be the moment of success for Psyduck? As he listened intently to Psyduck's rhythmic inhalations, Xiaomo's expression grew serious. Yet, only the sound of inhaling filled the air. Quack! 10 seconds passed with no results. A minute went by, and the scene remained eerily quiet. By the riverbank, there were no signs of energy gathering, only Psyduck, breathing heavily while clutching its head. This spectacle even drew the attention of the normally lively Magikarp, who floated on the water's surface, captivated by Psyduck's antics. Quack! Suddenly, Psyduck furrowed its brow. It appeared to have realized something. It truly couldn't perform the water gun move. Although Xiaomo had a sense of what was happening and understood that Psyduck was currently incapable of executing the move, he was nonetheless astonished by its attempts, which involved both inhaling and spraying water. Psyduck turned to Xiaomo, its expression a mixture of embarrassment and determination. Xiaomo, too, found himself deep in thought. In the game, Pokémon learn moves such as water gun through leveling up, but in reality, there seemed to be no experience points to gain. Psyduck continued its efforts, repeating the actions of inhaling and spraying with great determination. Since Psyduck couldn't master water gun independently, it was time to try a different approach. Psyduck, eat this orange berry, Xiaomo said, producing the prized berry he had purchased at great expense. Psyduck wasted no time, devouring the orange berry in one gulp. The berry was known to stimulate a Pokémon's latent psychic abilities, a much-needed boost for Psyduck, which struggled to control its powers. Upon consuming the berry, Psyduck's eyes transformed to a light blue hue. However, this time, it was not in a state of panic but instead turned to Xiaomo with newfound focus. Use your psychic energy to manipulate the water and bring it to you, Xiaomo commanded. Psyduck raised its little paws upward with effort. Water, come to my Psyduck. Chapter 11, Telekinesis. Deep within the water forest of Crane Mountain, an astonishing scene unfolded. Psyduck, with its paws raised, was surrounded by a swirling mass of irregular water. Although the water flowed, it remained firmly under Psyduck's control. Was this the manifestation of Psyduck's psychic abilities? Xiaomo watched in awe, never having anticipated the strength of Psyduck's telekinesis. Before long, Psyduck began to control two streams of water, gradually narrowing them into vortices that slowly converged around it. However, Psyduck soon turned to its trainer, seeking guidance on what to do next. Xiaomo understood Psyduck's unspoken question. The video he had shown it featured Squirtle spraying water from its mouth, but the water could hardly be consumed. After all, it was not edible. Nevertheless, since Psyduck had already summoned the water, it would be a shame to use it in such a mundane manner. Psyduck, concentrate the water into a spherical shape. At once, the two streams merged, yet beads of sweat began to form on Psyduck's forehead. Controlling both streams to create a water sphere was akin to writing with both hands simultaneously, a challenge for a Pokémon unaccustomed to such rigorous training. Xiaomo observed Psyduck's condition, recognizing that it had reached its limit, and wisely chose not to push further. Psyduck, throw it at the rock on the opposite bank. Upon hearing this command, Psyduck released the water sphere, which shot across the air at incredible speed, resulting in a tremendous crash. The rock shattered into two large pieces and countless smaller fragments, sending debris splashing into the water and startling the Magikarp nearby. Excellent work, Psyduck. You succeeded, Xiaomo exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he scooped Psyduck into his arms. Psyduck tilted its head, a blush creeping onto its cheeks, a response to its trainer's praise. Thanks to Psyduck's newfound psychic abilities, the entire morning was spent honing its telekinesis. Xiaomo took advantage of the rare moment to rest and review his training plan. With Psyduck's current prowess, it should be capable of advancing to the top 32. However, to progress further, mastering psychic abilities and enhancing physical fitness were essential. This estimation was somewhat conservative on Xiaomo's part, as his opponents were fellow third-year students, all with newly acquired Pokémon, making it unlikely that any of them could pose a challenge to a Pokémon adept in psychic powers. Nevertheless, Xiaomo remained cautious, unwilling to underestimate the competition. In the afternoon, Psyduck appeared fatigued, retreating to the tent to indulge in snacks. Watching Psyduck relish its meal, Xiaomo affectionately patted its tuft of hair. Once you've finished eating, we'll resume training, Xiaomo declared. It was the second day of training, and although progress had been rapid, complacency was not an option. Hearing about more training in the afternoon, Psyduck paused its eating. But it understood the dedication Xiaomo put into its training, transforming its frustration into appetite. Psyduck devoured 2 orange berries and a couple of bags of biscuits in one go. The use of telekinesis required not only power, but also finesse. By the riverbank, Xiaomo instructed Psyduck to use small pebbles to draw on the shore. Telekinetic control was often associated with attacks, emphasizing maximum output, which could lead to energy wastage. Sometimes, employing just 70% of its telekinetic force would suffice to defeat an opponent. Yet many Pokémon exerted their full strength, resulting in severe fatigue. Real life was not like a game. The utilization of skills depended on a Pokémon's stamina, not its pages. Hence, Xiaomo focused on training Psyduck's telekinetic control, which was also a form of coordination training. Once Psyduck adapted, it would establish a foundation for learning new skills and mastering telekinesis in innovative ways. Presently, beads of cold sweat began to form on Psyduck's forehead. Such precise control was no easy feat. Particularly challenging was directing the pebbles to create art, demanding utmost concentration from Psyduck. After only a brief session, Psyduck longed for physical training instead. "All right," Xiaomo called out, noticing Psyduck's dazed expression and quickly stopping the session. He promptly retrieved some moo milk to nourish Psyduck. The morning's telekinetic control, coupled with the afternoon's meticulous exercises, posed considerable difficulty for the young Pokémon. Xiaomo began to question whether he was pushing Psyduck too hard. After all, it was merely a novice Pokémon. However, upon witnessing Psyduck contentedly open a package of biscuits, his doubts dissipated. "Psyduck, we only bought 5 bags of biscuits, and what you have now is the last one. Once it's gone, there won't be any left," Xiaomo warned, knowing that his backpack was not a bottomless pit like Doraemon's pocket. The oran berries and moo milk took up a significant portion of his supplies, and with his own bread to account for, there was only a limited amount of space left for Psyduck's treats. Moreover, Xiaomo did not wish for Psyduck to indulge excessively in snacks. After all, if children consume too many treats, they might forego their meals altogether. Upon hearing this, Psyduck's claws, poised to tear open the packaging, hesitated noticeably. It scratched its head and then gazed at Xiaomo. "We still have to stay here for 6 more days. Once it's gone, it truly will be gone," Xiaomo remarked, shrugging in response to Psyduck's pitiful expression. "Of course, if the results of the special training please me, we might even return home early. Then, you can eat whatever you desire." Xiaomo tantalizingly painted a vivid picture for Psyduck. Upon hearing this, Psyduck's eyes sparkled with delight, and it raised its claws in a gesture of encouragement. "Then you must do your best," Xiaomo stated with satisfaction, observing Psyduck's newfound confidence. Special training, much like the pursuit of knowledge, is ultimately dictated by one's own thoughts, regardless of what others may say. Moreover, the evaluation of the training's success is also under one's own control. Psyduck carefully stored the last bag of biscuits. There remained a while before the training would conclude, and it couldn't consume the biscuits just yet. On the 3rd day at Crane's Mountain, Psyduck once again stood before the woods. Throughout the day, Psyduck trained its psychic abilities, and by the end of the day, it was nearly exhausted. Although it had regained some strength overnight, Xiaomo decided it was time to make a change. After all, the Pokémon Center was quite distant, and should Psyduck truly faint, he would have little recourse. Fortunately, Psyduck was no longer as fearful as on the first day, especially since Xiaomo had promised it could eat whatever it wanted upon their return, which greatly boosted its morale. Chapter 12, The Secret Realm. Perhaps due to mastering its psychic abilities, Psyduck exhibited significant improvement today compared to the first day. Not only was it faster, but its turning and evasion skills had also markedly improved. Were it not for Xiaomo's intimate understanding of Psyduck, he might have mistaken it for a herdier. Watching Psyduck dash back at high speed, Xiaomo clearly noticed the blue glimmer in its eyes. "Psyduck, you are quite clever," Xiaomo mused. Psyduck utilized its psychic powers to control its body, maneuvering through turns and accelerating with precision, relying on its psychic abilities as assistance. While one could argue it was a clever shortcut, it was undoubtedly an excellent method. What was even more commendable was that this was entirely Psyduck's own idea. Xiaomo had not prompted it. However, despite the brilliance of the idea, Xiaomo instructed Psyduck to forego the assistance of its psychic powers. Physical training should rely solely on its physical capabilities. Otherwise, it would merely transform into psychic training. Fortunately, Psyduck exhibited no signs of discouragement. Its determination remained high. Xiaomo was not a merciless trainer, and when Psyduck began to show signs of fatigue, he called a halt to the training. He understood the principle of moderation. Today marked the earliest conclusion of training so far. After finishing, Psyduck began to swim in the water, while Xiaomo set about refining his special training plan. As it stood, Psyduck had made preliminary progress in Xiaomo's training regimen, even surpassing his initial expectations. After all, in just 3 days since arriving at Song Mountain, Psyduck had mastered its psychic abilities and experienced a modest enhancement in its physical condition. Xiaomo's ultimate goal was to ensure Psyduck adeptly wielded its psychic powers, enabling it to simulate skills in battle and evade being targeted by opponents. However, he discovered that achieving this was rather challenging. Psyduck could currently only manipulate water through its psychic powers, and only in the presence of water. Essentially, this remained a manifestation of psychic energy, and to fully emulate other skills, it would need to replicate those specific abilities. Nonetheless, at present, Psyduck lacked the capacity to master imitation, leaving a gap in Xiaomo's training strategy. As this was Xiaomo's first experience with special training, his meticulously crafted plan, though well-intentioned, had veered somewhat from practicality. Yet, since Psyduck had already grasped its psychic abilities, the next step was to refine them, though Xiaomo was still uncertain how to help Psyduck master water-type skills. Techniques like water gun or bubble were incredibly useful when employed effectively. However, faced with a lack of direction, Xiaomo chose to shift his focus to Psyduck's physical training. After 2 days of training, Psyduck had gained commendable control over its body, no longer stumbling as it had on the first day, thus validating the efficacy of Xiaomo's training methods. Given this progress, Xiaomo thought to himself that Psyduck's special training would soon reach its conclusion. One could not deny Psyduck's remarkable talent, which was further augmented by its status as a newly evolved Pokémon. Transitioning from level 1 to level 2 is invariably easier than advancing from level 99 to 100. As night fell, Xiaomo reclined on the grass before his tent, peacefully gazing at the stars above. Psyduck was swimming in the small river. Having fulfilled its training obligations, Xiaomo had permitted it to frolic freely in the water, perhaps serendipitously acquiring water gun in the process. The scene was both serene and beautiful, yet unforeseen events were unfolding 5 kilometers away at the Song Mountain Trainer Association Center. Preliminary estimates indicated the scale of the secret realm to be ultra-small. The predicted location of its emergence had been confirmed. Song Mountain Water Forest, coordinates as follows. A second confirmation was issued, along with a disaster warning, to evacuate personnel from Song Mountain Water Forest. Simultaneously, deep within the water forest, while gazing at the stars, Xiaomo suddenly noticed what appeared to be a star plummeting from the sky. Could this be some new technology? He pondered. Psyduck in the river continued to quack, but its calls grew increasingly frantic. An invisible tide of energy swept through, fracturing the space around them like a mirror, followed by a gust of wind that abruptly opened a massive portal before Xiaomo. "Oh no, help!" was the last exclamation from Xiaomo and Psyduck. Upon closing his eyes and opening them again, Xiaomo found himself in a new world. His heart raced. He only knew that staring at the stars had led him here. Beside him, Psyduck clung tightly to his leg. The portal was quite expansive, and the Psyduck in the river was not spared from the ordeal. Both were now fraught with anxiety. Xiaomo, being merely a high school student without a university education, felt fortunate to remain conscious in such circumstances. Surveying the surrounding jungle, Xiaomo seemed to recall something, his expression shifting to one of distress. This can't be a secret realm, can it? Since the merging of secret realms with the real world, their appearance had not ceased. Each emergence of a secret realm invariably disrupts the local ecological environment. To mitigate the dangers posed by secret realms, every trainer association has established branches in various locations to respond promptly to their emergence. Generally, the smaller the secret realm, the quicker its integration with Earth. The ease with which Psyduck and I entered this realm suggests it is likely an ultra-small secret realm, and the danger should not be excessively severe. Understanding that he had entered a secret realm, Xiaomo realized he would not be able to exit anytime soon, and could only comfort himself with this notion. However, he lacked confidence. He took out his phone, but due to the nature of the secret realm, it could only perform basic functions, just as the textbooks had indicated. Secret realms exist independently of Earth, rendering electronic devices ineffective. This ineffectiveness would persist until the secret realm fully merged with Earth and the surrounding magnetic field stabilized. Do not be afraid, Psyduck. We are likely in no immediate danger. Let us remain here and await rescue, Xiaomo reassured. Every trainer association branch is equipped with devices to detect secret realms. Larger realms are more easily detected. Some medium and large secret realms can be identified months in advance, allowing ample time to prepare, but ultra-small secret realms can only be detected 4 hours after their emergence, making them particularly hazardous to ordinary individuals. According to the Council of the Trainer Association, it is advisable for ordinary individuals who unwittingly wander into the secret realm to remain stationary and await rescue. Although Xiaomo is a trainer, he too refrains from recklessly dashing about. for the creatures within the secret realm are far from amicable. The Pokémon in this realm resemble wild animals. Many are quite irritable, particularly those with inherent aggressive tendencies, which tend to charge at humans without hesitation. Remaining calm is imperative. Surely the Trainer Association has dispatched trainers for rescue, and all we need do is wait, Xiaomo reassured himself while gently stroking the tuft of Psyduck's head. Chapter 13, Thousand Fragrance Fruit. Recognizing the situation, Xiaomo and Psyduck began to survey their surroundings. They found themselves amidst a dense jungle, with lush grass reaching up to their calves, and towering trees visible in the distance. It doesn't seem particularly safe here either, Xiaomo remarked, instinctively swallowing hard. The verdant grass appeared quite appetizing, making the presence of Pokémon somewhat unsurprising. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the underbrush, alarming both Xiaomo and Psyduck. Psyduck glanced at Xiaomo, cradling its head. What does it feel like to be scorned by a duck? Xiaomo's expression shifted. It seemed that trouble was already upon them, having barely arrived for a few minutes, and they were already being scrutinized by Pokémon. Now, Xiaomo faced a dilemma, to remain in place or to flee. Just as he pondered, a small, purple rodent-like Pokémon emerged from the foliage. Rattata, you startled me. I thought it was something worse. Psyduck, go? Quack. Psyduck, clutching its head, eyes aglow with a cerulean light. The Rattata, with its triangular eyes marred by crimson veins and a single red pupil, bristled menacingly, grinding its teeth while fixating on Psyduck. Rattata is not a formidable opponent. Fear not. Psyduck, showcase the results of your training. Just as Xiaomo encouraged Psyduck, Rattata lunged forth, utilizing its utmost speed to launch an attack. Though your speed is commendable, what shall you do if I employ telekinesis? Psyduck, lift it with Psychic. With a flash of blue light, Psyduck seized the charging Rattata in midair, its forepaws flailing desperately. Well done, Psyduck. Now, throw it away. Just as Xiaomo commanded Psyduck to deliver a decisive blow, he realized Psyduck seemed to lack any further skills, and thus resorted to tossing Rattata aside. With a resounding thud, Rattata collapsed, rolling a few times before losing consciousness. Victory was theirs. Psyduck, still clutching its head, exhibited a pleased expression. Yet before it could revel in its triumph, Xiaomo's demeanor darkened. A cacophony of movement indicated the approach of multiple Pokémon. Run. Rattata isn't easily trifled with. Despite its lack of strength, it possesses remarkable vitality, allowing it to adapt to a variety of environments. Coupled with its terrifying reproductive rate, Rattata has become one of the most troublesome Pokémon in the wild. There are bound to be many Rattata here. Realizing this, Xiaomo and Psyduck hastily retreated from the jungle, seeking refuge beneath a large tree in an open area. However, upon spotting a swarm of Beedrill buzzing above, Xiaomo's expression soured further as he opted to alter their course. It's best to avoid provoking Beedrill. Unlike Ash, I am no novice trainer, and a sting from them would be quite detrimental. Xiaomo and Psyduck wished to find a safe haven to remain undisturbed, but they soon discovered that Pokémon were ubiquitous, predominantly those with strong aggressive tendencies, which, upon encountering humans or unfamiliar Pokémon, reacted frenziedly, rendering tranquility impossible. Fortunately, these Pokémon were not exceptionally powerful. Xiaomo felt relieved that they had been ensnared in a miniature secret realm. As long as he and Psyduck exercised caution, they should encounter no grave issues. After dispatching a Diglett, Xiaomo and Psyduck altered their direction once more, only to find a Pidgey setting its sights on them. Glancing upwards, it became apparent that the entire secret realm was teeming with adversaries. Following numerous skirmishes, though the intensity was manageable, should they become ensnared or surrounded by a multitude of Pokémon, their fate would be sealed. The immediate priority was to locate a less populated area. Xiaomo could only be grateful that Psyduck had been trained in its psychic abilities. Otherwise, the untrained Psyduck would undoubtedly succumb to the onslaught of Pokémon. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate for having conditioned his own physique. When pursued by Pokémon, he was still able to run. Maintaining physical fitness was essential, alongside acquiring water-type moves. Relying solely on telekinesis limited his capacity to swiftly neutralize adversaries. Thoughts racing as he sprinted, Xiaomo contemplated the limitations of telekinesis despite its advantages. As he ran, the sound of flowing water reached his ears. His expression shifted. Water in a perilous location was hardly a good omen. However, he recalled hearing that wild animals typically refrain from fighting near water sources, so perhaps it would be worth investigating. Cautiously peeking from behind a tree, he beheld a small, serene lake, tranquil and beautiful, with not a single Pokémon in sight. Xiaomo exhaled in relief. Though the lake seemed unervingly quiet, he hesitated to approach, for it is commonly known that water sources often harbor Magikarp, a Pokémon renowned for its remarkable vitality, capable of thriving in any aquatic environment. Yet the stillness of this lake indicated a singular possibility, especially given the absence of nearby Pokémon. It could be surmised that a particularly ferocious Pokémon resided within. Could it be a Gyarados? Xiaomo pondered, positioning himself at a safe distance from the lake, neither too far nor too near. He ensured he remained clear of its waters. What a splendid spot! No Pokémon in sight, and the lake's inhabitants remain elusive. Xiaomo silently commended himself. All that remained was to await rescue. While he idly contemplated his predicament, he noticed a small patch of land at the center of the lake, upon which stood a diminutive tree. Could there be fruits on that tree? Xiaomo scrutinized the scene, relieved that the lake was not overly expansive, allowing him to discern several blue fruits adorning the branches. No way, he gasped, struggling to believe his eyes. Thousand fragrance fruit. A tree fruit capable of awakening the water-type energy within Pokémon. This fruit bore a rank comparable to the Falu fruit. Yet a single Falu fruit had previously emptied Xiaomo's wallet, while this tree boasted 5,000 fragrance fruits. If 1,000 fragrance fruits can be found here, there must be a dominant Pokémon overseeing this lake. No water-type Pokémon could resist the allure of these fruits. But how to retrieve them? Though excitement surged through Xiaomo, he remained composed. The foremost obstacle was the lake itself. He pondered the type of Pokémon lurking beneath the surface, feeling a headache coming on. The 1,000 fragrance fruit would undoubtedly unleash Psyduck's water-type prowess, and he was determined to obtain it. Moreover, he could not wait for the rescue team to arrive, for by that time, he would have nothing left. In other words, time was of the essence. Chapter 14, Provocation. What? Xiaomo was drawn into the secret realm? The news of Xiaomo's entrapment swiftly reached his father. This boy, out training and encountering such trouble, though he muttered complaints. Xiaomo's father promptly delegated his responsibilities to his subordinates before hastily exiting the police station. Charizard, to Hashan Water Forest. In a flash of light, Charizard emerged from Xiaomo's father's Pokeball, astonishing passers-by at the police station, for large Pokémon were typically prohibited in the city. However, Summer's father had no time to attend to the onlookers. He swiftly ascended onto the back of Charizard. With a powerful flap of its wings, the duo soared toward Pine Mountain. Xiaomo, you mustn't come to harm. He thought anxiously. Psyduck, are you certain your psychic abilities cannot reach that far? Although Summer already knew the answer, he couldn't help but ask. Psyduck nodded, cradling its head in dismay. Summer recognized that he was indeed pushing Psyduck to its limits. Its psychic range was only about 20 meters, while they were at least 40 meters from the lake center. What should he do? Should he swim there? Observing his surroundings, a plan began to form in Summer's mind. First, he picked up a stone and tossed it across the lake, producing a few ripples. This was a test. If the Pokémon did not react to such minor disturbances, Summer's chances of success increased significantly. He then fashioned a small boat using leaves and his shirt. The leaves nearby were sizable, approximately the size of banana leaves, and combined with his shirt, Summer successfully created a vessel that could accommodate Psyduck. Next, he placed Psyduck into the little boat and, with a gentle push of his arm, propelled it forward. The sound produced was only slightly louder than the previous ripples. Yet Summer felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Clutching the Pokeball tightly, he prepared to summon Psyduck back should any danger arise. Before long, the boat reached a distance where Psyduck could utilize its psychic powers. Psyduck's eyes shimmered with a blue light, and 5 cherry berries swiftly floated into its grasp. From the shore, Summer watched intently as the Pokeball flashed red, and Psyduck vanished beneath the water. Run! Upon securing the berries, Summer immediately turned and dashed to a relatively safe location, where he released Psyduck from its confinement. Gazing at Psyduck and the 5 berry cores, Summer's expression was one of discontent, as if 3 dark lines had appeared on his forehead. Although the berries were indeed meant for Psyduck, he couldn't shake off the feeling of disappointment. Nevertheless, he was relieved that nothing had gone to waste. Psyduck, holding its head, sensed a change within itself after consuming the berries. However, this was not the time for experimentation. Despite its dazed demeanor, Psyduck was not without awareness. Having left the lake, Summer and Psyduck resumed a state of evasion. Fortunately, they had already spent over 4 hours in the secret realm, and it would not be long before help arrived. After consuming such nourishing berries, Psyduck's water-type energy was likely activated, enabling it to use Water Gun. Once they returned, a rigorous training session would surely elevate Psyduck to a dual-type powerhouse. Just as Summer was reveling in his thoughts, Psyduck suddenly cried out in alarm. Quack! 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 It was evident that Psyduck was in a state of panic. In Summer's line of sight, Pokémon hidden within the grass and trees began to flee in terror. As if a formidable predator had appeared, Psyduck and Summer exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, Summer seized Psyduck and ran. The formidable creature had indeed been approaching their direction. As they sprinted, Summer surmised that a Pokémon from the lake had come looking for them. He had initially thought it would be a creature unable to leave the water, but it seemed he was mistaken. Summer and Psyduck dashed forward, and in a moment of desperation, Psyduck's short legs began to move so rapidly that it gradually outpaced Summer. While he was pleased with Psyduck's physical capabilities, he couldn't help but wish it would wait for him. "Is it reasonable for you to run faster than me while cradling your head?" Just then, a voice echoed, filled with rage and sorrow, piercing through Summer's eardrums. "It's the Masquerain." Upon hearing the cry, Summer immediately recognized the identity of the lake's Pokémon. As the voice rang out, Psyduck quickened its pace, forcing Summer to keep up. A Masquerain leapt energetically behind them. The legs of this Pokémon were remarkably powerful, and this particular specimen stood nearly 2 meters tall, significantly taller than the average Masquerain, which was roughly 1.3 meters. Each of its strides covered the ground faster than Summer could manage in 3 steps. Realizing the distance was closing in, both Summer and Psyduck understood that escape was no longer an option. "Psyduck, prepare for battle." Psyduck halted abruptly, positioning itself in front of Summer. This opponent was more formidable than any it had previously encountered, yet Psyduck stood its ground, undeterred. Its body was primed for action, and the blue light in its eyes was nearly overwhelming. Summer, observing Psyduck's readiness, struggled to devise an appropriate strategy when suddenly, Masquerain unleashed a powerful punch. The sheer force of the wind generated by its fist caused Psyduck to wobble precariously. Psyduck attempted to halt the punch with its psychic powers, but it appeared to be of little effect. Gazing upon the colossal Masquerain, a wave of fear washed over Summer. Despite Psyduck's preparations, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. With no other choice, Summer retrieved the Pokeball, ready to recall Psyduck at a critical moment, knowing full well that a blow from Masquerain might be fatal. Just then, a blaze of flames swept through the air, radiating intense heat. Some of Masquerain's resolve faltered, its piercing red eyes now fixated on the newcomer. It was Charizard and Summer's father. "Summer, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Summer's father, commanding Charizard to fend off Masquerain, rushed to his side. Years of training as a police officer enabled him to quickly assess that Summer was largely unscathed, yet he couldn't help but ask, I'm fine. "Psyduck and I are all right," Summer replied hastily. Watching his father direct Charizard to defeat Masquerain, Summer exhaled deeply, realizing how abruptly life can swing from peril to relief. "Psyduck." Psyduck clung to Summer's father's leg, exclaiming, "That was terrifying. Let's go home. This has been far too dangerous," Summer's father urged. Guiding Summer and Psyduck onto Charizard as they made their way to safety, he silently reflected on how he would explain this incident to his wife. "You were supposed to watch the child, and this is how you did it." The thought of his wife's furious reprimand spurred him to hasten Charizard's pace. Chapter 15, Reparation. "Dad, how did you know we were caught in the secret realm?" Summer inquired, filled with curiosity. After the warning about the secret realm at Hashan Waterwoods was issued, the local trainer association immediately contacted the Jiangxing Trainer Association, which in turn notified the police. "Upon hearing about the incident at Waterwoods, I promptly dialed your number, only to discover you were unreachable. Thus, I hurried here," his father explained. In truth, such a small-scale secret realm typically wouldn't warrant his father's intervention, but given the circumstances concerning Summer, he felt compelled to act. Additionally, the location of this secret realm was rather secluded, with hardly anyone nearby. Summer had been the only one ensnared. Summer felt somewhat exasperated, realizing that this secret realm had seemingly targeted him. Yet, he was grateful that he had not encountered any serious danger and had even gained considerable rewards. After flying for a while, Charizard descended, and to Summer's surprise, a considerable number of people had gathered nearby, with the police having established a security perimeter. "There is the safe zone. We need to walk over there. After your examination, you can head straight home. Your sister is waiting for you," his father instructed. "All right." Summer readily agreed. After undergoing a thorough check, Summer and Psyduck were escorted back home in a police vehicle, where an officer inquired about his well-being and whether he had sustained any injuries. Although this secret realm had not resulted in any casualties, the Hashan Trainer Association faced repercussions. Normally, rescue operations in secret realms take about half an hour, but this one had taken approximately 4 hours from its emergence to the onset of rescue efforts. While the remote location contributed to the delay, it was not an acceptable excuse. Upon learning that Xia Mo is a novice trainer, the Trainer Association resolved to offer some resources as compensation. However, that is a matter for another time. Presently, Xiaomo is comfortably reclined on his large bed. Given the recent incident, specialized training is undoubtedly out of the question, but fortunately, the training of his Psyduck is nearly complete, with only some additional practice required at the reservoir or seaside. A day later, although the secret realm has been sealed off by the Trainer Association, numerous rumors have still managed to circulate, albeit they no longer concern Xiaomo. His father has effectively kept the incident of Xiaomo's inadvertent entry into the secret realm under wraps, which has provided Xiaomo with a sense of relief. If this situation were to leak, it would undoubtedly attract interviews from both the school and the press. Adding to his burden as he prepares for the Kingler Cup, such distractions would be an utter waste of time. However, upon returning home, the one most delighted is undoubtedly Psyduck, as Xiaomo had promised it a feast upon their return. Despite the unconventional circumstances of their homecoming, a trainer must not renege on promises, right? Thus, when Psyduck confidently approached Xiaomo, its expression soured. But Psyduck, we agreed that the results of your special training must meet my satisfaction before we indulge. Not simply return home, Xiaomo said, smiling at Psyduck, which was cradling its head in disappointment. Is that so? Psyduck seemed taken aback, observing Psyduck's crestfallen demeanor. Xiaomo couldn't help but chuckle. Well then, given that your special training yielded satisfactory results, let us head to the seaside for some eel, Xiaomo announced. Psyduck perked up at the mention of this. However, you must promise me that you will learn water gun within 3 days, Xiaomo added swiftly. Having consumed 5 aroma berries, if Psyduck fails to master water gun, Xiaomo is prepared to take it to the Pokémon Center for assistance. Psyduck appeared resolute. Upon reaching the seaside, Xiaomo purchased some refreshing drinks and watched as Psyduck practiced water gun. This time, Psyduck was filled with confidence. It approached the water's edge, envisioning the moves of Squirtle from the videos, and took a deep breath. Psyduck felt the energy coalescing within its body. Then, whoosh, a column of water erupted forth, and Xiaomo's eyes widened in astonishment. Finally, onlookers nearby curiously regarded Xiaomo. Was a Psyduck capable of water gun truly a rarity? To this, Xiaomo could only think the aroma berries were not consumed in vain. Come, Psyduck, today you shall feast on eels until you are full, Xiaomo said, affectionately ruffling Psyduck's tuft of hair. Psyduck's cheeks flushed with delight, as Xiaomo and Psyduck returned home with their round bellies. They found Xiaomo's father seated on the sofa, engrossed in a newspaper. Dad, you're back. Has the matter with the secret realm been resolved? Xiaomo inquired. Mostly settled. However, we still cannot access the water forest. I came back to issue you compensation for mental distress, considering the dangers of the secret realm and your health. You have 2 options to choose from, his father replied. Mental distress compensation. Xiaomo had anticipated some form of recompense, and thus he could only exclaim, let me see what it entails. The first option is a monetary sum, approximately 80,000, which should cover the initial expenses of nurturing Psyduck, his father explained. 80,000. Xiaomo was taken aback by the substantial amount. He hadn't expected such a figure, which was nearly equivalent to the prize for winning the Kingler Cup. Nonetheless, he was eager to hear the second option. The second option involves a position as a sparring partner for trainers at a battle club, his father continued. What does that mean? Xiaomo asked, puzzled. You could serve as a novice trainer's sparring partner at the Planet Club, where you would receive a salary. This would also allow you to gain experience through battles with other novice trainers. Essentially, it's a job opportunity, his father elucidated. The Planet Club? Xiaomo began to contemplate. The Planet Club is one of the largest battle clubs in the country, with branches in numerous cities, including Jiangxing. To be frank, the benefits offered by the Planet Club are quite impressive. They provide battle arenas, training equipment, personal coaches, and as a novice partner, his combat experience would undoubtedly increase while also earning money. It was akin to killing multiple birds with one stone. I choose the second option, Xiaomo declared after a moment of consideration. Psyduck had already consumed the fortune and aroma berries, and for the time being, it did not require any more nutritional supplies or berries. What it lacked was combat experience. Excellent. I too hope you choose the second option. Tomorrow, simply head to the address on this card. Just inform the staff of your name and phone number, and I wish you great success in the Kingler Cup. His father concluded before heading out. There were matters to attend to at the police station, and he wouldn't be able to sleep at home for the next couple of days. Watching his father hastily leave, Psyduck, cradling its head, suddenly realized it was about to be plunged into an endless cycle of battles. Quack! Psyduck lamented weakly. Chapter 16, The Iron Dumbbell. The following day, Psyduck awoke with great reluctance, and after enjoying a breakfast meticulously prepared by Xiaomo's sister, Xiaomo confidently set off towards the Planet Club. Although Psyduck wore an unwilling expression, it secretly yearned to visit the Planet Club It did not wish to endure a repeat of the Secret Realm experience. And at the very least, becoming as strong as that Mosquito Knight was Psyduck's recent goal. The Planet Club can be deemed a relatively upscale establishment, beloved by the elite for its high-quality battle arenas and equipment. Not far from home, Xiaomo and Psyduck quickly located the Jiangxing branch of the Planet Club. Following the address on the card, as its name implies, the club's emblem is a small planet, although Xiaomo, lacking knowledge in astronomy, could not discern which planet it represented. Not giving it much thought, Xiaomo led Psyduck into the grand hall of the Planet Club, which was impressively spacious. Even the Jiangxing branch exuded an air of sophistication and modernity. The hall was brightly lit, adorned with several columns, each etched with celestial patterns. The overall layout resembled an observatory more than a battle club. From this vantage point, one could see numerous trainers engaged in conversation with their Pokémon. After surveying the surroundings, Xiaomo approached the front desk and found a receptionist who seemed amiable. "Hello, how may I assist you?" she inquired. "I am here to apply for the position of novice sparring partner. I believe I have an appointment. My name is Xiaomo, and my phone number is..." The receptionist smiled slightly and replied, "All right, please hold on for a moment." Meanwhile, in the battle reception room of the Planet Club, Mr. Chun, the branch manager, was currently attending to two esteemed guests. Mr. Chun appeared to be in his 40s, his hair meticulously styled, and he wore gold-rimmed spectacles, embodying the image of a successful individual. Opposite him sat a similarly aged man who, after sipping some berry juice, burst into laughter. "Old friend, you need not praise him so. I know my child's disposition all too well. He can be quite proud." With that, the man extended his large hand to pat the child fiddling with a berry. This child, though admirable in many respects, was far too proud, indeed. One might say he had an inflated sense of self-worth. The boy, appearing to be around 17 or 18, wore glasses and was incessantly fiddling with a berry. After receiving a playful pat from the larger hand, he took a step back, visibly displeased. "Your child is rather different from you as a boy, Mr. Chen remarked with a smile. "Indeed, how could a rough fellow like me produce such a bright child?" The middle-aged man sighed, though it was evident to anyone that he took great pride in his offspring. Who wouldn't he want their child to be a bit smarter? The middle-aged man was the chairman of the Huron group, and after many years in the military, he had now dedicated himself to nurturing his only son into a trainer. The child displayed remarkable tenacity, especially after achieving an impressive record of 20 consecutive victories. His demeanor radiated pride, as he regarded others with an air of superiority. His visit to the Planet Club was intended to enlighten him on the existence of formidable opponents beyond his current realm. The middle-aged man spoke calmly, asserting his intention to temper the boy's arrogance by introducing him to true trainers. "Interesting," Mr. Chin remarked with a smile. "It seems your timing is fortuitous. The club has just the right candidate," he continued, explaining that a friend had previously recommended his son for a part-time sparring role. Although a novice trainer, the son was reputed to possess remarkable abilities, and Mr. Chun suggested a duel between the two newcomers might satisfy the man's expectations. As for matters concerning the secret realm involving Xia Mo, the Trainer Association had enlisted Xia's father to negotiate with the Planet Club, offering him compensation for his involvement. Given the official nature of the Trainer Association, direct dealings with private organizations were not feasible. "That sounds excellent," the middle-aged man responded with a smile. While they conversed, a sudden knock echoed through the door, and Mr. Chin's secretary relayed some news from the front desk. Once the secretary departed, a noticeable smile crossed Mr. Chin's face. "How fortunate. Just as I mentioned the newcomer, he has arrived. Are you both prepared?" "Let us proceed," the middle-aged man replied, rising with a decisive demeanor that reflected his former identity. "Such luxury. One can only assume the remuneration is substantial." Xiaomo mused contentedly. With some leisure time on his hands, he began to explore the surroundings, discovering numerous battle arenas, each catering to various needs, and even indoor facilities. He estimated that the monthly maintenance costs for these arenas must reach astronomical figures. Meanwhile, Psyduck, blissfully unaware, wandered about, cradling its head as it searched for food. "You must be Xiaomo," a stranger, a middle-aged man, greeted him as he rounded the corner. "Indeed, that's me," Xiaomo replied. "Let us skip the pleasantries. Since you were introduced by Xiao1, I must assess your abilities. After all, the Planet Club is not a charitable institution." Xiaowan was Xiaomo's father. "I will take you for a duel against another novice trainer. If you win, your appearance fee will increase by 30% for each match. If you lose, you will remain a regular sparring partner," Mr. Chen explained. The conditions were quite lenient. A victory would yield greater financial rewards, while a loss would simply revert him to his usual role. Xiaomo nodded, recognizing that earning more depended on his own capabilities, which was entirely reasonable. He gleaned from the conversation that his opponent was also a novice trainer, and since they were both beginners, there was little to fear as long as the opponent wasn't the electric type. Confidence, as Mr. Chen remarked, often held more weight than sheer strength. Let us go. I will brief you on your opponent's details, he continued. He is also a prospective senior high school student this year, attending Jiangxing No. 1 High School. His starter Pokémon is a Magnemite, known for its high intelligence. Notably, his trainer is a meticulous strategist, and together they have achieved an impressive 20 consecutive victories. However, do not be overly anxious. His opponents have all been novice trainers as well. Xia Mo's heart quickened at the mention of Magnemite. Clearly, those who frequented the Planet Club were affluent, as acquiring such a Pokémon required a hefty sum, let alone the subsequent training. A well-trained Magnemite could serve as a second brain for a trainer, especially in scientific pursuits, where its evolved form, Metagross, was indispensable. Despite the strength of his opponent, Xia Mo remained unfazed, confident in his Psyduck. Okay, he affirmed, as Psyduck gazed blankly at him, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 17. The Fateful First Battle, Yang Luo vs. Xia Mo. The battlefield arranged by Mr. Chun was an expansive, private arena devoid of spectators. As Xia Mo stepped into the combat zone, excitement surged within him. This marked the first official battle for him and Psyduck. He felt little tension, merely anticipation. Although they had faced several skirmishes in the wilderness, a formal contest was an entirely different affair. I am Yang Luo, the opponent stated coolly, adjusting his glasses as he regarded Xia Mo with indifference. To him, fellow novice trainers were merely stepping stones, unworthy of his attention. This attitude stemmed from his own prowess as an academic high achiever at Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Having never fallen out of the top 3 in examinations and securing 20 victories since acquiring his Pokémon. I am Xia Mo, your opponent, he replied, undeterred by Yang Luo's aloofness. As a novice sparring partner, he aimed to display enthusiasm. Your starter Pokémon is Psyduck, correct? Quite adorable, Yang Luo inquired, his curiosity piqued. While Psyduck was undeniably cute, it was generally regarded as a weaker Pokémon, with its evolved form, Golduck, being significantly stronger. Indeed, but do not underestimate it, Xia Mo asserted, affectionately tousling Psyduck's tuft of hair. Sai. Psyduck responded, brimming with determination for its first official bout. Yang Luo, can't he see I'm mocking him? Clearly, he has been influenced by his Psyduck. Mr. Chun interjected with a smile, clapping his hands to halt their exchange. Friendship comes first, competition second. We shall observe from above. May you both enjoy the battle. Xia Mo then noticed a middle-aged man seated in the audience, likely a relative of Yang Luo. Ignoring the onlookers, Xia Mo and Yang Luo took their positions on opposite sides of the arena, awaiting the commencement of the duel. The arena was a standard battleground, and the rules dictated a single 1v1 match to determine the victor. Please send forth your Pokémon, the referee announced. Go, Psyduck. Upon the referee's signal, Psyduck stepped forward into the arena, cradling its head as it gazed at Yang Luo. Go, Magnemite. As before, win this battle decisively, Yang Luo instructed. Releasing his Pokémon from its Pokeball, which glimmered with a flash of red light. Magnemite's piercing red eyes locked onto Psyduck, its metallic form hovering slightly above the ground. Leaning forward with an increasingly sharp gaze. Begin the battle. Magnemite, tackle. Psyduck, use water gun to push it back. Magnemite's forward-leaning posture showcased its inherent advantages as it launched its attack. The magnetic forces within its mechanical body generated a repulsive effect against the ground, creating a formidable impact as it executed the tackle move. Compared to other Pokémon, Magnemite possessed a significant edge in such physical confrontations. How could flesh compete with steel? With its crimson gaze fixed on Psyduck, Magnemite surged forward like a missile, ready to collide with its opponent. Psyduck felt the pressure mounting. Fortunately, the collision of the iron dumbbell was merely a collision. When Psyduck unleashed its water gun attack against the iron dumbbell, the water gun successfully suppressed the impact of the iron dumbbell. The iron dumbbell, which had been charging forward, gradually came to a halt under the force of the water gun, ultimately coming to a standstill in the midst of its offensive trajectory. Psyduck's water gun had effectively countered the iron dumbbell's assault. Xia Mo remained quite composed about this outcome. After all, Psyduck had consumed 5 Bluckberries, and its water-type energy was exceedingly abundant, making the effectiveness of the water gun hardly surprising. However, Yang Luo held a different perspective. In his prior encounters, he had seen water-type Pokémon use water gun to block the iron dumbbell's charges, yet, predictably, they had all been sent flying. In most cases, once an opponent's Pokémon was struck by the iron dumbbell, it signified the battle's conclusion. The iron dumbbell's mechanical body was no trifling matter. Nevertheless, what many Pokémon had failed to achieve was accomplished by a mere Psyduck. Yang Luo felt a sense of caution. Though he was proud, he was not arrogant. It was evident that Psyduck had been rigorously trained. However, the iron dumbbell was not limited to just one attack. Most Pokémon were incapable of withstanding even that single move. Iron dumbbell, use Psychic. An invisible force emanated from the iron dumbbell, and in an instant, the psychic energy reached Psyduck. The iron dumbbell possessed psychic attributes. How would one defend against such power? Yang Luo pondered. Most novice Pokémon were unable to withstand psychic and ghost-type moves unless they shared the same attributes. But was Psyduck a psychic type? The Pokédex in this world was not particularly comprehensive. Only seasoned water-type trainers knew that Psyduck had psychic attributes. However, Psyduck's psychic abilities were notoriously unstable, leading many to doubt this claim, and thus, the Pokédex did not list Psyduck as possessing psychic attributes. Unfortunately for Yang Luo, this misinformation misled him. Having memorized the Pokédex thoroughly, he was confident that Psyduck lacked psychic abilities and believed he was on the verge of achieving a remarkable 21 consecutive victories. Psyduck, use Psychic. What? Yang Luo questioned whether he had misheard. Could Psyduck truly wield Psychic? Reality forced him to accept the truth, especially when Psyduck's eyes turned blue. The two psychic forces collided and then dissipated into nothingness. Was it true that Psyduck had psychic attributes? Yang Luo had heard rumors about this. But having dismissed them as mere hype due to the Pokédex's omission, he was astounded to discover their veracity today. He never expected this Psyduck to possess psychic-type moves. Meanwhile, in the stands, Yang Luo's father wore a look of astonishment. Although he was aware of Psyduck's psychic attributes, it felt more like a hidden gem, as 9 out of 10 Psyducks lacked such abilities. Otherwise, their market value would have skyrocketed. Our Planet Club's sparring partners do possess some skill, Mr. Chen noted. Though it was also his first time learning of Psyduck's psychic abilities, but that did not prevent him from promoting the Planet Club. At this moment, Yang Luo took a deep breath. The collision could be blocked by Water Gun, and Psychic could be countered by Psychic. The iron dumbbell found itself unable to advance. In that case, Iron Dumbbell, let us use that move. Chapter 18, Psychic Headbutt. Iron Dumbbell, concentrate your psychic energy and use that move. Yang Luo knew that without altering their strategy, he and the Iron Dumbbell stood no chance against Psyduck. Thus, they had no choice but to resort to their trump card. Psychic Headbutt. Indeed, was it that move? Xia Mo narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious. The lethality of Psychic Headbutt was exceptionally high. Capable of determining the outcome in the novice stage, a trainer with such a winning streak was certainly not to be underestimated. Psyduck, concentrate your water gun with psychic energy. Knowing this move, Xia Mo was not without a counter-strategy. Psyduck unleashed water gun, but instead of directing it at the iron dumbbell, it aimed at its own hand. And soon a stream of water gathered in Psyduck's grasp, coalescing into a swirling vortex under the influence of psychic energy. What is that? Yang's father questioned, perplexed by the vortex in Psyduck's hand. Perhaps a tidal whirl? Mr. Chen speculated, uncertain as he too had not anticipated Yang Luo's iron dumbbell using Psychic Headbutt. He had thought Xia Mo would surely lose, yet it seemed they still had a trick up their sleeve. This move was a simulation of water gun that Psyduck had just created after harnessing psychic energy. Xia Mo had later refined it. This water gun combined the powers of both psychic and water types, representing the ultimate technique of both Psyduck and Xia Mo. The blue psychic energy coalescing in Psyduck's eyes appeared more intense than its usual light blue hue. And this fusion of two powers made the whirlpool seem even more formidable than the original version. With outstanding psychic talent, Psyduck unleashed unprecedented strength. Release it, Psyduck. Upon hearing this, Psyduck launched the swirling vortex of water toward the charging iron dumbbell. The form of the psychic headbutt resembled the head of the iron dumbbell. Yet, upon closer observation, the outline of the move was significantly broader. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated throughout the training ground. Yang Luo recognized that something was amiss as he observed Psyduck's vortex. He had never heard of Psyduck possessing such a skill. Moreover, the vortex was immensely larger, surpassing the psychic headbutt in size, indicating that the vortex contained at least as much psychic energy. Unsurprisingly, the iron dumbbell's psychic headbutt could not advance against Psyduck's water vortex, which overpowered the iron dumbbell's attack, and the residual force of the vortex struck the iron dumbbell directly. Although the dual steel and psychic-type iron dumbbell had decent resistance against psychic attacks, the previous collisions and psychic exchanges had already drained its stamina significantly. Now, having used Psychic Headbutt and still finding itself at a disadvantage, the iron dumbbell had no further combat potential left. Ding ding. The battle has concluded. Psyduck emerges victorious. The referee, having observed the situation on the field, promptly announced the result upon receiving Mr. Chen's instruction. It's over, Psyduck, return. Upon hearing the outcome, Xiaomo did not display much joy. Mind your demeanor. I am the coach, and winning is to be expected, he reminded himself internally. It appears the result is in. Xiaomo has truly exceeded my expectations. Psyduck's proficiency with its moves and his command far surpasses that of others in his age group. The Planet Club indeed harbors hidden talents, Yang's father remarked in admiration. To speak of luck, Yang Luo's command wasn't particularly flawed. It was merely a case of a single misstep, Mr. Chen commented. Regardless of the circumstances, I am quite pleased with this outcome. I hope this kid learns not to look down on others. There are always those better than oneself. Yang's father expressed his satisfaction. His purpose in visiting the Planet Club was to see his child experience loss, especially now. Losing to a Psyduck must be quite a blow to his pride. Let us go down and take a look. Meanwhile, Yang Luo sighed as he withdrew the iron dumbbell. Although the iron dumbbell was not unconscious, its energy had been severely depleted, rendering it incapable of further combat. Xiaomo, I will remember you, Yang Luo thought to himself. Facing a peer who had bested him, he felt a twinge of frustration, yet he was not one to shy away from defeat. No one could win indefinitely, but this day had arrived far too soon. He had believed himself to be on the path to a legendary 100 consecutive victories. But it was now clear that he and the iron dumbbell had a long way to go. Are you a student from Jiangxing? Yang Luo inquired. Xiaomo from Class 2, Senior Year, Jiangxing No. 3 Middle School. I attend Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School. We are from the same graduating class, Yang Luo replied. At the onset of the new semester, there will be an inter-school competition involving 8 schools, and I hope you will participate, Yang Luo remarked. The inter-school competition is a prestigious Pokémon tournament jointly organized by 8 high schools in Jiang City, with participants comprising all senior students from these institutions. This competition also serves as a determinant of the relative standing of the 8 schools within the local Pokémon community. The school whose student emerges victorious will be deemed the top high school in Jiang City for that year. Last year, Jiang City No. 1 High School claimed the title. And this year's event has yet to commence. The class teacher had mentioned this during lessons as well. At this moment, Mr. Chun and Yang's father approached. Hearing the dialogue between Xiaomo and Yang Luo, Mr. Chen smiled and said, "It seems you two are getting along splendidly. It promises to be an exhilarating competition. It's hard to fathom that this is a battle between 2 novice trainers." Indeed, Yang's father said, offering a warm smile to Xiaomo before turning to his son. Look, this is what it means to acknowledge the prowess of others. Stop presenting yourself as if others are fools. Though Yang Luo felt a sense of indignation, he could not deny his inferiority in skill and could only bow his head in acquiescence to his father's admonishment. Observing Yang Luo being chastised, Xiaomo felt somewhat bemused, realizing he had inadvertently become a mere tool in this scenario. However, he chose to dismiss the trivialities. As securing a job and salary was paramount, such minor matters were not worth fretting over. This will be all for today. I have some matters to attend to. Yang Luo, let us head home, Yang's father said, secretly pleased to have found a way to discipline his son. The father and son duo did not linger at the Planet Club, and after Mr. Chen saw them off, he resumed his attention to Xiaomo. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Yuan, the head of the Jiang City branch of the Planet Club. I am an old friend of your father's. So you may call me Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, Xiaomo replied, readily complying. Quack, quack. Psyduck chimed in from the side. Mr. Chen smiled slightly, saying, I have observed your performance. We shall sign the contract shortly. Xiaomo nodded, recognizing that the salary at the Planet Club was quite decent, especially considering the wealth of information accessible. Now, let us not dwell too much on work. I heard from Xiaowen that you wish to participate in the Kingler Cup. Correct? From what I gathered during the recent battles, it is evident that you have trained Psyduck with great dedication, exhibiting proficiency in both water-type and psychic-type moves. I believe you are already among the forefront of novice trainers in Jiang City. Upon hearing this, Xiaomo felt a sense of validation regarding his abilities. Particularly after besting Yang Luo, he was beginning to feel a surge of confidence alongside Psyduck. Xiaowen asked me to help you address some of your weaknesses. I presume you have some strategies for dealing with electric-type Pokémon with Psyduck? Mr. Chen inquired. Electric-type attacks represent Psyduck's most significant vulnerability, especially considering the prevalence of electric-type Pokémon in competitions. Not really. My initial thought was to use powerful water jets and psychic abilities against electric types, Xiaomo admitted. That's a practical method, but unfortunately, most electric types can unleash moves like Quick Attack, which would outpace Psyduck's Water Gun, Mr. Chen noted. Xiaomo nodded. acknowledging that this was the most effective strategy he could devise in recent days, unless I wonder if the club can teach moves like barrier or mirror coat. Xiaomo asked. In the game, these moves typically require leveling up to learn, but in this world, there are indeed technical machines available. Mr. Chen chuckled. You needn't dwell on that. Those technical machines are quite expensive. Xiaowen could afford them, but since you are here to work, I assume you wish to be self-sufficient. Moreover, technical machines for psychic, dragon, and ghost-type moves are relatively rare, even if someone possesses them. They are often reluctant to part with them. Currently, only the most basic moves like psychic are available on the market. However, I must say, you have seemingly developed a unique move on your own. It is quite impressive for a novice trainer to achieve such a feat, indicating you are nearing the path of a professional trainer. But I digress, he continued. As you can see, I am your personal coach, and over the next few weeks, I will train Psyduck to face electric-type moves without fear. However, I cannot guarantee the results, as type advantages can be quite challenging to overcome, Mr. Chen stated. Xiaomo nodded. Well aware of how difficult it is to counter type disadvantages, not everyone can master such skills. Chapter 19, a special training session. Mr. Chen approached his tasks with remarkable efficiency. He planned to commence training for Xiaomo and Psyduck that very day. You don't have any other commitments, do you? No. My home is not far from here, so I can stay a bit longer, Xiaomo replied. That is good to hear. You and Psyduck can explore the area a bit. I will prepare and join you shortly. It won't take long, Mr. Chen said. No problem. After saying this, Mr. Chen turned and walked away, seemingly to gather training equipment. As a trainee at the Planet Club, Xiaomo began to wander around, eager to familiarize himself with the workplace. However, after taking just a few steps, Psyduck clutched its head and stubbornly refused to move. Psyduck tilted its head at Xiaomo, who was puzzled at first but soon realized, after spending considerable time together, what Psyduck desired. Are you hungry? Xiaomo inquired. Quack, quack. Isn't it normal to reward oneself after a victory? Xiaomo then recognized that although Psyduck bore no visible injuries, it had undoubtedly expended considerable energy. He promptly decided to take Psyduck out for a meal. Consequently, when Mr. Chen returned, he found neither Xiaomo nor Psyduck present. I should have exchanged contact information first. Mr. Chen thought to himself as he spotted Xiaomo approaching the entrance, carrying Psyduck. I apologize, Uncle Chen. Psyduck exerted quite a bit of energy. So I took it out for something to eat, Xiaomo said sheepishly, scratching his head as he regarded Mr. Chen, who was seated beside the equipment. He felt a bit guilty for having left in haste without notifying Mr. Chen, assuming he must have grown tired of waiting. No worries. A Pokémon stamina is crucial as well. It was my oversight. However, we have a Pokémon Center within the Planet Club, so you won't need to venture out in the future, Mr. Chen reassured him. I was just contemplating that to effectively counter electric-type moves, two aspects are necessary. First, Psyduck must enhance its physical resilience to withstand a couple of attacks before overpowering the opponent, though this is quite challenging. Therefore, we will focus on the second aspect. The second aspect extends from your initial plan. While Water Gun and Psychic are difficult to use against Quick Attack, there is one move that can counter it, Water Pulse. Mr. Chen declared. Water Pulse. Xiaomo pondered thoughtfully. He had considered Water Pulse as well. If utilized correctly, it could be a game changer, offering both offensive and defensive capabilities. However, in comparison to Psyduck's remarkable psychic aptitude, its water-type proficiency was somewhat lacking, which is why Xiaomo had hoped to teach Psyduck moves like Barrier or Mirror Coat. However, with only 3 weeks remaining until the Kingler Cup, Water Pulse was the best option available given the unlikelihood of acquiring those two moves. But with only 3 weeks left, can it be learned? Xiaomo questioned. Don't be fooled by Psyduck's rapid mastery of Psychic and Water Gun. Those are basic skills, and in a game, one could grasp them in under 10 minutes. Water Pulse, however, is quite different. It is a considerably advanced move for Psyduck. Xiaomo expressed skepticism about whether it could be learned in time. If taken seriously, 3 weeks is ample time to master it, especially since Psyduck is a water-type Pokémon. Mr. Chen asserted confidently, holding high hopes for Psyduck. Quack, quack. Psyduck, having just eaten, felt invigorated and full of confidence upon hearing the encouragement. In that case, follow me. Mr. Chen instructed as he led Xiaomo and Psyduck into a private training room. Most move learning is divided into 3 stages. Using Water Pulse as an example, the first stage involves familiarizing oneself with water-type energy, the second stage focuses on accumulating water-type energy, and the third stage entails utilizing that energy effectively. This marks the utilization of the vast majority of techniques. Given that Psyduck is a water-type Pokémon, we can directly bypass the initial 2 steps and proceed to the most challenging third step. On the way to the independent training room, Mr. Chen elucidated the application of techniques. Was it truly this way? Mr. Chen's words opened a new realm of understanding for Xiaomo. No theory could surpass the value of practical experience. Xiaomo finally grasped the operational principles of the techniques, providing a theoretical foundation for future intricate maneuvers. While Xiaomo was engrossed in his studies, Uncle Chen had already led them to a room. This was a dedicated battleground, devoid of ostentatious training equipment, appearing rather ordinary. However, as he accompanied Uncle Chen near a ring, his eyelids involuntarily twitched. At each corner of the ring stood 4 small spectator stands. What could this signify? In the midst of Psyduck's dazed expression, Uncle Chen tossed out 4 pokeballs, and in an instant, 4 graceful figures materialized at the corners of the ring. Vaporeon. The Eevee family is remarkably extensive, with the current known evolutionary forms numbering 5. As an evolution of Eevee, Vaporeon possesses water attributes and far surpasses the capabilities of ordinary Pokémon. A single Vaporeon could secure a place in a commendable university during the National Joint Examination. Now, with the Planet Club unleashing 4 at once, it truly lives up to its reputation as a nationally renowned club, showcasing exceptional prowess. These 4 Vaporeons were indeed club Pokémon, proficiently wielding water pulse. As long as Psyduck stood in the center of the ring, the water pulses would incessantly assault it from all directions, requiring the exclusive use of water pulse for complete defense, while Psychic and Water Gun would prove ineffective. A devilish challenge. This was nothing short of pure malevolence. Although the power of water pulse is relatively modest, its cumulative effect could easily leave Psyduck in a state of bewilderment. Fear not, as long as Psyduck possesses sufficient intellect. Mastery will come swiftly. Moreover, training with water pulse should not exceed an hour daily, otherwise, complications may arise. Rushing toward success is not advisable, should Psyduck sustain severe injuries. Immediate care at the Pokémon Center is paramount. Understood, Xiaomo replied. Then let us allow Psyduck to give it a try. Uncle Chen chuckled. Having imparted this knowledge, Uncle Chen began introducing Xiaomo and Psyduck to the 4 Vaporeons. As Psyduck tilted its head, cradling its own, to inspect Vaporeon, the 4 Vaporeons exchanged bemused glances, feeling as though they had encountered a significant intellectual challenge. Under Uncle Chen's guidance, Psyduck engaged in its initial training with the 4 Vaporeons that day. These Vaporeons, clearly trained to a professional standard, utilized water pulse to the limit of Psyduck's capabilities, forcing it to either evade clumsily or endure minor damage. Thus, in battle against Vaporeon, Psyduck found itself in quite a predicament, with Psychic serving merely as a protective measure, rendering it rather impotent. However, during the encounters, Xiaomo unexpectedly discovered that Psyduck's psychic abilities had advanced, with the blue light in its eyes beginning to veer towards purple. While it remained uncertain whether Psyduck could master water pulse, its psychic powers were undeniably on the rise. Chapter 20, A New Advantage. In the afternoon, following the specialized training, Xiaomo found himself seated within the Pokémon Center. Unsurprisingly, Psyduck had concluded its rigorous training utterly exhausted, having pushed both itself and Xiaomo beyond their limits over the course of the day. Xiaomo, number 23, came the announcement over the intercom, prompting Xiaomo to rise and greet Psyduck. The Pokémon Center was indeed a wondrous place. Observing Psyduck with its head cradled in its arms brought Xiaomo a sense of relief, for this demeanor indicated that Psyduck was unharmed. Quack, quack. Upon emerging, Psyduck grasped Xiaomo's hand and began to lead him outside. Recognizing the familiar gait, Xiaomo understood Psyduck's intent and quickly scooped it up. Hold on. Let us eat first. We can play afterward, Xiaomo reassured. Recently, Psyduck had felt heavier, and after a brief embrace, Xiaomo noticed a slight ache in his arms. Should I consider putting Psyduck on a diet? Xiaomo pondered. Ever since returning from the water forest, he had indulged Psyduck's every culinary whim, resulting in a significant weight increase. As they departed the Planet Club, Uncle Chen had collected today's fresh milk and cookies for them as a staff perk. The sight of the milk and cookies had Psyduck fixated, its eyes glued to the treats. After dinner, observing Psyduck's eager expression, Xiaomo hastily led it to dinner. How delightful! Xiaomo mused as he watched Psyduck relish its eel dish. Even after enduring intense training, Psyduck could find joy in the simplest of fare. However, Xiaomo was not so fortunate. He had invested all his savings into the Magikarp Cup, leaving him perpetually anxious about the outcome. Thus, he resolved to delegate the task of laundering his dirty clothes to Psyduck, though a washing machine would be far more convenient. Xiaomo thought it prudent to exercise Psyduck's newly acquired skills, ensuring that it could also shoulder the responsibility of washing clothes while in the wild. Quack, quack. Upon presenting the pile of dirty laundry before Psyduck, it clutched its head and began to flail in distress. The trainer truly is a tyrant. Yet, resistance was futile, as Xiao effortlessly lifted Psyduck with one hand, initiating a persuasive dialogue. Think about the laundry we'll need to do when we head out, and the training with Water Pulse, and the dire consequences of having no food. Successfully convincing Psyduck to commence hand-washing the clothes in the bathroom, Xiao retreated to his bedroom to reflect. Relying solely on Water Pulse against electric-type Pokémon was undeniably precarious, and Xiao conceived a new strategy. This inspiration struck while tackling problems in his physics workbook, where he stumbled upon a question regarding centrifugal force. Centrifugal force is a fictitious force derived from inertia, propelling rotating objects away from their axis of rotation, an effect of rotation itself. It was this concept that reminded Xiao of a battle tactic from an animated series. The counter shield, also known as the rebound shield, is a strategy developed by Ash Ketchum in the Diamond and Pearl series, which successfully thwarted gym leader Melissa's ghost-type Pokémon's hypnosis, proving pivotal in Ash's victory and garnering praise even from his adversaries. The counter shield enables simultaneous offense and defense. Fundamentally, it is an application of rotation. By employing a Pokémon's rotation, the technique disperses the attack across a vast area rather than concentrating it in a single direction, transforming damage-dealing moves into dual-purpose maneuvers. This technique has inspired numerous new tactics in the animation, but originated from a stunning display in a grand competition, wherein a move enveloped a Pokémon's body without leaving any vulnerabilities, akin to donning a suit of armor. Ash seized this inspiration, successfully crafting a novel strategy. While this technique may not be extraordinary for seasoned trainers, it could undoubtedly assist both Psyduck and Xiao in their encounters with electric-type Pokémon. However, a dilemma arises. Both Water Gun and Psychic could construct a counter shield, yet Psychic resembles a psychic force field, while Water Gun serves as the true counter shield. Nevertheless, Psyduck could only focus on one for learning at this stage. Xiao leaned toward the Water Gun variant of the counter shield, aspiring for Psychic to manifest as a barrier and mirror reflection. After explaining the principles of the counter shield to Psyduck, it predictably responded with a vacant stare, its expression betraying a sense of confusion. The atmosphere felt decidedly dull-witted. It's about rotation, and then using Water Gun. Let us head downstairs to give it a try, Xiao declared, leading Psyduck to the nearest public training ground. The public battle arena included a park, albeit now in the evening, where most people and Pokémon strolled leisurely. This was Xiao's intended destination. Finding a clear space, Xiao addressed Psyduck. This is the spot. Let's begin our experiment. Psyduck surveyed its surroundings, still preoccupied with the thought of spinning in circles while using Water Gun. Quack! Psyduck lowered its head to examine the ground before spinning around twice more, appearing quite dazed, especially while clutching its head. Uffed! Water Gun was unleashed, yet the results were far from satisfactory. The water did not coalesce around Psyduck. Instead, it sprayed chaotically in all directions. Keep spinning while you use it, Xiao reminded. Psyduck complied obediently, but the Water Gun continued to defy its commands, ultimately causing its eyes to swirl like spiral incense, leading it to faintly collapse onto the ground. Upon witnessing Psyduck's state, Xiao slapped his forehead in realization. Why must it rely on its body? Telekinesis would suffice. Xiao found himself in a misconception, as he frequently failed to see Psyduck as a mage. Its true strength lay in its psychic abilities, which could easily be controlled with mental focus. Although a new idea blossomed in Xiao's mind, Psyduck remained in a dazed state. Psyduck, nevertheless, determined to try. Xiao sheepishly offered Psyduck a bottle of sour plum soup. Now, let's attempt using telekinesis to control the water flow and have it spin around you, he instructed. Instantly, Psyduck's eyes sparkled with blue light, and 2 water guns materialized in its hands. It was well versed in controlling water guns with telekinesis. However, this time it was not about fusion, but rather defense. Soon, 2 streams of water spiraled around Psyduck, resembling a suit of armor. Success! Xiao exclaimed, delighted by Psyduck's newfound armor. While methodology is indeed crucial, Psyduck's remarkable talent shone through as it succeeded on the first attempt. By today, Xiao had ceased to agonize over his novice Pokémon. Perhaps Psyduck was the greatest gift of all. Chapter 21, The Second Battle. The following day, Xiao returned to the Planet Club with Psyduck. Once again, Uncle Chun was there to greet them, though he did not immediately escort Xiao to the special training room as before. From today onward, I will not accompany you for the Water Pulse special training. I have other matters to attend to, Uncle Chun announced. Understood, Xiao nodded. All the necessary details had been conveyed on the first day, and now it was up to him and Psyduck to train independently. By the way, Uncle Chun, is there a sparring session today? His primary role at the Planet Club was as a novice sparring partner, primarily earning daily wages and commissions. He had received approximately 400 yuan yesterday, which excited him. If he continued with sparring daily, he could earn over 10,000 yuan a month. Is this the earning potential of a Pokémon trainer? If even a novice like him could earn such a sum, how wealthy must the professional trainers be? Not in the morning, but there should be one in the afternoon. Your current strength is quite formidable among novice trainers, so you are generally not scheduled unless the opponent is equally strong, Uncle Chun replied. Xiaomo understood that his prowess as a novice sparring partner was too great to serve as a challenge for other novices. Uncle Chun likely meant for him to hold back. All right, you two go train. If someone arrives in the afternoon, I will call for you, Uncle Chun said before hastily departing, as he was quite busy as the Planet Club's manager. Xiaomo led Psyduck back to their familiar training room, but this time, Psyduck was no longer clutching its head. It appeared confident and invigorated, having learned the counter-shield technique. Psyduck was brimming with self-assurance now. However, it soon faced a setback when 4 Vaporeons, upon witnessing Psyduck's counter-shield, collectively intensified the power of their water pulses. Once again, Psyduck found itself unable to withstand the water pulses, becoming dazed and drenched, resembling a waterlogged duck. Of course, the counter-shield was not entirely ineffective. Psyduck managed to endure for a noticeably longer duration. After receiving treatment at the Pokémon Center, Psyduck exhibited clear reluctance towards the water pulse training, as the technique had a slight chance of causing dizziness. With a dozen water pulses, it was inevitable that at least one would trigger dizziness, which was an unpleasant sensation. Alas, Xiaomo could only take Psyduck for a stroll, hoping to discover new training equipment. Eventually, he stumbled upon a promising training location, a small pond surrounded by numerous stone pillars, a typical battlefield for water-type battles commonly found in gyms. This was an excellent place to train Psyduck's speed in water. Running slowly on land was inconsequential. Swimming swiftly in water was crucial. Dash Psyduck. You have 3 seconds to reach the target. In the pool, a yellow figure surged forward rapidly, skillfully dodging countless stone pillars until it reached Xiaomo's side. Very impressive. Psyduck, Xiaomo praised. At this point, Psyduck lacked the strength to even clutch its head, lying on the water in a starfish position. I'm really tired. It seemed to convey. As it lay there, Psyduck stealthily glanced at Xiaomo, appearing quite cautious. Observing Psyduck in this state, Xiaomo chuckled. He understood the principle of moderation and did not intend to overstrain Psyduck. At that moment, as the fragrance of pear blossoms wafted through the air, Xiaomo's phone rang. It was Uncle Chin calling, having added Xiaomo's number the previous day. Hello, Xiaomo. Has the special training concluded? There's a novice sparring session this afternoon that requires your participation, Uncle Chun stated directly. All right, Xiaomo replied. Give it your all, don't hold back. It's someone you know. With that, Uncle Chun hung up. A familiar face? Could it be Yang Luo? Xiaomo pondered. The only person Uncle Chun could refer to as a familiar acquaintance was likely Yang Luo, and he was surprised to see him again. Indeed, your iron dumbbell has made significant progress. It nearly defeated Psyduck, Xiaomo remarked as he observed Yang Luo retrieving his iron dumbbell on the battlefield. Yang Luo looked speechless as he glanced at the Psyduck clutching its head, which squinted its eyes and appeared to be smiling. This time, the defeat was even more humiliating than before. The opponent had not attacked at all, but merely used water gun to encircle him. The iron dumbbell's mental thrust simply could not penetrate, forcing him to concede defeat. Since his last loss, Yang Luo had been unable to comprehend how he had been defeated by Psyduck, leading him to seek out Xiaomo once more, resulting in today's scene. Your coordination training with Psyduck is remarkable. How did you achieve that? Yang Luo inquired. He had noticed that Psyduck skillfully blended its water-type energy with its psychic-type energy. This was already a commendable demonstration of coordination. Even Yang Luo himself could not execute 2 moves simultaneously with his iron dumbbell, let alone achieve a synergistic effect. I have it practiced drawing 2 pictures simultaneously using its psychic abilities daily, Xiaomo explained. This training was cultivated in the water forest. However, Xiaomo understood that Psyduck's strength lay not in coordination, but rather in its exceptional psychic talent, allowing it to forcibly control the flow of water gun. A rather fundamental training regimen, Yang Luo replied. He also had his iron dumbbell engage in similar training. But the results were not as impressive as those of Xiaomo and Psyduck. Now it seemed that Psyduck's talent was indeed commendable. And Yang Luo, didn't he feel too disheartened by his defeat? I will return next week. I hope you will still be here. I've been here consistently. Xiaomo replied. Yang Luo nodded, said nothing further, and turned to leave. He had already grasped how to enhance his iron dumbbell. He could achieve what Xiaomo had accomplished. Xiaomo smiled as he watched Yang Luo depart. He was not a bad person, but was overly competitive. By next week, his iron dumbbell might experience a qualitative leap. If it evolves, that could pose a problem, Xiaomo thought to himself. Metagross was exceedingly powerful, and currently, Psyduck would not stand a chance against it. However, Xiaomo was likely overthinking. The iron dumbbell had only been alive for less than 2 months. So evolution was not yet on the horizon. Let us go, Psyduck, it's time for a meal. Xiaomo called. Only the Psyduck in the arena remained motionless, cradling its head as if lost in thought. Psyduck? Xiaomo moved in front of the Psyduck, only to find it with its eyes closed. Its belly gently rising and falling, seemingly asleep. Asleep? Xiaomo felt a twinge of confusion. Ever since he had educated Psyduck during their first night of dancing, it had obediently slumbered within its pokeball after each training session. Particularly now, with daily training, it should have lacked the energy for anything else. Could it be that the recent increase in training intensity had overwhelmed Psyduck? Xiaomo chose not to rouse it, instead returning it to its pokeball, deeming the day's training mission accomplished. Time to rest. Chapter 22. Matters regarding the Magikarp Cup training can be a monotonous endeavor, especially after Psyduck's unexpected nap. Later, when Xiaomo inquired about it, Psyduck's gestures left him perplexed. Fortunately, in subsequent training sessions, Psyduck demonstrated considerable dedication, albeit at the cost of Xiaomo's earnings, which he spent on various supplements and treats to ensure Psyduck was well fed. After all, it was his sole Pokémon, deserving of indulgence. Thus, after approximately half a month of this routine existence, Psyduck exhibited an unforeseen transformation. Following an attack from 4 Vaporeon using Water Pulse, Psyduck suddenly froze in place, and a surge of water energy manifested, creating ripples. Water Pulse. Xiaomo's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Their half-month of effort had finally borne fruit. Splendid, Psyduck, he exclaimed, lifting the now heavier Psyduck into his embrace. To reward your diligent training, let us feast. Choose anything you desire. It's on me, Xiaomo proclaimed with generosity, knowing that his daily salary from the club, regardless of whether anyone sought him for practice, was sufficient to treat both himself and Psyduck to a lavish meal. Quack quack. Psyduck nodded in satisfaction upon hearing of the feast. Its hard work over the past days vindicated. In the afternoon, at the Pokémon Center, after completing their morning training, Psyduck went to the Center for Recovery before heading to a renowned Japanese restaurant famed for its exquisite eel dishes. However, just as they stepped outside, Xiaomo's phone rang. To his surprise, it was his classmate, Zhu Yinghao. Where are you now? Zhu Yinghao inquired. Just left the Pokémon Center, about to grab a bite. What is up? Xiaomo replied. Where are you eating? Zhu Yinghao pressed. At the titled Japanese restaurant. Perfect. Stay at the Pokémon Center for a bit. I'll be there shortly. I have something important to discuss with you. Xiaomo raised an eyebrow in confusion. What scheme was this chubby friend concocting? The sun blazed overhead, and Psyduck, clearly uncomfortable in the heat, could not afford to linger idly. Let us grab some cold drinks, shall we, Psyduck? Xiaomo suggested. Quack quack. Psyduck readily agreed. While waiting for Zhu Yinghao, they purchased 2 cups of orange juice from a shop adjacent to the Pokémon Center, both reveling in their refreshing drink. Psyduck savored the beverage with fervor before suddenly looking at Xiaomo with a pensive expression, prompting Xiaomo to hastily finish his drink. Psyduck, seemingly disheartened, stood still, lost in thought. Before long, Zhu Yinghao, sporting sunglasses, appeared before Xiaomo, panting and clutching his stomach. Let us go, titled Japanese restaurant. I'm treating, he declared. Xiaomo hesitated. This unexpected generosity raised his suspicions. In the past, whenever they got into trouble, it was Xiaomo who bore the blame, with Zhu Yinghao later treating him to a meal. But this time, Xiaomo had done nothing wrong. What is this important matter you mentioned? He inquired, wary of the situation. There's no rush. Let us eat first and discuss as we go, Zhu Yinghao suggested, adding, I haven't eaten yet, either. What is the matter? Xiaomo pressed, sensing something amiss. I just need a small favor from you. Don't worry, it won't be too difficult, Zhu Yinghao quickly assured him, noticing Xiaomo's reluctance to budge. All right then, let us go, Xiaomo relented, curiosity piqued about Zhu Yinghao's intentions. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the Japanese restaurant. Xiaomo glanced at the sign, which bore only 2 elegantly simple characters, exuding a sense of sophistication. The titled Japanese restaurant was a prestigious establishment, renowned for its ambience and atmosphere. Xiaomo had only dined there a few times with his mother, as few restaurants could meet her discerning standards, and the prices were steep. A single meal typically cost around 4 figures, with specialized ingredients for Pokémon, ensuring a minimum spend of 3,000. Given the price Zhu Yinghao was willing to cover, Xiaomo sensed that there was more to this situation than met the eye. Though he trusted his friend would not lead him astray, the two navigated the restaurant with ease, approaching the reception. Sister Lu, my friend and I would like a quiet room, please. Xiaomo casually requested, only to remember, oh, I forgot this is your family's place. Zhu Yinghao's family owned the restaurant, which explained how they could afford to keep a Snorlax. Once seated in their room, Zhu Yinghao revealed his purpose. I heard you're participating in the Magikarp Cup in Modu, he stated. Who told you? Xiaomo inquired, intrigued. Few knew of his plans, as he had not widely advertised it. Yang Luo informed me, Zhu Yinghao replied honestly. You know Yang Luo? Xiaomo was taken aback. Yang Luo was known to be somewhat aloof, seemingly uninterested in many people. Yes, our families have a cooperative relationship, Zhu Yinghao explained. That makes sense. Recently, we opened a new fruit beverage shop, and I intended to promote it in Modu. With the Magikarp Cup coming up, I thought it would be a great opportunity for advertising. However, the costs for advertising at the Cup are exorbitant. I figured I could ask participating trainers to help promote it, but they need to be somewhat competent. Otherwise, if they don't even make it to the top 16, it wouldn't be effective. I initially thought Yang Luo would compete, but he told me he wouldn't be participating, mentioning that someone from Jiangxing 3 High School was stronger than him, and suggested I seek you out. I was surprised to learn that you were the one he referred to. Zhu Yinghao finished, looking at Xiaomo with eager anticipation. Xiaomo understood now. Zhu Yinghao wanted him to endorse the beverage shop. You're treating me to this meal. So I'll agree, but is there any compensation for the endorsement? He asked. Of course. I've researched the Magikarp Cup's popularity. Any trainer who makes it to the top 16 will have their battles streamed live on online platforms, and journalists will come to interview them. If you reach the top 16, you'll receive a 3% share of the profits. Zhu Yinghao said, gesturing grandly. This fee was substantial, particularly since the fruit beverage shop was a national chain, potentially earning hundreds of thousands in a year. What if I win the championship? Xiaomo queried. Win the championship? My dear classmate, are you unaware of the prestige of the Magikarp Cup? Zhu Yinghao exclaimed. To be honest, I'm not very familiar with it, Xiaomo admitted. Which was the truth. He didn't know much about the cup's significance. Allow me to enlighten you. Chapter 23. The trainer stage. The Magikarp Cup is a traditional event in Modu, primarily catering to aspiring senior students like us. Although all participants are newcomers, and their Pokémon are unlikely to be particularly strong, the top 4 each year typically consist of evolved forms of Pokémon. For instance, last year's top 4 were Ivysaur, Raichu, Gengar, and the champion was a Metagross, which is the same evolution as Yang Luo's Pokémon. Individuals of this caliber are generally supported by their families. They invest various resources into their newly acquired Pokémon, enabling evolution within a mere 2 months. Such individuals are inevitably destined to become professional trainers, Zhu Yinghao remarked. Xiaomo fell silent, taken aback by the presence of so many formidable trainers at a seemingly insignificant rookie tournament. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that he and Psyduck were not to be underestimated. I understand, but I must insist on clarifying. If I make it into the top 8 or even the final 4, will my endorsement fee see a corresponding increase? Zhu Yinghao was momentarily startled. He hadn't anticipated Xiaomo's unwavering confidence. However, he had come well prepared. Naturally, your earnings are fixed, but reaching the top 8 and final 4 will grant you cash bonuses. I assure you, I won't leave you without compensation for your promotional efforts. Then I have no objections. How shall I promote for you? Xiaomo inquired. I've arranged for a special outfit to be made for you. You simply need to wear it when you take the stage, Zhu Yinghao said, producing a set of clothing. It was a 4-piece ensemble consisting of a short-sleeve jacket, a shirt, trousers, and a cap. The predominant colors were blue and white, with a large cup emblazoned on the back of the jacket, accompanied by the words Yinghao Fruit Industry. Overall, it exuded a refreshing yet somewhat rustic charm. What do you think? Care to try it on? Zhu Yinghao asked. There's no need. I will definitely wear it when the time comes, Xiaomo replied, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at the outfit. However, the thought of the exorbitant endorsement fee made it more palatable. At that moment, as Zhu Yinghao and Xiaomo were engaged in their discussion, an array of delectable dishes was laid out on the table, promptly snatched by Psyduck using its psychic abilities, indulging alongside Snorlax beneath the table. Xiaomo, drawn by the sounds, glanced at the somewhat sparse table and then at Psyduck below. Quack, quack. Psyduck sheepishly scratched its head, overwhelmed by the delicious food, unable to contain its enthusiasm. Hello, waiter. Please bring another table of the same. Zhu Yinghao waved his hand grandly, distributing the remaining food to the 2 Pokémon. He and Xiaomo would suffice with 1 table. That evening, Xiaomo sought out Uncle Chun, eager to showcase Psyduck's training progress, specifically, its newfound ability to use water pulse. He had originally planned to demonstrate this in the afternoon, but discussions with Zhu Yinghao had extended into the night. Have you grasped water pulse? Uncle Chin inquired. When combined with psychic abilities, Psyduck, given its current strength, should have no trouble making it into the top 16, provided it doesn't encounter any of the favored contenders. Indeed. However, even if we do face those top contenders, Psyduck and I are not afraid. Right, Psyduck? Xiaomo turned to Psyduck, who was adorably cradling its head in its flippers, gazing back at him. Interpreting Psyduck's wise expression as a sign of confidence, Xiaomo felt reassured. Don't be complacent. Besides the acknowledged favorites, there are countless trainers laboring diligently in the shadows. While you and Psyduck have certainly put in the effort, this merely meets the basic requirements for trainers. You must understand that in Magic City, there are innumerable establishments akin to the Planet Club where others also seek out coaches and sparring partners, Uncle Chin advised. Xiaomo's countenance clouded. It sounded daunting. Wasn't this merely a rookie cup? Observing Xiaomo's expression, Uncle Chin chuckled. Huh? I merely wish to temper your pride. After all, the King Carp Cup is indeed just a rookie tournament, and the competitors are all in the same boat as you. There's no need for excessive worry. Of course, worrying now serves no purpose. The King Carp Cup is imminent, and your focus should be on mastering water pulse to significantly enhance Psyduck's combat capabilities. Wait a moment. Just as Xiaomo was preparing to leave, Uncle Chin called out to him. As the head of the club, he had countless matters to attend to daily, and naturally, he had entrusted Xiaomo to the care of 4 water-type Pokémon. He had initially assumed that without external encouragement, Psyduck would take some time to learn water pulse. But he was pleasantly surprised by the discipline exhibited by both Xiaomo and Psyduck. This newfound admiration prompted Uncle Chin to share some additional insights, especially considering Xiaomo's father was a police officer, likely busier than himself. Do you know how trainers are categorized after many years in the field? Uncle Chin posed. Is it based on gym leaders and Elite Four? Xiaomo pondered, recalling works from his previous life, but ultimately shook his head. You are already considered exceptional among rookie trainers, a fact evidenced by your victory over Yang Luo. However, the category of rookie trainers is quite broad. Strictly speaking, anyone registered as a trainer within the first year is classified as a rookie. Given the new policies, most rookie trainers are soon to be seniors in high school, and your primary competitors will be these individuals. Your starting line is the same. Next, there are ordinary trainers whose Pokémon have been cultivated for a considerable time. The quality of their Pokémon is not to be underestimated, and in the short term, you and Psyduck may find it challenging to outmatch them. Additionally, these trainers constitute the largest demographic. Then there are the key trainers nurtured by various universities, representing an important echelon within the training community. For instance, members of the Jiangxing University team frequently compete on behalf of their institution. These are the elite trainers. Furthermore, there are individuals who are on the cusp of becoming professional trainers, but have not passed the certification for various reasons. Some continue to strive for their professional trainer status, while others have assimilated into various societal roles, such as police officers or firefighters, or even as specialized coaches within clubs. These individuals form the backbone of the trainer community, as many trainers may never attain professional status in their lifetimes. Lastly, we have professional trainers, like your father, who primarily engage in frontline battles, guarding and exploring secret realms to ensure the safety and prosperity of ordinary citizens. This is also why your father cannot personally mentor you. Every professional trainer is exceedingly busy, and a moment's negligence can lead to grave consequences, resulting in a consistently low number of professionals in the field. The road ahead remains long, Xiaomo mused. Rookie trainers, ordinary trainers, elite trainers, seasoned trainers, professional trainers. These are the 5 stages of trainers. Such knowledge should have been self-evident. However, hearing it from Uncle Chin provided a more profound understanding than he had previously possessed. Chapter 24. Here we go. Off to Magic City. In the following days, Xiaomo and Psyduck engaged in repetitive training routines. In truth, Psyduck had hit a plateau, and the specialized training had become somewhat monotonous. Xiaomo found it challenging to introduce new variations, especially as the redundancy began to dampen Psyduck's enthusiasm, rendering even culinary temptations insufficient to reignite its spirit. Fortunately, Psyduck's mastery of water pulse had improved significantly, allowing for greater control. Xiaomo attempted to teach Psyduck to use water pulse as a counter shield, but success eluded them. He speculated that the energy of water pulse was too potent for Psyduck's current psychic abilities to manipulate effectively. During the final week, Xiaomo and Psyduck focused on solidifying their training achievements. Despite Psyduck's waning enthusiasm, it managed to meet the training requirements. All right, Psyduck, EV, we can stop now. As Xiaomo's voice echoed through the Planet Club, the water-type EVs ceased their assault, and Psyduck retracted its water pulse. This marked the conclusion of their final day of intensive training at the Planet Club. Tomorrow, they would set off from Magic City to participate in the King Carp Cup. Thank you for everything these past few weeks, Uncle Chun, Xiaomo expressed, glancing at the middle-aged man beside him. There's no need for gratitude. Your dedication has been commendable. The efforts you and Psyduck have put forth will not be in vain. I look forward to seeing both of you on television, Uncle Chun replied. Quack, quack. Psyduck chimed in, sensing an unusual atmosphere. Rest assured, await my good news, Xiaomo declared, lifting Psyduck into his arms. The duck seemed heavier than before, making it somewhat strenuous to hold. Xiaomo's rigorous training came to a definitive conclusion today. The intensive sessions conducted at the Planet Club, aimed at preparing for any potential encounters with electric-type Pokémon, had finally reached their end. After bidding farewell to Uncle Chun, Xiaomo and his Psyduck departed from the premises, likely not to return for some time. Upon arriving home, Xiaomo opened his wardrobe and retrieved a striking blue and white outfit, designed for him by Zhu Yinghao as promotional apparel, coupled with a pair of blue and white sneakers he had sourced himself. This ensemble was intended for his participation in the Kingler Cup. Who would have anticipated that at such a young age, he would become a brand ambassador? Truly, he was achieving remarkable feats at a tender age. Speaking of which, it seems that being a Pokémon trainer in this realm is quite lucrative. The Kingler Cup is among the most popular events in the metropolis, with ticket sales alone filling the organizers' coffers to the brim, coupled with online broadcasting and advertising revenues. The profits are beyond Xiaomo's wildest imagination. This phenomenon is dictated by the nature of this world. Traditional sports such as basketball and football have garnered little interest here. Who wouldn't he prefer a magical showdown? As Xiaomo pondered these thoughts, his sister, Xiaoyan, entered the room, still adorned in her refreshing attire. Everything's in order. My Psyduck is no longer the clumsy creature that merely covers its head, he asserted. Turning to the Psyduck, he added, Isn't that right, Psyduck? He glanced back to find the Pokémon tilting its head at his sister. All right. It seems you are brimming with confidence, Xiaoyan teased, suppressing a laugh before descending the stairs. You yellow-feathered duck, you can't take a compliment at all. Xiaomo observed his Psyduck in exasperation. While others had obedient and sensible Pokémon, his own seemed more inclined towards playful antics. On his final day at home, Xiaomo and Psyduck fully relaxed, lying on the garden lawn gazing at the stars and moon. In this world devoid of light pollution, countless stars adorned the night sky. Psyduck, which star do you find most beautiful? Psyduck pointed towards the brightest star. Ah, that one. That S Polaris, the brightest star in the sky. Psyduck seemed quite elated. It had not seen the night sky for a long time, and these days devoid of training were truly delightful. Xiaomo felt similarly. He rarely had the opportunity to pause and appreciate this new world, realizing how stunning the night sky could be. Understood, Mom. It's all right. I'm about to come of age. So there's nothing to worry about. Xiaomo concluded a call with his mother, stifling a yawn. He had boarded the high-speed train early that morning, and no sooner had he settled in than his mother, who was overseas, had called with a barrage of reminders. After all, this was his first venture far from home. Ordinarily, someone should accompany him, but his father was perpetually busy, having only recommended the Planet Club during their last encounter. His sister, Xiaofu, was out enjoying time with friends, leaving him to embark on this journey alone to the metropolis. The Kingler Cup's rookie battle tournament would commence tomorrow, with 3 days of preliminary rounds followed by the main event, spanning roughly a week. This meant that Xiaomo and Psyduck would be residing in the metropolis for a week. While he felt no trepidation regarding the competition itself, he was acutely aware of the exorbitant hotel prices, especially during peak tourist season, compounded by the excitement surrounding the Kingler Cup. Ultimately, it would be his father footing the bill. Fortunately, I had the foresight to book the hotel in advance. Had I waited, I might have found myself sleeping on the streets. How dull that would have been. As the high-speed train sped along, Xiaomo found himself growing somewhat restless, eagerly anticipating his arrival. Stepping into the bustling metropolis, he hummed a cheerful tune. After disembarking, he released Psyduck, believing that such an international city deserved to be shared with his companion. However, amidst the throngs of people, Psyduck appeared rather overwhelmed. Clinging tightly to Xiaomo's leg. Let me see. The Oriental Pearl competition venue. Where should we head? He mused. Never mind. Let us head to the hotel first. Then we can register. Having deliberately chosen a hotel near the venue, Xiaomo acknowledged the expense, but felt it was worth it to avoid the city's congestion. After a brief search, he found the hotel, recorded a video for his parents, and then began browsing online discussions about the Kingler Cup. Unsurprisingly, The excitement surrounding the event had begun to swell. As one of the most prestigious rookie tournaments, the Kingler Cup's popularity had grown year after year. With competitors becoming increasingly formidable, posts were already predicting the top 4 contenders for this year's tournament. Curious, Xiaomo clicked on one of the hottest threads titled Analysis of Kingler Cup Competitors and Predictions for the Top 4. While he held confidence in Psyduck's abilities, understanding both himself and his opponents was crucial for success. Thus, pre-competition intelligence analysis was vital, especially with readily available information online. Chapter 25. Whose rookie Pokémon is the Shirue bird? The annual Kingler Cup recently commenced in the metropolis, and let us follow the editor's perspective to explore the noteworthy competitors in this event. The post exuded an air of journalism, prompting Xiaomo to suspect it might be an official release. First introduced was the hot contender, Feng Yi, a rookie trainer boasting a Scyther. A local student from the metropolis, he had only trained the Scyther for 2 months, but had already achieved an impressive 18 consecutive victories at the Stellar Club, defeating several seasoned trainers in the process. The Stellar Club, akin to the Planet Club, stands as one of the largest battle clubs in the country, with the former being its headquarters. An 18-match winning streak at the headquarters was sufficient to ensure Feng Yi's prominence in this competition. Next was Yufeng from the Imperial capital, whose starter Pokémon was a Charmander, which had recently evolved into a Charmeleon. Moreover, he had successfully triumphed over a rookie Pokémon of an ordinary trainer, an impressive feat considering that such Pokémon had been trained for at least a year. Xiaomo's eyes widened. Setting aside the evolution of a starter Pokémon, defeating an ordinary trainer's initial Pokémon was indeed an extraordinary accomplishment for a rookie trainer. Xiaomo took a deep breath and continued reading. The third contestant was a young girl named Lin Duo, whose starter Pokémon was the relatively rare psychic type, Abra. Although her battle record was scarce, possessing such a rare Pokémon was already a testament to her capabilities. The description of the third contender was brief. Yet, as the post suggested, having an Abra inherently showcased her prowess, particularly with its rare psychic attributes, provided the trainer did not falter. Achieving a commendable rank should be relatively effortless. The fourth competitor, and the one the editor had the highest hopes for, was Cui Shuang from Hejin Province, whose starter Pokémon was the Shirue bird. Xiaomo instinctively flinched. Wasn't this a rookie tournament? How could such a Pokémon appear? With Charmeleon, Abra, and Scyther all in the mix, it seemed his chances of victory were rather grim. No, he could not continue reading. It would only lead to trouble. Xiaomo set down his phone and, calling for Psyduck, exited the hotel without looking back. Registration for the Kingler Cup could be completed online. As there were limited slots for participants, latecomers would have to settle for being spectators. Many competitors, like Xiaomo, were not locals of the metropolis. And when it came to Huaxia, one thing was certain, there were plenty of people. Regardless of the type of competition, it was always overflowing with participants and spectators alike. Other regions also hosted similar rookie tournaments, but their prestige and rewards paled in comparison to the Kingler Cup. Notably, statistics indicated that nearly 70% of the top 4 contenders ultimately became professional trainers, with the renowned Huaxia Dragon King having risen to fame through the Kingler Cup. Under the iconic Oriental Pearl, at the contestant registration desk, Xiaomo emerged from the hotel and, after a leisurely stroll of about 10 minutes, found himself queuing for half an hour. At last, it was his turn to register. The young lady behind the computer screen scarcely glanced at Xiaomo, merely extending her hand. "Your ID, please." Xiaomo promptly retrieved his identification card and handed it over. This step was crucial for binding his identity as a trainer with his registration details. A mere swipe of the ID would suffice to access his registration information. Xiaomo, a student from Jiangxing No. 3 Middle School, was a novice trainer, with Psyduck as his starter Pokémon. After a brief verification of his information, the registrar produced a card and handed it to him. "This is your competition information card. Please take care not to misplace it. Should you lose it, you can retrieve your details using your trainer ID on the event's official website." "Thank you," Xiaomo replied as he stepped away from the queue, clutching his ID and card. His contestant number was 249. Xiaomo couldn't help but chuckle, relieved it wasn't a full digit longer. Otherwise, it might have been a bit too auspicious. A small comfort to himself, he noted the details of his preliminary match. The venue was Field 9 in Zone C, scheduled for tomorrow at 9 a.m., against opponent number 398. Could he access information about his opponent's registration? Did this imply the possibility of scouting his adversary? Intelligence gathering was undoubtedly a vital aspect of competition, though it appeared that not everyone was keen on sharing their information. With only a single number to go by, the task seemed daunting. Xiaomo felt a pang of anxiety. He had no channels for information gathering in the bustling metropolis, leaving him in the dark regarding his opponent's Pokémon. However, the silver lining was that his opponent was equally ignorant of his Psyduck. Given that Xiao had just arrived in the city a day prior, any informants would find it difficult to acquire details about him. In his hotel room, Psyduck frolicked curiously in the bathroom, splashing water about, while Xiao pondered strategies to overcome his formidable adversaries, Scyther, Charizard, Kadabra, and Noctowl. His aspiration was nothing short of the championship, which meant he would inevitably face these four opponents. Rather than devise strategies on the fly during battles, he preferred to contemplate his approach beforehand. Among these Pokémon, he was least concerned about Charizard, as the type advantages were decidedly in Psyduck's favor. While Scyther possessed notable speed and attack prowess, Psyduck, with its psychic and water attributes, would not be easily outmatched. As for Kadabra, despite the challenges it posed, Xiao felt he could devise a plan. His greatest apprehension rested with Noctowl, a Pokémon boasting both dragon and flying attributes. Dragon types were inherently powerful, and should Noctowl learn Dragon Breath, it could unleash devastating attacks while airborne. Xiao could already envision Psyduck scurrying in panic. Was this Chui Shuang truly a novice trainer? How could he be so formidable? Xiao meticulously scrolled through his phone, searching for information about Chui Shuang. Although the internet provided an abundance of data, it lacked any record of his battle history. Most posts merely showcased an image of Noctowl, proclaiming Chui Shuang to possess the potential of a champion. Xiao mused that this was hardly newsworthy. However, after perusing numerous posts, he stumbled upon a surprising find. Kingler Cup contestant Pokémon data, just right to us. This post, saturated with promotional flair, turned out to be an informative one, with comments suggesting its authenticity rather than being a mere bait and switch. All it required was the opponent's registration number. And the price was reasonably low. It seemed worth a try. With a mixture of skepticism and hope, Xiao contacted the source, and, for a modest fee, successfully acquired information on his opponent, number 398. The data was succinct. Contestant 398, Pokémon, Machop. Chapter 26. The first match, a showdown between Machop and Psyduck. Greetings to all viewers before their screens. Today marks the inaugural day of the Kingler Cup in the bustling metropolis of Magic City. We can see that numerous contestants have gradually arrived at the competition venue. May I ask, are you also here to participate in the Kingler Cup? Xiao stood, momentarily bewildered, as a reporter approached him with a camera, having just entered Zone C. He contemplated declining, but an idea struck him, and with a broad smile, he addressed the camera. Indeed, I am a contestant in this competition. Wonderful. May I know your name and your aspirations for this event? The reporter, having finally found a contestant with a decent presence, launched a barrage of questions. I am Xiao from Yinghao Fruit Company. Enjoy fruit tea. Come to Yinghao Fruit Company. As for my aspirations, I aim for the championship, Xiao replied nonchalantly. Thank you for your time. We shall move on to the next contestant. The reporter's expression turned sour, realizing he had inadvertently become a walking advertisement for the television station. Fortunately, it was merely the first day, and the preliminary matches had yet to draw a large audience. As the preliminaries spanned the next 2 days, numerous venues would host simultaneous battles. Xiao had learned the day before that he was assigned to Zone C. This format would persist until the top 128 competitors emerged. At that point, each match would take place in the same arena, with spectators filling the stands and media coverage flooding in, marking the moment contestants truly entered the public eye. Traditionally, during the top 16 matchups, not only media representatives would attend, but many professional trainers and public figures would also grace the venue with their presence. Phew, so many people. It's quite warm. Inside the Oriental Pearl Arena, although the audience had yet to arrive, the sheer number of contestants created a cacophony, making Xiao long for a cooler refuge. Have you heard? A dark horse has emerged in Zone A. That trainer defeated his opponents using Onyx without even employing any moves, relying solely on brute strength. The preliminaries commenced at 8 a.m., and Xiao was not among the first arrivals. Many trainers had already begun to showcase their talents, including several seeded competitors. As he listened, he noted that aside from the 4 evolutive Pokémon he was familiar with, numerous other formidable trainers were present. The Kingler Cup is truly a gathering of hidden talents, Xiao exclaimed. He was surprised to see a Pokémon as rare as Spearow, seldom seen in their country, but he was relieved to have triumphed. What an exhilarating battle. I'm grateful for my victory. As he overheard conversations among competitors who had completed their matches, Xiao felt a sense of calm rather than anxiety. Observing the ongoing battles, he noted that most trainers were indeed novices, unfamiliar with their Pokémon's moves and lacking in strategic direction. Many of their Pokémon, having only hatched 2 months prior, were quickly exhausted after a few moves, resulting in matches that resembled infantile skirmishes. Most participants appeared to be mere spectators, ultimately serving as stepping stones for those who were serious about competition. At this realization, Xiaomo understood that the rigorous training he and Psyduck had undergone over the past 2 months had not been in vain. The novice trainer's Pokémon would likely fall to Psyduck in mere moments. Soon, it was Xiaomo's turn to take the stage. He arrived early at Field 9 in Zone C, and when the referee announced his number over the loudspeaker, Xiaomo raised his hand and stepped into the enclosed arena. Simultaneously, he spotted his opponent, a bespectacled young man. While Xiaomo typically brims with confidence, he found it difficult to muster any nerves in this setting. The referee announced, "The battle will be a 1v1 format. Please send out your Pokémon, and upon my command, the battle will commence." In this formal setting, no Pokémon could be released outside of their Pokeballs, and Psyduck was obliged to remain inside its encapsulation. Moreover, as all participants are novice trainers, each possessing but a single Pokémon, there exists no additional formalities. Upon the referee's command, the battle commences directly. Please offer your guidance. Opposite Xiaomo, the boy retrieved his Pokeball, summoning his Machop. Machop, a bipedal Pokémon, boasted robust limbs and exuded an imposing presence. "So do I," Xiaomo replied, gracefully tossing his Pokeball to release his Psyduck, seamlessly catching the ball afterwards in a fluid motion. The act appeared remarkably artistic and dashing, especially paired with his blue and white attire, reminiscent of a protagonist from a novel. The boy across from Xiaomo, witnessing his impressive demeanor, felt a pang of irritation. "Is it really fair for you to be this handsome as a novice trainer?" Following the referee's declaration to begin the match, the boy, slightly agitated, commanded, "Machop, use Karate Chop. Psyduck, counter with Water Gun." Xiaomo asserted, and before Machop could execute its attack, it was struck by a powerful water gun, propelled backwards. Despite its muscular build resisting the force, Machop was ultimately sent flying by Psyduck's relentless onslaught. Unsurprisingly, the opponent proved to be a novice, vastly inferior to Yang Luo. Psyduck had barely exerted itself before the foe was downed. With Machop unable to continue, Xiaomo, number 398, advanced to the next round. After the referee announced the results, Xiaomo returned Psyduck to its Pokeball and made his way directly back to the hotel. Lying on his bed, he first shared the good news with his sister, then conducted a brief training session with Psyduck before browsing through posts online. As he scrolled, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a short video titled, "Scyther's First Battle, Sharp Scythes." The video commenced, showcasing 2 Pokémon in the arena, Scyther and Sloth. The filming perspective appeared to be from outside the arena. Sloth, a normal-type Pokémon, exhibited balanced attributes aside from its laziness. The video indicated it had been well-trained, boasting a lustrous coat and a healthy appearance. However, compared to the imposing Scyther, its presence seemed considerably diminished. As the battle commenced, Scyther soared into the sky, securing an advantageous position, for Sloth possessed no effective means to counter it. Yet, Fang Yi clearly did not wish for a drawn-out battle. He commanded Scyther to attack. "Use Metal Claw." Scyther's pincers shimmered with a slight change in hue before it unleashed a fierce strike towards the grounded Sloth. With a resounding impact, Sloth was sent flying. And before it could react, Scyther executed a wing attack, completely incapacitating Sloth. Chapter 27, Mismagius. In the afternoon, at the familiar arena, Xiaomo prepared for his second battle. One cannot deny the tremendous allure of the Kingler Cup. Each participant is required to engage in 2 battles per day across multiple venues simultaneously. Without such a structure, completing all matches within a week would be nearly impossible. Psyduck, quite adorable indeed, but you'll face considerable challenges against my Mewtwo. Xiaomo's opponent appeared quite talkative, exuding an air of pressure, a trait that might unsettle another contender. However, Xiaomo was no ordinary trainer. He understood the importance of maintaining composure, especially in a televised event. Though Mewtwo possessed a type advantage, Xiaomo was brimming with confidence, for he was well aware that triumph against type matchups was not an uncommon occurrence. Besides, with Psyduck's strength, the notion of a comeback was more akin to a complete domination. At the referee's signal, a water gun struck Mewtwo with precision, sending it soaring before it could muster a defense, ultimately rendering it incapable of battle. Witnessing Mewtwo's swift defeat, Xiaomo's opponent turned crimson, muttering phrases like, "Unfair, rematch. My Mewtwo trains rigorously every day. How could this happen?" Number 398, Xiaomo, advanced again, and the referee cast a glance at him, recalling that he had officiated Xiaomo's earlier match. Despite overseeing numerous battles throughout the day, Xiaomo had left a lasting impression in his memory. 2 water guns had effortlessly vanquished 2 opponents. Such prowess was comparable to that of seed competitors. Psyduck's combat aptitude indeed stood out, prompting the referee to silently remember this trainer. Excellent, Psyduck, let us continue our ascent. After 2 battles, Xiaomo gained insight into his own strength. The specialized training for Psyduck had not been in vain. While their peers were still frolicking and napping, Psyduck had already commenced its rigorous training. These 2 opponents clearly lacked breeding experience, and it was evident that the majority of trainers present shared this trait. Many were merely participants, perhaps fortunate enough to encounter similar competitors to advance, but the progression of the matches would ultimately eliminate such individuals. After concluding his second battle, Xiaomo did not rush to depart. Instead, he leisurely wandered around the arena, searching for noteworthy opponents. After all, the information purchased only revealed Pokémon species, leaving other details undisclosed. As he passed a particular arena, he noticed a crowd gathered, and curiosity compelled him to push towards the front. There, he beheld 2 Pokémon engaged in battle, a Drowsy and a Mismagius. Xiaomo immediately recognized the ghostly Pokémon, cloaked in dark hues with strands of pinkish hair. Mismagius emitted a peculiar light, striking Drowsy and inducing confusion. Although ghost-type Pokémon are rare, Xiaomo's attention was captivated by Mismagius's training. The confused state would cause the opponent to inadvertently attack itself, albeit with less than 100% certainty, necessitating a head-to-head confrontation. Clearly, direct confrontation was not the forte of ghost types, so Mismagius employed an alternative strategy, utilizing its flight and speed to toy with Drowsy, ultimately concluding with a well-placed Psybeam. Remarkably, throughout the entire process, Mismagius's trainer remained silent, relying solely on Mismagius's initiative. Xiaomo regarded Mismagius with admiration. Realizing that a battle against it with Psyduck would likely prove arduous, he had not anticipated encountering such a formidable trainer here. Who is that? They appear exceptionally strong. A bystander inquired. That's Inlu from the Shadow Temple. She has never left the temple prior to the Kingler Cup. It's understandable that you are unaware of her. Another bystander responded. The Shadow Temple, indeed. The news sparked a flurry of murmurs, with the crowd taken aback by this revelation. If she has never left the temple, how do you know of her? Another bystander probed. Oh, because I am her master, came the composed reply. Temples are a unique phenomenon in this world, predominantly established by retired professional trainers with the intent of nurturing future trainers. Unlike universities, students at temples focus solely on one discipline, Pokémon battles, neglecting all else. Upon entering a temple, students pledge allegiance to a master who subsequently oversees their sustenance, living arrangements, and training. It draws parallels to ancient sects, albeit with the focus shifting from humans to Pokémon. Although their skill trees may be somewhat unconventional, their battle capabilities are undeniably potent. However, temples typically refrain from participating in such competitions. Most training occurs under the guidance of temple instructors, with battles confined to inter-temple contests. After watching the Mismagius trainer depart, Xiaomo also exited the arena, returning to his hotel to prepare for training. Despite his effortless victories in the previous 2 matches, encountering Mismagius today instilled a sense of trepidation in Xiaomo, for not everyone was merely there to make up the numbers. On the forum of the King of Carp's Cup, numerous formidable contenders have been unveiled, and many prediction threads have deviated from their earlier forecasts. In the most recent predictions, Fong Yi and his Scyther have fallen out of the top 4, as today his Scyther struggled in a fierce battle against a Froakie, almost facing defeat. This has undoubtedly raised questions regarding his abilities. However, this situation has prompted Xiaomo to take his training seriously. He resolved to enhance Psyduck's counter shield. The previous counter shield, constructed from 2 water guns, was indeed powerful, yet it lacked absolute reliability. He envisioned Psyduck employing Water Pulse to fortify the counter shield. After enduring several failures, Xiaomo recognized the need for patience. The power of Water Pulse was formidable, and Psyduck's telekinesis struggled to command it effectively. It seemed that coordinated training was imperative, he mused. Previously, Yang Luo had inquired how Psyduck amalgamated the 2 forces to create the counter shield, to which Xiaomo had responded with coordinated training. Yet, he was acutely aware that Psyduck's coordination was not particularly stellar. The counter shield relied heavily on Psyduck's robust telekinesis. Now, with Water Pulse's might surpassing that of telekinesis, achieving the counter shield necessitated either an enhancement of telekinetic strength or a synergy of the 2 forces. However, augmenting telekinesis posed significant challenges. The prize for the tournament champion would suit the enhancement of telekinesis, yet, for Xiaomo, it felt premature. Observing Psyduck diligently practice the counter shield, Xiaomo let out a long sigh. It had been quite a while since he had treated Psyduck to a feast. Come on, Psyduck, let us stop training and indulge in a grand meal. What do you wish to eat? Quack quack. I want grilled fish. Psyduck replied eagerly. Perfect, so do I. Xiaomo exclaimed with a smile. Chapter 28, Quite the business mind. On the second day of the preliminaries, after breakfast, Xiaomo and Psyduck set out once more for the Oriental Pearl Arena. The ambience was familiar, the referees were the same, but the opponent was different today, Pikachu. An electric-type Pokémon, Xiaomo thought. The significance of Psyduck learning Water Pulse was to counter electric types, and now the classic Pikachu had arrived. Summoning Psyduck. He noted that Pikachu's trainer appeared to be a taciturn individual, merely nodding at Xiaomo's approach without uttering a word. Although Xiaomo considered engaging in some banter, he realized he had nothing particularly witty to say, being merely a high school senior. As he resolved to research clever retorts upon his return, the referee announced the commencement of the battle. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. In an instant, Pikachu transformed into a yellow blur, a signature move of electric types that is often difficult to counter. Psyduck frowned at the yellow shadow, unsure of where to direct its attack. Psyduck, use Water Pulse to push it back. Xiaomo quickly commanded, not allowing Psyduck to confront the challenge alone. After a moment of contemplation, Psyduck, responding to the command, unleashed a torrent of water, initiating a tremor. Stop, Pikachu. Jump to evade. The opponent realized that Pikachu could not withstand multiple hits from Water Pulse, as its base stats were not particularly robust. Yet, Pikachu's trainer was not without strategy and promptly issued a command. Use Thunderbolt. Here it comes, Xiaomo thought. Observing the yellow lightning. This classic electric-type move has appeared frequently in the anime and boasts considerable power. Psyduck, Water Pulse. Xiaomo remained unperturbed. Psyduck's training was not in vain. Boom. The two moves clashed mid-air, dissipating into nothingness. Psyduck, Water Gun. Xiaomo seized the opportunity, launching a water gun that accurately struck Pikachu under the guidance of telekinesis. Pika Pika. Despite sustaining a water gun hit, today's opponent was evidently more formidable than yesterday's, and the attack merely inflicted slight damage. Pikachu, follow up with Thunderbolt. The opponent was not idle, commanding Pikachu to launch another assault. Faced with the familiar move, Xiaomo refrained from repeating Water Pulse and instead instructed Psyduck to employ two water guns, albeit without forming a counter shield. Psyduck wielded the two water guns, precision striking the lightning, swiftly neutralizing it. With the two streams of water, Psyduck appeared reminiscent of a Tai Chi diagram. Following this, Psyduck unleashed a Water Pulse, catching Pikachu off guard and rendering it unable to continue battling. As they departed, the referee cast a few more glances at Xiaomo. This contestant number 249 has some merit. If he successfully concludes the match, I shall recommend him as a seed player, he pondered. Few are aware that the prediction threads circulating online are, in fact, disseminated by the staff of the King of Carp's Cup, as only they are privy to the capabilities of these novice trainers. Psyduck's reaction speed, stamina, and recovery abilities far surpass those of other Pokémon, and it appeared to have even developed a unique move. Generally, it is exceedingly challenging for ordinary competitors to triumph against Psyduck. It seems this Psyduck also possesses psychic-type moves. The referee mused, stroking his chin. Exiting the Oriental Pearl Tower, Xiaomo realized he had revealed his prowess, yet he had merely simulated the counter shield with water gun. Unless one possessed exceptional insight, it would be difficult to discern the nature of the counter shield. In the afternoon, the fourth match commenced. Xiaomo's fourth opponent proved to be rather unremarkable. Their abilities average at best. Psyduck's water gun and water pulse were more than sufficient to secure victory. Thus, the preliminary round of the second day concluded, and at this juncture, the competitors for the main event had been filtered down to a mere 200. Meanwhile, referees from various regions reported the battle outcomes to the organizers. After thorough discussion, a total of 16 seed players were selected from this pool and allocated into different groups for the main event. These 16 players had been meticulously nominated by the referees from each region, and their status as seed players could be verified on the official tournament website. The competition was rife with capable contenders, thus the selection of these 16 players was highly discerning, yet it was evident that Xiaomo was not among them. Damn it. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth, Xiaomo exclaimed, leaping up upon discovering his name absent from the seed player list, uttering some melodramatic phrases. However, he was well aware of the reason for his exclusion as a seed player, Psyduck's harmless demeanor. The organizers considered various factors when selecting seed players, including the type of Pokémon, educational background, battle record, and overall background. Unsurprisingly, Psyduck's classification as a Pokémon did not meet the criteria for selection. If outsiders saw a Psyduck as a seed player, they would surely think the King of Carp's Cup was a mere joke, Xiaomo thought, mimicking the tone of the organizers in his mind. Nonetheless, the final tournament would feature 128 contestants, and with more than 128 participants remaining, a third day of preliminaries would be necessary. However, aside from a select few who would engage in battles, most would advance directly to the main event. Fortunately, Xiaomo's fortune was not entirely lacking. He successfully received a bye, advancing directly to the fourth day of the main event. Confirming his entry into the main event, Xiaomo first called Zhu Yinghao, who calmly congratulated him, as he was the one who had personally chosen Xiaomo. Aren't you worried about me? Xiaomo inquired. I entrusted several contestants to ensure they all entered the main event, Zhu Yinghao replied. Impressive, not putting all your eggs in one basket. You truly possess the makings of a businessman. Following this, Xiaomo also conveyed his congratulations to his sister, mother, and father. His sister was overjoyed, showering him with praise. His father advised Xiaomo not to become arrogant before hastily ending the call. As for his mother, he was unable to reach her. Should I post something on my social media? Thought Xiaomo, reclining on his bed. Perhaps I should wait until I reach the top 16 before sharing. What if I don't make it? After some contemplation, Xiaomo decided to play it safe. He opened his phone, intending to check his messages, only to find that his class group chat had suddenly become quite lively. Had his participation in the competition been exposed? That shouldn't be the case. Only Zhu Yinghao was aware of it, and he wouldn't be the type to disclose such information. Driven by curiosity, Xiaomo clicked into the class group. Li Shui, our class leader, is amazing. She actually made it to the main event of the Koi Cup. Lin Yun, go for it, class leader. Strive to reach the top 16 and bring glory to our school. Xiaomo's class leader was a diligent young girl, and he hadn't expected her to join the Koi Cup, let alone advance to the main event. Intrigued, he began to scroll through her social media updates. Gu Shui, after 2 months of hard work, it has finally paid off. I have successfully entered the main event of the Koi Cup. The accompanying image featured Gu Shui alongside a snow sprite. Chapter 29, shall we begin? Unexpectedly encountering a classmate, Xiaomo was surprised yet accepting. Jiang Chung No. 3's standard was not to be underestimated, and it seemed Gu Shui's father was also an experienced trainer, making her success less astonishing. However, Xiaomo had no intention of reaching out to Gu Shui. After all, he was somewhat of an unnoticed presence in class, primarily close to Zhu Yinghao. He feared that approaching her might come off as boasting. Moreover, with so many groups, it was uncertain if he would even face Gu Shui. With that thought, Xiaomo began to examine his own Group S situation. He was placed in Group C, meaning he only needed to keep an eye on the seed players in that group. Lin Ling, a senior from Moda High School, was the seed with a fiery monkey Pokémon. This information was part of the official post detailing the 16 seed players across all groups. Psyduck, let us take a look at your opponent, Xiaomo said to the Psyduck playing in the bath. Quack, quack. Although they wouldn't face the fiery monkey in the next match, they would inevitably encounter it if they hoped to advance. Psyduck stared at the fiery monkey on the screen, its thoughts a mystery. It tilted its head at Xiaomo. This opponent will be quite formidable. We need to prepare special training for it, Xiaomo remarked, intending to stir some urgency in Psyduck. Yet, it appeared that the Psyduck was blissfully unaware of what nervous meant. Seeing the intelligent gleam in Psyduck's eyes, Xiaomo conceded defeat. Let us go for special training. Quack, quack. Psyduck patted its belly. All right. Once we finish training, we'll go eat grilled fish, Xiaomo replied, bemused by Psyduck's antics. Indeed, Lin Ling and the fiery monkey were quite a handful. They had evolved in less than 2 months, and it seemed there were an unusually high number of evolutionary forms in this competition. Initially, there were 4 evolutionary forms, and now another had appeared, with even the dojo trainees vying for a single spoon. Xiaomo originally entered the Koi Cup for the spoon. While psychic-type items were somewhat precious, it hardly justified the multitude of competitors. Xiaomo glanced at the other seed players from the 15 groups. Pokémon like Arcanine, Kadabra, Electivire, and Machamp were all familiar faces, and these Pokémon were either evolutionary forms or possessed exceptional battle strength. All these rookie trainers managing to evolve their Pokémon in just 2 months. What am I doing wrong? Unbeknownst to Xiaomo, the Koi Cup was immensely popular because every year, the top 4 were typically recruited by universities surrounding Modu, with the champions often gaining entry into Moda University, a prestigious institution. Moreover, if the champion hailed from a dojo, they might not enter university, but could still elevate their dojo's reputation, attracting more talented students. Oftentimes, renown could resolve most matters. Though Xiaomo grumbled, He understood that trying to intimidate him with statistics was unrealistic. Who would ultimately prevail would be determined on the battlefield. His 2 months of training with Psyduck were all for this day. The main event of the Koi Cup featured 128 participants, divided into 16 groups, each consisting of 8 individuals, engaging in knockout rounds leading to the top 16. Zhu Yinghao had urged Xiao to aim for this very stage. Each group contained a seed player, meticulously selected by the organizers to prevent them from clashing prematurely, as they too were keen on viewership. Xiao found himself in Group C, and today marked his first match in the main event. Standing before the mirror, he adjusted his sky blue Yinghao fruit industry attire. Aside from the sponsor S logo on his back, the outfit was quite stylish. As per tradition, media interviews would take place today, though not many, he thought. What if someone ended up interviewing him? As he walked toward the Oriental Pearl Arena, the crowd was as bustling as ever, with throngs of spectators and media in attendance. Faced with a sea of cameras and smartphones, Xiao instinctively lowered his cap slightly. Xiao, a curious female voice called out. Turning, he spotted Gu Shui, his class leader, her expression brimming with intrigue. Class leader, I didn't expect to see you here. Xiao was equally astonished. Just yesterday, he learned of Gu Shui's participation in the Koi Cup, and now, here she was. Are you competing too? Gu Shui inquired. In her mind, Xiao was somewhat of a reclusive introvert, and she had anticipated encountering him in Modu. Yes, I'm in Group C. What about you? Since they had met, Xiao saw no reason to conceal anything. I'm in Group A. I can't believe it, Xiao. You made it to the main event, and didn't even mention it to your classmates. If I hadn't run into you today, I wouldn't have known you advanced. Gu Shui asked, her curiosity piqued. Well, it would be quite embarrassing to drop out in the first round and end up in 128th place. So I plan to wait until I reach the top 16 to share, Xiao replied candidly. Oh, so you were aiming for a grand reveal. I have faith in you. Gu Shui pondered internally if she had perhaps shared too soon on social media. Noticing Gu Shui lost in thought, Xiao glanced at the time. Let us head to the players' room. The match is about to start. Okay, let us go, Gu Shui replied, shaking off her distractions. Refocusing on the competition ahead. As the main event was about to commence, not only had the competitors arrived at the arena, but spectators were gradually filling the stands. Among them were guests of the Koi Cup, including representatives from the Modu Trainer Association, Modu University, and various sponsors. About a dozen individuals gathered on stage. One notably young man was engaging in lively conversation with those around him. I came to watch because my junior sister is competing, he remarked. Oh, I've heard recently that there's a remarkably gifted trainee at the Heartflow Dojo. It appears to be true. Haha, Lu, could you please introduce us later? The young man simply nodded with a smile, revealing little more. The Heartflow Dojo was a hub for psychic-type trainers, indicating that this competition attracted participants with psychic abilities. Meanwhile, Xiao and Gu Shui entered the players' room, which was sparsely populated. Most competitors were watching the matches from the Player-S platform, leaving behind those who preferred a quieter atmosphere. Just as Xiao and Gu Shui settled in, an announcement echoed through the room. The main event is about to begin. Please send in the A group participants. I repeat, the main event is about to start. Chapter 30, The Scyther. I'm off. I hope to see you in the finals. Gu Shui stood up. The seed player of Group A, if I remember correctly, possesses a Scyther. I'm keen to observe their battle style, Xiao noted. Well, you think I can't compete with him? You should study his battle style. But don't forget to analyze mine as well. Gu Shui feigned annoyance. I'll analyze them both. Xiao chuckled wryly, remarking that he could not bear the weight of such a hat. The King of Koi Cup's new trainer battle tournament commenced promptly at 8 o'clock this morning. The initial phase of the preliminary rounds had eliminated numerous contestants, leaving only 128 distinguished participants, most hailing from local high schools in Magic City, with a few from other cities. However, soon, these individuals would all compete on the same stage. In the first match, contestant number 1 from Group A faced off against contestant number 2. Both competitors exhibited average abilities. Xiao surmised that neither possessed the prowess of Yang Luo. However, Yang Luo was absent this time, perhaps believing that even if he participated, he could only secure a runner-up position. How could one presume themselves the champion? Xiao shook his head, recognizing a hint of pride within himself. Nevertheless, he felt that if he pitted his Psyduck against the two in the arena, the battle could be concluded in less than 30 seconds. Ultimately, the entire encounter wrapped up in under 3 minutes. During the course of the battle, Xiao observed that their Pokémon lacked endurance, as they were merely novice creatures. Yet, this presented a distinct advantage for himself and his Psyduck, he mused. As the second match commenced, Xiao focused intently. The atmosphere electrified as a resolute-looking student entered the arena. Was that Fong Yi? The seed contestant truly lived up to his reputation. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and Xia Mo noted the stark difference between Fong Yi and the other students. He bore a resemblance more to a soldier than a student. Contestant number 4 from Group A, Fong Yi was one of the seed competitors in the King of Koi Cup, and he had demonstrated remarkable synergy with his scyther, cutting through the preliminary rounds with ease. It remained to be seen how he would perform in the main event. His opponent was CLA from Magic City Affiliated High School. Faced with a seed contestant, CLA approached with utmost caution, his Butterfree exhibiting a similar level of vigilance. Without a doubt, those who reached the main event had prepared rigorously. So even though Fong Yi's scyther was formidable, it could not secure a swift victory over Butterfree. Fong Yi's scyther displayed remarkable speed, even maintaining its velocity despite being struck by a paralysis powder, Xia Mo thought. This scyther was not only swift, but boasted razor-sharp blades, making it difficult for ordinary Pokémon to withstand its scythe-like attacks. The evidence confirmed that the organizers had indeed meticulously selected their seed contestants. Although Butterfree fought valiantly, it ultimately failed to make a significant impact against Scyther. Seed contestant Fong Yi successfully advanced. After the match, media representatives flocked to interview Fong Yi, and he only left the arena once the next match began. The third match offered little intrigue, but in the fourth match, Gu Shui took the stage. She was the first to summon her snow spirit, while her opponent was a cub one, to which she held a type advantage. With her well-trained snow spirit, she effortlessly defeated cub one. Though Xia Mo recognized the potential to hurt Gu Shui's pride with such thoughts, he speculated that Fong Yi would likely be among the final 16 contenders from Group A, while Snow Spirit would most likely fall to Scyther. The 4 matches in Group A concluded swiftly, ushering in a brief intermission before the competitors in Group B prepared for their turn. How's my Snow Spirit faring? Gu Shui returned to the observation area for participants. Quite strong, but it will likely struggle against Scyther, Xia Mo expressed his opinion. Gu Shui gazed at the straightforward boy in disbelief. Although she too understood the slim chances of winning, could he not utter a comforting lie? Unaware of his class leader's sentiments, Xia Mo turned his gaze back to the battlefield, now featuring the competition from Group B. Today, Xia Mo was also set to compete, leaving him with no option to depart. Moreover, he intended to observe the entire event to grasp his opponent's battle styles, and most crucially, to identify any dark horses. The seed contestant in Group B was the speedy Arcanine, the evolved form of Houndoom, though Xia Mo held reservations about its potential. Many Pokémon were ill-suited for early evolution, which could stifle their potential to some extent. However, in the short term, their battle prowess would indeed see an enhancement. Arcanine's physical attributes already surpassed those of most Pokémon. Naturally, the dashing Arcanine garnered favorable acclaim from the audience, as the battle served as a showcase of talent. Should it excel, it might attract the attention of a university for early admission. Before long, the battles in Group B came to a close, and the contestants from Group C stepped onto the stage. Don't be nervous, Xia Mo advised. Gu Shui responded with confusion. Is that advice directed at me? Isn't it a bit late for that? Aren't you the one who should be nervous? After some reflection, Xia Mo countered, if you're not anxious, then cheer for me from below the stage, and perhaps record a video to prove I was here. Only through frequent reviews could one recognize their shortcomings. Xia Mo was no deity, and he could only strive to minimize his mistakes. Gu Shui fell silent, yet upon reconsideration, capturing a video would be a fine memento. If he failed to advance to the top 16, at least the video would serve as evidence of his presence. Soon, the first match of Group C concluded, and Xia Mo found himself in the contestant corridor, awaiting his turn. Outside, the commentators began introducing the participants. Next up is the 10th match of the day. Introducing on the left, contestant Xia Mo, who hails from Jiangxing No. 3 Middle School. He effortlessly triumphed over his opponents in the preliminary rounds, demonstrating considerable strength. On the right, we have local competitor Han Yi from the Magic City Marine High School, whose prowess is formidable, having recently claimed victory in a joint competition among the 3 schools in Magic City. Let us now anticipate the spectacular display that these 2 contestants shall present. Meanwhile, after watching numerous matches, the guests in attendance began to grow weary. Among the many encounters, only a few seed contestants provided any spectacle, while the rest resembled mere children's brawls in their eyes. Jiangcheng, I heard a small secret realm appeared 2 months ago, where traces of ancient Pokémon were discovered. Surely, there is nothing to worry about? One guest inquired. No matter how trivial a secret realm may seem, it is no trivial matter, replied a representative from the Magic City Trainer Association. Other guests concurred. Although professional trainers were scarce, Each city generally had a few to ensure safety, typically numbering between 1 and 4. Chapter 31, Advancing. The battles below commenced once more, and Xiaomo found himself facing another vexing electric-type Pokémon. A Magnemite. Did these creatures not dwell in power plants? How did you capture it? Did you go to a power plant to catch it? Xiaomo asked, genuinely curious, with absolutely no intention of distracting his opponent. However, it was evident that the opposing contestant had received excellent battle training. Wholly ignoring Xiaomo and focusing intently on commanding his Magnemite to attack. Observing Han Ye's demeanor, Xiaomo realized that his banter tactics might prove ineffective. Thus, he resolved to rely on sheer strength to secure victory, for Psyduck was no mere fool. Were it not for the significance of the King of Koi Cup, who would wish to be merely a quiet, handsome figure. Magnemite's combat power was comparable to that of Pikachu from the preliminaries, yet its electric-type moves still posed a certain challenge for Psyduck. Thunderbolt. A jolt of electricity surged toward Psyduck. During the preliminaries, Han Ye had also encountered water-type Pokémon, but often his Magnemite could secure victory with a single electric attack. Water Pulse. A wave of water successfully intercepted the opposing electric strike. Speaking of which, the fact that this contestant had a Psyduck was quite rare. It had been ages since Xiaomo had encountered a trainer nurturing one. The previously bored guests perked up at the sight of Xiaomo's Pokémon, for trainers who raised Psyduck were exceedingly rare among novice trainers. While Psyduck's evolved form was quite powerful, not every novice trainer could manage to nurture it to evolution. Moreover, this Psyduck has been cultivated exceptionally well, even mastering the move Water Pulse, which warrants further attention. The representatives from several universities in Modu discreetly noted down Xiaomo's name. They were well aware of the challenges involved in nurturing a Psyduck to such a level at this age. Even if Xiaomo may not be suited to be a trainer, he certainly possesses the qualities of a breeder, and such talent must be remembered. Magnemite, Supersonic. A piercing sound echoed as Psyduck instinctively covered its head. This sound wave attack was difficult to evade, and Han Ye, with keen eyesight, promptly switched strategies when the electric-type move failed to yield results. Psyduck, use Water Gun, Xiaomo commanded. However, it was evident that Psyduck was in considerable distress. Although it heard Xiaomo's directive, it was unable to comply. Under the assault of the sound waves, Psyduck's head throbbed painfully, and soon its eyes began to glow blue. Xiaomo noticed this transformation and inwardly sighed, intending to keep its psychic abilities under wraps, yet plans are often outmatched by unforeseen circumstances. Psyduck, use Psychic. After issuing the command, Xiaomo took out a Pokeball. An invisible psychic force emerged, and before anyone present could react, Magnemite felt as though its body was being controlled, and it was propelled away. Han Ye gazed in confusion at his Magnemite being launched into the air, still unaware of what had transpired. The audience erupted in astonishment, unable to fathom such a dramatic turn of events in the match. Was that psychic? Who would have thought that his Psyduck possessed psychic attributes? What do you think, classmate Lu? The guests turned their attention to a young man. Among those familiar with psychic abilities, the practitioners of the Heartflow Dojo were undoubtedly the most knowledgeable. This Xiaomo has piqued my interest, classmate Lu replied, observing Psyduck's prowess and harboring curiosity about Xiaomo. After all, while many might know of Psyduck's psychic attributes, few could activate them. He himself had once attempted to cultivate a Psyduck, but it had ultimately only manifested water abilities. Upon hearing classmate Lu's remarks, the guests were each lost in their thoughts. Everyone desired to recruit an outstanding rookie trainer, yet they were not impulsive individuals. A single match and classmate Lu's evaluation were insufficient to compel them to act rashly. Return. Psyduck, you've worked hard. After the referee announced the results, Xiaomo recalled his Psyduck. Was that psychic? Han Ye inquired. The instantaneous launch of his Magnemite left him pondering, as he could think of no other explanation besides psychic. Xiaomo nodded and turned to leave, the glow of his heroic fruit company following behind him. A master, yet few words. Han Ye sighed as he watched Xiaomo's retreating figure. A Psyduck endowed with psychic abilities was indeed beyond his capacity to contend with. Did you record that? Upon returning to the stands, Xiaomo found Gu Shui looking bewildered. I did record it, but what exactly did Psyduck do at the end? Why did Magnemite suddenly fly away? Gu Shui questioned, perplexed. Psyduck's psychic attributes were not noted in the Pokédex, making it difficult for anyone not specifically knowledgeable to realize that Psyduck possessed such abilities. That was Psyduck's psychic. Xiaomo succinctly explained. Psychic? Psychic attributes? Psyduck actually has psychic abilities? Gu Shui exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, I discovered it by chance, Xiaomo admitted without reservation. Understanding that word of today's events would likely spread quickly, A Psyduck with psychic powers was worlds apart from one that merely had water abilities. However, this battle also served as a wake-up call for Xiao Mo. Magnemite's strength was not particularly formidable, and Psyduck could have easily defeated it with just Water Pulse. Yet it ultimately revealed its psychic capabilities. Xiao Mo bore a significant portion of the responsibility. Battles are not solely the Pokémon's affair. Trainers must also bear their share of accountability. Calm judgment, decisive commands, accurate guidance, meticulous observation, ample knowledge, strong psychological resilience, and foresight are all qualities a trainer should embody. Xiao Mo knew he needed to remain vigilant. While Magnemite's strength was not overwhelming, the Soundwave attack had exposed a hidden card, and he could not afford to be so careless in the future. When Gu Shui sent him the video, Xiao Mo began to review the battle. Magnemite's electric attack was neutralized by Water Pulse, yet he failed to respond to the supersonic attack, or rather, he overlooked the speed of the sound waves. The crux of the matter was that once Psyduck was struck, it exhibited clear signs of a headache, making it exceedingly difficult to execute other moves, thus forcing it to resort to Psychic. From the video, the power of Psychic was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, the D group matches commenced but concluded swiftly. The seed contender of Group D was a trainer with an electrode, posing a significant threat to Psyduck. As Xiao Mo observed the opponent's electrode easily defeating its adversary, he began to take the situation more seriously. However, today he was not merely there to observe the electrode. His focus was on another competitor. E Group. First match, Chui Shuang vs Yang Han. Please take your positions. Soon, Xiao Mo laid eyes on the trainer with the most championship potential in this tournament, Chui Shuang. Chui Shuang's entrance undoubtedly invigorated the audience, even rousing the spirits of those in the guest seats. His opponent appeared rather ordinary, upon realizing he was to face Chui Shuang. He seemed bewildered, yet he was not the type to concede easily. Chapter 32, The First Battle of the Qixi Bird. In this world, Dragon-type Pokémon are rare, and the appearance of a Dragon-type Pokémon undoubtedly captured everyone's attention. As the battle commenced, the Qixi Bird unleashed a veil of white mist. Chui Shuang adeptly exploited the aerial advantage of the Qixi Bird, issuing commands to release swirling white mist above the open battlefield. The Qixi Bird flapped its cotton cloud-like wings, shaking off the mist like a sieve, emitting a resonant cry while soaring high above the arena. The modest white mist move, devoid of wind, made it exceedingly challenging for its opponent on the battlefield to catch sight of the Qixi Bird. It was akin to being enveloped in misty mountains, where one could only hear the calls of the bird but not glimpse its form. The Qixi Bird could utilize its cotton-like wings to conceal itself within the dense mist, and even the slightest sound would compel its opponent to remain on high alert. As long as the battle dragged on, the opponent would succumb to mental fatigue. Evidently, the opponent lacked any means to disperse the mist, ultimately being directly knocked out of the arena by the Qixi Bird. The following matches offered little of note, with no surprises emerging, continuing until Group H and the morning S contests concluded. After the guests summarized the morning's events, the audience gradually departed to have lunch. As a participant, Xiao Mo was provided with lunch by the organizers. The boxed meal was quite ordinary, sufficient to satiate hunger, and Psyduck was also given a portion of Pokémon food. In the afternoon, Gu Shui returned, intending to watch the remainder of the day's matches with Xiao Mo. Since you made it to the top 64, the class group chat has been quite lively, Xiao Mo remarked. If I were to reveal your identity, the chat would become even more animated, Gu Shui replied. There's no need for that. I've decided that once I'm eliminated, I'll sell you off. It should happen tomorrow, as my opponent is Fang Yi, Gu Shui said, her expression one of resignation, clearly lacking confidence against Fang Yi. Xiao Mo remained silent. Fang Yi's strength was formidable, far beyond what Gu Shui could handle at present. Even he himself had less than a 100 chance of victory against Fang Yi's Scyther. Reflecting on this, Xiao Mo could not help but lament the so-called rookie tournament. Why did each participant seem so strong? The afternoon matches unfolded without unexpected developments, with the seed contenders from each group advancing sequentially. From this perspective, the organizers displayed commendable discernment, considering that these were merely rookies, and it was rare for them to overlook talent. Xiao Mo also caught sight of that disciple from the dojo. She was the last to take the stage. As expected, Dream Demon toyed with her opponents, ultimately securing victory. Upon returning to the hotel, Xiao Mo resumed her contemplation on how to counter the Qixi Bluebird. The white mist was undeniably a formidable tool for controlling the battleground, although Psyduck might manage to blow it away with its psychic powers. Such an endeavor would deplete a significant amount of energy. Could it be time to try that move? Xiao Mo recalled her previous confrontation with Yang Luo. where Psyduck utilized its psychic abilities to manipulate the water flow into a vortex, effectively overpowering the iron dumbbell's mental thrust. This maneuver had always been their trump card, yet it now seemed somewhat antiquated. After all, merely using psychic power to force the water gun into a vortex was fundamentally akin to a counter-shield. But what if she employed water wave manipulation instead? Xiaomo suddenly felt a headache coming on. The issue circled back once more. Psyduck still couldn't manage to control water waves with psychic energy. Her training over the past couple of days had yielded results, yet it was insufficient. What could rapidly enhance Psyduck's psychic capabilities? Xiaomo pondered while observing Psyduck, who was engrossed in a television show. Recently, Psyduck had developed a fascination for the screen, watching with great enthusiasm. Were martial arts dramas truly that captivating? Xiaomo mused as she observed the clashing swords on the television. The next day, the battle for the top 32 of the King Carp Cup commenced. That afternoon, the top 16 would be determined, thrusting the competition into a fervent climax. The excitement in the audience was palpable, with the guest seats nearly full and various television stations conducting interviews, almost every contestant accompanied by a camera. The first match featured Fang Yi against Gu Shui, with both contestants taking their positions. Gu Shui, seated beside Xiaomo, took a deep breath, aware that her chances of victory were slim. Yet she was determined to showcase her talent. "Just do your best. I'll avenge you," Xiaomo encouraged. Gu Shui glanced at Xiaomo and whispered, "You seem quite confident." As Fang Yi made his entrance, the atmosphere in the venue began to heat up rapidly. The seated contestants' match was certainly thrilling. Moments later, despite Gu Shui commanding her snow child to resist valiantly, she ultimately succumbed to the onslaught of the Mega Sizer and was defeated. A few minutes later, the victor was determined, leaving the audience to speculate who among the seated participants of Group H was superior. The seated contestant of Group L is B-Drill, another bug type like Mega Sizer, and both have been cultivated remarkably well, particularly in terms of speed. Was it Li Ziheng? I'm somewhat familiar with his B-Drill's battle style. Is Li Yan his father? He should be the younger son. I recall Li Yan's beginner Pokémon was also a Caterpie. He truly represents the grassroots trainer's rise, evolving from a bug-catching youth to a professional trainer. The guests engaged in lively discussions about the tournament. After her loss, Gu Shui returned to the contestant area, her smile somewhat masking the bitterness on her face. No one would find joy in falling short at the top 64 after 2 months of hard work. Xiaomo wished to comfort her class leader but held back. The path of a trainer was fraught with challenges, and if one couldn't endure such setbacks, perhaps it was better to change careers sooner rather than later. Time passed slowly, and Xiaomo prepared for her own battle, facing a promising new trainer. Her opponent Zubat was a notably agile Pokémon, and its ability to fly posed a disadvantage for Psyduck, who was more akin to a stationary spellcaster than a nimble warrior. Several water gun attempts missed their target. How did Psyduck even make it to the top 64? A guest inquired, puzzled. In truth, Xiaomo and Psyduck are not lacking in skill, and Psyduck has demonstrated psychic talent. Do not be misled by its current performance, another guest clarified. At that moment, Psyduck found itself at a loss for tactics against Zubat, especially without prompt from Xiaomo. She was still contemplating how to use water waves to form a counter-shield. Yet Zubat posed no real threat to Psyduck. Chapter 33. When battling Psyduck, avoid striking its head. Psyduck, use psychic powers to resolve this. A surge of psychic energy appeared, directly seizing control of Zubat in midair. The opponent was evidently taken aback, although he was aware of Xiaomo's prowess. He was unaware of Psyduck's psychic capability. He had stepped out for a restroom break during Psyduck's previous match. This led to his ignorance regarding Psyduck's strength against the formidable opponents of the top 64. However, he was not a complete novice and quickly commanded Zubat to unleash a supersonic attack. By unfortunate coincidence, the supersonic struck Psyduck on the head once again. Gazing into Psyduck's deepening blue eyes, Xiaomo gasped. Could it really be this coincidental? Psyduck has been struck on the head twice. Most crucially, both times were by supersonic. Xiaomo understood that Psyduck's psychic abilities stemmed from its head, the source of its power, and now that power was being unleashed. The chaotic psychic energy swiftly incapacitated Zubat, creating a swirling vortex of psychic force on the field. Psyduck, what is happening to you? Xiaomo exclaimed in a state of panic. The referee calmly announced, the victor of this match is Xiaomo. Subsequently, he released his Pokémon, a Galade, to use psychic energy to restrain the uncontrollable Psyduck. A wave of psychic force surged forth, firmly grasping Psyduck's erratic energy. However, it appeared that the two Pokémon were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a clear winner. Jengar, restrain Psyduck. A voice commanded. At the same moment, an even stronger wave of psychic energy surged, and together, they managed to subdue the rampaging Psyduck. Psyduck! It cried out in anguish before collapsing onto the arena floor. Xiaomo rushed to thank the guests and referee, but instead, she swiftly carried Psyduck toward the Pokémon Center. Classmate Lu's Jengar has evolved. The guests remarked, marveling at the sight of Jengar. Keep in mind, Jengar is not Lu's beginner Pokémon. It evolved 3 months ago. Not particularly noteworthy. However, Psyduck is rather intriguing, Lu commented. The guests readily agreed, their keen eyes recognizing the uniqueness of Psyduck's abilities. It appeared that Psyduck's psychic powers were exceptionally potent. Nevertheless, their seated contestant, Lin Ling, was no slouch either. Psyduck couldn't rely on its rampage every time. And its water-type abilities were not overly strong, a loss seemed likely. At this moment, Xiaomo had no time to heed the guest commentary. She hurriedly cradled Psyduck as she arrived at the Pokémon Center, accompanied by Gu Shui. Don't worry, Psyduck will be fine, Gu Shui reassured. Observing Psyduck being wheeled into the center. I know, but I can't help but feel a bit anxious. Psyduck was not only Xiaomo's Pokémon. Over the past 2 months, she had grown accustomed to its presence. Meanwhile, the King Carp Cup competition continued unabated, the minor incident failing to dampen the audience's enthusiasm. They were more intrigued by Jengar than Psyduck's outburst. Is that Jengar? I never expected to see such a rare Pokémon. This King Carp Cup is worth it. Psyduck is impressive too, managing to contend against the referee's Pokémon. Some audience members expressed curiosity about Psyduck's psychic abilities, but soon their attention was captured by the ongoing matches. The spectators engaged in animated discussions as the competition pressed on. Before long, Psyduck appeared in the vehicle, looking vibrant and healthy. Seeing Psyduck in such good condition, Xiaomo breathed a sigh of relief and began to scrutinize it closely. Still as round as ever. Perhaps it's time for a diet. Gu Shui beside her was not as preoccupied and promptly scooped up Psyduck, as this fluffy Pokémon was adored by many girls. Shall we head back? Gu Shui inquired. Let us return. We've made it to the top 32. The opponents will only grow stronger, and gathering intelligence is crucial. At this juncture, Gu Shui became aware that her classmate had successfully entered the top 32. Despite a few minor setbacks, the advancement occurred right under her very nose. However, is the Psyduck merely a decorative Pokémon? She pondered, recalling that in many households, Psyduck is treated as nothing more than a pet duck. We have endured considerable hardships as well. Xiaomo sighed, weary from the battle. During this encounter, Psyduck had inadvertently sustained a blow to the head, triggering an uncontrollable surge of psychic energy. Had any other competitor managed to withstand the chaotic telekinetic outburst, both he and Psyduck would have faced grave danger. Nonetheless, as of now, Psyduck's defensive shield had yet to be revealed, which was a silver lining. Retaining a hidden card before the decisive battle increases one's chances. Should the opponent let their guard down, it would be the moment of truth for both Psyduck and Xiaomo. Well, let us observe the battles of others. As of now, not a single seed competitor had been defeated, even as the top 36 were announced. Although previously lamented, one must commend the organizers for their discerning eye. It seems rare to find competitors like Xiaomo and Psyduck who conceal their true capabilities. Yet, one wonders if the strength exhibited in the current battles reflects the absolute limits of these seed contenders. Xiaomo scrutinized the battles of all seed competitors, formulating a rough strategy, but until he faced off in a real contest, the outcome remained uncertain. As the morning battles concluded, the list of the top 32 was unveiled. All 16 seed competitors had progressed, with some spectators already considering them the definitive 16 for the afternoon. Before the afternoon matches commenced, the 32 competitors, including Xiaomo, were examined by a Pokémon doctor invited by the organizers. Upon confirming that everything was in order, especially that Psyduck was fit for battle, the showdown for the top 16 was about to begin. Xiaomo, you must do your best. Inghao Fruits is counting on you. Xiaomo, in the competitor's lounge, held the phone to his ear, hearing Zhu Yinghao's voice persistently encouraging him. Xiaomo chuckled. Didn't you say you had found numerous experts? Aren't you supposed to diversify your risks? All have been defeated by the seed competitors. Now, Inghao Fruits rests solely upon your shoulders. Zhu Yinghao lamented, his tone tinged with desperation. All right, stop your wailing. I'm about to compete. Okay. I checked the official forum, and it seems your opponent is a seed competitor, but I have faith in you. You will surely win. Xiaomo hung up the phone, but the exchanges were far from over. The class group chat was bustling with excitement. Gu Shui. Indeed, Xiaomo and Psyduck have made it to the top 32. One more victory, and they will be broadcast nationwide. I bet interviews are already underway. Lin Yun. No way. Are you sure that Psyduck and not Golduck? Yuan Jia. I never expected Xiaomo, who usually keeps to himself, to be this formidable. Zhu Hao, get up and speak. Xiaomo, feeling compelled, could only resign himself to ending his silence. Xiaomo, don't panic, watch my moves. Just sit tight and await the live broadcast. Chapter 34, A Sudden Turn. The clock struck 1 in the afternoon. While seated in the competitor's lounge, Xiaomo felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he found Gu Shui had returned. Finished your meal? Xiaomo inquired. Yes, I just spoke with my father about the possibility of losing the match. Guess what he said? He mentioned it's quite normal. It's not yet the golden period for the growth of Snow Child. Losing is expected, winning would be unusual. Is that so? Xiaomo mused, stroking his chin. He was unaware of the growth trajectory of the Snow Child, yet he recognized that some Pokémon do indeed blossom later in their journey. For instance, young Luo's Medong, upon evolving into Metagross, could easily dominate all novice trainers except for those with a Zadu. Even Xiaomo dared not proclaim a guaranteed victory. Gu Shui's fair complexion flushed slightly. Though unsure of why, she felt compelled to justify the prospect of losing. Akin to blaming poor internet for a game defeat or attributing a botched exam to carelessness. Having a rationale would provide a sense of reassurance. Xiaomo feigned understanding and turned his attention back to the match. Noticing Xiaomo's lack of further comment, Gu Shui let out a sigh of relief. It's almost my turn to compete. I know, you must give it your all. I'm ready to take pictures, regardless of the outcome. I'll be posting them in the class group. Gu Shui smiled encouragingly. There's no way I'll lose. Groups A and B as seed competitors advanced smoothly into the top 16. 2 intense matches had effectively stirred the audience's emotions, and their faith in the official list of seed competitors grew stronger. After Group B concluded, it was time for Group C, which featured Lin Ling and the trainer named Xiaomo. Indeed, I sincerely hope the adorable Psyduck triumphs. Never did I imagine such a Pokémon could reach the top 32. I wish to see it continue winning. That's impossible. Didn't you see Lin Ling's Infernape? It's significantly larger than a typical Infernape. With Psyduck's small stature, a single punch could reduce it to mere fragments. Exactly. A pet Pokémon is just that, a pet Pokémon. Why not simply fulfill that role? Someone grumbled bitterly. A defeated competitor seething at the thought of weaker opponents standing atop them. Meanwhile, the absence of electric-type Pokémon among the seed competitors across all 4 groups was indeed fortunate. However, Psyduck needed to exercise caution against this Infernape. It appeared this particular Infernape was larger than usual. What had it consumed? A rare delicacy. Xiaomo mused while reading the competitor profiles. While size often confers advantages, especially in battles, could a fighting-type Pokémon not also prioritize speed? Or was this one both swift and powerful? In the competitor's tunnel, Xiaomo walked alone, awaiting the moment to step onto the stage. After this match, he would secure a place in the top 16. Achieving this milestone would not only grant him exposure on a platform with millions of viewers, but also the opportunity to engage with reporters, a rare accomplishment for a high school student. A testament to their 2 months of dedication, and a symbol of the bond between him and Psyduck. Alright, we are now set for the 3rd match of this afternoon, Lin Ling versus Xiaomo. I trust everyone is familiar with both competitors. As the commentator's voice echoed, Xiaomo and Lin Ling made their way to the stage. Lin Ling surveyed the arena, bursting into laughter upon realizing his opponent was Psyduck. After taking a quick nap, he now brimmed with renewed energy. He envisioned the surge in his reputation following a victory. Surely, his crush would look at him with newfound admiration. Yet before that, he needed to deal with the current adversary. Hey, on the opposite side, I suggest you concede now. Otherwise, the ensuing spectacle will be rather tragic, Lin Ling declared, wearing a smug smile he deemed fitting. However, Xiaomo chose to ignore him, tossing a pokeball in his direction. Very well, you've made your choice. Don't blame me for being merciless. As Lin Ling released his pokeball, Infernape and Psyduck took their positions on opposite sides of the arena, glaring at each other. Although Psyduck's expression was difficult to decipher, the tension was palpable. On the battlefield, Xiaomo and Lin Ling sized each other up. Xiaomo recognized Lin Ling's earlier taunts as mere bravado. Compared to him, Lin Ling was a master of trash talk, reminiscent of a one-dimensional villain in a novel who wouldn't survive beyond 3 chapters. Nevertheless, Xiaomo had his own strategy, remaining silent and exuding an air of expertise. Humph. Lin Ling scoffed. The Infernape on the field promptly executed the move Leer. This was a subtle synchronization between trainer and Pokémon by employing a grunt or other sounds. They could signal specific moves, eliminating the need to call out the names during battle. However, Pokémon had difficulty remembering overly complex commands. One could not expect a grunt to signify Leer while a cough indicated Karate Chop. Most Pokémon could only recall a single cue. Infernape unleashed its Leer, a move that could lower the opponent's defense and instill fear, thus affecting the Pokémon state. This is Lin Ling's signature move. As anyone who has witnessed his matches would know, Xiaomo is well aware of Lin Ling's habit, yet evading his glare proves to be a daunting task. After all, one cannot simply escape another's gaze. However, since his opponent has opted for a stare down, Xiaomo decides to play his cards without reservation. Psyduck, use Water Gun. Xiaomo resolves to clear the path with a Water Gun attack. Nevertheless, his opponent remains unfazed, commanding the Infernape to dodge swiftly before closing in on Psyduck. Although the Water Gun is nearly upon it, it fails to strike the Infernape. This formidable Infernape not only boasts a robust physique, but also possesses commendable speed, typically employing its intimidating glare to close the distance before delivering a powerful karate chop to incapacitate its foes. Yet, Xiaomo is cognizant of his tactics and has prepared accordingly. Psyduck, unleash Water Pulse. The Infernape charges forth at an impressive pace, diving directly into Psyduck's Water Pulse. A surge of water crashes against the Infernape, momentarily halting its aggressive advance. Utilizing telekinesis, Psyduck sends the Infernape flying. Following this, Xiaomo issues his command. Psyduck's eyes shimmer with a deep blue hue, and the Infernape is hurled away. The spectators, who had previously predicted Psyduck's defeat, now feel a flush of astonishment. Psyduck's prowess is unexpectedly formidable. Meanwhile, those early exited competitors gaze in disbelief at Psyduck's capabilities, wondering how it can be so powerful. Let us keep a close eye on him. If he makes it to the top 16, we should engage with him beforehand. He hails from Jiangxing, doesn't he? He must yearn for the Magic City. The representative from the Magic City Industrial University remarks to his subordinate, a trainer capable of nurturing such a robust Psyduck must surely excel with other Pokémon as well. We cannot allow such a promising student to be snatched away by other institutions. Chapter 35, the top 16. Is it merely luck on their part? Is this Psyduck truly proficient in such skills? How has it suddenly become so formidable? Lin Ling, observing the Infernape being sent flying, feels a surge of anxiety. In his perspective, Psyduck merely stumbled into the top 32 by defeating a few novices, yet it has proven to be a surprising force. Nonetheless, as a seeded contender, he swiftly issues his command. Cross-chop, Lin Ling exclaims. The Infernape, now ensnared by telekinesis, must prioritize breaking free. No use. Psyduck, intensify the pressure and keep the Infernape confined. Upon hearing the trainer's command, Psyduck's blue eyes gradually deepen into a darker shade. This isn't quite right. The intensity of this telekinesis should not be present in a Pokémon at this stage. Even in our dojo, it would stand out remarkably. Lu, a student from the Heartflow dojo, rises in bewilderment, observing Psyduck with curiosity. The guests beside him, upon hearing this, also shift their focus to Psyduck. They begin to realize that Psyduck possesses an extraordinary level of psychic power, one that even the fighting-type Infernape cannot confront head-on, remaining trapped in telekinesis. Now, not only the guests and spectators are astonished, but even Gu Shui, a competitor on stage, finds herself taken aback, marveling at how Psyduck can dominate a seated contestant. Psyduck's stamina is also commendable, managing to maintain control over the Infernape for an extended period. The representative from the Magic City Trainer Association expresses surprise. In the midst of Xiaomo and Psyduck's overwhelming offense, stamina becomes a pivotal factor, alongside Psyduck's mastery of telekinesis. Even as the Infernape struggles, it cannot escape the grip, resulting in a prolonged stalemate, with the Infernape visibly fatigued. In less than a minute, Lin Ling is on the verge of defeat. The Infernape now bears numerous vulnerabilities. Who would have thought? We all underestimated Xiaomo's trump card as the first trainer to eliminate a seeded contestant. He might just be the biggest dark horse of this competition. Lu chuckles. Xiaomo truly surprises us, but our seeded contestant is certainly not in good spirits. Unlike swift confrontations, prolonged battles reveal the fundamental skills of Pokémon. The Infernape, first to succumb to fatigue, lets out a feeble cry. Just moments ago, Psyduck managed to land a water gun on its back, causing the Infernape to lose its balance. However, the extended battle has also taken its toll on Psyduck. Its eye color begins to fade. Fortunately, Psyduck remains unharmed and will recover quickly after the match. Psyduck's advantage grows increasingly substantial, akin to a snowball effect, gradually morphing into a colossal force that overwhelms the Infernape's final defenses. Amidst the chaos, Lin Ling realizes what must be done. The Infernape's condition is deteriorating. Battles also hinge on the trainer's stamina and reflexes. Lin Ling surveys the open arena, takes a deep breath, and reflects on the humiliation of being defeated as a seeded contestant. ridiculed by netizens, and scorned by his crush. Gazing at Psyduck in the arena, he issues his final command. Infernape, unleash chaos. With a fierce roar, the Infernape breaks free from the telekinesis. Oh, this Infernape can even execute that move? But it's likely just a desperate attempt. Psyduck, obliterate it with Water Pulse. The Infernape charges forward, its frenzied rampage rendering it irrational, flailing wildly. Though the attack possesses great power, it cannot evade Psyduck's counter. And the aftermath leaves it in disarray, a skill that guarantees failure should it miss. A wave of water intercepts the Infernape, although fury fuels its strength. Even a power boost must adhere to fundamentals, and it is evident that Psyduck is beyond the Infernape's capabilities. As the water's impact reverberates, the Infernape, burdened by exhaustion and injury, collapses on its charge. It has given its all. Plop. At last, the Infernape falls, now unable to move normally. After a brief countdown, the referee promptly reacts. The Infernape has lost its combat capability. Advancing to the top 16 is contestant Xiaomo. On the other side, the commentator expresses surprise as he recounts the events. Following a lengthy battle, the Infernape has fallen. We extend our gratitude to contestants Lin Ling and Xiaomo for delivering such an exhilarating match. Seeing the Infernape succumb, Xiaomo removes his cap, exhaling a sigh of relief. Indeed, defeating a seeded contestant proves to be no small feat this time. Psyduck's formidable telekinesis has been thoroughly revealed, and future opponents will likely prepare accordingly. However, exposing one's trump card is inevitable, and countering psychic abilities is no simple task. After the referee announces the results, Lin Ling, with reddened eyes, retrieves the Infernape, feeling the weight of humiliation as he hears the audience's chatter. He quietly exits the competition arena, though, in truth, the spectators are not discussing him, but rather the intricacies of the match, where a single telekinesis essentially determined the outcome. Despite the lengthy duration of the battle, it remained quite thrilling. If it were my snowy elf, I doubt it could withstand the Infernape's glare and karate chop, Gu Shui reflects in the contestant room, pondering how they managed to achieve such a feat. The next match awaits. Yet Xiaomo has already left a profound impression on both the audience and the guests. Unbeknownst to him, several university representatives are already lurking at the hotel entrance. Furthermore, discussions about Xiaomo have begun to circulate regarding the Carp's Cup, where he emerges as the first trainer to eliminate a seeded contestant, garnering immediate attention. What's with that look? I told you I would win. Xiaomo remarks to Gu Shui upon returning to the contestant room. You and Psyduck are truly formidable, Gu Shui responds in disbelief. She has learned from her father, a professional trainer, that the Carp's Cup is a highly prestigious competition, with each top 16 contestant backed by a professional trainer. Yet as class monitor, she is also aware of her classmates' backgrounds. While Xiaomo's father is indeed a professional trainer, he is also a police officer, making it unlikely for him to mentor him personally like other trainers might. Of course, Psyduck and I have trained diligently, Xiaomo replies with a smile. He certainly did not speak falsely. 2 months of training has been undeniably substantial. Entering the top 16 has brought a sense of delight to Xiaomo, as it not only signifies a financial reward but also secures sponsorship funds from Inghao Fruit Industries. Chapter 36, A New Strategy. The rewards for the King Carp Cup are considered lavish. However, they are somewhat disproportionate to the competitor's prowess, rendering the prizes appear somewhat arbitrary. The first place receives a prize of 100,000 yuan, a bent spoon, and a membership card to the Pinji Group. The second place is awarded 50,000 yuan and a fairy item. The third and fourth places each receive 30,000 yuan, along with some Pokémon food. The fifth to eighth places are granted 10,000 yuan, while the 9th to 16th places receive 5,000 yuan. To the wealthy, the rewards for the top 16 are trivial. If Xiaomo were to invest heavily in resources, even the 100,000 yuan from first place would be depleted swiftly. He estimates that Shui Shuang's investment in the Qishi Qingyao has already surpassed 500,000 yuan in just 2 months. While trainers can earn money, their expenditures flow like water. Xiaomo has resolutely decided that if he clinches the championship, he must request a reward from his parents. The King Carp Cup has illuminated the significance of resources for him. Initially, Xiaomo called his sister to share his good news. Xia Yin, currently traveling, was thrilled to hear about her brother's achievement and chatted with him for a while. Shortly after, Xiaomo conveyed the good tidings to Zhu Yinghao, as entering the top 16 indicated the success of their plan. Zhu Yinghao was so elated on the other end of the line, realizing that his dream of having Inghao Fruit Industries spread nationwide was within reach. Others in their class also expressed excitement upon hearing the news in their group chat. They fell silent for a moment before messages began to flood in, startling Xiaomo into quickly turning off his phone. When do you plan to leave? Xiaomo inquired of Gu Shui while standing on the contestant platform at the Oriental Pearl Arena. Coming to Mo City for the competition is one reason. The other is to explore the universities here. Moreover, I simply must see the champion of the King Carp Cup, Gu Shui replied. If you wish to tour the universities after your match, we could certainly explore together. Xiaomo mused about universities, and they agreed to visit after the competition. The matches in Group C concluded, and the battles in Group D commenced, followed by the determination of victors in the remaining groups. To Xiaomo's surprise, he was the only non-seed player advancing. This meant that apart from Lin Ling, all seeded players had progressed smoothly. Xiaomo scratched his head, pondering how unfortunate Lin Ling was to encounter him. After the day's matches, the organizers reached out to Xiaomo, which he surmised would be for an interview. No contestant would decline such an opportunity, as no proud young individual wishes to remain anonymous. Tomorrow's matches promised to be even more grand, especially with notable guests expected, including Yang Luo's father, the chairman of the Pinji Group, the tournament's largest sponsor. It was no wonder Yang Luo was absent. The day's matches had already been broadcasted on various platforms, garnering a positive response, and Xiaomo had seen clips featuring his Psyduck. Tomorrow's competition would be the main event, with nearly every contestant making an appearance on television or streaming platforms. Thus, prior to the top 16 battle, the organizers would undoubtedly amplify their promotional efforts. The first step would involve interviewing each contestant and posting the footage on the official website, forums, and streaming platforms to attract attention. Having hosted the King Carp Cup numerous times, these methods were second nature to the organizers. Xiaomo resolved that this interview must deviate from the conventional path. He intended to present his insights on trainers in a distinctive manner, aiming for an engaging delivery. The mundane lacked allure. The audience favored the unconventional. However, before that, he needed to study Psyduck further. The day's match had concluded without incident, and Xiaomo noted that Psyduck's psychic strength seemed to have intensified. Does striking its head enhance Psyduck's psychic abilities? Should I? Psyduck, to the public battle zone. As Xiaomo and Psyduck arrived at the battle area, several individuals suddenly surrounded them. What are you doing? Psyduck is preparing for psychic attack, Xiaomo exclaimed, glancing at the newcomers. The group exchanged glances upon witnessing Xiaomo's reaction, and one stepped forward with a smile. Don't misunderstand, classmate Xiaomo. We are representatives from various universities in Mo City, here to gather some insights. Producing a business card, Xiaomo scratched his head, realizing these individuals indeed seemed to be from universities. Perhaps he had overreacted. My apologies, everyone. Your sudden appearance startled me. Xiaomo sincerely apologized. Psyduck, standing beside him, also expressed its regrets. No harm done. I am from Mo City Industrial University. After some casual conversation, Xiaomo learned their intentions were simply to attract prospective students to their institutions. Essentially, they were scouts. Xiaomo reflected that sheer strength is indeed a compelling argument. Performing well in competitions could lead directly to university admissions. According to them, if he wished to enroll now, he wouldn't even need to take the entrance exams. He could merely wait for an acceptance letter at home. However, Xiaomo did not commit to anything, as he was unaware of the advantages of these universities and preferred to gather more information before making any decisions. After bidding farewell to the university representatives, Xiaomo approached the battle area. Psyduck, use Psychic to control the water waves and create a whirlpool, he commanded. Psyduck's eyes turned blue, and a powerful stream of water emerged. Under the guidance of its psychic abilities, the water began to spin rather than shoot out directly. The whirlpool accelerated, and the blue hue in Psyduck's eyes deepened. 28, 29, 30. Psyduck, stop! Xiaomo shouted, glancing at his stopwatch. Soon, the whirlpool ceased, and Psyduck panted heavily. They had succeeded, but this maneuver was extremely taxing. At its current stage, Psyduck could only sustain it for about half a minute. Xiaomo pondered as he fed Psyduck some clear fruit. The training in the water had proven beneficial. Psyduck's foundational qualities were commendable, as it would not have been able to maintain the whirlpool otherwise. Yet, the intensity of the water waves was evidently excessive. After the King Carp Cup concludes, he ought to purchase some supplements. Psyduck's physical condition must keep pace. Even if it does not become Gandalf, it cannot end up as a fragile roast duck. Chapter 37. Have you learned? There is a day of rest in the King Carp Cup, specifically on the day transitioning from the top 16 to the top 8. Although Pokémon can rest at the Pokémon Center, novice trainers clearly cannot compete consecutively, as it would impact their performance. Furthermore, these competitors have a more significant role to fulfill. Today marks the day of interviews, aimed at building momentum for the upcoming matches. A young female journalist, seemingly fresh out of university and exuding youthful vigor, was assigned to interview him. Unexpectedly, it was the same reporter Xia Mo had encountered during the preliminary rounds. "I can't believe it's you," the female journalist exclaimed, astonished that the contestant she had casually interviewed was now among the top 16, a notion that struck her as absurd. "See, I wasn't lying," Xia Mo shrugged, smirking. "Well, that was a brief interview. This one is more formal," she stated. "Don't be nervous, just answer my questions. If anything doesn't come out well, we can edit it later." In the contestants' room, the female journalist sat across from Xia Mo, smiling encouragingly. "All right," Xia Mo nodded. Meanwhile, Psyduck, at Xia Mo's feet, tilted its head curiously at the journalist, leaving everyone wondering what was on its mind. "Okay, let's get started." The young female journalist gestured towards the photographer, then turned to face Xia Mo and Psyduck. After a brief self-introduction, the journalist, Xiao Shuang, posed her first question. "Xia Mo, what do you believe has enabled you and Psyduck to reach this point?" "I think many novice trainers today are overly impatient and lack the true qualities that a trainer should possess," Xia Mo replied. "Oh." The journalist's interest piqued at his somewhat audacious response, sensing a potential scoop. "This newcomer is intriguing, quite unconventional. Could you elaborate on the true qualities that a genuine trainer should have?" Xiao Shuang inquired. "A trainer is akin to a coach for professional players, formulating strategies before the match and then allowing their Pokémon to execute tactics freely on the battlefield. Isn't that right, Psyduck?" Psyduck tilted its head in agreement. It seems that Xia Mo's Psyduck wholeheartedly endorses this approach. Xia Mo's strategy is to let his Pokémon express themselves and showcase their unique style, truly a breath of fresh air among trainers, Xiao Shuang remarked, observing the tilted head of Psyduck. "By the way, doesn't Psyduck seem a bit dim-witted? Is he really a top 16 contender?" Xiao Shuang thought to herself, stifling a chuckle. Xia Mo was taken aback. Had the journalist misconstrued his meaning? It appeared he had encountered a formidable opponent. Naturally, many trainers fail to realize that no one understands their Pokémon better than they do. Shouting out move names can often expose strategies. A mere glance or a decisive command suffices. Xia Mo countered, unwilling to concede. "As I understand, Lin Ling, who has been eliminated, excelled in this regard, didn't he?" The journalist, evidently well prepared, noted that a mere grunt from Lin could command his Monferno to use its intimidating glare. "Yet he lost, to me and Psyduck. I have unwavering faith in my Psyduck. 1 minute of battle reflects 10 years of training. It works incredibly hard. It is the synergy between Psyduck and me that has propelled us into the top 16, and I believe we can go even further." The journalist was indeed impressive, nearly leading him into a trap, but victory dictates everything. Even the most exceptional Lin Ling faced defeat. Xia Mo's statements are quite thought-provoking. "So, you mean to say that all your exemplary performances during battles are premeditated?" Xiao Shuang asked. She began to flatter him, as the focus of the day was Xia Mo, not Lin Ling. "Indeed, everything is tactical. Every fluctuation in the battlefield is swiftly grasped by me," Xia Mo declared, clenching his fist. "Thank you, Xia Mo, for participating in our interview. To the viewers at home, have you learned anything?" The interview concluded, and the video would soon be released, not delaying the upcoming matches. In fact, the team responsible for this segment was seasoned and knew which videos could potentially create a buzz, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Xia Mo's video would undoubtedly be showcased prominently. Xia Mo himself was not among the first to receive news by the time he did. The video had already amassed over 100,000 views and was still climbing rapidly. "Hey, desk mate, your interview video has gone viral." Leaving the others in the dust, "It's only been a few minutes," Zhu Yinghao exclaimed. "Really?" Xia Mo responded, quickly locating the video of his interview. Indeed, the interview had garnered significant attention. The frenzied barrage of comments astonished Xia Mo, particularly after Xiao Shuang concluded with, "Have you learned anything, viewers? Can't learn, can't learn. Is this the world of the academic elite? Ugh, he is so smug. I want to kick him. Learning is a lifelong endeavor. Same as 9 years. How splendid you are." Beyond the barrage, there were several comments. An anonymous passerby remarked, "I never expected to hear such profound insights from a novice trainer. What he said makes sense. However, the high-profile competitions we've encountered haven't reached this level. I've heard that professional trainers exploring secret realms face ever-changing dangers, leaving little time for directing their Pokémon. The creature's reactions and judgments can sometimes determine the fate of a team. As someone who has participated multiple times in university leagues, I must say, while I have no grasp of what a professional trainer is like, the coordination aspect has increasingly overwhelmed me. My Pokémon's reflexes far surpass my own. At times, it reacts to attacks even before I do. While reducing tactical jargon is certainly vital, the quality of the commander is equally crucial. A unified bond between Pokémon and trainer is essential for proper growth. CIMO found the comments captivating, surprised to see someone engaging deeply with the discussions. He gleaned quite a bit from the feedback and took a moment to respond to Zhu Hao. I fulfilled my promise. Remember to send me the payment. CIMO gently reminded Zhu Hao. Of course, I won't forget, but I must wait until Ing Hao's business opens to receive the funds. Probably around the start of the next semester, Zhu Hao replied. Chapter 38. The Electric-type Pokémon's Innate Impressions. In preparation for tomorrow's victory, CIMO and Psyduck once again studied their opponent that evening. Their adversary was the seed contender from Group D, whose Pokémon was an Electrode. Despite its name containing dragon, Electrode was solely of the electric type. However, its trainer had cultivated it well. Electrode's strategy typically began with Thunder Wave, followed by a combination of Fire Punch and Thunder Punch. To be honest, while most were aware of this tactic, it proved quite challenging to counter in actual combat. If a Pokémon was fast enough to evade Electrode's combination, it could severely damage the opponent. However, most of the trainers encountered had been incapable of avoiding Electrode strikes. After all, they were merely novice trainers. This was not particularly favorable for Psyduck either, given that Psyduck was also categorized as a stationary mage. However, once Psyduck mastered Water Pulse, there would be little to fear. If their opponent lacked any hidden trump cards, the battle the following day should conclude swiftly. CIMO smiled at Psyduck. Psyduck gazed at its trainer, a large question mark seemingly flashing above its head, brows furrowed as if pondering something. All right, give it your all, Psyduck. If we win, we'll treat ourselves to a feast, CIMO encouraged. Quack. Psyduck's eyes sparkled, its expression now brimming with resolve. The top 16 battles differed significantly from the previous days. Not only would there be a local television crew present for coverage, but the entire event would also be live-streamed on Pinji's platform. It was clear that the forthcoming matches would attract even greater attention. Among the most anticipated bouts, as per tradition, would be the finals and the initial matches of the first day. CIMO and Psyduck were set to compete in the second match, a fortuitous timing. Perhaps due to the previous day's interview, on the day of the competition, CIMO was greeted warmly by numerous staff members as he made his way to the players' lounge. This made CIMO feel somewhat elated. Was this the sensation of being a celebrity? Today, there were also rumors of new guests attending, including several professional trainers. The team from EVTV had also arrived, renowned for their high profile within the trainer community. As CIMO walked, he felt a surge of excitement, taking longer than anticipated to calm down once seated in the players' lounge. CIMO, are you prepared? Suddenly, the door swung open, and Gu Shui dashed in, cheerfully plopping down beside him. What brings you here? I thought you would be waiting in a cooler spot to watch the matches, CIMO queried. Anywhere is fine for viewing. You'll be up soon, and I'm here to cheer for you on behalf of the entire class. Gu Shui replied. Thank you so much. CIMO expressed his gratitude. How are you feeling? Do you have confidence? Gu Shui inquired. Rest assured, I will leave you all utterly astonished. CIMO replied, clenching his fist and waving it in the air. Within the arena, after the announcer introduced the guests, the first battle was about to commence. This was the match between the seed competitors of Group A and B, featuring Scyther against Sucker Punch. This contest showcased the cunning nature of psychic Pokémon. As Scyther approached Sucker Punch, it was abruptly ensnared by psychic power, making movement arduous and rendering its speed advantage nearly irrelevant. Shortly thereafter, Sucker Punch unleashed a barrage of magical leaves, and at the cost of enduring one attack, Scyther managed to liberate itself from the psychic grip. Without the psychic control, Fong Yi swiftly commanded, and in an instant, Scyther was at Sucker Punch's side, launching a relentless series of slashes. Meanwhile, Sucker Punch hastily retreated, generating a peculiar force field at its fingertips that solidified the air into a tangible wall, effectively blocking the assault. Nevertheless, Scyther remained undeterred, pressed on with its offensive to prevent Sucker Punch from regaining its focus. Ultimately, Sucker Punch, unskilled in close combat, gradually succumbed to the pressure. In battles against Psychic-type Pokémon, the key lies in disrupting the opponent's concentration to gather psychic energy, an impressive strategy indeed. CIMO observed the entire encounter, barring any unforeseen circumstances. His next opponent would be this Scyther. They had now acquired experience dealing with Psychic-type Pokémon, which was not favorable for Psyduck. As time passed, Sucker Punch finally fell. And as the first battle concluded, the audience erupted in cheers and resumed their discussions. The second match featured which competitors? It was Tang Ji against CIMO, with their Pokémon being Ampharos and Psyduck, respectively. That's Psyduck with psychic abilities, but Ampharos holds a significant advantage over Psyduck, the audience speculated. It seems Psyduck is doomed. Amidst the chatter, Xia Mo and his opponent Tang Ji emerged from the contestant tunnel to take their positions on either side of the central arena. Subsequently, the announcer reintroduced the competitors, igniting yet another wave of enthusiastic interaction from the live audience and viewers alike. Go Xia Mo. Xia Mo, I believe in you. Psyduck, charge. Tang Ji, don't lose. Ampharos, avoid hitting Psyduck on the head. Feeling the audience's fervor, both Xia Mo and Tang Ji exchanged smiles. With only 16 competitors remaining, the audience was well acquainted with these participants, rallying in support of their favored Pokémon and trainers. Please take care of me. Tang Ji adjusted his glasses and said to Xia Mo, how obnoxious, a refined and scholarly type. What a severe blow to a dashing guy like me. Xia Mo silently thought as he gazed at Tang Ji's gold-rimmed spectacles. Enough chit-chat. Psyduck, go and give him a couple of hits. Psyduck emerged, cradling its head, looking at Tang Ji with a perplexed expression. Relenting to the intimidating presence of Psyduck, Tang Ji had no choice but to send out Ampharos. As both trainers prepared, the referee's command signaled the commencement of this round of 16 battle. The two Pokémon stood poised and fierce in the arena, yet neither made a move. Xia Mo remained silent, as did Tang Ji. The atmosphere grew tense. As time ticked away, Ampharos's demeanor became increasingly impatient, being an electric-type Pokémon. Its attacks were as swift as lightning. Had it not been for its trust in Tang Ji, Ampharos would have already unleashed a thunder punch upon Psyduck. However, Psyduck maintained its composure, revealing no excessive emotions, its expression remaining unchanged. All right, Ampharos, use Thunder Wave. Thunder Wave. At last, Tang Ji could no longer contain himself. To him, Psyduck appeared rife with openings, but he was well aware that a trainer who reached the top 16 would not be easily defeated. He understood his Pokémon well. If they continued to stall, Ampharos would only grow more restless. A thunder wave surged forth, its speed moderate, merely a probing attack. Observing this, Xia Mo silently acknowledged the stability of the situation. Tang Ji's strategy was undoubtedly crafted under expert guidance, perfectly suited for Ampharos. While it may be a simple approach, it was sufficient to overcome most adversaries. However, Xia Mo was among the few who could counter it. Psyduck, use Water Pulse. A Water Pulse emerged, swiftly dismantling the thunder wave and racing towards Ampharos. What? Evade, Ampharos. Tang Ji called out anxiously. Yet it was evident that the current speed of Water Pulse was beyond what Ampharos could evade. Instinctively, Ampharos crossed its arms to brace against the incoming Water Pulse. This tactic had been conceived by Xia Mo the previous day. The purpose of the Thunder Wave was to paralyze, its power minimal, merely requiring a more potent Water Pulse to counter it. Ampharos's speed was simply insufficient to avoid it. Thunder Punch. Tang Ji glanced at Ampharos. A single Water Pulse would not incapacitate it. Psychic. Psyduck cradled its head and then unleashed its psychic energy. This was Psyduck's most formidable psychic attack to date, catching Ampharos unawares and rendering it completely immobilized. Ampharos emitted a pained cry, the psychic control making it feel as though its body were being torn apart. Ampharos. Tang Ji shouted, knowing his Pokémon well enough to believe that such psychic force should not cause Ampharos substantial harm. Yet, he was unaware that Psyduck's psychic ability had been significantly enhanced, particularly with its full power now unleashed, exploiting the critical moment when Ampharos was vulnerable while gathering its attack. Soon, Psyduck retracted its claws, tilting its head to gaze at Ampharos. It was not that Psyduck could no longer maintain the attack. Rather, Ampharos had collapsed. Thus, the contest between Xia Mo and the other seed competitor had decisively concluded. Was that psychic power? Why did it seem so formidable? Several newly arrived guests in the VIP section expressed their astonishment. Psyduck's psychic ability appears to have intensified, defeating Ampharos in mere 10 seconds. But how could Psyduck possess psychic powers? That Psyduck is rather extraordinary, a few guests who had been present since the beginning of the competition explained. Moreover, Psyduck has a psychic attribute, but only those who have trained it specifically would be aware. Typical Pokédex entries do not indicate this. I see. It seems Psyduck's potential is quite impressive. Several professional trainers express curiosity towards Xia Mo. Professional trainers do not possess complete knowledge of everything. By the way, ISNT Xia Mo, the contestant from that interview video. Some professional trainers recognize Xia Mo, expressing their surprise. What he said in that interview did not seem like the words of a novice trainer. Before long, the third match featuring the seed competitors of Groups E and F commenced. The seed competitor from Group E was the familiar Cui Xuan, while his opponent was Zhang Tian from the Magic City affiliated school, whose Pokémon was Onyx. That was impressive. It seems Psyduck has grown even stronger, Gu Shui remarked, unable to contain her thoughts as she watched Xia Mo. How on earth did he cultivate such a Psyduck? She pondered. The bond one share with Psyduck is no mere illusion. Xiaomo declared emphatically. TCH, let us focus on your future opponent, though. You may not be able to defeat Fang Yi. Gu Shui awkwardly shifted the topic, finding the notion of bonds too embarrassing. There's nothing to see here. The battle between Qixi Qingtiao and Onyx is far too effortless. Xiaomo dismissed the ongoing match. While Onyx possessed commendable size and strength, its bulk rendered its movements sluggish, making it difficult for a novice trainer to overcome this disadvantage in a short time. Against speed-oriented Pokémon, Onyx was like a sitting duck, especially when facing the agile and flying Qixi Qingtiao. As long as the Qixi Bluebird exercises caution and avoids being struck by falling rocks, the rhythm of battle will essentially be under its control. Oh, Gu Shui seemed to comprehend this well and nodded knowingly. Once the battle commenced, it indeed unfolded as Xiaomo had predicted. The Qixi Bluebird utilized Mist, gradually began to kite, and ultimately employed the move Charm Voice to deplete the health of the Onyx. The Qixi Bluebird is truly formidable, Gu Shui exclaimed. After saying this, before the next match commenced, Gu Shui picked up her phone and after a brief moment, suddenly remarked, the classmates in the group are urging you to say something. Many are curious about why you are so exceptional. Aren't you going to respond? Xiaomo shook his head. No, let us focus on preparing for the match first. Engaging in idle chatter before serious matters could be detrimental if we end up losing. During the fourth match, Xiaomo observed intently, and Gu Shui noted the expression on his face. You seem to care quite a bit about Li Ziheng. Indeed, his B-drill has been cultivated exceptionally well. In my view, it stands on par with Fang Yi's Scyther, demonstrating remarkable prowess despite the substantial gap in their base stats. He truly is impressive. Xiaomo offered high praise for Li Ziheng. The competitors in Group A, Fang Yi, Group E, Cui Shuang, Group L, Li Ziheng, and Group P, Yin Lo, are all among the elite seed competitors. Xiaomo regarded these four as his most significant adversaries, particularly noting that he held a particular apprehension towards Cui Shuang and his Qixi Bluebird. It's likely that the final four will consist of myself, Cui Shuang, Li Ziheng, and Yin Lo, Xiaomo declared confidently. So self-assured, Gu Shui was somewhat astonished, not only by Xiaomo's strength, but also by his foresight. Someone mentioned this on the forum, but I substituted Fang Yi for myself, Xiaomo candidly confessed. As anticipated, in the fourth match, B-Drill triumphed. Having watched the entire battle, Xiaomo gained insight into B-Drill's capabilities, realizing that its speed and poison sting rendered it nearly invincible. The developments in the other groups unfolded largely as Xiaomo had foreseen, until the final competitor, Yin Lu, took the stage. Xiaomo directed his gaze towards the guest area, heightening his focus. The student with the Jengar, Lu, was seated there, and his presence was bolstered not only by his own strength, but also by his affiliation with the Heartflow Dojo. Similarly, Yin Lu was also a student of a dojo. Although it was the Spectral Dojo, the two dojos were practically inseparable, as ghost types and psychic types both wielded enigmatic powers. Hence, Xiaomo perceived Lu as a senior figure to Yin Lu, even though that might sound peculiar. Chapter 40, Scyther vs. Psyduck. The Dream Eater is a rather rare Pokémon, and Yin Lu had trained it remarkably well, employing its ghost-type abilities to bewilder its opponents, who often fell victim to its tricks. If Psyduck were to confront the Dream Eater, the best strategy would be to utilize Psychic to gain control, thereby avoiding the adversary's speed advantage. However, if the opponent had a trump card, the outcome would be uncertain. Within the span of a morning, the top 8 contenders were announced. Pokémon in need of recovery and healing were comprehensively attended to by the Pokémon doctors hired by the tournament. The injuries sustained in battles of this novice level posed no challenge to these skilled doctors. A single healing move from a Chansey would suffice to restore the Pokémon to peak condition, rendering even medicine unnecessary. Regrettably, Chansey is a regulated species, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary trainers to acquire one. Otherwise, Xiaomo would have desired to capture one for self-sufficiency is crucial. After the matches concluded, Xiaomo bid farewell to Gu Shui and returned to the hotel. As he was the first to compete in the afternoon, he had to continue strategizing with his Psyduck after lunch. Time flew by, and at precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun blazed overhead. The Oriental Pearl Arena was filled to capacity, with spectators eagerly awaiting the afternoon's contests. 4 matches remained, each highly anticipated, including the opening bout, Fang Yi vs. Xiaomo. As the announcer pronounced their names, the audience erupted in a cheer. Both Fang Yi and Xiaomo had garnered a considerable following as they progressed through the tournament. Fang Yi's Scyther, a powerful bug type, was striking in its entrance and fierce in its offense, exuding a cold, ruthless demeanor in both its moves and spirit. Psyduck, a water and psychic type, though seemingly goofy in appearance, possessed formidable combat capabilities, having bested numerous strong opponents, earning respect rather than disdain. As both Xiao and his opponent released their Pokémon, they awaited the referee's signal to commence. Psyduck's strength lay in its psychic abilities, once under its control. Even Scyther would find it challenging to escape. Yet Scyther was not to be underestimated, particularly in terms of mobility. The flying Scyther held a significant advantage, and its Fury Cutter assault was equally formidable, leaving one to ponder how Xiao intended to counter this. How intriguing. It's akin to a mage confronting an assassin, especially against a flying Scyther. In a sense, Psyduck is quite constrained, yet the outcome will only be revealed once the battle begins. The guests in the audience engaged in discussion. Xiao, you must strive to teach him a lesson, Gu Shui murmured from the sidelines. While being defeated by Fong Yi would not be unbearable, she would be elated if someone managed to take him down. Fong Yi, your Scyther is impressively swift. But do you believe it can even touch my Psyduck? Xiao suddenly interjected before the match began. On the other side, Fong Yi frowned. He was not one to indulge in pre-match banter, yet out of courtesy, he responded, I've seen your interview video. You must have a strategy in mind. But I can only say that all tactics are mere tricks in the face of absolute strength. Fong Yi's voice was somewhat hoarse. Is that so? Yet I am merely stating the facts, Xiao replied with a smile. Fong Yi took a deep breath, reminding himself not to be swayed. Xiao was attempting to unsettle him before the match. That bastard. In the next moment, the referee announced the commencement of the battle. Fong Yi swiftly issued commands. Scyther relaxed its lower body, and with a powerful flap of its blade-like wings, it took to the skies. In an instant, Scyther locked onto Psyduck, its scythe-like arms poised to deliver a fierce attack. Scyther, Fury Cutter. Fong Yi commanded. Fury Cutter, with each successful strike, would empower Scyther's subsequent blows, engendering a relentless offensive momentum. Fong Yi aimed to eliminate another seed competitor through this very strategy. Indeed, its speed was astonishing. With a flash, Scyther's form became a mere blur to Xiao and Psyduck, leaving only a vague silhouette in their sight. Such velocity would sharpen the blades on Scyther's arms even further. Xiao and Psyduck steeled themselves. As the distance between the two Pokémon closed to 2 meters, Xiao finally spoke. Now, in a critical moment, Psyduck unleashed a double water gun. The 2 streams of water swirled around Psyduck, effectively neutralizing Scyther's assault. Seeing the attack miss its mark, Fong Yi and Scyther grew anxious. Quickly assessing the situation, Fong Yi promptly decided, ascend and re-engage. Scyther rapidly flapped its wings, narrowly evading the 2 water guns that had originated from behind. In this blind spot of Scyther's vision, had Fong Yi not intervened, it would have sustained significant damage. However, Xiao and Psyduck would not allow Scyther to ascend unchallenged. This was a hard-won opportunity to attack. Psychic, seize it, Xiao commanded. Psyduck's eyes suddenly gleamed with a radiant light, while Scyther's wings ceased to flutter, causing the entire Pokémon to begin a slow descent. Truly troublesome. Fong Yi mused inwardly. Telekinesis could be considered a rather unscrupulous skill. It has a brief casting time, formidable effects, and lacks effective countermeasures. A dazzling flash of electricity to escape it. Scyther flapped its wings with remarkable speed, yet its form continued to plummet. Psyduck's telekinesis was simply too powerful. High-speed movement combined with air cutter. Observing that the dazzling flash had proven ineffective, Fong Yi swiftly issued further commands. His strategy was prompt. Recognizing the futility of the previous attack, he made necessary adjustments. However, in comparison, that Psyduck was far more formidable, skillfully utilizing 2 streams of water to neutralize the initial wave of attacks, subsequently suppressing the opponent with telekinesis, and exploiting Scyther's blind spots to launch its assaults, rendering it utterly incapable of touching Psyduck. This also placed Fong Yi in a perilous situation, exhausting considerable stamina in the process of evasion. From the current scenario, Psyduck clearly held the upper hand. The professional trainer among the guests remarked, Xiao must have extensively studied Scyther's attack patterns to gain such an advantage at the outset. Despite the advantageous position, Fong Yi only needed to leverage Scyther's high mobility and aerial supremacy, continually employing ranged attacks or manipulating the limits of telekinesis to wear down Psyduck. Thus, the outcome of the battle seemed apparent. Another trainer commented. Chapter 41. The Emergence of the Counter Shield. After expending so much stamina, was it merely to rid himself of Psyduck's telekinesis? Xiao felt a tinge of helplessness. As long as he could bring Scyther down, nullifying its aerial advantage, he could then entrap the opponent with telekinesis. This was Xiao Mo's initial plan, but since it had not borne fruit, he would have to await the next opportunity. Scyther, take to the skies with high-speed movement, Fong Yi commanded. Simultaneously, Psyduck gazed quizzically at the crimson figures soaring above. Rarely did expressions of frustration or dissatisfaction manifest on Psyduck's face. It merely sat with its head cradled in its hands, staring blankly, much like it was now, observing Scyther in flight. At this moment, unlike the explosive speed brought forth by the dazzling flash, the high-speed movement technique allowed Scyther to appear more relaxed and graceful. Its speed undiminished. After a mutual exchange of glances, Fong Yi commanded Scyther to charge once more. However, this time he had learned from experience. First employing Shadow Clone to create multiple Scythers, then using Air Cutter for ranged attacks, not to inflict harm, but to deplete Psyduck's stamina. Faced with a multitude of assaults, Psyduck was compelled to utilize telekinetic defense, as simple evasion would leave it vulnerable to counterattacks. The sound of thuds echoed as telekinesis and Air Cutter struck in succession. Yet both sides remained unscathed. Nevertheless, Fong Yi, seasoned and astute, had discerned a not-so-weak weakness in Psyduck's defenses. The fact was, telekinesis was not invulnerable. Pokémon are not machines, and it is only natural that Psyduck cannot maintain full power indefinitely. Generally, Psyduck's telekinesis is evenly distributed around its body, enhancing defenses where it is struck, which should not be deemed a weakness, as it is exceedingly difficult for any Pokémon to breach Psyduck's defenses. After all, speed alone cannot rival telekinesis. Yet this very flaw could be exploited by Fong Yi. Speed was his trump card. Full throttle high-speed movement, Shadow Clone, and then a flurry of strikes. This was Fong Yi's secret weapon. Such a barrage of attacks would be arduous for the opponent to withstand, particularly the combination of high-speed movement and Shadow Clone, resulting in numerous Scyther shadows appearing on the field, each striking with its own pincers. Moreover, it was not merely the pincers, wings, the horns upon its head, and the sharp spines on its feet. All were weapons at Scyther's disposal. And what did Psyduck possess? Scyther resembled an armored warrior, while Psyduck appeared akin to a fragile duckling. It seemed that Xiao Mo would indeed be halted here. Indeed, Scyther is a natural-born fighter, and this particular specimen had been well-trained. Defeating a Pokémon like Psyduck would prove exceedingly difficult. Having managed to stand against Scyther to this extent, Xiao Mo and Psyduck had already accomplished something remarkable. The professional trainers in the guest seats voiced their opinions. Given the current state of affairs, Psyduck appeared to be at a loss. Unless Scyther made a grave error or Psyduck unveiled a new technique, Psyduck's previous performance could no longer pose a threat to Scyther. Lu, a fellow trainer, remarked. However, such scenarios seem rather unlikely. Meanwhile, Scyther launched an aerial assault, swiftly circling around Psyduck to disrupt its judgment, then seizing the moment to slash. Although Psyduck's telekinetic defense was timely, it found itself unable to retaliate. Telekinesis was not omnipotent, and each time Psyduck could only grasp at the opponent's afterimage. Continuous failures compelled Psyduck to retract its telekinetic defenses. Only with concentrated telekinesis could it hope to ensnare that wretched mantis. At present, Scyther had become little more than an afterimage to the naked eye, its speed accelerating. After 7 or 8 seconds, Scyther suddenly closed in on Psyduck. Observing Scyther's approach, Fong Yi felt a surge of elation. This was Psyduck's vulnerability. The professional trainers in the stands displayed expressions of regret. Psyduck's telekinetic defense could not keep pace with Scyther's velocity. Was there no recourse? Counter shield. In that final moment, Xiao Mo remained composed, issuing commands with tranquility. Counter shield? What is that skill? The professional trainers in the stands exchanged puzzled glances. Was this an undiscovered new technique? Surrounding Psyduck, telekinesis began to swirl rapidly, with 2 streams of water rotating at high speed around it, forming several rope-like water tendrils. With immense centrifugal force, these streams whirled together. Upon witnessing this change, Scyther exerted its wings with all its might, yet it could not disperse the swirling water. It slashed out, but the second water tendril quickly followed, crashing into it with a dull thud. This rotating water, imbued with significant force, struck Scyther's body, wings, and face. With a cry of pain, Scyther was forced to descend, and Psyduck seized the opportunity, unleashing a wave that forcefully struck Scyther's abdomen. Impossible. In the next moment, several guests abruptly rose, gazing intently at Psyduck on the field. What had just transpired with the water flow? I told you, we prepared a secret weapon. You should have been cautious. Why did you not believe me? Xiao Mo said with a beaming smile. The swirling water flow. This was Xiao Mo's tactical adaptation of the counter shield, inspired by an animated reference, making its debut before the audience of this world. The entire venue fell into silence. Unbelievable. Psyduck had employed an unprecedented technique, one that directly placed Scyther at a disadvantage, a reversal, a dramatic turnaround. The commentator exclaimed with fervor as they beheld Scyther's fallen form. Both the guests and audience, who had long since anticipated a victor in this clash, found it difficult to reconcile the outcome. After the referee announced the results, the audience erupted into cheers. Did you all just witness that vortex? One professional trainer among the guests spoke up. Lou, can you accomplish this? He turned to the youngest guest, Lou. The principle is to initiate a rotation in the technique to enhance its range and power, transforming it into a versatile offensive and defensive maneuver. While it is not difficult to achieve once one masters a technique, it is hard to fathom that this originated from a novice trainer. This Psyduck is capable of such feats. I surmise it is aided by telekinesis. For I noticed Psyduck's eyes turned blue. Lou candidly explained. What just happened? Did we win? What transpired moments ago? Is there a replay? Not only the guests, but also the audience in the stands and the viewers in the live streaming room were left astonished by the fleeting whirlpool technique, which was followed by a flurry of inquiries. Chapter 42. The development of the Pokeball. Uncle Chun, a professional who serves as the director of the Planet Club, leads a life that revolves around a triangular routine: work, home, and back again, managing the club's various affairs. In the afternoon, after bidding farewell to his guests, Uncle Chun took his customary break. At 2 o'clock, he retrieved his phone and tuned into the Pinji livestream. Astonished that he had made it to the top 8, truly remarkable. He was deeply impressed by Xiaomo and Psyduck, not solely due to Xiaomo's parentage, but also because of their relentless efforts. Thus, when Xiaomo set off to participate in the competition in the Magic Capital, Uncle Chin kept a close watch on the matches. However, before the round of 16, identifying an ordinary contestant was quite difficult, as Xiaomo's fame had yet to burgeon. It was only on the day the list of the top 16 contestants for the King of Carp Cup was released that Uncle Chun, after viewing the interview videos on the Pinji Live platform and the official forum, finally laid eyes on Xiaomo. Subsequently, he focused his attention on Xiaomo and Psyduck. After all, the subsequent matches could easily be followed through the live streaming platform, which was exceedingly convenient. In the first match, he discovered that Psyduck's psychic was capable of controlling Electrode, and with that very psychic, it secured victory. Uncle Chun felt a sense of absurdity. He had not anticipated Psyduck's remarkable strength. He then began to eagerly await the quarterfinals, where Psyduck would face Scyther. This battle would not be easy. As a trainer, he was acutely aware of the disparity between these two Pokémon. Oh no, Psyduck was cornered. The onslaught from Scyther was relentless. Observing Psyduck being pressured in the live stream, Uncle Chun sighed, though he acknowledged that reaching this stage was already a commendable achievement. However, in the next moment, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. In an instant, the Hydro Pump counter shield emerged, and Psyduck retaliated, claiming victory. A barrage of 666666666 flooded the screen, even causing the usually composed Uncle Chun to exclaim a traditional phrase. The principle behind the counter shield was not particularly complex, yet the idea was crucial, and the techniques required meticulous refinement. It could be described as a novel move absent from any Pokédex, likely known only to Psyduck in this world. This era is becoming increasingly exhilarating. The new trainers are achieving such feats, alongside Pokémon like the 7 Evening Birds, Scyther, and Dream Demon, creatures typically reserved for university team members, now appearing in the hands of novice trainers. Uncle Chun stroked the ring on his finger. As a mid-level executive of the Planet Club, he was aware of the changes in this world, not merely within his own country, but also the emergence of many prodigious individuals in other nations. Furthermore, the movements within the secret realms are worthy of scrutiny. The Pokémon system in the real world is entirely based on the emergence of these secret realms. Had the secret realms not descended from the heavens, there would have been no Pokémon in the real world. Now, witnessing rare Pokémon like the 7 Evening Birds and Scyther in the hands of new trainers signifies that the occurrence of secret realms is becoming increasingly frequent. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for novice trainers to acquire rare Pokémon, as they would have been claimed and nurtured by professional trainers long ago. Whether regarding international dynamics or secret realms, the current situation is no longer as stable as it once was, and it is likely that increasingly rare Pokémon will emerge in the future, potentially even unseen Pokémon or moves. Indeed, this is a time of great upheaval. Uncle Chun mused while seated in his chair. The top 4. Xiaomo actually made it to the top 4. Is that still the usual Psyduck? Is it certain that at ISNTA Gyarados disguised in Psyduck-S attire? Ever since Xiaomo defeated Fong Yi, the class group chat has been abuzz. There are those in shock, those bewildered, the envious, and the feigned calm. Gu Shui, you're on site, right? Quickly tell us what is happening. No. Bring Xia Mo out for a moment. Did he lose his phone? Yes. I really want my Maril to learn this move, if Psyduck can do it. Maril should be capable as well, right? Xia Mo still hasn't come out. He is pushing me to make a big move. Look at my exclusive red envelope designated for Xia Mo, 1 penny sent your way. Inside the Oriental Pearl Arena, Gu Shui fumbled to turn off her phone. Glancing at Xia Mo approaching from the stairs. Big shot. Have a cold soda. She handed him a bottle of cola, gazing at Xia Mo with a look of awe. What was that whirlpool about? Gulyalu. Xia Mo savored the refreshing sensation, exclaiming, it wasn't difficult. I just practiced using the method for rolling meatballs. What kind of meatballs? For happiness meatballs. Gu Shui inquired. Xia Mo took another sip of cola, feeling the heat of the weather. It's just like this, he said, extending his palm and gazing at his hand. Rasengan. Understand now? Gu Shui remarked. This person doesn't seem too bright. Observing Gu Shui's puzzled expression, Xia Mo shrugged. What could he do? After all, this world lacks not only Pokémon, but even Naruto. As the first match concluded, the atmosphere grew lively, and 3 more matches were set to follow. After a brief intermission, the second match was about to commence. Yufeng versus Chui Shuang. A battle between Charmeleon and the 7 Evening Bird. Upon seeing Yufeng, Xia Mo recalled the first post he had encountered upon arriving in the Magic Capital, which had predicted the top 4 for this competition. Feng Yi with his Scyther, Yufeng with Charmeleon, Lin Duo with Kadabra, and Chui Shuang with the 7 Evening Bird. Looking back, the accuracy of that post was rather low. Feng Yi had fallen to him, and Yufeng was now set to duel with Chui Shuang, while Lin Duo faced off against a disciple from the dojo. Conservatively estimating the odds, it was merely a 50-50 chance, but Xia Mo was not optimistic about Lin Duo. She was likely to lose. Not long after the referee announced the start, conversations began among the guests. Mr. Yu, do you think Yufeng can win? It's hard to say, but the odds are slim. Charmeleon has only just evolved and is still not too familiar with its moves against the 7 Evening Bird. It's likely to lose, Mr. Yu chuckled. He was Yufeng's father and a professional trainer himself, though he hailed from the imperial capital and was not particularly well acquainted with the magic capital scene. He was mentally prepared for his son's defeat. One could only blame the appearance of prodigies in this competition. Even if he were to revert to 18 and pit Charmeleon against the 7 Evening Bird, the odds would still favor the latter. By the way, who is this Chui Shuang? How does he possess a 7 Evening Bird? A guest inquired. From Hejin province. Last name Chui, doesn't that make it obvious? Another guest responded. Isn't he from the Chui family, who monopolizes a secret realm? I recall that it was their family that developed the Pokeball, someone remarked. If the Chui family hadn't created the Pokeball, how could they have monopolized the secret realm? Chapter 43, Psyduck versus Dream Demon. Though secret realms are perilous, they also present opportunities, teeming with countless wild Pokémon and resources. Even Xia Mo stumbled upon a miniature secret realm containing 5,000 fragrance fruits, not to mention other realms. Because of their significance, secret realms are typically controlled by governments. But there are exceptions, such as the Chui family's occupation of secret realm number 125, which is abundant in flying-type Pokémon, including the 7 Evening Bird. However, the Chui family is well aware of the significant advantage they hold, thus rarely allowing new trainers to participate in competitions to avoid drawing attention. Sending Chui Shuang to compete in the King of Carp Cup this time is quite uncharacteristic of the Chui family. Is this a signal being sent to the outside world? Chui Shuang's victory was all but predetermined shortly after the battle commenced. The dense fog not only obscured the vision of the fire dinosaur, but also rendered the trainers on the field unable to see the 7 Stars bird. Under the shroud of mist, Yufeng was as blind as a bat, and after the fire dinosaur unleashed a chaotic burst of flames, it ultimately succumbed. To triumph, one must unravel the fog, otherwise, victory would be exceedingly difficult. Xia Mo found himself deep in contemplation on the sidelines, yet this was somewhat acceptable, as Chao Xian was not to be underestimated either. Before long, the battle progressed to the third match, where Li Ziheng's Beedrill faced off against Xielan's Machoke. With exceptional strategy and the swiftness of Beedrill, Li Ziheng successfully outmaneuvered his opponent, securing his place in the semifinals. The final match saw Lin Duo's Kadabra pitted against Li's Mismagius, both female trainers commanding Pokémon from the Ghost and Psychic types, making for a captivating spectacle. Ultimately, Lin Duo fell just short. Kadabra was struck by Mismagius's strange light, rendering it unable to continue the fight. Xia Mo, Chui Shuang, Li Ziheng, and Lu emerged as the 4 finalists of this King of Magikarp Cup. This reality provided Xia Mo with a modicum of solace. Regardless of whether he secured the championship, he was assured a minimum prize of 30,000 yuan and a Pokémon item. However, it was somewhat disappointing that the item was merely a small amount of silver powder, which could be described as a special scale powder. Xia Mo was completely unaware of its utility for him, as he did not possess any bug-type Pokémon. Nevertheless, it could be sold for profit. That evening, in pursuit of a restful night, Xia Mo refrained from contacting anyone, opting instead to reflect on strategies in the solitude of darkness. Meanwhile, Psyduck trained nearby, basking in its comfort, watching a martial arts drama on television, using its psychic powers to lift potato chips into its mouth, thereby freeing its hands to sip cola. After several days of battles, Psyduck's psychic abilities had become increasingly refined, though it was difficult for Psyduck to notice. The following day, the guest seats, audience stands, and player platforms were filled with pairs of eyes fixated on the two individuals approaching the arena, Yin Lu and Xia Mo. The semi-final matchups were assigned randomly to prevent foreknowledge of opponents. Lin Ling, Tang Ji, and other contestants eliminated by Xia Mo remained to observe how far the victor could advance. Additionally, the audience's enthusiasm gradually mounted, eagerly anticipating an upset. I remember this Xia Mo wasn't even a seeded player, and now he's in the semi-finals. What a stroke of luck. Indeed, if he continues to win, it would be quite the spectacle. Psyduck for the championship. The guests were equally curious about the outcome of this match. Who would emerge victorious? The disciple of the Shadow Temple or an unknown rookie trainer? Lu, do you have any thoughts to share? A professional trainer inquired with a smile. While I have high hopes for Yin Lu, I've been proven wrong several times already, so I'll refrain from voicing an opinion. The new generation is quite unpredictable. Let us focus on the match, Lu replied with a wry smile. On the field, Xia Mo smiled at the girl across from him. She embodied the legendary Ice Queen. Though still young, her aura was unmistakable. Yin Lu, you must have seen my matches. Psyduck's psychic prowess is formidable. You can't toy with your opponent like before. Have you formulated alternative strategies? I have, Yin Lu replied calmly. So, your streak of good fortune ends here. Xia Mo's heart sank. She truly had a plan. As the referee's command rang out, Psyduck and Mismagius, released by Xia Mo and Yin Lu, sprang into action. Mismagius, petite in stature with hair resembling ghostly flames, made a face at Psyduck, who tilted its head in confusion. Upon the commencement of the match, Mismagius immediately conjured illusionary light before hurling it at Psyduck. Quack! Psyduck responded, summoning a wave of water to intercept the attack. Boom! The two assaults collided midair, both Pokémon remaining unscathed. Scare them, Yin Lu commanded. Cover your ears. Xia Mo quickly followed up. Cover our ears. The audience displayed expressions of bewilderment. Covering ears in a battle? Nevertheless, Psyduck, upon hearing the command, did not hesitate, promptly covering its ears while also shutting its eyes. A piercing scream erupted, akin to thunderclaps in a clear sky. This move, when executed effectively, could instill fear in the opponent. However, it required the adversary to hear the sound and react with trepidation. Yet, Psyduck's emotional state was generally subdued, and with its ears covered, it was largely immune to Mismagius's terrifying tactic. As long as it avoided any abnormal status, the match would be manageable. Although Mismagius had not revealed much in previous battles, it undoubtedly possessed the scare tactic. If Psyduck were to be frightened, the subsequent attacks could inflict severe damage. Xia Mo pondered this as Mismagius began gathering illusionary light, while Psyduck, having covered its ears and closed its eyes, reacted a fraction slower. Quack! The illusionary light struck Psyduck squarely, but fortunately, it did not trigger confusion. Indeed, the semifinals were not easily won. Even though Xia Mo had predetermined his strategy, adaptability during the match was crucial. This lapse of covering ears and closing eyes leading to an opening could have been avoided in Xia Mo's plan. Yet circumstances often defy expectations. It's our turn now, Psyduck, psychic. Despite being hit by the illusionary light, Psyduck was not without its capacity to retaliate. It had been primarily on the defensive and still had ample stamina. In contrast, Mismagius, having continuously launched attacks, despite not being injured, needed to catch its breath, creating an opportunity for Psyduck. Chapter 44. Are we going to lose? In an instant, Psyduck's eyes transformed to a brilliant blue, and Mismagius was propelled uncontrollably towards Psyduck. It was under Psyduck's psychic control. Mismagius seemed utterly devoid of resistance, merely groaning helplessly. Observing the ensnared Mismagius, Xia Mo instinctively sensed something amiss. But there was no time for hesitation. It was time to unleash a powerful move. Let us determine the outcome. Tide Surge. Tide Surge was a variation of Counter Shield. not limited to Psyduck's immediate vicinity, but capable of manifesting wherever its psychic reach extended. More importantly, the water currents were no longer mere water gun, but rather waves of water. This undoubtedly amplified the power of tide surge. Miss Magius emitted pained groans, unless something unexpected occurred. Its small frame would struggle to endure for long. However, upon seeing Yin Li's frost-like countenance, Xiaomo sensed the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Share the pain. Upon hearing Yin Li's command, Xiaomo clenched his fists, fully aware that she had a contingency plan. The share the pain move in the game was designed to redistribute health between the two Pokémon, averaging their remaining health. In a situation where one was critically injured and the other was in perfect health, it was nothing short of a miraculous technique. And that was precisely the predicament at hand. Miss Magius was on the brink of losing its combat capability, while Psyduck remained in prime condition. This maneuver effectively reversed the course of the match, akin to Psyduck's previous turnaround against Scyther. Ah, I see, Xiaomo realized. By utilizing Counter Shield to deplete Miss Magius' stamina, followed by employing Share the Pain for health redistribution, Yin Li showcased the cunning and meticulousness befitting a disciple of the Shadow Temple. Lu's eyes brightened. Now, Psyduck's stamina is no longer an advantage, especially having been forced to interrupt its move. Simultaneously, the commentator elaborated, and the audience gradually grasped the situation. Impressive. This was Yin Li's strategy. After all, Miss Magius and Psyduck shared similar roles, neither excelling in physical prowess. In a direct confrontation, Miss Magius would likely struggle against Psyduck's psychic power and could only resort to risky tactics. In retrospect, it had succeeded. On the field, Psyduck appeared to have sustained a grievous blow, and Tide Surge came to an abrupt halt. In contrast, Miss Magius seemed invigorated. Illusionary Light, finish it, Yin Li commanded. Given Psyduck's current state, it was impossible to withstand such an attack. Was this the end? Xiaomo gazed at the suffering Psyduck, feeling utterly powerless in the face of its plight. Quack! Suddenly, Psyduck let out a cry, and its eyes transformed into a vibrant shade of purple. Psyduck? This unexpected transformation took Xiaomo completely by surprise. He had braced himself for defeat, yet Psyduck appeared to have other intentions. What is this? Why have Psyduck's eyes changed to purple? Isn't psychic energy typically blue? An audience member inquired. The purple eyes, what could it signify? Not only were the spectators puzzled, but even those in the guest area turned their attention to a single individual, Lu, a student from the Heartflow Dojo. Our dojo has not conducted studies on Psyduck, so I cannot provide a definitive conclusion. However, I suspect that Psyduck was struck on the head. When it was hit by the Zubat, its psychic abilities were enhanced. Albeit not to such an outrageous extent as now, Lu remarked candidly. Although the nature of Psyduck's transformation remained unclear, it seemed to herald something positive. Even if it turned out to be negative, it could be examined post-battle. Feeling the surge of psychic energy, Xiaomo understood what he needed to do. Psyduck used Psychic. Yin Li, too, had not anticipated Psyduck's sudden eruption of power, her usually icy demeanor giving way to astonishment. The formidable psychic force swept through the arena, leaving Miss Magius with no means of resistance and rendering it incapable of battle. After a brief hesitation, the referee glanced at the fallen Miss Magius and the resplendent Psyduck before announcing the outcome of the match. Miss Magius has lost its ability to battle. The result sent shockwaves through the audience. This match had taken many twists and turns. Initially, it seemed Psyduck was on the verge of defeat, only to have Miss Magius turn the tables with Pain Split. But now Psyduck's psychic explosion obliterated Miss Magius, stunning the crowd beyond measure. Psyduck's meticulously crafted strategy had been violently dismantled, leaving Yin Li in a contemplative silence. Having witnessed Psyduck's battles, she knew from the outset that it would be a grueling contest. Given Miss Magius's training progress, victory could only be achieved through risky maneuvers. Yet, she never anticipated Psyduck would reverse the situation so dramatically. The young woman suspected Xiaomo and his companions might be employing tricks, but lacked evidence to substantiate her claims. Having reached the semifinals, a feat others envied, Yin Li felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. After recalling Miss Magius, she addressed Xiaomo. Should we face each other again, I shall emerge victorious. An exceptional trainer fears no challenge, Xiaomo replied with a smile. Psyduck had been remarkably impressive. The entire battle hinged on its prowess, nearly prompting him to exclaim 666 in admiration. However, there was no time for celebration. He hastily recalled Psyduck and sprinted towards the Pokémon Center, as he remained deeply concerned about the purple hue in Psyduck's eyes. As Xiaomo and Yin Li exited the arena, the commentator continued analyzing the match footage, while the guests in the audience fell into a contemplative silence. Psyduck's sudden surge had defeated Miss Magius. They had considered the possibility of Psyduck winning, but the manner of its victory was so extraordinary that it left them in shock. Upon returning to the contestant platform, Gu Shui once again respectfully offered Xia Mo an ice-cold cola, akin to a devoted fangirl. At this point, even if Xia Mo were to claim the title of champion of the Koi King Cup outright, Gu Shui would find it entirely unremarkable. She sensed that with Xia Mo and Psyduck, anything was possible. The semifinals featured another battle, the advancement match between Li Ziheng and Cui Shuang. This contest was of great significance to Xia Mo, as the outcome would determine his opponent in the finals. Although Cui Shuang was most likely to win, the matches were scheduled for the morning and afternoon, providing Xia Mo ample time to assess Psyduck's condition. Inside the Pokémon Center, Xia Mo and Gu Shui engaged in casual conversation. Psyduck exhibited no apparent discomfort, but Xia Mo remained preoccupied with the peculiar purple eyes. Quack! The under-treatment sign dimmed, and a nurse emerged, gently pushing Psyduck forward. Your Psyduck is in excellent condition, but regarding the purple eyes you mentioned, our doctors are baffled. I recommend consulting with some professional trainers, the nurse advised. Xia Mo nodded, though he doubted that professional trainers would possess any answers, as few trainers had expertise with Psyduck, and most were unaware of its latent psychic abilities. What shall we do now? Gu Shui inquired, cradling Psyduck. Let us return and review the match. Psyduck should be fine. Xia Mo replied with a smile as he observed Psyduck cradling its head. Chapter 45, The Disparity. Xia Mo's concern for Psyduck lingered, yet he harbored certain suspicions. It was likely that Psyduck's extraordinary psychic energy had caused the eye color change. However, such thoughts were best kept to himself, for no one would believe that a mere duck possessed such remarkable psychic talent. After lunch, Gu Shui and Xia Mo returned to the Oriental Pearl Tower. After a brief rest, they heard the commentator's voice. Please welcome Cui Shuang and Li Ziheng to the arena. On the field, Swablu and Beedrill faced off. Both possessing flight capabilities, though Swablu's mist ability would not be particularly effective. Upon the referee's signal to commence, Swablu swiftly released a mist that enveloped the entire arena. The audience was already well acquainted with this move, their experienced eyes glued to the broadcast screen. In this battle of novice trainers, everyone had been accustomed to water guns or collisions. Now, however, a game-changer had emerged, altering the battlefield's state right from the start. Comparable to a weather team's effect, this mist was not ordinary fog. It held a slight humidity that posed a significant challenge to Beedrill, which relied on speed for victory. Dragon Pulse. The mist provided Swablu with an excellent opportunity to strike first. The deep purple dragon-type energy of Dragon Pulse began accumulating almost as soon as the mist appeared. Beedrill lacked any means to disperse the mist, forcing Li Ziheng to rely on rapid movement to enhance its speed. Although this appeared somewhat passive, the mist's duration was not infinite. If he could stall Swablu long enough to dispel the mist, Beedrill's chances of winning would increase. At that point, as long as Swablu failed to land a hit on Beedrill, its superior speed would be sufficient to overcome Swablu. Cui Shuang likely understood this as well, which is why he had no intention of engaging in a protracted battle. He simply needed to unleash Dragon Pulse. Within the mist, a surge of purple energy coalesced, its brilliance sufficient for the audience to glimpse through the haze. This meant that Beedrill and Li Ziheng could also see it. However, once they saw it, it signified that Cui Shuang possessed absolute confidence in his aim. Boom! Dragon Pulse struck Beedrill squarely in the abdomen, sending it crashing to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Beedrill, can you still stand? Li Ziheng gazed at the fallen Beedrill in disbelief. Give up. The gap between bug and dragon types is as vast as the heavens. Even if you train it well, it will never stand a chance against a dragon type. Perhaps your father might have a better chance, Cui Shuang remarked indifferently. It was not that he held Li Ziheng in contempt, but rather that he looked down upon all novice trainers outside of the Cui family. Among the rookie trainers in the Koi King Cup, none stood out. Upon hearing this, Li Ziheng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Was the bug type truly so inadequate? Was this what the elder had feared about the outside world? How disappointing, Cui Shuang mused as he recalled Swablu, turning his back and walking away without a glance back. Simultaneously, the referee announced the match's outcome. This battle stirred considerable controversy, particularly due to Cui Shuang's concluding remarks about the disparity between bug and dragon types, and his suggestion that even Li Ziheng's father would be more competent. Did this imply that Cui Shuang intended to challenge professional trainers? Was there truly such a disparity between dragon and bug types? Furthermore, people were astonished to learn that Cui Shuang belonged to the esteemed Cui family, with Swablu being a novice Pokémon of the family. As night fell, Xia Mo perused posts within the confines of his hotel room. The fervor surrounding the King Carp Cup was already substantial, and with Chui Shuang's remarks. The online discourse had reached fever pitch. However, the prevailing sentiment on the internet predominantly condemned Chui Shuang. For many novice trainers, their first Pokémon were typically of the ordinary variety. Not everyone possessed the financial means or connections to acquire exceptional creatures. Particularly in the case of bug-type Pokémon, their affordability, ease of training, and rapid evolution rendered them the preferred choice for most average trainers. Chui Shuang's words had ignited a wave of outrage online. Originally, Xiaomo, as a non-seed player entering the finals, should have garnered the most attention, but now, Chui Shuang had eclipsed him as the center of public interest. It was undeniable that Chui Shuang had a knack for capturing the spotlight. Countless individuals were eagerly anticipating a showdown between him and Xiaomo's Psyduck against Chui Shuang and his Xinjing bird. The official King Carp Cup had even released a post regarding support ratings, which quickly ascended to the top of the trending topics. Within mere minutes, comments had surged past 99.99, creating a cacophony of opinions that ranged from vehemently attacking Chui Shuang to fervently supporting him and Xiaomo, leaving viewers dazzled. In such a context, the absence of moderation only served to exacerbate the situation. Xiaomo felt that the King Carp Cup was courting disaster. Yet, this was no concern of his. With the finals approaching, his sole focus was on securing victory. The following day, the much-anticipated finals of the King Carp Cup commenced. Whether it was on the official website, the forums, or the live-streaming platform Pinji, the atmosphere was electric. This was to be expected, as witnessing the battles of these fledgling trainers offered a unique experience. Perhaps years down the line, one would look back and find these novices had ascended to become renowned professional trainers or even national icons. Such a sensation was truly remarkable. However, unlike previous years, this competition bore a hint of hostility. Various snide and sarcastic comments flitted across the live broadcast, prompting Uncle Chun to disable the comments section. He had heard of Chui Shuang's statements, which he perceived as a serious warning sign. The advantages and disadvantages of Dragon-type versus Bug-type Pokémon were less about the types themselves and more about the distinction between rare and common Pokémon. To simplify further, it came down to socioeconomic status. The affluent could choose rare and powerful specimens, while those less fortunate settled for ordinary Pokémon, a reality tacitly accepted by the masses. Moreover, the first Pokémon need not be ordinary. It was never stated that one was limited to capturing only common Pokémon thereafter. Therefore, in the past, while admiration was common, it rarely veered into genuine jealousy or hatred. Trainers possessing rare Pokémon were acutely aware that their creatures were products of privilege, and thus they refrained from arrogance, striving to prove themselves worthy of their Pokémon to avoid abandonment. The notion of a Pokémon abandoning its trainer, while seemingly absurd, had indeed occurred, as a Pokémon's strength surged. Its expectations of its trainer would inevitably rise. Why should I take orders from you when I can fight on my own? And now, Chui Shuang's emergence had shattered this accepted norm. He had acquired a Xinjing bird through his family's resources and now mocked them, particularly the bug-type trainers. The situation was fraught with tension. Should Chui Shuang emerge victorious, the public's ire would undoubtedly be directed not only at him, but also at Xiaomo. After all, Xiaomo had unwittingly assumed the role of the savior. Akin to a protagonist in a novel, he had to win. Failure was not an option. Chapter 46, The Finals. At the Oriental Pearl Arena, the audience had gathered early, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the final battle. Unlike the vibrant atmospheres of previous years, the crowd exhibited a notable silence. Meanwhile, the guests arrived in succession, engaging in light-hearted discussions about the impending clash. Yet, their conversations belied the tension etched on their faces. Isn't Chui Shuang being rather brazen, publicly mocking bug-type trainers and even taking a jab at Li Yan? Remarked Principal Shun of the Ocean University of Magic City. Li Yan was indeed the unrivaled king of bug-type trainers in the nation. Perhaps this is a signal from the Chui family. If they wish to make a name for themselves, they must accumulate sufficient achievements. Li Yan could serve as the stepping stone they require, posited a younger guest. What do you mean by making a name? As long as they stand on this land, they fall under the jurisdiction of the state, countered a representative from the Pinji group. This matter was grave, and their disdain for Chui Shuang was palpable. Bug-type trainers were among their most valued clients. After the representative's statement, a heavy silence enveloped the guest area. A prominent family re-emerging required the cultivation of relationships across various sectors, with the stakes being extraordinarily high. While the Pinji group, being large and influential, showed little interest in the Chui family, others were not so indifferent. Particularly small to medium enterprises that would pursue profit regardless of whether it involved bug or dragon types, viewing them as their financial windfalls. After a brief silence, One voice broke through. Xiaomo is quite surprising. Principal Lin, are you not fond of poaching talent? The school Xiaomo attends seems to be a high school in Jiangcheng. If you could extend an invitation, he might be inclined to transfer. Come next year's college entrance examination, he could very well be another gem from Magic City University. You talk too much, retorted Principal Lin, casting a sharp glance at the guest. Yet, inwardly, he began to strategize. Their institution had no shortage of funds, but was in dire need of talent. Once these graduates transitioned into professional trainers, the school would undoubtedly bask in their glory. Let us conduct an investigation afterward. If it seems appropriate, we can certainly discuss it. Principal Lin mused. 10 minutes later, everything was in place. Referees and commentators were stationed at their respective posts. As the match time approached, amidst the applause of the audience, Xiaomo and Cui Shuang emerged from their respective player tunnels. Cui Shuang remained unchanged, clad in black, his demeanor somewhat somber. He had perused the online posts and was taken aback by the multitude of insults hurled his way. He did not believe he had said anything wrong. How could bug types possibly compare to dragon types? On the other hand, Xiaomo sported a classic ensemble of blue and white, complemented by the striking emblem of Yinghao fruits on his back, a testament to Zhu Yinghao's success at home. The atmosphere on the field was tense. A crowd clamored for Xiaomo to decisively defeat Cui Shuang, further exacerbated by the official support ratings, which left Cui Shuang visibly displeased. Psyduck, a mere ornamental Pokémon. One could only say that the competitors in the King Carp Cup are becoming increasingly subpar, Cui Shuang remarked coolly. It matters not. What is wrong with Psyduck or bug types? That is hardly a justification for your mockery, Xiaomo replied, lowering his hat. Regardless of the Pokémon, trainers held them dear, especially novice Pokémon, which undoubtedly represented their most significant investment of effort. Reflecting on his Psyduck, what had once been dismissed had evolved into an indispensable companion. As for Li Ziheng, he likely had been exposed to bug types from a young age, given that his father was one of the country's foremost bug-type trainers. He could have easily sought a powerful novice Pokémon, yet he chose bug types instead. Was that not a testament to passion? Opting for a novice Pokémon was, after all, a reflection of one's preferences. That was the allure of the Pokémon world. Suit yourself, Cui Shuang said with a dismissive smile at the hat-tipped Xiaomo. Soon, he would make Xiaomo aware of the vast chasm that lay between them. Begin. After a brief pause, the referee issued the command, and the entire Oriental Pearl arena fell into silence. The audience ceased their discussions, their gazes fixed on the arena. Given that Psyduck was a water-type Pokémon, a small pool of water had been prepared in the center of the arena. Cui Shuang's Xinjing Bird and Xiaomo's Psyduck positioned themselves at opposite ends of the field. Perhaps influenced by their trainer's demeanor, Psyduck appeared far less goofy than before, now calmly observing the Xinjing Bird. Psyduck was not foolish. It sensed Xiaomo's frustration, which had been brewing since the previous night, to the extent that Psyduck could hardly focus on its favorite martial arts dramas. Release the mist, Qixi Qingyao. Psyduck used Psychic. Cui Shuang skillfully capitalized on the aerial advantage of Qixi Qingyao, issuing commands to unleash a veil of mist above the open battlefield. The obscuring mist enveloped the area, cautioning against aerial assaults. This was a customary tactic of Qixi Qingyao. Previously, from the sidelines, Xiaomo had been unaware of the intricacies of the mist. Now he comprehended its vexing nature, realizing why Yufeng and Li Ziheng had met their defeat. Nevertheless, Xiaomo had devised a countermeasure. Psyduck, employ Whirlpool to disperse the mist and reveal the clear sky. Psyduck, the effect of Psychic could dissipate a portion of the mist, yet it was evidently insufficient. The continuous waves of mist proved challenging to eliminate entirely. While Psyduck could not utilize flying-type moves to blow away the mist, the Whirlpool technique, resembling a watery vortex, could create a water spout in the air. Let the Whirlpool sweep across the sky. As Cui Shuang summoned the mist once more, how would Psyduck respond? Cui Shuang adeptly exploited Qixi Qingyao's aerial prowess, leaving Psyduck confined to ground-level attacks. Beneath the shroud of mist, it was nearly impossible to discern Qixi Qingyao's location. The mist needed to be entirely cleared, but how could Psyduck achieve that? Whirlpool. Psyduck unleashed the Whirlpool technique. The mist was parted, and the sky above the open battlefield cleared once more. The commentator's voice resonated with awe. As the vortex subsided, Psyduck continued to harness its psychic powers. Dragon Pulse. Just as the Whirlpool dispersed the mist, Qixi Qingyao's figure hovered high above, obscured by the fog, preventing Psyduck from pinpointing its exact location. At that moment, as the mist dissipated, Qixi Qingyao's gaze swiftly locked on a Psyduck below. Subsequently, violet energy coalesced, and as Psyduck cleared the mist, Dragon Pulse descended from the sky in an instant. Psyduck used Psychic Defense. However, Xiaomo had anticipated this. Following the mist was bound to be Dragon Pulse. He could not afford to follow in Li Zihang's footsteps. Psyduck's focused gaze immediately detected the anomaly above, and at the instant the mist parted. It activated its Psychic Defense. Chapter 47, A Ray of Hope. A pale blue energy converged, swiftly forming a deep-hued psychic barrier that clashed head-on with the descending Dragon Pulse energy beam. Psyduck exerted its utmost effort, manifesting its psychic power. Boom! The clash of blue and purple energies erupted in the air. Qixi Qingyao's Dragon Pulse surged forward like an unstoppable siege engine, while Psyduck's psychic defense stood firm like a fortified gate. The collision of spear and shield ignited a dazzling explosion of energy in midair. Psyduck, retreat into the water. Qixi Qingyao, ascend. Cui Shuang had not anticipated that Psyduck could react to Qixi Qingyao's preemptive attack concealed behind the mist. Was this the prowess of a psychic-type Pokémon, always capable of the swiftest responses in moments of crisis? My goodness, Psyduck has blocked Qixi Qingyao's Dragon Pulse. The commentator exclaimed. Xiaomo, situated in a safe zone, felt the heat wave from the explosion, causing the edges of his heroic attire to billow backward. Psyduck, retreating into the pool to evade the energy explosion. Psyduck swiftly re-emerged onto solid ground. The pool closest to the explosion's epicenter had seen a significant portion of its water evaporated. Psyduck shook itself, splattering water droplets, and once more fixed its gaze upon Qixi Qingyao above. Psyduck, it's finally our turn. Use Psychic. Psyduck. The recent explosion in midair had inflicted considerable impact upon Qixi Qingyao, yet it adeptly distanced itself from the explosion's center, avoiding the energy's residual wave that could have propelled it out of the battlefield. This was the advantage of an open arena. Were this Pokémon battle to unfold within an indoor venue, Qixi Qingyao would inevitably damage the ceiling. Psyduck cradled its head with its small paws. Utilizing Psychic on such a grand scale was tremendously taxing on its psychic energy. Qixi Qingyao, swiftly evade and unleash Dragon Breath. As the pale blue energy surged within the open battlefield, it began to spread like the mist Qixi Qingyao had initially released. While the potency of Psychic may not have been formidable, its critical role lay in controlling the field and pinpointing Qixi Qingyao's position, forecasting its subsequent maneuvers. Dragon Breath. Xiaomo thought. His expression concealed beneath his cap grew grave. While Qixi Qingyao's Dragon Breath might lack the sheer ferocity of Dragon Pulse, its prolonged exhalation, akin to a corrosive special attack, could dismantle Psyduck's psychic technique. It felt as though a fist were striking cotton, utterly ineffective. Cui Shuang's Qixi Qingyao represented the most formidable opponent Psyduck had encountered thus far, with neither the Pokémon nor the trainer revealing any glaring weaknesses. With Dragon Pulse on the offense and Dragon Breath on the defense, Qixi Qingyao's advantage lay in its defensive capabilities, encompassing both physical and special defenses. Even if it could not withstand an attack, upon being struck, Qixi Qingyao's cotton-like wings would mitigate the physical damage, supplemented by its already impressive special defense. Psyduck's attempts to vanquish Qixi Qingyao with Psychic-type moves seemed increasingly futile. Was there a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough? Within the Oriental Pearl Tower, Psyduck and Qixi Qingyao found themselves locked in a stalemate. Psyduck's psychic assault faltered against Qixi Qingyao's Dragon Breath. However, it was evident to any observer that if this impasse persisted, Psyduck was destined for defeat. Yet, Cui Shuang too felt the weight of pressure. He had not anticipated that Xiaomo's Psyduck could force his Qixi Qingyao into a defensive stance, relying on Dragon Breath. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of relief. Although it appeared that Psyduck was the aggressor and Qixi Qingyao the defender, the roles of attack and defense would soon reverse. At that moment, Psyduck would be unable to maintain its defense, tipping the scales of victory in favor of Qixi Qingyao. This was the inherent advantage of Dragon-type Pokémon, superior physical strength. Xiaomo recognized this as beads of sweat began to form on Psyduck's brow. The psychic technique could not breach Qixi Qingyao's Dragon Breath. If this stalemate continued, Psyduck was bound to succumb. The foundational strength of Qixi Qingyao surpassed that of his Psyduck. To achieve victory, one must abandon the notion of winning or losing, seeking that fleeting hope of reversal amidst certain defeat. Taking a deep breath, Xiaomo commanded Psyduck, which was valiantly enduring in the arena, Psyduck, use Water Pulse. Psyduck. The blue eyes of Psyduck shone with newfound determination. Water Pulse, a water-type move, might inflict only minimal damage upon Qixi Qingyao. But in the face of Psyduck's inability to break the deadlock with its psychic abilities, Water Pulse represented the sole opportunity for Xiaomo and Psyduck. If they were to remain in this stalemate, defeat was inevitable. Since failure seemed preordained, why not stand resolutely in the face of defeat and seek that final ray of hope for a turnaround? Psyduck relinquished its psychic. The pale blue glow of psychic energy dissipated across the open battlefield. Psyduck relinquished its endeavor to execute the psychic move, leaving even Shui Shuang momentarily stunned. However, he would not squander this rare opportunity. After all, this was a championship you chose to forfeit. Xiaoqi Qingniao, unleash Dragon Breath and bring this battle to a close. The water pulse erupted from Psyduck's beak, subsequently infused with the might of its psychic abilities. Instead of shooting forth as anticipated, the water pulse remained tranquil in Psyduck's grasp. If Water Gun could be held in hand, then there was no reason Water Pulse could not do the same. Even in defeat, it would be a glorious one. Channeling every ounce of strength, it sought to seize its final chance. Water Pulse slash. A torrent of water, akin to an air slash, blossomed with cerulean energy. It carved through the air, producing a terrifying wave of energy, especially as it intersected with the dragon breath exhaled by Xia Qi Qingniao, seemingly severing it in an instant. What? Shui Shuang's pupils contracted. Xia Qi Qingniao evade. The energy slash of Water Pulse, unlike the previous robust psychic move, struck with the inevitability of a swordsman cleaving a waterfall. Chapter 48. Victory belongs to the brave. The Water Pulse severed the dragon breath and struck Xia Qi Qingniao. In midair, the bird emitted a cry of anguish. Although the actual energy damage inflicted by Water Pulse was minimal, the intense pain upon impact was acutely felt by Xia Qi Qingniao. Water Pulse penetrated the dragon breath, directly assaulting the essence of Xia Qi Qingniao. The commentator erupted with excitement, proclaiming a reversal. Xia Mo had once again performed an extraordinary turnaround. At that moment, cheers erupted from both the audience and the live-streaming platform. Everyone was eager to witness the tale of an underdog triumphing. Gu Shui clenched her fist from the sidelines, urging, Xia Mo, you must win. However, despite Psyduck's successful hit, the residual force of Xia Qi Qingniao's dragon breath also descended from above, striking Psyduck on the ground. In deciding to unleash Water Pulse with all its might, Psyduck had forsaken any psychic defenses. A searing torrent swept over Psyduck's seemingly fragile form. Indeed, it was the dragon breath of Xia Qi Qingniao. After the fierce energy surged, Psyduck attempted to steady itself, only to discover it was afflicted by a paralyzing effect. The paralyzing effect of dragon breath had taken hold. Yet, Psyduck persevered, its eyes shimmering with an indescribable emotion. It understood Shui Shuang's words that mocked it, akin to deriding an ordinary Pokémon. Once more, the energy of the water began to coalesce, merging with its psychic powers. Psyduck shone with radiant energy once again. Refusing to succumb, it still had one last strike. Xia Qi Qingniao Dragon Pulse. Shui Shuang finally comprehended. Xia Mo's command for Psyduck to suddenly abandon psychic was due to the latter's inability to penetrate Xia Qi Qingniao's dragon breath. Whereas Water Pulse could achieve that, even if Water Pulse would inflict minimal damage on Xia Qi Qingniao. The fact that it could indeed cause some damage made it far more useful than psychic, which could not breach the dragon breath. What a futile struggle it was. Shui Shuang observed Psyduck in the arena, struggling, yet still standing, with disdain. Did it truly believe it could triumph over him? Just as Xia Qi Qingniao prepared to channel its dragon-type energy for a final strike with Dragon Pulse, a surge of water and psychic energy collided within Xia Qi Qingniao's mind, creating an incredible state of chaos. Stars danced before its eyes. Confusion. As the name implies, confusion meant it could even strike itself. Just as the paralyzing effect of dragon breath could manifest, Psyduck's Water Pulse, combined with psychic energy, allowed the minuscule 10 chance of confusion to activate successfully on Xia Qi Qingniao. Xia Qi Qingniao. Shui Shuang was utterly astonished to see that while Xia Qi Qingniao was gathering Dragon Pulse midair, it began to perform a bizarre transformation, furiously fanning its wings towards its own head. What happens when a mass of uncontrolled dragon-type energy suddenly goes awry? Boom! From the sky, a silhouette of Xia Qi Qingniao plummeted. A mere 10 probability. This was the reward for the brave. 10 seconds later, the referee declared Xia Qi Qingniao incapable of continuing the battle. Following a brief silence, the audience erupted into fervent cheers. We won. We really won, Gu Shui murmured, still in disbelief at the surreal outcome, with the ultimate victor being her classmate. This individual's potential is boundless. Such talent cannot be allowed to be intercepted by the capital. Haha, the Chui family has truly suffered a setback, failing to secure even the championship of the Koi Cup. In the guest seating, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated entirely. Had the Chui family truly won, they would have emerged as a formidable force, which was hardly welcome news for them. The cake is only so big, we cannot allow another to partake. Soon, the results of the Koi Cup were announced. This time, the Koi Cup saw an unexpected upset, with a non-seed newcomer trainer claiming the championship, an unusual occurrence. Particularly against a formidable opponent like Xia Qi-Qing Miao, which surprised many. On the arena floor, Cui Shuang gazed at Psyduck, momentarily engulfed in silence. He had lost. He had been bested by the very ordinary Pokémon he held in contempt. Listening to the uproar of the crowd, he took a deep breath. Grandfather, perhaps you were right. The outside world is not as weak as anticipated. Casting a final glance at Xia Mo, Cui Shuang recalled Xia Qi-Qing Miao and turned to leave. We shall meet again. Next time, you won't be so fortunate, he said, as if struck by a thought. I look forward to your challenge, Xia Mo replied calmly. With the match concluded, Xia Mo escorted Psyduck to the medical room. Although there was a medical room available at the venue, Xia Mo preferred to take Psyduck to the Pokémon Center. However, proximity dictated otherwise this time. Observing the dazed Psyduck, the Pokémon doctor furrowed their brow, astonished. How could this seemingly ordinary duck have triumphed over Xia Qi-Qing Miao? Fortunately, the doctor's professionalism shone through as they swiftly treated Psyduck's injuries. Psyduck had not sustained grievous harm, but its energy reserves were severely depleted, necessitating rest. After a while, the event staff arrived to brief Xia Mo on the upcoming awards ceremony and interview arrangements. Xia Mo nodded. For these matters, he held no concerns. His 2 months of rigorous training with Psyduck had culminated in a perfect conclusion, filling him with immense satisfaction. As long as the prizes were adequate, he would comply with the arrangements. Outside the medical room, Gu Shui paced anxiously, her phone incessantly ringing. When Xia Qi-Qing Miao fell, her phone exploded with calls. Classmates clamored to inquire about Xia Mo's status, leaving Gu Shui with a whirlwind of emotions. Gu Shui. At that moment, Xia Mo emerged from the medical room. How is Psyduck? She inquired upon seeing him. No major issues. Its injuries have been treated. It's just a bit fatigued, and the doctor recommended a nap for recovery. Xia Mo explained. That's a relief, Gu Shui sighed, patting her chest. I never imagined you would actually win. Your final opponent was Xia Qi-Qing Miao. I'm still in disbelief that the ultimate victor turned out to be my classmate. Chapter 49, The Championship Controversy. While I wish to extend my heartfelt congratulations to you, have you thoroughly contemplated how to face the impending tempest? She shook her phone, alluding to the bombardment of messages. The final showdown was indeed perilous, and Xia Mo, still haunted by the experience, remarked, I merely relied on luck. Otherwise, the outcome could have been anyone's guess. With Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, the White Mist, and the unutilized singing technique of the Qishi Bluebird, it is evident that both skill and fortune play indispensable roles in such results. As for the tempest that Gu Shui spoke of, Xia Mo chuckled, stating that one could only respond to challenges as they arise. Meanwhile, in Jiang City, within the Trainer Association, a serene and elegant room housed an elderly man with graying hair, leisurely tending to his flowers. He was the president of the Jiang City Trainer Association, and recent accolades from the Provincial Association due to the fruitful harvest at Hashan Water Forest had lifted his spirits. Although a student had inadvertently wandered into a secret realm, timely rescue ensured no significant issues arose. Thus, for the past month, his mood had remained buoyant. After reviewing documents, he indulged in the pleasures of life, effectively transitioning into a pre-retirement phase. Despite Jiang City being a bustling metropolis, the necessity for rest was undeniable. With age, it was best to await retirement in peace. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door. President's son, reclining in his armchair, sighed, recognizing it as the knock of his secretary. Likely, new troubles awaited. Come in. Upon entering, the young secretary promptly reported, President, we have received a call from the headquarters of the Trainer Association in Magic City. What? President's son immediately stood. The Magic City Trainer Association? That bears far greater significance than our provincial association. However, he had no ties to the Magic City Trainer Association. What could they possibly want? Are you familiar with the King Carp Cup? The secretary inquired. I have a vague recollection. It's a renowned tournament for novice trainers from the Magic City, is it not? Precisely. A student from Jiang City No. 3 High School participated and achieved remarkable results. The representative from the Magic City Trainer Association, present as a guest, has called to extend their congratulations. Oh, President's son's eyes gleamed with interest. So it's one of our novice trainers from Jiang City? May I assume the ranking is impressive? Let me guess, the top 16? Or perhaps the top 8? The secretary chuckled wryly. If it were merely the top 8, why would they bother to congratulate us? This student, Xia Mo, decisively defeated an apprentice from the Heartflow Dojo and a novice trainer wielding a Chishi Bluebird, securing the championship. Uft. President Sun nearly spat out his tea upon hearing this. Wait, you said his name is Xia Mo? Suddenly, he recalled something and retrieved his personal number to call Xiao Wan. Hello, Xiao, my dear fellow. Is your son named Xiao Mo? On the other end, Xiao Wan, upon hearing of his son's victory in the King Carp Cup, could hardly contain his joy. How could you be so oblivious to your own son's achievements? I had to inform you. President Sun found himself at a loss for words. Well, I've been rather busy. There have been issues at sea lately. Oh, the sea indeed poses challenges. Shall I send some personnel your way? President Sun inquired. That won't be necessary, but I have been exceedingly preoccupied. I hardly even know what's happening with my son, Xiao Wan admitted, a hint of guilt in his voice. The life of a professional trainer is both an honor and a heavy responsibility. After hanging up, President Sun turned to his secretary. Xiao Mo has shown tremendous potential by defeating an apprentice from the Heartflow Dojo and a Chishi Bluebird. He undoubtedly will attract the attention of high schools in Magic City, eager to recruit him from Jiang City. Although the Magic City high schools are affluent, we cannot allow such a promising talent to slip away. This pertains to future resource allocation. If the Provincial Trainer Association sends that notification, the more exceptional novices we have in Jiang City, the better. Moreover, he is the child of Xiao Wan and Yang Ruoru. President Sun stroked his hair thoughtfully, resolute in his decision. Contact the principal of Jiang City No. 3 High School. It has been years since we have seen such a promising trainer. We cannot let him be snatched away by other cities. That day, Xiao Mo attended the award ceremony for the King Carp Cup, receiving 4 items. The first, the most tangible prize for Xiao Mo, was a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. With this money, he would no longer have to worry about purchasing nutritional supplements for his Psyduck in the near future. The second item was a curved spoon. A Pokémon item that, when held by a Pokémon, enhances its affinity for psychic-type moves and boosts their power to some extent. The third was a membership card for the Huron Group, one of the country's leading companies, known for producing Pokémon products and berries, as well as investing in various competitions. The Huron Group had also supported the King Carp Cup. Hence, this one-year platinum membership card would be immensely beneficial for Xiao Mo, saving him a considerable sum, albeit not as much as his mother's permanent star diamond membership card. Lastly, he received a trophy, a symbol of honor and a testament to Xia Ji's aspirations, though aesthetically pleasing. It served little practical purpose. After completing interviews and delivering his victory speech, Xiao Mo successfully concluded his participation in the King Carp Cup. That evening, upon returning to his rented hotel, he collapsed onto the bed. This past week had been exhausting. His Psyduck, however, did not join him on the bed, but instead turned on the television to watch martial arts dramas. Over the past few days, Duck had enjoyed a life of luxury, returning to the hotel for happy drinks and chips, likely gaining a few pounds. After resting for a while, Xiao Mo, feeling somewhat rejuvenated, decided to open his social media. He first sent a message to his parents to share his good news, though he had yet to receive a reply. His father was likely at the police station, while his mother was probably still abroad. Becoming a trainer had made Xiao Mo acutely aware of his parents' remarkable abilities. Yet their busy lives often left little room for familial affection. He understood the weight of a professional trainer's responsibilities, often going months without seeing his parents, feeling like a left-behind child despite being physically close. Chapter 50. The Manifestation of Psychic Energy. He sighed, contemplating his own path as a professional trainer. His social media was flooded with unread messages, largely repetitive in nature, and he could hardly muster the energy to respond to each one. Instead, he spent a minute crafting a universal reply and copied it to everyone. The class group chat had already erupted in excitement, and a quick glance at the messages made Xiao Mo smirk. Countless tales warn against underestimating those who have crossed into different realms. After all, he was a chosen one of sorts. How could he be thwarted by something as trivial as the King Carp Cup? With a chuckle, he opened Zhu Yinghao's profile. Why did he choose to respond to this particular classmate, ignoring the myriad messages from female classmates? The reasons were intricately linked to shared interests, which could not be discussed in detail. So, I've noticed people online are already inquiring about Yinghao fruit industry, Xiao Mo inquired. Classmate, you should have mentioned your strength earlier. I initially planned to start in Jiang City and then expand nationwide, but now, thanks to you, Yinghao fruit industry has taken off. People are already coming from other cities to check it out, Zhu Yinghao lamented. He initially believed that Xiao Mo would at most reach the quarterfinals or the 16th finals. At that point, he would simply advertise Yinghao fruits in Jiangqing, thereby establishing a foothold in the city. However, The outcome surpassed expectations. He emerged as the champion, leaving Zhu Yinghao utterly astonished. The pivotal factor was Cui Shuang's remarks, which made this championship even more sensational than previous ones. The good news was that their reputation had soared, yet the bad news was that the store had yet to open. In a couple of days, I planned to seek a financial endorsement from my father to establish a branch in the Magic City, with aspirations to expand nationwide. By the way, may I acquire the rights to Psyduck's likeness? Zhu Yinghao inquired. Likeness rights? Xiaomo responded, puzzled. Indeed, I intend to make Psyduck the mascot of Yinghao Fruits. Psyduck is inherently adorable and is beloved by many trainers, Zhu Yinghao explained. This was not solely his idea, but originated from Zhu's father. As a successful businessman, he possessed a keen insight into many matters, and he considered himself quite perceptive. Most businessmen overlook rookie competitions. However, professional trainers often emerge from these newcomers. One can never tell who might become the next champion. Judging by the current trajectory, Xiaomo is destined to become a star trainer. After all, Psyduck's victory over the Qishi bird is an impressive achievement. Seizing the opportunity to cultivate a good relationship with Xiaomo at a minimal cost seems extraordinarily sensible to him. Even if Xiaomo were to fade into obscurity in the future, minor profits are hardly worth fretting over. Of course, the corresponding profits are substantial. What was once a 3 dividend and cash reward can now be elevated to a 20 dividend, along with a separate cash bonus of 100,000 yuan. Though that must await the first round of capital recovery, as I currently lack funds, Zhu Yinghao calculated. The likeness rights, the recent fervor, Xiaomo's potential, and most importantly, his rapport with Xiaomo, all these are vital factors for enhancing the dividends. Certainly, Xiaomo replied after contemplating. Very well. Do you plan to return to Jiangxing or remain in the Magic City for a while? I won't return just yet. I wish to explore the universities in the Magic City. All right then, call me when you come back, and I will pick you up, and we can sign the contract then. After dealing with Yinghao Fruits, Xiaomo took a brief rest before unveiling his reward. Now, it is time to examine this. He retrieved a package, unwrapping it layer by layer until he produced a spoon. He called out to Psyduck, extending the spoon towards it. Psyduck tilted its head. Gazing at Xiaomo, Psy, do you sense a connection to psychic energy? Psy? Psyduck expressed its confusion while gazing at the spoon. Moments later, its eyes turned blue, and a psychic aura enveloped the spoon. Suddenly, a long sword manifested in Psyduck's grasp. Psychic manifestation? Xiaomo was taken aback. The sword gleamed a pale blue, unmistakably a product of psychic energy. Psyduck was capable of psychic manifestation, but that required maximum effort. Now, with the spoon, it could manifest with ease. Psyduck sheathed the sword at its side, but then, its eyes widened in surprise, and it swiftly unsheathed the sword. This is a hotel. Xiaomo exclaimed in alarm as he beheld the sword. What on earth is happening with this duck? Just as the sword was about to strike the television, Psyduck's eyes returned to normal, and the sword dissipated. Xiaomo noticed a fleeting smile on Psyduck's face, as if it had merely tugged at its lips. A quirky grin, perhaps? All right, let us put the spoon away. By the way, why did it manifest as a sword? Has it been watching too many martial arts dramas? Xiaomo pondered. This spoon significantly enhances Psyduck's abilities. Its psychic prowess will not be confined to mere control. Moreover, it may even synergize with other techniques. But that is a concern for another time. I will test it once I return to Jiangxing, Xiaomo resolved. The following morning, Xiaomo and Psyduck rose early. As per their agreement, he was to return to Jiangxing with Gu Shui. However, he was suddenly informed that his mother, Yang Ruru, had returned from abroad. And it seemed that Gu Shui could no longer stay in the Magic City. What? Uncle Gu is coming to pick you up today? Are we taking your car back? Yes, my father insists that I not visit the university until after the college entrance examinations, lest I keep thinking about it upon my return, Gu Shui explained apologetically. After all, it was she who had invited Xiaomo to explore the university, and now, backing out felt somewhat awkward. No worries, since my mother is back from abroad. Let us return together. Xiaomo hung up the phone and awaited quietly. He had already packed his luggage, checked out of his room, and was ready to leave at any moment. 10 minutes later, Gu Shui called again. Xiaomo exited the hotel and soon spotted her. After politely greeting him, Uncle Gu chuckled. When Gu Shui informed me that her classmate was also participating in the King Carp Cup, I initially paid it no mind. But now I must concede that you far surpass my daughter. Xiaomo, are you interested in attending a military academy? Once you graduate, returning to Jiangxing to take over my position is not out of the question, Uncle Gu praised before extending his invitation. Dad, Gu Shui exclaimed, wide-eyed. You said the same thing to me before. Now you're trying to recruit my classmate? Xiaomo smiled wryly. Thank you, Uncle Gu. I will consider it. Chapter 51. a family reunion. Traveling in Gu Shui's family's vehicle, Xiaomo successfully returned to Jiangxing. Ultimately, he and Psyduck disembarked near the third middle school. Although the atmosphere during the journey felt somewhat off, it was undeniably comfortable to be in a vehicle. From there, the distance to Xiaomo's home was manageable enough for him to walk back. At Jiangxing International Airport, a fashionable woman wearing sunglasses descended from the first-class cabin of a flight arriving from Kyoto, surrounded by a throng of admirers. The gentle breeze at the airport tousled her wavy chestnut locks, perfectly framing her exquisitely maintained, delicate features. With a confident smile, she exuded elegance and charm. Yang Ruru donned a cream-colored trench coat, cinched at the waist, accentuating her slender figure. Most striking of all was the elegant Shinado accompanying her down the steps. Shinado was equally resplendent, adorned in a beautiful attire, complete with a black tulle hat adorned with star patterns, which partially obscured her finely chiseled face. Her arms were encased in long black gloves, embellished with small, glimmering gems, as she gracefully held her flowing gown, resembling a queen attending a grand ball. "Sister Ruru, slow down," exclaimed Li Xiaoning, the anxious manager and personal assistant, fearing that one misstep might cause the esteemed woman to slip away. Yang Ruru smiled slightly, teasingly rebuking Xiaoning. "Do you think I am that kind of person?" Li Xiaoning fell silent, her eyes conveying a clear message. "You absolutely are." Just as Li Xiaoning prepared to catch Yang Ruru, fearing she might stumble, she inadvertently grasped Shinado's hand instead. Yang Ruru and Shinado had long established a tacit understanding, moving in perfect harmony. When Li Xiaoning witnessed the radiant smile on Yang Ruru's face, her heart sank. She realized she had once again been outmaneuvered. Suddenly, a deep purple light flickered around Shinado. In the blink of an eye, both Shinado and Li Xiaoning vanished. After a brief span of 3 to 4 seconds, Shinado returned. But Li Xiaoning was nowhere to be found. Yet, none of the onlookers displayed any signs of surprise. They had long been accustomed to such occurrences. If Yang Ruru wished to slip away, who could possibly stop her? The professional trainer, Shinado, wields the power to act as she pleases. Esteemed guests, this weekend I shall return home to reunite with my beloved husband, cherished daughter, and dear son. During these 2 days in Jiang City, I encourage you all to take a moment to unwind. As for work-related matters, Xiaoning will handle everything. Yang Ruo smiled and winked, gently waving her hand. "Farewell, everyone. Shinado, we are heading home." With a graceful arm linked with Yang Ruo, Shinado executed an instant teleportation. Mama Xia gracefully waved her sleeve, leaving not a trace behind. However, when Xia Mo opened the door, an unexpected event unfolded. Quack! Psyduck suddenly burst forth from its pokeball, eyes wide open and cradling its head, wearing an expression of sheer bliss. What a delightful aroma. It must be the fragrance of Mother-S cooking. She has returned. Xia Mo closed his eyes, savoring the enticing scent wafting from the courtyard. Psyduck, with its beak wide open, was already drooling. Gone was the regal demeanor of a Kingler Cup champion. It had been ages since he last savored his Mother-S culinary delights, Xia Mo mused. Their family had not gathered in quite some time. The courtyard door creaked open, revealing Shinado, much to Xia Mo's expectation. Whenever Shinado was home, she would always answer the door for the siblings, Xia Yin and Xia Mo. Clad in an apron reminiscent of a housekeeper, Shinado exuded a unique charm. "My dear son, you're back. Come here, let Mama give you a hug." At that moment, Yang Ruo embodied the essence of a devoted housewife, shedding the glimmer of a star trainer, now fully embracing her identity as a mother reunited with her long-missed children. Upon sensing Xia Mo's return through her psychic abilities, she instinctively forgot the spatula in her hand and dashed out. "Mom!" Quack! Just as Xia Mo was about to embrace her, Psyduck appeared, racing ahead of him. Psyduck. Observing Psyduck's antics, Xia Mo wore a resigned expression, wishing he could just toss it back into its pokeball. "Ha ha ha, my dear son, this must be your starter Pokemon, Psyduck. Quite adorable indeed." Mama Xia gazed fondly at the Psyduck in her arms, which appeared somewhat dazed, yet was actually vying for affection. "Psyduck, are you hungry for dinner? There are some delightful cakes and snacks in the kitchen. Shinado, please take Psyduck to fetch some to nibble on." Mama Xia chuckled, observing Psyduck's little motions of clutching its belly. As a trainer, she understood precisely what Pokemon desired. "Sanai," Psyduck chirped happily, shaking its little tail. "Dinner delicious." Xia Mo watched as Psyduck scampered towards the kitchen, shaking his head in exasperation. "Psyduck, you truly live up to your reputation. Such a glutton. With food around, you forget all about your trainer and leap out of your pokeball. Come here, my dear son. It's been so long. You've grown taller and more handsome. You've transformed into quite the sunny young man." After embracing Xia Mo, Mama Xia surveyed the young man before her, chuckling in delight. Yet, Xiaomo felt a twinge of oddness. Why did the sunny young man seem slightly off? Following Mama Xia, his sister Xia Yin had just returned from her travels. Arriving home before Xiaomo, she smiled and nodded at her younger brother. Darling, I'm back. Roar. A thunderous sound echoed as Papa Xia made his grand entrance. Charizard flapped its fiery orange body and wings, merging with the hues of the sunset, resembling a dancing flame soaring through the sky before landing gracefully in their spacious courtyard. A rare moment of family reunion. Chapter 52, The Newcomer Initiative. Xiaoyan, eat up, eat up. Mom, the dishes are overflowing. Xiaomo, you too. It's been ages since you've savored Mama's cooking, right? Have another piece of sweet and spicy grilled cocoa meat. Mom, I'm truly full. I'll leave Psyduck to you. Quack, quack. As a star trainer, Mama Xia's culinary skills were second to none. The perfect fusion of fruit ingredients and human fare. With impeccable control of oil and cooking time, even a simple dish of stir-fried greens could showcase the allure of top-tier culinary artistry. Papa Xia occasionally cooked for Xia Yin and Xiaomo, and while his cooking was decent, it paled in comparison to Mama Xia's. Akin to the difference between a Charmander and a Charizard. Psyduck was certainly pampered, the sweet and sour squirrel fish, enriched with the nutrition of candlewood fruit, and the sweet and spicy grilled cocoa meat, complemented with a hint of mist fruit pulp, elevated the dish's freshness. By the end, Psyduck left no sauce untouched, making Mama Xia's dishwashing duties significantly lighter. Quack! Psyduck belched, utterly satisfied, clutching its round belly as it sat dazedly in a chair. Chef Shinado began clearing the table, while Xia Yin and Xiaomo joined in to assist. Though Shinado could manage alone, she appreciated their help. I've heard you won the Kingler Cup in Magic City? As the family rested in the dining room, Mama Xia inquired about Xiaomo's recent accomplishments. Xia Yin nodded first, saying, Yes, Mom. I was the one who recommended little brother to participate. My son is truly remarkable. Papa Xia chimed in. Oh, please. This is all due to Xiaomo's own hard work. Mama Xia shot Papa Xia a playful glare. Papa Xia chuckled, not contesting her, and shifted the conversation to another topic. Recently, 2 high schools in Magic City have inquired about Xiaomo's potential interest in studying there. They recognize his talent, but I haven't agreed yet, as it ultimately depends on Xiaomo's wishes. I checked, and these 2 schools offer better educational resources and higher graduation rates than Jiang City No. 3 High School, making them suitable for Xiaomo at this stage. Xiaomo fell into contemplation as he listened to his father. People strive for higher ground, and water flows downward. If the opportunity to study in Magic City arose, Xiaomo would be inclined to accept. Having experienced the environment there, he understood that pursuing development necessitated moving to a larger city, whether now or in university. It was inevitable. However, faced with such a sudden proposition, he found himself unable to decide. Enough with the suspense, just speak plainly. Observing Xiaomo deep in thought, Mama Xia approached Papa Xia. She was all too familiar with her husband's character. Papa Xia merely chuckled in response. After the Kingler Cup concluded, President Sun of the Trainer Association reached out to me. Recently, the secret realm of Hashan Water Conservancy brought a batch of additional resources to Jiang City. To utilize these resources effectively, the association has partnered with several high schools in Jiang City to launch a newcomer initiative. The main goal is to support local rookie trainers, focusing on the senior year of high school, providing various subsidies and independent teaching, among other things. Xiaomo is the first participant in the newcomer initiative, and if he joins directly, he could receive learning devices, Pokémon items, and more. Papa Xia finished this information in one breath, falling silent thereafter. Xia's mother no longer emphasized the matter of Xia's father being evasive. With her fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, she pondered thoughtfully, causing Xia's father, Xia Yin, and Xiaomo, who were seated around the dining table, to hold their breaths, scarcely daring to exhale for fear of disrupting her contemplation. The gravity of the family hierarchy was palpable. Xiaomo's earlier brooding was merely a facade. He understood that the decision-making power did not rest in his hands, but he wished to convey that he was attentively engaged. It was simply a requisite skill for a student. Tap, tap, tap. Outside the restaurant, in the courtyard, Old Spray gently tapped his fingers, lowering his neck to peer halfway out of the window. Upon seeing Shinado emerge from the kitchen, he immediately presented a large, impeccably clean bowl of food. Shinado nodded in acknowledgement towards Charizard. While Old Spray was flamboyant in the skies, he adopted a markedly humble demeanor in front of Shinado. After all, there was no contest. He could not hope to rival her. Even a dragon must bow before her prowess. Who could forget that Shinedo possessed not only psychic attributes, but also fairy attributes? Moreover, despite being called Charizard, he lacked any true dragon lineage. In my opinion, it is feasible to go, yet unnecessary. In Magic City, there will be no shortage of exceptional rookie trainers, and when it comes to resource allocation, even if Xiaomo is outstanding, resources are finite. The school must consider these allocations. It may be wiser for him to remain in Jiang City and participate in the rookie program. The most crucial point is that there is only 1 year left in senior high school. It is not worth the upheaval. As for the quality of instruction, my Shinedo is also psychic. Xia's mother seriously contemplated the differences between Magic City and Jiang City, concluding that there was no need to venture to Magic City. Xiaomo and the others nodded. As a professional breeder, her words were gospel in the Xia household. For Xia's father's success as a professional trainer was largely attributed to her. Tonight, let's all go out for a stroll. It has been ages since we went shopping together. Perfectly. While we are out, let Shinedo teach Carillion and Psyduck some meditation techniques at home, Xia's mother declared with a smile, thus reaching a delightful consensus. Meditation. Xiaomo and Xia Yin exchanged incredulous glances with their mother. Was it the same meditation they understood? In the games, meditation could enhance special attack and special defense, a move belonging to the psychic category. In reality, Xiaomo suspected it was similar, but primarily, meditation was already considered a remarkable technique, likely requiring a fortune if learned through a technical machine. Xia's mother chuckled at her 2 children. Why the astonishment? Come on, you are my own flesh and blood. It's merely a couple of pieces of meat that fell from me. However, I didn't expect your Psyduck to possess such a natural talent for psychic abilities, making it perfectly suitable for Shinedo to teach your beginner Pokémon how to meditate. She added, meditation is not akin to high-powered attacks like psychic, which even Shinedo would struggle to teach at this stage. Chapter 53, A Unique Meditation. After Xia's mother finished speaking, Xia's father chimed in. Your mother is exceptionally renowned for her expertise in psychic-type attributes. When Xia Yin chose Ralts as her beginner Pokémon, I thought you would follow in my footsteps and select a fire-type Pokémon, like Charmander. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that a Psyduck would emerge? If Psyduck were merely a simple water-type Pokémon, Xia's father might have been more at ease. However, to his astonishment, Psyduck was a hidden psychic trader among water types. Thus, it was Xia's mother who could have Shinedo instruct their beginner Pokémon, while Xia's father pondered. Should Charizard teach Psyduck and Carillion how to breathe fire? Or how to fly? Xiaowen, are you feeling jealous of our precious daughter and son? Xia's mother teased, her eyes sparkling with mirth. No. Upon hearing Xia's mother use his full name, Xia's father knew he had to concede, shaking his head in denial. Meditation techniques. Xiaomo's mind began to race. If he were in that realm of cultivation, meditation techniques could be regarded as the pinnacle of psychic cultivation methods, a move that could significantly elevate a Pokémon's combat prowess in battles. If he could master meditation, he wouldn't need to force a change in tactics against the 7-star bird, ultimately relying on luck to prevail. Mother, you are forever a deity in my heart. Meditation, calming the mind, enhancing one's defense and offense. When Xia's father, Xia's mother, Xiaomo, and Xia Yin returned from their shopping, Shinedo gradually opened her crystal-like eyes, radiating the powers of the psychic type, her colors flowing like the stars in the night sky. Shinedo quietly opened the door. Still training? Xia's mother asked softly. Sana? Shinedo nodded slightly, following her gaze. In a corner of the courtyard near the flower bed, by the small pond where Carillion often played, 2 small Pokémon appeared to be immersed in their own world, meditating peacefully. Carillion, sensing the return of its trainer Xia Yin through telepathy, instinctively lifted its head. Realizing she might be interrupting Ralt's meditation training, Xia Yin quickly placed her finger to her lips and gently blew. Shoo. Carillion, I won't disturb you. Continue your training. Lulu. Carillion obediently nodded and settled back into tranquility. In the serene environment, surrounded by flowers often watered by Carillion, the atmosphere was peaceful and calm, with familiar floral scents aiding in its focus. As for Psyduck, who was closer to the pond, it appeared to be meditating successfully, its little belly rising and falling rhythmically. Was Psyduck asleep while meditating? Xia's mother couldn't help but cover her mouth with a smile at the sight of the dazed duck. This silly duck was truly amusing. How had she overlooked Psyduck when breeding Pokémon in the past? Shinedo had chosen the most suitable environment in the courtyard for teaching Psyduck and Carillion how to meditate. It was entirely normal for them to doze off during meditation. The tranquil ambience, coupled with the gentle evening breeze, the soft chirping of birds in the trees, and the refreshing floral fragrance by the pond, created a harmonious scene, while the stars twinkled in the night sky, their reflections dancing upon the water's surface. If the little Pokémon grew weary, it was only natural for them to fall asleep. Sanasana. As for Psyduck's meditative slumber, Shinado hesitated slightly. Through their telepathic exchange, Xia's mother's expression gradually shifted to one of astonishment. What is it, Ru? Xia's father, ever perceptive, quickly grasped Xia's mother's thoughts with just a glance or a slight change in her demeanor. Surely, it was a peculiar situation concerning Psyduck that had left Xia's mother astounded. Meditating to sleep, or sleeping during meditation? Xia's mother gestured for Xia's father to wait a moment, as she needed to contemplate the implications of this scenario within the realm of psychic Pokémon. Dream Eater and Dream Eater's absorption, yet Psyduck was involved. Dream Eater? Dream Eater's absorption? Xia Yin found herself confused, unsure why her mother mentioned these two Pokémon. However, Xia Mo, as a transmigrator, drawing upon his extensive knowledge and understanding of Psyduck, began to grasp the reason behind its meditative slumber. Xia Yan, on the other hand, being a novice trainer and unfamiliar with Psyduck, subconsciously believed it was merely asleep. Psyduck and Dream Eater share a certain resemblance, as sleep serves as a form of meditation, and indeed, the most comfortable one at that. Summer's mother shuffled her feet and gently approached Psyduck, crouching down to observe the creature's serene sleeping posture. She couldn't help but smile, realizing that Psyduck had imparted a lesson to her. It turns out that our world of Pokémon is not solely inhabited by Dream Eater and Dream Eater's variants capable of meditative slumber. My son Psyduck possesses this ability as well. Such a unique form of meditation requires no instruction from Shiny, as Psyduck instinctively knows how to engage in it, and can even select the most comfortable sleeping position. However, being asleep, it may not even be aware of its own capabilities. Sleep is indeed a form of meditation. Suddenly, Xia Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that Psyduck can meditate on its own? While it is remarkable that Psyduck can meditate, the irony is that it remains oblivious to this fact. What a remarkable intelligence. No wonder Psyduck sometimes dozes off unexpectedly. This highlights the similarities and differences between Psyduck and Dream Eater. Dream Eater and its variants are semi-conscious dream spirits, while Psyduck. Summer's mother stood up and turned to see Xia Mo deep in thought. His expression reflected confusion and relief, but it lacked the shock displayed by his sister, Xia Yan, as if he had come to some understanding. Xia Mo truly comprehends Psyduck. He knows his novice Pokémon better than anyone else. Keep pushing forward, trust your instincts, and have faith in Psyduck's abilities. Xia Yan, you too. The growth of Kirlia is relatively slow. It resembles a budding flower, requiring your patient care and companionship. One day, when she finally evolves into Shiny, you will discover the true allure of the Psychic Queen. Summer's mother knew exactly how to encourage Xia Mo and Xia Yan. Chapter 54, The Psychic Training Center. If sleep is akin to meditation, and if, like in games, meditating 6 times can lead to a peak state, then the potential of Psyduck is boundless, provided it can maintain that state. Currently, Psyduck's strength is still rather lacking, but as its power grows, the benefits of meditation will gradually become evident. However, demonstrating this state in Pokémon battles poses a challenge. Yet, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope in future battles, one can believe in Psyduck. Perhaps this is the essence of Psyduck's limitless meditation. Xia Mo felt a surge of excitement. When the bridge of trust between trainer and Pokémon is forged, it becomes a lifelong bond. On Saturday morning, Shiny was already in the kitchen preparing a sumptuous breakfast. Fresh Moo Moo milk, ordered from the Pokémon Center, was indispensable, along with sweet and juicy mangoes, revitalizing red date cakes, and the frequently enjoyed molten custard buns, all rich in nutrition. At home, I do not particularly recommend energy cubes for novice Pokémon breakfasts. Moo Moo milk and fresh fruits, combined with some human food, are more suitable for digestion. Energy cubes are akin to compressed snacks made from fruits or other Pokémon food. Summer's mother initially intended to elaborate on novice Pokémon training, but upon seeing Psyduck devouring a custard bun with one claw while guzzling Moo Moo milk, she suddenly felt that her advice might not be entirely applicable. Ahem. Summer's mother found her hard-earned wisdom as a star trainer unexpectedly dismissed by Psyduck, shaking her head with a smile. Energy cubes are compact and easy to carry, providing a quick energy boost. Once the novice Pokémon reaches a certain level of strength, switching to energy cubes for breakfast will not be too late. For powerful Pokémon like Shiny and Charizard, the energy contained in human food becomes somewhat inadequate, necessitating a daily supply of energy cubes. However, Psyduck and Kirlia currently do not require energy cubes. The ability to make energy cubes is an essential skill for trainers, which will be taught in university. However, if you wish to learn, I can also teach you in a couple of days. After wiping her mouth with a napkin, Summer's mother smiled at her daughter and son. If possible, of course, They would prefer to learn from their mother. Being able to learn from a star-level professional breeder is a dream come true for many. And Xiaomo is no fool. By the way, your 8-school league is about to start, right? How confident are you about winning the championship? After a brief pause, Xia Yin turned to Xiaomo. The 8-school league is an old tradition in the Jiangxing region, and Xia Yin was a key player for the last Jiangxing No. 3 team. Of course, I am very confident. Xiaomo replied, thumping his chest. Having already won the Kingler Cup, what is the small 8-school league to me? Psyduck raised its claw in affirmation while continuing to gulp down moo moo milk. At Xiaomo's current level, the 8-school league indeed lacks competition. But he must not become complacent. The real challenge lies ahead in university. Summer's mother first affirmed Xiaomo's strength, then offered a gentle reminder. She had seen too many novice trainers excel initially, only to become mediocre upon entering or graduating from university. Training Pokémon is a grueling task, with daily training yielding only incremental improvements, which can be disheartening. Let's go, while there is still time. We shall head to the Psychic Training Center to assess the two of you. Summer's mother glanced at the time and decisively waved her hand to head to the training center. After finishing breakfast, Summer's father hurried off to the police station. As the situation in Donghai was not optimistic, being a professional trainer, he had no fixed days off. The training center is an expensive facility, typically found only in universities or certain clubs. The destination for Xia Mo and the others is the Psychic Training Center of Jianghai University. 20 minutes later, Xia Mo beheld Jiangxing's most renowned university, which also happened to be his father's alma mater. Jianghai University is a long-established, prestigious institution. Although it may not compare to top-tier universities like Magic City University, it is sufficiently esteemed in Jiangxing. Summer's mother led her children inside while introducing the place. Speaking of which, Xia Yin, you applied to Jianghai University, didn't you? Summer's mother inquired. Yes, I have completed my application, Xia Yin replied. She is a year older than her brother Xiaomo and had just finished her college entrance exams a few months ago. Xiaomo, on the other hand, gazed curiously at Jianghai University. He had never attended university in his previous life and was quite intrigued. The campus of Jianghai University is expansive, and it took the three of them quite a while to reach the Psychic Training Center. The training center is predominantly silver in color, evoking a sense of futuristic technology. The Diamond Training Grounds, open for a day. Within Jianghai Pokémon University's Psychic Training Center, the facilities are categorized into 4 tiers: Ordinary, Elite, Platinum, and Diamond. The Ordinary Training Ground comprises both a main hall and VIP small rooms. The Elite, Platinum, and Diamond Training Grounds feature only small rooms. Any trainer can train their Psychic-type Pokémon in the Ordinary main hall after paying the facility fee. The area is spacious, but the effects of the Psychic Magnetic Field are rather average. The VIP small room is a private training area, offering a quieter and more comfortable environment. This is also Xiaomo's first visit, having only acquired Psyduck 2 months prior. His sister, Xia Yin, had visited a few times and had always used the small rooms. You are, a staff member named Xiao Lu exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement as he accepted the diamond membership card from Summer's mother. Summer's mother smiled and nodded, placing a finger to her lips to signal for silence. Although Summer Mom donned sunglasses, her loyal fans could easily recognize her. Staff member Lu Liang nodded enthusiastically, his face flushed with excitement as he whispered, "May I have your autograph, please?" Summer Mom readily obliged. After signing, Lu, brimming with emotion, watched as Summer Mo and her entourage departed, glancing down at the artistic signature of Yang Ruru in his work manual, feeling as though he were in a dream. Who was that person just now? They seemed so familiar. And what about the signature in your hand? Yang. Shu. Lu quickly covered the mouth of his colleague, Xiao Wang, urging him to lower his voice. We're at work. Xiao Wang replied. You do realize we're working, right? Chapter 55, whose sprite's meditation is merely sleep. Inside the Diamond Training Ground, Psyduck and Shinado stood opposed to each other. Summer Mom's instruction was for Shinado to engage in a one-on-one battle with Psyduck, believing that practical combat was the best form of guidance. Psyduck, unleash your strongest psychic attack on Shinado. Psyduck raised its small paws high, clutching its head tightly, as its psychic energy rapidly coalesced towards its cerebral center. The pale blue energy deepened in hue, flecked with hints of purple, as Psyduck opened its eyes. Reminiscent of the stars twinkling in the twilight sky, the psychic wave rippled forth, as Psyduck poured its concentrated power toward Shinado. Sana? Shinado lifted its slender arm, its violet-red gaze shimmering with exquisite brilliance. A barrier of purple-red psychic energy formed, firmly repelling Psyduck's attack. The barrier shimmered with radiant colors. Summer Mom felt a slight shock at the strength of this psychic wave, It was already comparable to many psychic Pokémon just entering the ranks of ordinary trainers. Generally, a novice trainer gains recognition as an ordinary trainer after a year by passing the Pokémon League's preliminary assessment. Freshmen in Pokémon University typically achieve this certification by the second semester of their first year. In essence, Psyduck's psychic attack strength alone, at the stage of a senior high school novice trainer, could easily dominate its contemporaries. In the entire Jiang City senior class, only a select few outstanding trainers, like Yang Luo, could possibly rival Summer Mo's Psyduck. Though this was merely a preliminary test of Psyduck's psychic capabilities, Summer Mom felt ample confidence in her son and Psyduck. Their psychic prowess was undeniably formidable. The remaining consideration was Psyduck's limits. Where did Psyduck's limits lie? Currently, its psychic attack had not been executed through meditation, representing its utmost potential. What if Psyduck were to meditate first to enhance its psychic abilities? Son, let Psyduck enter a meditative state. Let us explore the limits of its psychic powers while in meditation. Summer Mom made a new pedagogical decision. Summer Mo felt a moment of astonishment, followed swiftly by a rising excitement. Psyduck's meditation. Psyduck's method of meditation was rather unique, equating to sleep. This had been a notion Summer Mo had contemplated but had not known how to actualize. Firstly, there had been no suitable candidate for daring experimentation, and secondly, safety during training could not be assured. However, this one-on-one teaching session between Summer Mom and Shinado might present the optimal opportunity for such an endeavor. Psyduck, commence meditation. Summer Mo instructed, his heart racing with anticipation for Psyduck's performance in meditation. Quack. Psyduck suddenly clutched its head, tilting it in confusion as it gazed at its trainer. Summer Mo meditation? What is meditation? Psyduck's head seemed to sprout 3 question marks. Summer Mo took a deep breath, eagerly awaiting Psyduck's display of its strongest form. But when he saw Psyduck turn its head while clutching its head, the bewildered expression nearly caused him to choke on his breath. Cough. Cough. Psyduck, just sleep. Quack. Psyduck responded, why didn't you say it was sleeping? Meditation? What on earth is that? Psyduck indicated it had never heard of such a thing. Quack, quack, quack. However, the astute Psyduck sensed something was amiss. Why was trainer Summer Mo instructing it to sleep? Previously, it had always been roused from slumber. Quack. Psyduck's bewildered expression gradually morphed into one of deep-seated confusion. Was this for real? Was it truly being encouraged to sleep? Was trainer Summer Mo planning to sneak away and indulge in treats while it slumbered? Psyduck's mouth twisted in suspicion, feeling it had seen through everything. Observing Psyduck's expression, Summer Mo could only facepalm in exasperation. What was this expression? The crooked-mouthed Duck King, back for another round? At that moment, Shinado utilized its psychic abilities to create an environment conducive to meditation, thereby establishing a comfortable atmosphere for Psyduck to sleep. Quack. Psyduck finally understood. So, trainer Summer Mo genuinely wanted it to sleep. This was no jest. Sleep, sleep. If not now, then when? Psyduck slowly closed its eyes. It had indeed fallen asleep. Standing still, its plump little paws cradling its large head, resembling a statue of Psyduck, motionless in slumber. The ability to sleep while standing was truly a remarkable skill. What an extraordinary sight. Summer Yin marveled from the audience. And the mere notion of sleeping on command was enough to incite envy in those who often struggled with insomnia. Then, Summer Mom suddenly realized a crucial point. Psyduck's method of meditation involved entering a state of sleep. However, Psyduck's sleeping meditation differed from half-asleep, dreamlike states. Psyduck was truly in a deep slumber. Psyduck? Psyduck? Summer Mom gently called out twice, discovering that Psyduck showed no response whatsoever. Sana? Sana? Shinado attempted to communicate with the sleeping Psyduck through psychic connection, only to find it akin to shooting oneself in the foot. The comfortable meditative space Shinado had created, intended to assist Psyduck in entering a state of meditative slumber for further exploration of its limits, had worked beautifully. But the outcome was that Psyduck was sleeping too soundly to heed any commands. Even Shinado's psychic communication was ineffective. Have I been too idealistic? Summer Mom mused with a hint of self-deprecation, chuckling to herself. Son, the next steps are up to you. You must decide how to continue our teaching. Summer Mo, you are now a mature trainer. It is time for you to formulate a one-on-one teaching plan. Psyduck's current state was a first for Summer Mom in her 2-decade career as a Pokémon breeder. Previous experiences could serve as references, but they could not be entirely applied to Psyduck. Chapter 56. How to Utilize Meditation to Evade Attacks. Psyduck was in a deep sleep. Faced with such a situation, Summer Mom decisively entrusted the responsibility of one-on-one training to her son, Summer Mo. After all, this was a training session between Summer Mo and Psyduck. especially concerning a Pokémon with which she was unfamiliar. Her experience might not necessarily be applicable. Summer Emo nodded earnestly. If all goes as expected, Psyduck has entered a meditative state, making it pointless to wake it now. After all, the purpose was to test the meditation state of Psyduck. Waking it would eliminate the possibility of meditation. Emo pondered for a moment, and a bold idea began to form in his mind. While Psyduck's sleeping state could not be commanded, we could arrange for Shinado to launch an attack on it. A daring notion indeed. Meditation enhances special defense and special attack. And though we cannot test the latter, assessing the former is still feasible. This would allow us to ascertain Psyduck's limits, provided we exercise caution. Shinado, let us commence with a gentle psychic attack, Siama instructed. The term gentle was indeed apartment Sanai. Shinado, already in sync with Siama's intentions, gracefully raised her delicate hand, conjuring a faint psychic energy which swiftly transformed into a beam, aimed directly at the stationary, slumbering Psyduck. Siama, Xiaoyan, and Xiaomo's gazes converged upon Psyduck. A wave of anxiety began to stir within Xiaomo's. Psyduck must respond. Just as the faint beam was about to make contact, Psyduck stirred. It shifted slightly to its left. Shinado's weak psychic attack missed its mark. At that moment, Xiaomo's initial trepidation was swiftly replaced by boundless joy. It worked, just as he had theorized. Until now, Xiaomo had merely analyzed Psyduck's sleeping condition through his acquired knowledge. Various factors had hindered practical application, relegating his insights to theoretical possibilities. But today, Psyduck had succeeded. This small movement during its slumber represented a monumental leap for Xiaomo, as well as for Xiaoma and Xia Yin in their cognitive learning. Psyduck's meditative state was indeed extraordinary. Xiaomo, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, Shinado, could you please employ a broader psychic attack, akin to a net, ensnaring Psyduck from all sides? This way, Psyduck will find it more challenging to evade. Shinado glanced at Xiaoma, who nodded subtly in approval. Xiaomo's command resonated with her. Sanai, maintaining her previous stance, Shinado extended her hand forward, gradually expanding the beam of psychic energy into an impenetrable net of psychic power, with Psyduck as the target. This time, how would Psyduck react? Xiaomo clenched his fists in anticipation. In a scenario where evasion seemed impossible, what response would Psyduck exhibit? The answer came in the form of light. Psyduck's body, particularly the 3 black tufts atop its head, appeared to sway as if immersed in a mysterious rhythm. The next moment, Psyduck's entire form began to shimmer with a pale blue glow of psychic energy, encapsulating it within a spherical barrier. Shinado's psychic net was thwarted by this protective sphere. Xiaoma was left utterly astonished by Psyduck's response in its sleeping state. It was crucial to note that at this moment, Psyduck was not under the guidance of its trainer, Xiaomo. This was almost instinctual, a remarkable ability to sense danger while asleep. Mom, does Shinado know Thunderbolt? A bold thought suddenly crossed Xiaomo's mind. Shinado squinted at him, offering a glance that suggested he should figure it out himself. Whether it was the beam or the net, under Shinado's gentle control, neither posed a true threat to Psyduck. Since Xiaomo began training Psyduck, the only move that genuinely threatened it was an electric-type attack. Now, with his mother-esque Shinado present, it was worth testing. Xiaomo gestured animatedly, a broad smile adorning his face as he asked, Shinado, can you use Thunderbolt? Shinado? How could he utter such words? If Xiaomo were not the son of her trainer, Yongru, Shinado might have genuinely considered demonstrating the meaning of Thunderbolt. Xiaoma couldn't help but chuckle at Xiaomo's words. Thunderbolt? But since the command was in Xiaomo's hands, she would not oppose it. Shinado, then use Thunderbolt. Xiaoma initially tried to suppress her laughter, but found it difficult to contain. Sanai? Shinado humanely rubbed her forehead, maintaining her single-handed stance. Sparks of electricity danced at her fingertips, golden electric energy visibly diminishing under her control. Eventually, only a few flickering sparks remained. To be honest, Xia Yin in the audience found it hard to watch. 1-volt attack? The execution was simply exquisite. However, what Xia Yin did not anticipate was that this was not the most exquisite part. Even more remarkable actions were yet to unfold. As Shinado's barely perceptible electric light pointed towards Psyduck, before the 1-volt attack could even be unleashed, Psyduck suddenly bolted towards Xiaomo as if propelled by 1,000 horsepower, hugging his leg while still asleep. Under the watchful eyes of Xiaoma, Xia Yin, and Shinado, Psyduck had unexpectedly wrapped its arms around Xiaomo's thigh. Xiaomo. He looked down at the Psyduck clinging to his leg, then glanced back at Shinado, whose fingertips still crackled with electricity, aimed directly at him. Shinado hesitated. Should she unleash the electric attack or refrain? Despite her desire to strike, Xiaomo's blood pressure soared. Psyduck, You truly are something special. Chapter 57. The sense of security from a trainer. What a perceptive Psyduck. Xiaomo felt a surge of pride. In its sleeping state, Psyduck's ability to sense danger had dramatically heightened, enabling it to make optimal judgments in response to attacks. It deftly evaded the weak psychic move, and if it could not evade, it countered with its own psychic force. However, the speed of electric-type moves is unparalleled among all 18 types. Once Shinado unleashed her attack, Psyduck would stand no chance of evasion. With a trainer's command, Psyduck could withstand the attack with Water Pulse, but in its current sleeping state, it had to find alternative methods. Even a 1-volt attack could inflict some damage on a pure Water-type Pokémon like Psyduck. Since Psyduck could not solve the imminent threat of a 1-volt attack while asleep, it found a solution by aligning itself with its trainer, Xiaomo, thereby avoiding the attack altogether. Let us conclude today's one-on-one training here. Psyduck's performance has exceeded expectations. Xiaomo smiled. Psyduck truly trusts you, Xiaomo. The moment it sensed danger while asleep, it instinctively sought out the trainer it could rely on. You, my son. At this moment, Xiaomo's blood pressure had already returned to normal. His earlier surge of anxiety was not due to Psyduck's choice to flee instead of using Water Pulse, but rather the revelation of its instinctive capabilities in the face of danger. After the one-on-one training session concluded, Xiaomo regained his composure and cast his gaze downward at the Psyduck snugly nestled against his right thigh, slumbering peacefully. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the frizzy state of Psyduck's feathers and the occasional tremor that coursed through its body. It seemed that Psyduck, in its dreams, had sensed an impending threat. Akin to experiencing a nightmare, it could only find solace in the presence of its trainer, Xiaomo. From this perspective, one might conclude that Psyduck's behavior was not as dire as initially perceived. Nonetheless, the issue was evident. Although Psyduck could withstand electric-type moves, it did not imply an absence of fear. Typically, Psyduck would tilt its head, appearing rather indifferent. Yet during meditation, its emotions would flourish. One must not underestimate the power of electricity. Strictly speaking, Psyduck had not overcome its fear of electric types. It could be said that water-type Pokémon are inherently apprehensive of electric types. However, Psyduck's sluggish demeanor somewhat mitigated this fear, leading Xiaomo to mistakenly believe that Psyduck was no longer afraid. There are no flawless Pokémon, nor are there perfect trainers. Even Xiaomo, as a time traveler, occasionally underestimated the realities of the Pokémon world, disregarding moves like Tackle. Psyduck's retreat from electric-type moves was, is it not, a perfectly natural reaction? It is akin to a child afraid of water attempting to learn to swim. Despite the presence of a swimming instructor for protection, the innate fear of water will still prompt the child to flee. The training and nurturing of Pokémon must be gradual, taking one step at a time, progressing slowly. Any growth necessitates the accumulation of time. After the one-on-one session, Psyduck clung tightly to Xiaomo's leg, sleeping uneasily, frowning for an extended period, reminiscent of a nightmare, even twitching occasionally. At that moment, Xiaomo found a spot in the training area to sit, allowing Psyduck to hold on without intending to return it to its Pokeball for rest. Psyduck, I am here. I am always here, Xiaomo whispered as he gently patted Psyduck's back, akin to the comforting presence of parents during childhood nightmares, or his sister Xia in caring for him in their parents' absence. He swayed his leg gently, resembling a cradle. Regardless of how high Xiaomo's psychological expectations and demands for Psyduck were during training, when Psyduck was vulnerable and in need, his heart softened. Training is predominantly arduous. The age-old adage of enduring hardships before savoring the sweetness remains unchanged. There will invariably be setbacks. It is the role of the trainer to confront these challenges alongside their Pokémon, to endure and persevere together. Under the soothing murmurs of Xiaomo and the gentle rocking of his thigh, Psyduck's breathing gradually steadied, the tremor subsiding, and its tightly furrowed brow slowly relaxed. Psyduck drifted into a deeper slumber. Xiaomo felt a bit fatigued as well. Little did he anticipate that upon closing his eyes, he would fall asleep against the chair. Until he sensed a faint commotion beside him, he groggily opened his eyes to behold the silly, dopey face of Psyduck. Tilting its head first to the left and then to the right, it appeared carefree and devoid of worries. Psyduck, with its paws raised, gazed at its trainer Xiaomo with a look of genuine concern. You're awake, Psyduck. Upon seeing Xiaomo's eyes open, Psyduck's dopey face broke into a joyful smile. Are you alright, Psyduck? Xiaomo asked, still in a daze. Psyduck, Psyduck. Psyduck immediately raised both of its webbed paws, bouncing from the chair to the ground, wiggling its little tail. It seemed to be in fine spirits. The day's training had concluded successfully, and Xiaomo and his companions returned home, chatting and laughing. However, the pleasant moment was fleeting. Just as Summer's mother prepared to start cooking, a phone call came through. "Honey, where are you?" On the other end was Summer's father, his voice suggesting he was at sea. "I'm at home getting dinner ready. What is the matter?" Summer's mother responded, setting down her spatula, sensing her husband's urgency. "Can you come to the East Sea? There's a Pokémon riot here, and I fear it may affect Jiangxing." Summer's father explained hastily. "A Pokémon riot? I'm on my way." Without further ado, Summer's mother hung up the phone and removed her apron. "Darling son, dear daughter, I must head to the sea. Take care of yourselves at home." Despite the urgency, Summer's mother maintained a light-hearted tone. Xia Yin and Xia Mo nodded, having overheard the conversation. Shanai Duo, teleport. In a flash of light, Summer's mother vanished from their midst. Glancing out at the overcast sky, Xia Mo felt a twinge of melancholy. Chapter 58, Pokémon Riot? A Pokémon riot is no trifling matter. While Pokémon can fall into a frenzied state for various reasons, attacking everything in sight indiscriminately. If this occurs in a hidden realm, it is manageable, as one can simply secure the entrances and wait for the Pokémon to calm down. However, if it manifests in the real world, it necessitates the intervention of professional trainers. If there is no threat to humans, observation is sufficient. If there is a danger to humans, one must forcibly quell the riot. It is likely the Gyarados swarm in the East Sea. They have been restless since the beginning of this year, Xia Yin remarked. Gyarados? I recall news of a red Gyarados sighting. Xia Mo recalled seeing reports of the red Gyarados in the East Sea during his sister's college entrance exam period. Indeed. But there is no evidence linking the Gyarados riot to the red Gyarados, Xia Yin replied. The siblings fell silent, gazing out the window at the increasingly ominous weather. How many professional trainers are currently in the East Sea? President Sun of the Jiangxing Trainer Association inquired of his secretary. Principal Yao from Jianghai University, Mr. Yang from Pinji Group, Mr. Han from the Planet Club, Vice Director Xia Wen from the police station, and his wife Yang Ru, the secretary reported. President Sun sighed deeply. His once comfortable retirement had been disrupted by the chaos of a Pokémon riot. If he handled it well, he might receive accolades. If poorly, he could face dismissal. At his age, all he desired was a safe retirement. What is the scale of the Pokémon riot? Preliminary observations indicate a sea-level classification. The Gyarados are attacking each other near the coast. Beyond that, it is unclear, as satellites cannot see the East Sea, likely obscured by water mist. And trainers are hesitant to venture too deep, came the report from Xiaowan at the East Sea. Pokémon riots are strictly classified by severity. D-level indicates minimal threat. Manageable by 2 professional trainers, with no risk beyond a village. C-level poses a higher risk, potentially endangering a city if not addressed promptly. B-level would require the collective effort of an entire province, and is likely to lead to post-conflict reconstruction. Since the emergence of the Pokémon world, there has only been one instance of a B-level riot in Huaxia. As for A-level, it denotes a catastrophic level of chaos, only occurring when the Pokémon world first appeared. When a hidden realm struck a country in the southern hemisphere, unleashing a frenzy of Pokémon that only subsided when the hidden realm merged with the real world. At that time, the real world lacked the means to contend with Pokémon. Since then, countries began to formally recognize the role of Pokémon, gradually establishing a Pokémon system. Now, Jiangxing is faced with a sea-level riot. If not handled properly, the city could be in grave danger. We need more intelligence to determine the exact level of threat, so we can call for reinforcements from other provinces. President Sun pondered for a moment before dismissing the idea of summoning reinforcements directly. Let us seek out Hai Lao. Such maritime reconnaissance should be entrusted to him. Hai Lao, a professional trainer specializing in water-type Pokémon, typically operated in a semi-retired capacity, yet given the urgency of the situation, even retirement could not deter him from action. Indeed, off the coast of the East Sea, a light drizzle had begun to fall. The beach had been cordoned off with warning tapes, and aside from the indistinct silhouettes of Gyarados, only a few flying Pokémon and those swimming on the surface were visible. What else with the Gyarados? Is it in heat? Principal Yao inquired, perched upon the back of a Blastoise. Not entirely sure. However, if they dare to approach, I shall not hesitate to strike, boasted Mr. Yang of the Pinji Group, standing atop a Fiero, his hands caressing a Pokeball, also known as Yang Luo's father. Ru, do you have any insights into this matter? Asked Father Xia from the back of a Charizard. At that moment, Mother Xia was being levitated in midair by a synchrokinetic move from a Galade. After a moment of contemplation, she provided her analysis. Gyarados do not typically enter a state of heat. However, they are indeed perpetually enraged. This is attributed to their brains being restructured during evolution, which results in a more violent temperament, yet they seldom reveal themselves. They do not appear to be bent on annihilating the city. Rather, It seems reminiscent of a duel. As if a pack of wolves seeks to determine their alpha. Are they vying for a Gyarados king? After weighing the scan information, Mother Xia concluded that it was quite a feat to analyze so much. Little Ruoiru is quite astute. They likely wish to establish a new ruler, came a voice. Aged and wise. Hai Lao. The greeting echoed as the professional trainers slightly bowed in respect. Hai Lao, the one so addressed, waved his hand dismissively. His sunken eyes spoke of a multitude of experiences. The Hippowdon behind him seemed almost sentient, nodding in acknowledgement. Hai Lao was among the first to be recognized as a professional trainer, a mentor to Xia Wen and others, and once, the sole professional trainer in Jiang City. Little Ruoiru, returning to Jiang City without paying a visit to this old man? Hai Lao addressed Mother Xia. Hee, I simply haven't had the chance, she replied. A hint of embarrassment in her tone. It is rather inconsiderate of President Sun to have summoned you from your retirement, Mother Xia remarked. A touch of discontent in her voice. President Sun was prudent. Should any unforeseen situation arise, having Hai Lao present could buy him some time to summon assistance. Xiaowen elucidated. Hai Lao remained silent, his gaze drifting towards the horizon where clouds and sea melded into one, flashes of lightning sporadically illuminating the sky. I shall investigate that direction. Should I not return in 2 hours, you must have Xiao Sun summon reinforcements, Hai Lao stated. Hai Lao, we shall accompany you. The group expressed their urgency, as Hai Lao, at his age, should not be risking himself. Unnecessary. If I do not return, you going will serve no purpose. It is better for you to remain here and be prepared. Hai Lao shook his head. It was not that he underestimated these professional trainers. Rather, on the sea, no one was more suited to investigate the circumstances than he. Let us proceed, old friend. Hai Lao advanced, his feet creating ripples upon the water's surface, with the Hippowdon trailing closely behind. What should we do? Father Xiao, uncertain, turned to seek guidance from Mother Xia. Hai Lao is correct. If he does not return, our presence will be futile. Let us wait here for 2 hours. We shall have our results then, Mother Xia calmly analyzed. In response, the group resigned themselves to patience. Chapter 59, the school year begins. East Sea on the water. Over an hour had elapsed since Hai Lao set forth, and although the professional trainers were quite patient, anxiety began to creep in. Their gazes turned towards Mother Xia, yet they could only see her composed demeanor. In truth, Mother Xia felt uncertain as well, but could not afford to display her trepidation. As the appointed 2-hour mark approached, a figure emerged on the horizon. Mother Xia exhaled in relief. If Hai Lao did not return, the situation could indeed turn dire. Soon, Hai Lao arrived before them. The expressions on the faces of the gathered trainers betrayed no clues, leaving them to await Hai Lao's words. Little Ruoiru was correct. The Gyarados are indeed engaged in combat, not in chaotic battles, but rather in one-on-one duels, with the others observing. Drawing from the behaviors of other Pokémon and common animals, it appears they are genuinely seeking to crown a Gyarados king, Hai Lao articulated. A Gyarados king? What purpose would this serve? Father Xia queried. Hai Lao shook his head, unable to decipher the intentions of these creatures whose minds seemed solely fixated on destruction. However, it seems this Pokémon uprising shall not impact Jiang City in the immediate future. Which is indeed good news, remarked Han Tian from the Planet Club, an instructor and a safeguard for the club's presence in Jiang City. The others nodded in agreement, accepting this information. Very well, since the Pokémon uprising will not pose an immediate threat to Jiang City, you all may return. I will have the police stationed along the coast to monitor the situation and alert you should anything arise, Xiaowen declared. The individuals present were more than just professional trainers. It would not be prudent for them to linger on the sea for extended periods. Everyone nodded in consensus. Given the absence of imminent danger, it would be wiser to return and recuperate. Hai Lao also endorsed this proposal. Subsequently, Father Xia placed a call to President Sun to inform him that all was currently well in the East Sea. Upon receiving this news, the president too breathed a sigh of relief. Even if the Gyarados were to carve a hole in the East Sea, as long as it was not directed towards Jiang City, all would be well. The following morning, Xia Mo unusually lingered in bed, not rising until around 10 a.m. With the pressure of the Kingler Cup lifted, he found himself lacking motivation for training in the short term. Mother Xia had returned the previous evening, and the three of them had shared jovial moments over a late-night snack, during which Xia Mo learned of the events in the East Sea. Although he could not yet contribute, it was beneficial to stay informed. Father Xia continued his habitual overtime, having spent the past few nights at the police station, fully responsible for the East Sea situation. Should any mishap occur, Jiang City could be in peril. Mom, I'm hungry. Time for breakfast. Xia Mo called out, emerging from his room clad in Pikachu pajamas, only to find a meal laid out on the table alongside a letter. The letter conveyed that Mother Xia had taken his sister out and would return later that evening. So I'm home alone. Before Xia Mo could devise a plan for the day, the doorbell rang. Oh, no one is home today? Where are Auntie and my sister? Zhu Yinghao, as if he were at his own home, sauntered in and plopped himself onto the sofa, while his accompanying Snorlax made a beeline for the kitchen. Zhu Yinghao and Xia Mo were not only classmates, but also shared a close familial relationship, as their fathers were longtime acquaintances. Naturally, he was aware of Mother Xia's return a few days prior. They've gone out. What brings you here? Xia Mo inquired while tossing some chubby berries to feed the Psyduck and Snorlax. I'm here to deliver a contract. I was supposed to come yesterday, but the weather was rather ominous. I heard about the Pokémon uprising in the East Sea and thought better of it, Zhu Yinghao explained, extending a contract towards him. Having finished feeding the two Pokémon, Xia Mo inspected the contract and discovered no significant issues. This is an astronomical sum. Am I truly entitled to such wealth merely for granting my likeness rights? Xia Mo exclaimed, realizing that should the stores be established nationwide, his share would indeed be a staggering figure. Let me temper your enthusiasm. Currently, Yinghao Fruits does not have much in the way of dividends. When the stores are established nationally, it will likely take 3 to 5 years at best, and that is under optimal conditions. There will be countless unforeseen circumstances, business failures, acquisitions, and cutthroat competition. In short, becoming a millionaire right now is quite improbable, Zhu Yinghao replied, counting off on his fingers. Xia Mo understood that one cannot achieve greatness in a single leap, and thus he nodded, decisively signing his name on the contract with a flourish. As he completed the signature, Zhu Yinghao cautiously retrieved the document and broached another topic. Are you familiar with the newcomer program? The newcomer program? Yes. I've heard it was initiated because of me, Xia Mo casually remarked. This was no mere boast. It was indeed the truth. Goodness, champions certainly speak differently. Are you aware of the fierce competition outside for a single spot? Zhu Yinghao exclaimed, extending a hand to emphasize his point. 50,000. 500,000. Zhu Yinghao corrected. Xia Mo was genuinely astonished. He knew the newcomer program was a key initiative for Jiangxing, but surely no rookie trainer could merit such an extravagant investment. With that sum, one could cultivate numerous Pokémon. So why participate in the newcomer program at all? You truly are unaware of the current situation in Jiangxing. Zhu Yinghao shook his head. 500,000 is merely an ideal figure. Moreover, possessing wealth alone is insufficient. The trainer must also demonstrate capability, or they will surely falter during assessments. But are the resources for this newcomer program truly that abundant? I've heard they only originate from the Water Forest Secret Realm, which is a minuscule dimension. Xia Mo questioned, perplexed. Is it worth it to extract resources from such a tiny realm? That is precisely why I assert you are suited to be a professional trainer. Your knowledge of Jiangxing and Zhanghai province is severely lacking, Zhu Yinghao scoffed. Xia Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Despite his ignorance of the situation, Zhu's pompous demeanor was amusing. What are you laughing at? Let me enlighten you about the challenges Jiangxing currently faces, Champion Xia. The entire Zhanghai province comprises 13 cities. And in terms of GDP and overall strength, Jiangxing is indisputably second, overshadowed only by the provincial capital. Yet, Jiangxing grapples with a crucial issue, a lack of successor trainers. There are only 5 professional trainers residing in Jiangxing. While this isn't negligible, it is utterly disproportionate to the city's status. The reason is straightforward. Since high school, the trainers in Jiangxing have been underwhelming, with the newcomers barely ranking in the top 5 across Zhanghai province. In light of this predicament, the higher-ups are understandably concerned, as their performance metrics are tied to this issue. However, Jiangxing's resources are finite. They cannot be acquired without justification. Coincidentally, a small secret realm has recently emerged in Water Forest, and according to the Trainer Association's regulations, the resources from this realm belong to Jiangxing. Most crucially, this year's newcomers have yielded results. And that newcomer is you, Xia Mo. You have won the Koi King Cup, providing Jiangxing with a valid reason to initiate the newcomer program, especially with your success as a precedent, Zhu Yinghao continued, taking a sip of water. Do you know how many resources Jiangxing can allocate this time? Almost 10 million. If the newcomer program can produce just 1 or 2 professional trainers, it will be deemed a success, paving the way for a legitimate resource allocation for rookie trainers. This is a golden opportunity for Jiangxing. Zhu Yinghao spoke with fervor. Having absorbed much from his upbringing as the son of a businessman, coupled with insights from his father, he had pieced together the rationale behind the newcomer program quite effectively. Now you understand why a single spot is so costly, right? After all, once you enter the newcomer program, the returns are exponentially greater. What other investment yields such profits? Xia Mo listened intently, absorbing Zhu Yinghao's insights. While he lacked such astute understanding, he grasped the implications. He had become a pivotal figure in Jiangqing's development. How many participants are there in the newcomer program now? Xiaomo inquired. I'm not sure, but it seems they aim to form a small class for specialized instruction. Zhu Yinghao replied, shaking his head. However, I can make an educated guess about who might be involved. Would you like to hear? Xiaomo declined. Though curiosity tugged at him, aside from his classmates, the only person he knew was Yang Luo. Not knowing their names left him in the dark. Noticing Xiaomo's lack of interest, Zhu Yinghao refrained from elaborating. The official list had yet to be released, and he didn't want to risk embarrassment. All right, I have no further business here. I'll take my leave and see you at the start of school. By the way, don't forget to complete your summer assignments. After chatting a bit longer, Zhu Yinghao waved goodbye. Upon hearing Zhu Yinghao's parting words, Xiaomo felt a pang of helplessness. Having devoted his time to nurturing his Psyduck, he had barely scratched the surface of his summer work, and some knowledge had slipped his mind. What was he to do? The college entrance examination would not only assess novice Pokémon performance. Academic subjects were equally crucial. If only the cultural subjects could be bypassed during the exams. Xiaomo mused whimsically. His academic performance was average, not particularly stellar, merely sufficient. If he aspired to enter prestigious institutions like the Imperial Capital University or Shanghai University, his academic scores could very well hinder his chances. However, should he excel in Pokémon battles, even if he faltered in academics, he could easily gain admission to universities within the province. Ultimately, mastering the fundamentals of mathematics, physics, and chemistry remained paramount. Just as Xiaomo resolved to apply himself diligently, a call from his father interrupted his thoughts. Father, what's the matter? The roster for the newcomer program has been finalized. There are approximately 20 participants. I'll add you all to a group chat shortly. It will facilitate communication regarding upcoming matters. All right, Xiaomo agreed, deciding to wait a moment. Before long, Xiaomo received an invitation and successfully joined the group chat. With his inclusion, the group comprised precisely 26 individuals, all having joined around the same time. After adding one final person, his father exited the chat, leaving a total of 31 members. Xiaomo quickly spotted familiar names, Gu Shui and Yang Luo. His father had previously mentioned that the newcomer program aimed to support local rookie trainers, and it was evident that this support was quite significant. Among these 30 individuals, most appeared to be affluent or from families with training backgrounds, with perhaps only one or two hailing from ordinary households. Though Zhu Yinghao had informed him of the spot's value, Xiaomo found himself accepting the newcomer program without reservation. After all, it was an elite initiative, and Jiangcheng was in dire need of results. He realized how youthful and naive he truly was. The strong would only grow stronger, while the weak would falter. Without effort, one could only be ruthlessly eliminated. This was the stark reality. Hello everyone, I am the instructor for this newcomer program, Dupeng. A profile picture depicting serene landscapes appeared in the chat. You are all the future trainers of Jiangcheng, and I am delighted to be your teacher. Allow me to outline the learning arrangements for the upcoming school year. Once school begins, from Monday to Friday, you will attend regular classes, keeping pace with the school's curriculum. However, on Saturdays and Sundays, you will be required to train at the Trainer Association, meaning that over the next year, barring exceptional circumstances, you will have no days off. As soon as he finished speaking, the chat fell into a profound silence. No one voiced their opinions. It wasn't until Du Peng sent a question mark that the others began to respond with acknowledgements. Were they truly so willing to accept this? Well, there was little choice in the matter, as participation in the newcomer program was voluntary. Yet, was this not merely an after-school tutoring program? Did they think a name change would disguise its true nature? Xiaomo scoffed inwardly. If one were to inquire what a student perceives as the fleeting aspect of time, the answer would undoubtedly be the duration of vacations. Xiaomo could relate profoundly. Before he knew it, September 1st arrived, the day Jiangqing No. 3 High School commenced its new academic year. The time spent since returning from Shanghai felt surreal, as if it had slipped away in an instant. Aside from completing his summer assignments, he had accomplished little else. After all, he had trained intensively for the Koi King Cup for 2 months. And though he had begun his summer vacation early, the conclusion of the competition marked the end of summer's true essence. On that morning, Xiaomo organized his backpack and textbooks, donned his blue and white school uniform, and equipped himself with his Psyduck's Pokeball before cycling to school. He then located his classroom, now designated as Class 3-2 for the senior year. He arrived not too early. By the time he reached the classroom, half the students were already present. The reality was that, with the teacher absent, no one had organized the morning self-study session. Students were clustered in small groups, each animatedly clutching their Pokeballs. If the school had permitted the release of Pokémon, It was likely that these individuals would have eagerly showcased their starter Pokémon. Good morning, everyone. At the entrance, Xiaomo cleared his throat, instantly drawing the attention of the entire class. In a flash, everyone returned to their seats, displaying an unexpectedly obedient demeanor. Huh. Xiaomo was taken aback. Haven't you all been eager to see me? Now that I'm here, why does it feel as if you've encountered a ghost? Suddenly, he realized something and turned his head, awkwardly smiling. Behind him stood a middle-aged woman with a serious rectangular face, adorned with wide black-framed glasses. Chapter 60, Teacher Situ Qing. Good morning, Teacher Song. Xiaomo scratched his head. Mr. Zhang still walks so silently. He would make a great assassin if he were to pursue that career. Good morning. Now please return to your seats. Teacher Song nodded. Song Haiqin, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, was known for her sharp methods that instilled fear. Yet her responsible attitude garnered the respect of her students. Xiaomo obediently returned to his seat, stifling a yawn. He was unaccustomed to this feeling. It was far more exhilarating to unleash his youth in battles. Good morning, deskmate. Zhu Yinghao greeted Xiaomo. By the way, why didn't you join the newcomer program? Xiaomo inquired, glancing at the plump boy beside him. With a Snorlax and adequate financial means, Zhu Yinghao was eligible to participate in the program. Why should I join? I'm not cut out to be a professional trainer. I might as well run a shop and allocate resources to those in need. Zhu Yinghao shook his head. He understood his limitations. Even if he joined the program, his chances of becoming a professional trainer were slim. So it was better to focus on earning money through his shop. After about 10 minutes, the class was complete, and Teacher Song called for silence. Halting the din of reading. The new semester has begun. From today, you are officially high school seniors. I suggest you quickly shed the relaxed mindset you had in your first 2 years. This year will be more arduous and demanding than you can imagine. If your attitude doesn't change, the only ones who will suffer are you. In the past 2 years, you have completed your studies in cultural subjects. So this coming year will primarily focus on review, aimed at identifying and addressing any gaps in your knowledge. I hope you can cherish this last opportunity. Physical education and training will become your main courses in senior year. Don't think they are easier than cultural studies. Your senior predecessors often returned home in tears each week. What you must do is strengthen yourselves. Do you understand? Understood. The class responded in unison. Xiaomo glanced at the new schedule. The time allocated for outdoor activities had significantly increased compared to indoor classes. Morning runs and afternoon exercises now totaled 50 minutes, plus a lengthy 1-hour physical education class, resulting in a considerable increase in students' physical activity compared to their first 2 years. However, this was entirely necessary. If one aspired to pursue a career as a trainer, physical fitness could not be neglected. Additionally, there were training sessions specifically designed for Pokémon training, with the school providing various training environments and equipment tailored to different Pokémon types. This training primarily focused on the fundamental qualities of the Pokémon, occasionally involving simulated battles, which would constitute the core of the curriculum for senior year. A simple calculation would reveal that the time dedicated to cultural studies and training sessions would roughly be equal, with neither side being favored. Before Teacher Song could finish her words, she added, "Next week, there will be an 8-school competition, an important event. Those wishing to participate should register with the new physical education teacher. I hope everyone will actively engage." The new physical education teacher was a trainer responsible for outdoor classes in the senior year. Here it comes, the highlight of senior year. The 8-school competition determines the most prestigious high school in Jiangqing. The winning school gains recognition, attracting more students the following year. It is also a splendid opportunity to enhance one's reputation. Which young man or woman does not dream of early fame, aspiring to stand in the spotlight? However, Xiaomo was more concerned about another matter. The new physical education teacher was certainly not frail, and she was likely a seasoned trainer. Novice, ordinary, elite, experienced, professional. He surmised that the upcoming introduction of this new teacher would reveal someone with considerable experience, perhaps not as powerful as his parents. But her teaching abilities should be comparable to Uncle Chen's. With this in mind, Xiaomo felt a surge of anticipation. After the morning self-study session concluded, the class representatives began collecting the summer assignments. Xiaomo, filled with nostalgia, retrieved his work. These worn practice books had drained a multitude of his brain cells, and he was finally bidding them farewell. Xiaomo was not tasked with collecting assignments, as he was not the representative for any subject. However, he was considered part of the class leadership. Although he initially did not wish to take on any class responsibilities, finding them bothersome, he could not resist the teacher's unwavering insistence. Thus, Xiaomo had been the so-called class arts committee member for nearly 2 years and had successfully joined the small painting club. It is worth mentioning that the organization of club activities at Jiangxing No. 3 High School could be traced back to 3 years prior. At that time, provincial leaders visited the school, and to create a positive impression, several student clubs, including the painting club, were established. This resulted in most clubs becoming defunct after the inspection, with only a few surviving. Now, with the graduation of seniors led by Xia Yan, the painting club was also on the verge of dissolution. No, this club cannot be allowed to fall apart. I must speak with Teacher Li during the break. With a club, he could legitimately skip some less important classes. This club must survive. Meanwhile, homeroom teacher Song returned from the office. Upon entering the classroom, she gently tapped on the blackboard, and the class fell silent. I would like to introduce you to our new physical education teacher, Teacher Sidu Qing. As she spoke, a young and attractive female teacher stepped in. Judging by her burgundy short hair and friendly smile, it appeared that she had only recently begun her teaching career. Hello everyone, my name is Sidu Qing. Since you may not be very familiar with me, allow me to introduce myself in detail. I can be considered your senior, having graduated from No. 3 High School. After the college entrance examination, I attended the Provincial Normal University and then returned to Jiangxing No. 3 High School to teach. However, not long after, I participated in a study exchange program in Europe and have only recently returned. Thus, you are my second batch of students, and I look forward to your guidance this coming year. Following this, Teacher Sidu Qing began to scan the classroom, her gaze eventually settling on Xia Mo and Gu Shui. Teacher Sidu Qing scrutinized Xia Mo and Gu Shui, having been informed prior to her appointment that these two students required special attention. The underlying implication was clear. Xia Mo and Gu Shui were recognized as the two most promising novice trainers in the class, likely deserving of some extra opportunities. Indeed, it seems that exceptional students always receive special treatment. Chapter 61. The Strength of an Experienced Trainer. After a brief self-introduction, the break came to an end. As per tradition, the first class was typically taught by the homeroom teacher. The course content aims to ignite students' enthusiasm for learning in the new semester, primarily through admonitions and inspirational sayings. However, Mr. Song had already touched upon this during the morning self-study session. Thus, prior to the lesson, she bluntly uttered words that shattered Xia Mo's worldview. I have some matters to attend to. The math class is cancelled, and Teacher Sidu Qing will take you for physical education. You are to follow her instructions. Xia Mo pondered. What exactly is this intense sense of dissonance? Nevertheless, compared to academic subjects, the energetic students were more inclined to enjoy physical education. After all, it was a time of vitality. More importantly, there might be an opportunity to interact with Pokémon. After Mr. Song issued a few more instructions, she exited the classroom, leaving behind a group of students fixated on Teacher Sidu Qing. Before we head outdoors, let me take attendance so I can get to know you all. With that, Teacher Sidu Qing picked up a roster from the podium and began to read aloud. The names of all 32 students in Class 2 were inscribed on it, along with the types of beginner Pokémon they possessed. Zhao Qian, Sun Li, Zhou. As Teacher Sidu Qing finished calling out the names, a smile graced her lips. Excellent. Who is the class representative? A tall, slender boy stood up. His name was Lu Hao. Now, lead everyone to jog 2 laps around the playground. Then organize some warm-up exercises, Teacher Sidu Qing instructed. Lu Hao responded affirmatively and promptly set the classmates into motion. During the class assembly, Gu Shui approached Xia Mo and whispered, I heard from my father that this Teacher Sidu Qing is the vice-captain of their university's team. Her skills are quite impressive. The vice-captain of the Provincial Normal University team? Xia Mo replied, I didn't see that coming. It's true, Gu Shui affirmed. Perhaps she's still adjusting to teaching, but as a trainer, her experience must be vast. Provincial Normal University is ranked among the top 5 in the province. To become the vice-captain of the university team indicates exceptional talent, so it wouldn't be surprising if she became a professional trainer in a few years. Xia Mo nodded, taking note of this information. Shortly after, under the leadership of the class representative, Class 2 gathered and jogged 2 laps around the playground. At that moment, Teacher Sidu Qing was already waiting at the destination. Begin with warm-up exercises, focusing on the upper body. Move around a bit, she instructed. A few minutes later, the warm-up concluded, and the class formed 4 neat rows, awaiting further directives. Observing the spirited students, Teacher Sidu Qing adopted a serious demeanor. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Sidu Qing, and I will oversee all your outdoor classes, including physical education and training, for the upcoming year. Today marks our first lesson, and as your new teacher, I wish to impart a singular principle. Great edifices rise from humble foundations. No matter how exceptional a trainer may be, they must begin with the basics. I understand that you probably don't wish to engage in traditional physical training, but rather desire to train your Pokémon or even partake in battles. Therefore, I shall grant you that opportunity. In my class, we will commence our educational journey with the fundamentals of being a trainer. Xiaomo stepped forward. Instantly, all eyes were fixed upon Xiaomo. He, too, was taken aback. What was happening? Next, Xiaomo will release his Pokémon for a demonstration of the first fundamental skill of a trainer, Teacher Situ Qing announced. Xiaomo comprehended that this new teacher was clearly making an example of him. However, this also presented a valuable opportunity. Experiencing it firsthand would undoubtedly enhance his understanding of the lesson's content. In the center of the playground, designated as the battle arena, Xiaomo and teacher Situ Qing positioned themselves at opposite ends, while the other students dispersed, encircling the scene with keen interest. In fact, calling Xiaomo to demonstrate would effectively stimulate the enthusiasm of the other students. There was no denying that Xiaomo's reputation in Class 2 was substantial. After all, who could claim superiority over him, especially after winning the Kingler Cup? Yet, teacher Situ Qing had to be cautious. As long as the match proceeded smoothly and Xiaomo cooperated, the educational objective would be achieved. Of course, if the opportunity arose to humble Xiaomo, it would be beneficial to temper his pride. Teacher Situ Qing had witnessed many overconfident novice trainers, and most never ascended to professional status. With that, teacher Situ Qing produced a Pokeball and released a Shroomish. Shroomish, a grass and fighting-type Pokemon resembling a kangaroo, possessed elastic wrists and 2 red claws on its limbs, which served as its primary weapons. Xiaomo, in turn, released a Psyduck. Upon seeing Psyduck, teacher Situ Qing scrutinized it closely, noting that it had indeed been well raised. Psyduck, as usual, tilted its head at teacher Situ Qing, then displayed a peculiar smile. Xiaomo, wait for me to instruct Shroomish to attack. You will command Psyduck to defend. When I say go, you will recall Psyduck with the Pokeball, teacher Situ Qing stated, ignoring Psyduck's strange expression. Xiaomo understood what the fundamental skill involved. But Psyduck's defense was reliant on its psychic abilities, and it seemed there were no psychic-type Pokemon in the class. The next moment, teacher Situ Qing shifted her gaze from Xiaomo to Shroomish in the arena, Aerial Ace. With that command, Shroomish dashed forward with remarkable speed, its nimble footwork rendering its movement nearly imperceptible. In contrast, Psyduck's expression transitioned from a smile to calmness, then to a tilt of the head. This was Psyduck's sign of shock. Within the competitive arena of the Oriental Pearl, it had experienced countless challenges, yet the speed of Shroomish exceeded its expectations. The Pokemon of a novice trainer and that of a seasoned trainer are simply not on the same level. Faced with Shroomish's Aerial Ace, Psyduck could only perceive a flash of white light before the opponent was suddenly before it. At that moment, Psyduck's psychic abilities had just been activated, insufficient to form adequate defense. However, just as Shroomish approached, it unexpectedly slowed its offensive pace, granting Psyduck a brief respite. Psyduck hastily attempted to evade, but Shroomish relentlessly pursued, its extendable arms delivering a barrage of punches, forcing Psyduck to retreat step by step. Psyduck was not untrained in physical fitness. It simply had never encountered an opponent so close in combat before. That's enough, teacher Situ Qing said to Xiaomo. That's enough. Upon hearing this, Xiaomo promptly retrieved the Pokeball, pressing the button to recall his Pokemon. A beam of red light shot toward Psyduck, but due to Psyduck's evasive maneuvers, Xiaomo's attempt missed entirely. Continue. Shroomish's attacks remained fierce. Xiaomo frowned, repeatedly pressing the recall button, yet he failed to successfully retrieve Psyduck each time. He realized that Shroomish was deliberately restricting Psyduck's movement, preventing him from easily recalling it. At that moment, teacher Situ Qing clapped her hands, calling for a halt. I believe you all should have grasped the concept. If this were a 2v2 battle and Psyduck found itself in a disadvantageous position, even if the rules permitted it, the trainer would lack the capacity to immediately recall their Pokemon and switch out for another. The consequence of such an error would ultimately lead to losing the match. In a perilous battle in the wild, such a misstep could very well cost a Pokemon its life, she stated bluntly. This was the first fundamental skill of a trainer she wished to convey, the precise use of a Pokeball to recall a Pokemon. Xiaomo, holding the Pokeball for Psyduck, was momentarily taken aback. Being a trainer was indeed no simple feat. Xiaomo, it's your turn to attack with Psyduck now. After teacher Situ Qing finished her explanation, she continued. Xiaomo nodded. He had indeed never undergone training in this aspect, and had to admit that teacher Situ Qing's words held merit. If a trainer's fundamental skills were lacking, it could lead to catastrophic consequences during battle. Xiaomo issued his command, and on the field, Psyduck launched a fierce assault, transforming into a form reminiscent of a Shroomish. Harnessing its psychic power, Psyduck exerted all its strength, determined to reclaim its honor. However, upon seeing the Shroomish, which was battle-hardened and possessed far superior experience, Xiaomo realized the challenge ahead. Psyduck's psychic attack had its limits, and the effectiveness diminished with distance. Frustrated, Xiaomo wished for Psyduck to engage in close combat with a water gun. Just then, Teacher Situ Ching declared, "I will recall the Shroomish." Psyduck's eyes began to shimmer with a purplish hue. What disheartened Xiaomo was Teacher Situ Ching's slight smile as she raised her arm. After pausing for less than a second, the red light from the Pokeball struck the rapidly retreating Shroomish, as if there had been no aim at all. The process of recalling the Pokémon occurred in an instant. As the Shroomish vanished, Psyduck had no choice but to cease its psychic assault. Psyduck tilted its head in confusion. Teacher Situ Ching, having recalled the Shroomish, smiled and said, "These are techniques that require consistent practice to master, and during real combat. Coordination between the Pokémon and the trainer is essential to achieve the swiftest exchange of Pokémon." With that, she looked at the surrounding students and added, "Now, if anyone has questions, feel free to ask. Or, if someone believes they have completely grasped this fundamental skill, step forward to give it a try." Upon her words, she scanned the onlooking students. No one responded. She nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, I hereby announce that the content of the first lesson is the students of Class 2 of the senior year felt like crying." Teacher Situ Ching was certainly not as gentle as her appearance suggested. It seemed true that the more beautiful a woman, the sharper her heart. Just when everyone thought the lesson would involve practicing recalling Pokémon, as demonstrated earlier, Teacher Situ Ching brought out a box of Pokeballs for the students to practice arm-raising exercises. The posture had to be correct, the force carefully controlled, and above all, the movements had to be swift. There was no time for adjustments. During the arm-raising, they were required to press the central button to enlarge the Pokeball, ensuring the front of the Pokeball was aimed straight ahead. Thus, the class passed in this manner. By the end, everyone's arms were sore beyond measure. This was nothing like the outdoor classes I had envisioned. When would we finally engage in Pokemon battles? It seemed unlikely in the short term. Didn't Teacher Situ just say this was merely one aspect of a trainer's fundamental skills? One aspect. In despair, I thought. Who said this wasn't physical training? If we completed all of this, I reckon I could lose a few pounds after returning to the classroom. Everyone massaged their aching arms. Xiaomo was faring better, as he had been exercising over the summer, making it easier for him to endure this level of training. However, before they could rest properly, it was soon time for morning runs again. Xiaomo decided not to attend and quietly slipped away. It wasn't that he was afraid of exhaustion. He simply had other matters to attend to. He made his way to room 102 in the comprehensive building, the activity location of the painting club. The room was empty. Subsequently, Xiaomo wandered to a few neighboring offices, but found no sign of the club's supervising teacher. Where could they be? Eventually, a passing teacher informed him that Teacher Lee had gone for a morning run on the playground. Perfect timing for a miss. To wait for someone, Xiaomo plopped down in room 302 and began reading a newspaper. About 15 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a sports towel draped around his neck strolled in. "Xiaomo, I've heard quite a bit about you recently, Teacher Lee." The only nurturer at Jiangxing No. 3 High School was hired by the school at a generous salary. He was more of a consultant than a teacher. However, Teacher Lee was quite approachable and particularly enjoyed helping senior students resolve their psychological issues with their Pokémon. "Not much," Xiaomo chuckled. "It's all exaggerated rumors. By the way, Teacher Lee, I'm here regarding the painting club. You see, there are only a few members left. When can we recruit new members?" Upon hearing this, Teacher Lee shook his head helplessly. "I knew you'd come for that. However, I've been quite busy lately, and I'll be away for a long time in mid-month, so I'm afraid I won't have time to manage the club." Xiaomo was taken aback. "Wouldn't that mean the painting club would fizzle out?" "I know what you're thinking. You want to escape studying through club activities?" Teacher Lee, having been a student himself, understood Xiaomo's intentions. Haha, Xiaomo scratched his head. "How about this? I'll transfer you to the psychology club. It's not like the anime or music clubs. I believe it holds significant meaning and won't be allowed to fall into disarray." Teacher Lee explained. The existence of the psychology club was indeed meaningful, and Xiaomo did not disagree. As previously mentioned by their homeroom teacher, Miss Song, many students in their senior year struggle to cope with the dual pressures of studies and training, leading to mental breakdowns and even conflicts with their Pokémon. This was when the role of the school's psychological teachers came into play. Moreover, the psychology club also served as a place for students to seek help. Such altruistic clubs deserve the school's strong support, and Teacher Lee did not wish to see such a significant club go to waste. "All right, I hereby appoint you as the president of the psychology club. Currently, The psychology club is largely empty due to the graduation of the previous members and has yet to start recruiting. If you have suitable classmates in mind, you can bring them in. Teacher Lee stated, there aren't specific requirements. They should be cheerful, helpful, and articulate. No problem, Xiaomo nodded. He merely sought an escape through club activities. Any club would suffice. However, concerning recruitment, as long as he could gather a few members to ensure the psychology club didn't disband, he could indeed bring Gu Shui along. Considering her ambition to become a professional trainer, then Xiaomo could escape with her. After finalizing the discussion with Teacher Lee, Xiaomo returned to the classroom. The remainder of the morning consisted of indoor classes. For some, time might have passed slowly, but for others, it sped by, such as for Xiaomo. He was not accustomed to following the teacher's pace for reviews. Instead, he preferred to delve into the knowledge points independently. Although Xiaomo was uncertain if this approach would enhance his learning efficiency, he knew that at least it would prevent him from becoming overly weary of studying. With that assurance, Xiaomo felt content. Thus, immersed in his own world, he felt the morning flew by. At noon, during lunch, as a day student, he usually went home to eat and rest, but today he stayed to have lunch with Gu Shui in the cafeteria. What is up? You started looking for me this morning. By the way, didn't you go for the morning run? Gu Shui inquired, gazing at Xiaomo. I didn't go because I had other matters to attend to. Do you know about the psychology club? Xiaomo felt a bit awkward, but quickly shifted the topic. You want to join? That's fine. I've already informed Ms. Song that I want to be class monitor this new semester, so I'll have more free time. Gu Shui was aiming to become a professional trainer, and the class monitor position involved too many responsibilities that no longer suited her. However, she found the psychology club intriguing. Having never heard of it before, after 2 years of schooling, she heard about this club for the first time. The psychological club primarily caters to the senior students, and those unfamiliar with the club are generally unaware of its existence, remarked Xiaomo. I'll give you a poster of the psychological club shortly. You will understand then. All right, I'll join. Who else have you invited? Gu Shui inquired. Juinghao, I suppose. There is hardly anyone left in the psychological club, so if we join, we'll be the backbone, Xiaomo replied. The working backbone indeed. With Gu Shui's addition, Xiaomo was no longer a solitary commander. Simultaneously, Xiaomo reached out to Juinghao, and upon his agreement, decided to treat everyone to a grand dinner after school. After all, it was a momentous occasion. The afternoon slipped away in an instant, and Xiaomo and Juinghao waited downstairs of the teaching building. Gu Shui, after completing her assigned tasks from the teacher, successfully joined them. As expected, Juinghao eagerly announced he would treat, given that he had a small Snorlax. Splitting the bill would be unfair for Xiaomo and him, so he preferred to cover the expenses himself. After all, the restaurant they were visiting was owned by his family. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they released their Pokémon, Psyduck, Small Snorlax, and Snowy. Among the three, Juinghao's Small Snorlax was the most docile. Aside from matters concerning food, nothing could stir its tranquil heart. In contrast, Xiaomo's Psyduck was brimming with vitality, entirely unlike its usual demeanor. After all, it was a remarkable Psyduck capable of entering and exiting its Pokeball at will. Although Xiaomo had sternly warned it against doing so during school hours, which had left it feeling rather confined. As for Snowy, it was quite affectionate, embracing Gu Shui, embodying the typical bond between a Pokemon and its trainer. During the meal, Juinghao, along with the small Snorlax and Psyduck, devoured their food with gusto. In the midst of their feasting, Juinghao curiously asked, "Classmate, what do you think my small Snorlax could achieve if we participated in the Kingler Cup?" Although Juinghao had abandoned the idea of becoming a professional trainer, that was a matter for the future. For now, he and Xiaomo were both novice trainers. Upon hearing this, Gu Shui lifted her head. She had reached the top 64, but what was Juinghao's capability? Xiaomo pondered before responding. You should be able to make it to the main event, which is the top 128, but beyond that, it would likely be quite challenging. Well, that is acceptable. Juinghao nodded, seemingly unperturbed. Gu Shui hesitated for a moment before inquiring with curiosity, why is that? After all, the strength of small Snorlax was not to be underestimated among novices. Gu Shui found it difficult to assess just how far small Snorlax could go. Thus, she was intrigued by Xiaomo's evaluation method. It's quite simple, Xiaomo smiled. It stems from an analysis of the Pokemon's basic attributes and mastery of moves. Gu Shui and Juinghao set their chopsticks down and turned their attention to Xiaomo, eagerly awaiting his further explanation. Well, this is a set of evaluation criteria I've developed myself. It may not necessarily apply to you, but I can share it with you. First, I classify a Pokemon's basic attributes into several levels, which I'll temporarily denote as inadequate, ordinary, and outstanding. Take Juinghao's small Snorlax as an example. its reaction speed. Movement speed and coordination are undeniably inadequate, and only its stamina and physical strength are passable. Moreover, its application of moves is quite mediocre. And without the ability to compensate for these shortcomings through moves, small Snorlax is easily targeted by opponents. However, small Snorlax isn't without its advantages. The stamina and physical strength I previously mentioned are relatively prominent among most competitors. Therefore, overall, while small Snorlax can handle inexperienced opponents without issue, facing off against seeded players would expose its glaring weaknesses. Zhu Yinghao scratched his head helplessly, glancing at small Snorlax. These were inherent weaknesses that could not be overcome in merely 2 months. Luckily, he wasn't pursuing a career as a professional trainer. As long as small Snorlax grew up healthy, that was enough. Ultimately, the limited moves it has are a significant factor, Xiaomo continued. Snorlax is not a speedy Pokemon by nature. Once it learns more moves, it can utilize various techniques to make up for its shortcomings. And only then can its true potential be realized. Of course, since Yinghao wasn't particularly eager to become a professional trainer, the matter seemed inconsequential. Zhu Yinghao nodded. While being a professional trainer sounded appealing, it also came with considerable responsibilities. He preferred to remain a steadfast support for professional trainers, contributing to society in his own way. In his eyes, Xiaomo was bound to become a professional trainer. What about my Snowy? Gu Shui asked. It's trained comprehensively. However, to put it another way, being well-rounded can sometimes mean lacking specialization. While it has no glaring weaknesses, it also lacks strengths, missing a decisive move. Snowy has taken the path of comprehensive development, yet it is better suited for singular advancement. However, as Snowy is still a newly evolved Pokemon, establishing a solid foundation will pave a smoother path for its future. Psyduck, on the other hand, required no such reservations. Its exceptional telekinetic talent had already set it on a clear path, which explained its proficiency in moves like Counter Shield and Water Pulse. As a Pokemon of pure water type capable of employing psychic moves, Psyduck's potential is exceedingly high. Albeit its weaknesses are quite pronounced, its speed is lacking, and its stamina is not particularly advantageous. Nonetheless, these basic physical attributes can certainly be compensated for through training. If all else fails, evolution is an option. The might of Golduck is not something Psyduck can compare to. Xia Mo succinctly delineated his analysis of their strengths, leaving Gu Shui contemplative while Zhu Yinghao resumed his meal. If we don't eat soon, there might not be anything left. Small Snorlax and Psyduck had already decimated a table full of dishes, and Zhu Yinghao was determined not to be outdone. If he couldn't keep pace with Snorlax, he certainly wouldn't let small Snorlax surpass him. That evening, as Xia Mo returned home, he began to reflect on the day. It had been somewhat unproductive. Not due to his own efforts, but rather Psyduck's. Much of the time had been spent within its Pokeball, rendering those hours effectively wasted. Xiaomo felt this was unacceptable. Such precious time should not be squandered. Even allowing Psyduck to swim in water would be more meaningful than merely remaining in its Pokeball. Could he leave Psyduck at home during school? That seemed impractical, especially with outdoor classes upcoming, which would include training sessions and Pokemon battles. He needed to devise a method to bring Psyduck to school while ensuring it had ample space to move about. Ultimately, a solution came to Xiaomo's mind. The activity room of the psychological club was rarely frequented by anyone other than its members, and only he and Teacher Li possessed the key. During indoor classes, if he could leave Psyduck alone in that room and assign it some tasks, it would perfectly resolve the issue, wouldn't it? When the time came for outdoor training with Pokemon, he could simply retrieve Psyduck during the break. This way, neither aspect would be compromised. As long as Psyduck behaved, it should go unnoticed. However, considering Psyduck's nature, Xiaomo realized the situation might not be so straightforward. Assigning tasks to Psyduck would likely result in it merely tilting its head and dozing off in the psychological classroom, which might now be referred to as meditating. Well, if all else fails, meditation could suffice. Without other opportunities arising in the near term, Psyduck's strength would find it difficult to grow. He needed to contemplate how to spend his money. Xiaomo had a substantial sum of money on hand, a full 100,000, which was the reward for winning the Kingler Cup. Normally, that amount would suffice for a family to live on for over half a year. But when it came to nurturing Pokemon, 100,000 would only make a sound. Moo moo fresh milk, clear fruit. These are essentials to acquire. Additionally, the energy cube is a must-have, and if possible, purchasing another fortune fruit would be prudent, albeit at a steep price of 50,000 for just one. After calculating, Xiaomo realized that 100,000 may not suffice for his expenditures. Perhaps he should wait for the first round of dividends. But should he consider acquiring a TM for Psyduck? In Xiaomo's perspective, Psyduck currently possesses a limited repertoire of moves in the psychic category. It only knows confusion and meditation, the latter being an uncontrollable state. As for water-type moves, it has Water Gun and Water Pulse. And there is no need to contemplate others for the time being. Surf and Counter Shield are hybrid moves. And as long as he continues to enhance the power of its water and psychic moves, these two techniques are unlikely to become obsolete. There's no rush regarding Barrier. But upgrading Confusion seems wise. Psychic is an excellent choice, and I recall that Psyduck can learn Psyshock as well. Regarding water-type moves, Hydro Pump is promising, and both Water Tail and Soak are also viable options. It dawned on him that Psyduck has much to learn and cannot afford to be complacent. Xiaomo glanced at Psyduck, who was engrossed in watching television. It was yet another classic martial arts drama, yet Xiaomo did not intervene. He still remembered the last time when Psyduck transformed a spoon into a sword using confusion. A single spoon had allowed Psyduck to embody the essence of a sword immortal. Perhaps it was the allure of being a dashing swordsman. The next day, with thoughts of Psyduck lingering in his mind, Xiaomo arrived at the classroom with a hint of drowsiness. The previous night, he had barely slept before midnight, preoccupied with how to properly accommodate Psyduck. Perhaps he could catch up on sleep in the clubroom during morning runs. With a yawn, Xiaomo casually pulled out his textbook, intending to commence his morning reading. When suddenly, he heard someone calling his name from outside. Upon looking, he discovered it was Zhu Yinghao. Xiaomo. Someone has sought my assistance, Zhu Yinghao stated after Xiaomo stepped outside. What do you mean? It's about the psychology club. You mentioned it had few members yesterday, so I thought I'd depromote it. This morning, a girl from class 3 approached me, wanting to assist our club. Is it already the second day of school, and someone is seeking help from the psychology club? Xiaomo's interest was piqued. What is the matter? Long story short, it's about through Zhu Yinghao's explanation, Xiaomo grasped the situation. He found it rather amusing, for the girl seeking assistance bore a striking resemblance to his own experiences. Her name was Fan Ting, and her novice Pokémon was an EV. The problem she faced was quite common. Eevee was hesitant to battle, averse to training, and had even developed a fear of it. With real training classes commencing next week, Fan Ting was anxious, given Eevee's current state. It would be unable to participate in the lessons. She felt embarrassed to approach a teacher directly, so she sought Xiaomo instead, as he was reasonably well-liked among his peers. Chapter 64. The time for testing skills has arrived. Hey, is everything alright? His desk mate queried. I recall the psychology club's advertisement mentioned it could assist Pokémon with psychological issues. Of course, there is no problem. We can help. Xiaomo smiled, thinking, why not accept the first request? Moreover, assisting a fellow student would deepen his understanding of other Pokémon. A competent trainer must not only comprehend their own Pokémon. Psyduck had previously exhibited a similar mindset, using sleep as an escape mechanism. However, through rigorous self-discipline, Psyduck had managed to overcome it. Nonetheless, the reasons for Eevee's mindset were undoubtedly different from those of Psyduck. Xiaomo recalled that Eevee, by nature, was quite vigilant, with certain variants even possessing an innate sense of danger, which is advantageous in battles, provided it does not lead to aversion toward training. In the wild, Eevee would observe its surroundings before embarking on an adventure, prepared to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Such Pokémon are naturally ill-suited for combat. Satisfied with Xiaomo's response, Zhu Yinghao returned happily, and during the break, Xiaomo shared the news with Gu Shui, as it was the psychology club's inaugural activity. Shortly thereafter, the trio reached a consensus to meet at noon and after school to assist Fan Ting and her Eevee. The morning swiftly passed, and at noon, under Zhu Yinghao's guidance, the seemingly delicate girl was escorted to the clubroom. Xiaomo and Gu Shui warmly welcomed Fan Ting, rendering her quite astonished. Do not worry. If you encounter difficulties, just reach out to us. Even if we cannot solve it, we can seek help from the club's guiding instructor, Xiaomo reassured with a smile. Before his senior year, Xiaomo had primarily run errands in the painting club, assisting wherever needed. Now, transitioning to the psychology club, it was his first opportunity to personally help fellow students overcome challenges, and he was eager to begin. Thank you, Fan Ting, seeing peers her own age. Initially felt a bit shy, but soon adapted. This is the advantage of interacting with contemporaries. Once familiarity sets in, the sense of awkwardness dissipates. Had she faced a teacher directly, she would undoubtedly have been extremely nervous. President, what should we do next? With classmates present, Zhu Yinghao adopted a more formal tone, addressing Xiaomo as president. Indeed, President, what is the plan? Gu Shui chimed in with excitement, eager to partake in this altruistic endeavor. Xiaomo, confident and composed, turned to Fan Ting. Let me ask you 2 questions first. Fan Ting nodded. Has Eevee undergone any training or battle since hatching? No, because I thought it was still too young, so I never let it train or battle. How did you spend time with it during the summer? I took great care of it. Fanting struggled to articulate. The newly hatched EV was simply too adorable. She had treated it as a pet, ensuring its every need was met. She couldn't bear to see EV struggle. She often held it close, petting it like a cat. Not to mention battles. It had never even experienced a bump. Fanting had initially planned to have EV train alongside her classmates' Pokémon once school resumed. But now it seemed that had resulted in some detrimental habits. I believe I understand now, Xiamo said. This is a classic case of spoiling a Pokémon. If it were another species, it might be acceptable, but EV is inherently ill-suited for battle. The early stages of its life are the prime time for shaping its character. And by not utilizing that opportunity, it has led to an even more timid disposition. Moreover, I have a plan. Xiamo explained EV's situation and shared his insights. For a Pokémon fearful of battling, the best approach is to instill confidence, helping it realize that it is not as weak as it perceives itself to be. Instill confidence? Help it understand it's not weak? What do you mean? Fanting, Gu Shui, and Zhu Yinghao collectively inquired. Quite literally. We should allow EV to battle as much as possible. However, the key is that EV must win. Only then will it come to enjoy battling. To encourage change, it must first experience a sense of accomplishment. Do you understand? Xiamo stated earnestly, observing the trio's puzzled expressions. At the Jiangxing public battle arena, the four arrived. After locating an unoccupied area, Xiamo and Fanting stood facing each other. Come forth. EV. Fanting inhaled deeply and released her EV. It was a small Pokémon with a brown body, exuding cuteness, yet lacking any semblance of combat prowess. Xiamo also summoned his Psyduck, which assumed its classic pose, cradling its head while gazing at the opposing Pokémon. Xiamo had previously conversed with Psyduck regarding the situation with EV, and now it was time for Psyduck to showcase its acting skills. Suddenly, Psyduck squinted its eyes, revealing a peculiar grin that seemed quite provoking, bordering on mockery. EV furrowed its brow in irritation, glaring at Psyduck, feeling unfairly treated. However, due to its timid nature, EV refrained from taking any drastic actions. Instead, it slightly recoiled, showing an inclination to hide behind its trainer. Gu Shui and Zhu Yinghao exchanged glances, realizing that this EV was rather ineffectual, with Psyduck displaying such a demeanor. Even Xiamo felt an urge to reprimand the duck, yet EV managed to endure. Thus, Psyduck approached EV step by step, continuously escalating EV's frustration. Encouraged by Fanting, EV still showed no intention of retaliating, displaying a rather cowardly demeanor. Xiamo could no longer bear to watch. If this EV continued on this path, it might end up as nothing more than a pet. Psyduck, tackle. Psyduck appeared somewhat puzzled, wondering if it was indeed supposed to tackle. However, upon observing the trembling EV before it, Psyduck felt that the outcome was inconsequential. With that, Psyduck charged toward EV, causing it to jump in surprise. It instinctively extended its paws to shield itself, shutting its eyes in fear. What a pitiful attempt at a claw attack. Surely this was intended to be a claw move. Xiamo, Gu Shui, and Zhu Yinghao all recognized that this claw move's effectiveness was rather lackluster. With such combat prowess, the chances of winning in battle were abysmally low. Even a Caterpie could probably defeat this EV with ease. With Psyduck's combat capability, it would be even easier. However, that scenario did not unfold. Upon impact, Psyduck felt no pain. As it cautiously opened its eyes, it discovered that EV had crashed into the paws it had placed in front of itself. The claws penetrated Psyduck's fluffy head, resulting in a bewildered expression from Psyduck. Quack! Psyduck exclaimed, before suddenly losing its balance and collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. EV, taken aback, gazed skeptically at its own paws. Am I truly this strong? Chapter 65, Mission accomplished. EV. Fanting was astonished. It had actually won. Although the process appeared somewhat fortuitous, EV seemed to have embraced the victory. At that moment, EV stared at its own paws with an expression of surprise, then turned to Fanting, reveling in its triumph. Is this even possible? Fanting's worldview shattered in an instant. The president of the psychology club had merely orchestrated a performance with Psyduck to deceive EV, and yet, EV began to savor the joy of victory. Meanwhile, Xiaomo's expression shifted dramatically. Under EV's gaze, he hurried over to Psyduck's side and crouched down. Psyduck, are you alright? Psyduck slowly opened its eyes and blinked at Xiamo. With a solemn expression, Xiamo turned to Fanting and EV, saying, Your EV is quite formidable, but we shall not concede. This afternoon, after school, if you have the ability, do not leave. I will wait for you at the school gate for a rematch. Fanting was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the situation when EV suddenly called out, puffing up as it looked at Psyduck. EV. The rapid transformation from timidity to bravado caught Fan Ting off guard. After the battle concluded, Fan Ting recalled Evie, and Psyduck gradually made its way back to Xiaomo. Yawning. At that moment, Gu Shui and Zhu Yinghao began to admire Xiaomo. Fan Ting could hardly believe that Evie could change so quickly. No, it's not over yet, Xiaomo stated. This level of achievement is insufficient. We need to ensure Evie attains more victories to build greater confidence. Whether human or Pokémon. Once one has tasted the sweetness of victory, no one wishes to experience defeat. This is a simple psychological truth. Xiaomo spoke earnestly. Especially with Pokémon. Their innate battle genes are quite strong. Every move is designed for combat. Even the weakest Pokémon are not surprising. This is a result of natural selection. The next step is to foster Evie's fondness for battling. Though I may be a newcomer to the Psychology Club, the principles of Pokémon training are universally applicable. Timid Pokémon fear battles, lazy Pokémon shy away from them, and combative Pokémon relish them. Only by understanding one's Pokémon can one select the most suitable approach. Xiaomo then inquired, Fan Ting, what does your Eevee enjoy? Food or toys will suffice. Fan Ting pondered for a moment. It particularly enjoys oranges, especially chung chung fruit. Then go buy some as a reward for its victory this evening, Xiaomo suggested. Upon hearing this, Gu Shui and the others grasped Xiaomo's intentions. But at that moment, Psyduck, who was cradling its head, sensed that something was amiss. Psyduck frowned, feeling that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Gu Shui and Zhu Yinghao, you two should also come and assist this evening. During the break in the afternoon, do not attend the exercise session. Let Psyduck train Snorlax and Snowy. Train for what? An actor's self-cultivation, Xiaomo replied. The Psychology Club's altruistic endeavors do not seek compensation. Yet Fan Ting insisted on treating them to a meal as a gesture of gratitude. After their meal, Xiaomo proceeded to discuss several important points, particularly how to interact with Eevee moving forward. Following a series of victories, Eevee would likely develop an affinity for this feeling. Thus, it was crucial to seize the moment, appealing to emotions, reasoning, and incentives to establish a feasible goal. In doing so, Eevee would yearn for training. Furthermore, if it were to face setbacks later, there would be no need for concern. The Psychology Club provides follow-up services, equipped with measures to address any potential issues that may arise. Xiaomo spoke with great fervor. Fan Ting was immensely grateful to Xiaomo. Without him and Psyduck, she wondered how long it would take for her Eevee to transform. Gu Shui and Zhu Yinghao, following Xiaomo, learned a great deal as well. In summary, it all boiled down to the art of persuasion, convincing Fan Ting's Eevee to no longer resist battling. Surprisingly, the approach proved effective. In the afternoon, during break time, the trio did not participate in exercises. Instead, they sneaked into the clubroom. Following Xiaomo's brief training, Snorlax and Snowy began to understand what it meant to be competent actors. Their daunting task for the evening was to attempt to lose to that Eevee. It sounded simple, yet it was a skillful endeavor. The innate talents of the two Pokémon were clearly inferior to Psyduck's. Their attempts at feigning defeat were overly dramatic, especially Snorlax, who, after pretending to faint, promptly fell asleep. No matter how one viewed it, Psyduck was undeniably impressive. Gu Shui remarked, cooperating with Snowy. Who would have thought that such a powerful Psyduck could so easily fall over when bumped by a novice Eevee? Xiaomo asserted that these were merely basic operations. Especially with Psyduck's expressions and its dazed demeanor, who could tell that Psyduck was acting? However, Psyduck was still in the student phase, not yet an exceptional actor. The true prowess lay with a particular Pikachu, capable of wreaking havoc one moment and falling in a single blow the next. Battle was akin to performance, reliant on skill. Make your expressions more natural, Snowy. After the battle concludes, put away that fierce expression, Xiaomo instructed. Zhu Yinghao, awaken your little Snorlax, once more. Do not underestimate this training. Even in battles, performance is of paramount importance. For instance, feigning injury and exhaustion during a duel can, if executed convincingly, lead one's opponent into a state of carelessness. This is the essence of tactical application. As Xiaomo expounded passionately, Psyduck sat nearby, cradling its head, lost in thought. After school that afternoon, the four companions reconvened. This time, Eevee effortlessly triumphed over Psyduck once again. It was evident that Eevee's condition had significantly improved, at least now. When employing its claw attack, it dared to meet Psyduck's gaze directly. Furthermore, Snowy and Snorlax similarly fell victim to Eevee's prowess. However, due to their lackluster performance, Eevee had to exert considerable effort to secure victory. The unfolding of this battle had Xiaomo and the others on edge. Had Snowy or Snorlax misjudged their strength, Eevee would have faced dire consequences. Fortunately, Despite the twists and turns, the 3 battles concluded satisfactorily. The newly hatched Pokémon, still immature in mind, had tasted victory. And under the persuasive influence of Fanting and Xiaomo, Eevee underwent a remarkable transformation. On the battlefield, Eevee raised its head high, striking a victorious pose, brimming with exhilaration. Chapter 66, Wilderness Training. The days of school slipped by swiftly, and before long, Friday evening arrived. At precisely 8 o'clock, the gathering commenced at the main gate of Jianghai University. In the group chat for the newcomer program, Xiaomo received a message detailing the training schedule for the following day. This week, aside from his regular studies, Xiaomo had acquainted himself with several students from Jiangcheng's 3rd high school involved in the newcomer program, totaling 5 participants, including himself and Gu Shui. 8 o'clock afforded him the luxury of a lie-in, a notion that stirred a sense of nostalgia within him, reminiscing about past holidays, where sleeping until noon was commonplace. Since entering senior year, waking at 7 felt like a luxury. Senior year was indeed a grueling time. Meanwhile, inquiries began to surface in the group chat. Lin Lu, may I ask what we should bring tomorrow? Yang Han, surely, our Pokemon are essential. Du Peng, just ensure you have your Pokemon and Pokeballs ready. If plans remain unchanged, we will venture into the wilderness for practical training tomorrow. Inform your families that training will continue until Sunday, and Saturday will be spent entirely outdoors. Wilderness training? While the school had focused on foundational training, they were now set to engage in real battles over the weekend. Even the most oblivious among them could sense a shift in the winds. They were no longer sheltered newcomers. Coupled with the recent happenings in Donghai, it was clear that the world was rife with unrest. Ignoring international affairs, the threats posed by wild Pokemon and mysterious realms could easily spell danger. Sending these newcomers into the wild for training was not without foresight. However, what is a man's romance? For trainers, it is undoubtedly the thrill of adventure. Moreover, the unexpected opportunity to train in the wild alongside professional trainers was beyond Xiaomo's anticipation. Teacher Du Peng, a professional trainer from the Trainer Association, had only recently transferred. To ascertain the destination for tomorrow, Xiaomo sought out his father for further details, ultimately uncovering an even more surprising revelation. Hashan Water Forest. Father Xia, the Pokemon that appear in the secret realm of Hashan Water Forest have been either captured or dispersed, with all dispersed Pokemon remaining in the forest. A ranger's defense line has been established there, making it a primary gathering spot for wild Pokemon. So it is the Pokemon within that secret realm we must confront. At last, revenge is within reach. That pesky Muscovy duck, I, Xiaomo, shall have my reckoning. On Saturday morning, after completing his morning routine, Xiaomo retrieved the attire from Yinghao fruits that he had previously worn. This time, however, the back bore no inscriptions. The ensemble was strikingly simple. A custom design he had created himself. After all, being somewhat of a minor celebrity, it seemed rather inappropriate to don promotional clothing continuously. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Xiaomo nodded in satisfaction. Clad in this outfit, he felt invigorated, as if transported back to the Kingler Cup, brimming with energy. In contrast, Psyduck appeared rather lackluster, confined to its Pokeball, while Xiaomo attended school daily. It could only revel in the evenings and sleep during the day. A discovery Xiaomo made when he noticed Psyduck watching television late at night. He had thought he encountered a ghost when he found Psyduck awake at such an hour. After a brief tidying up, Xiaomo and Psyduck began their breakfast, a simple affair of fresh milk paired with bread. Once they had finished, they set off towards Jianghai University. At 7:45, Xiaomo arrived at Jianghai University, where he encountered a familiar face. Hello, Yang Luo. Long time no see. Have you been to the Planet Club recently? Xiaomo greeted enthusiastically. Yang Luo shook his head. Congratulations on winning the Kingler Cup. Upon hearing this, those around turned their attention to Xiaomo, recognizing him as the newcomer champion of Jiangcheng. Naturally, their curiosity was piqued. Jiangcheng, being a large city, was rife with talented individuals among the newcomers. The Kingler Cup, after all, was merely a novice competition. Many of the newcomers hailed from families of trainers or affluent backgrounds, believing their skills in nurturing Pokemon to be second to none. Thus, while they were intrigued by Xiaomo, there was no sense of admiration. Without direct combat experience, it was difficult for them to respect his reputation. As for Xiaomo's role in promoting the Jiangcheng newcomer program, they did not deny it. But such endeavors merely required an opportunity, of which Xiaomo had provided one. After a while, Gu Shui arrived, greeted Xiaomo briefly, then sought out familiar friends. Unlike Xiaomo, who only knew Yang Luo, Gu Banzhong had a wide circle of acquaintances. As 8 o'clock approached, the final newcomer arrived. In the presence of 30 waiting individuals, a middle-aged man with an intellectual demeanor emerged from Shanghai University. He was teacher Du Peng, the instructor for the newcomer program. He waved at Xia Mo and the others, signaling them to follow him into the teaching building. Though it was not Xia Mo's first time at Shanghai University, he had never entered the teaching building before. Upon entering a vacant classroom, Du Peng instructed them to take their seats. Let me introduce myself. I am Du Peng, the head of this Jiangcheng newcomer program. You may call me Teacher Du. To be frank, the newcomer program is not a novel initiative. It has long been implemented in the Magic City and the imperial capital. However, in other cities, such plans are quite rare for various reasons, which I shall not elaborate on. Nevertheless, the purpose of this Jiangcheng program is to benefit newcomers. The Trainer Association has allocated certain resources to train aspiring trainers, and I hope you all cherish this opportunity. Du Peng spoke with calm authority, embodying the quintessential teacher's demeanor. Suddenly, he pointed to a girl in the front row and asked, "What do you believe is the primary purpose of the newcomer program?" The girl hesitated momentarily before responding. "To train our abilities, so we can gain admission to prestigious universities?" Du Peng shook his head. "That is not the main objective. For the Trainer Association, producing graduates from prestigious universities holds little value, as a degree from a renowned institution does not equate to becoming a professional trainer. In the eyes of the Trainer Association, such graduates are no different from ordinary university students. Remember, the sole purpose of your training is to adapt to the standards expected of professional trainers, thereby holding yourselves to that standard and ultimately striving to pass the qualifications for professional trainers before the age of 30. Xia Mo swallowed hard. This teacher certainly spoke in a rather fierce manner. It seemed there was considerable pressure to become a professional trainer before the age of 30. Chapter 67, Departure. The requirement to achieve this status before turning 30 was already quite stringent. As far as Xia Mo knew, only his mother had accomplished this feat before reaching that age. The professional trainers remaining in Jiangcheng were likely not in their youth anymore, he mused. His father was already 40, and it was said that Yang Luo's father was also a professional trainer, likely of a similar age to Xia's father. As for the teacher, Du Peng standing before him, judging by his graying hair, he too must be of considerable age. However, it was evident that the field of trainers was flourishing, with the new generation naturally surpassing the old. Meanwhile, observing the silent crowd below, Du Peng elucidated the specifics of the upcoming field training exercise. For a professional trainer, survival skills in the wild, perilous terrains, and hidden realms were absolutely essential. This survival capability encompassed the qualities a trainer should possess, as well as other skills they ought to master. Therefore, the forthcoming outdoor training would adopt a survival in the wild format. You would be dispatched to a wilderness teeming with Pokémon, where you would live alone for a day and a night, completing a task to be deemed successful in your survival. The individual who performed most outstandingly during this training would receive an additional reward. During this period, you might encounter various dangers posed by wild Pokémon or other challenges. However, there is no need for excessive worry, as the primary goal of this initial practical training is merely to allow you to experience the wilderness environment. Professional forest rangers or Pokémon will accompany you for your protection. Should you find yourselves unable to continue, you may withdraw at any time, but doing so will impact your training results. Thus, I hope that, barring exceptionally special circumstances, you will persevere. Upon the conclusion of this week's training, a comprehensive analysis will be conducted based on your performances, and a more detailed training plan will be devised for you. Following Du Peng's remarks, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. They had assumed that the so-called practical training was merely a superficial concept of battling, and that venturing into the wild would consist solely of contests against wild Pokémon. Little did they realize that the training would unfold in such a manner, surviving alone in a mountain filled with Pokémon for a day. It sounded exhilarating. In this light, it was much closer to the dictionary definition of an adventure. At this point, Xia Mo could ascertain that the dangers of the water forest would be considerably less than those he encountered in the hidden realm. However, he was uncertain about the types of Pokémon that might inhabit it. He presumed they would not be excessively powerful. Subsequently, Xia Mo and the others posed several critical questions, which Du Peng addressed one by one. Eventually, they received their survival gear, a backpack filled with an array of tools. Inside were a compass, sleeping bag, some water and food, knives, flint, medicine, flashlight, and more, an impressive assortment. After weighing the backpack, Xia Mo noted its considerable heft. Carrying it continuously would likely deplete his stamina. Before we depart, please surrender your mobile phones. Aside from the tools in your backpacks, you may only carry Pokémon items, such as spoons and towels that can enhance your Pokémon's abilities. Currently, Psyduck possessed only a spoon. Must we really hand over our phones? Du Peng's words prompted Xia Mo to instinctively check his pocket. The absence of his phone left him feeling insecure. Once the majority of the precautions had been relayed, Du Peng finally began preparations for their transportation and instructed everyone to be ready at a moment's notice to set off for their destination. After more than 2 hours, the group arrived at the He Mountain Water Forest, reaching the Rangers' defensive line. The entirety of the mountain and forest was cordoned off by this line, manned by a professional team of rangers and volunteer trainers to prevent any potential disturbances from wild Pokémon entering the town. During this journey, the soon-to-be explorers endeavored to recall the precautions Du Peng had mentioned. Xia Mo remained quite composed. After all, he was someone who had ventured into a hidden realm before. Unlike Gu Shui and Yang Luo, who appeared visibly anxious. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by a sprightly, elderly man in his 50s, clad in a black form-fitting outfit and an orange overcoat, with a long rope cinched at his waist. Despite his age, this elder exuded vitality. As Du Peng introduced him, it became clear that he was Wang Dahu, the leader of the ranger team stationed here. Mr. Du, you've finally arrived. These must be the students you intend to send into the mountains for their training, Wang Dahu remarked, scrutinizing the group before shaking his head. They certainly look like children who have not endured much hardship. Du Peng nodded in acknowledgement, confirming their identity. Listen well. Captain Wang will arrange for the rangers to escort you into the mountains from different directions. Remember your task. You must reach the summit by 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. During this time, unless you find yourselves in extreme danger, no one will assist you. You will have to rely on yourselves and your Pokémon for the entirety of the day. Before long, Ranger Captain Wang Dahu summoned nearly 30 rangers, an impressive deployment, including not only those from E Mountain but also from other regions, all in support of this newcomer initiative. With the rangers assigned, the outdoor training officially commenced. See you at the summit. They exchanged farewells. Xia Mo watched as Yang Luo and Gu Shui headed toward different entrances, uncertain of whether they would successfully reach the peak. Mr. Du, I never imagined you would actually send rookie trainers out here to directly experience the wild. Isn't that a bit hasty? Wang Dao commented. Rest assured, with the 30 rangers discreetly monitoring them, they will not encounter any real danger. We are thoroughly familiar with this mountain and its Pokémon. Du Peng regarded him with a knowing look. They represent the pinnacle of Jiangqing's new trainers, endowed with exceptional talent and worthy of investment. Given the resources provided by this hidden realm, Jiangqing must nurture some promising professional trainers. Otherwise, we will always be overshadowed by provincial capitals. Moreover, the current hidden realms are increasingly restless. Early training will benefit their future growth. After all, no one wishes for their diligently cultivated trainers to perish in the wild. Wang Dao nodded in agreement. Although he was a ranger, he understood the importance of nurturing the future. Chapter 68. Heatstroke, the pot's fault? Is this the right place? After Xia Mo was led away, he followed his guide for about half an hour until they reached the base of the mountain. The ranger accompanying him appeared to be around 30, with a prominent nose and a noticeable accent, suggesting he was not a local. Yes, you should proceed from here. The ranger indicated in response to Xia Mo's inquiry. Ah, thank you, Xia Mo replied, not bothering to ask whether the ranger would accompany him further. Instead, he promptly released Psyduck from its Pokeball. As the Pokeball in his hand emitted a flash of white light, Psyduck appeared on the ground, curiously surveying its surroundings. The view revealed towering trees on the mountain, lush foliage casting shade, and thick grass carpeting the ground. Psyduck, it exclaimed, taken aback by the familiar scenery. The wild environment reminded Psyduck of the time it had inadvertently stumbled into the hidden realm with Xia Mo. That was indeed a rather unpleasant experience. However, Psyduck has undergone a remarkable transformation since then. At that time, it struggled to adequately protect Xia Mo, but now its confidence has visibly surged, and it has become acutely aware of its own growth. Compared to 2 months ago, it has matured significantly and appears quite spirited. Observing the interaction between Xia Mo and Psyduck, the ranger trailing behind Xia Mo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. All right, it's time to head in. I wish you both the best of luck, he urged. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo promptly set forth, making his way toward the summit. Given Xia Mo's stamina, he should theoretically be able to walk for an extended period without fatigue. However, he underestimated the discomfort brought on by the environment. First and foremost, the terrain here is rarely flat. Most paths necessitate traversing areas overrun with prickly weeds. Secondly, there are various small insects, neither fuzzy caterpillars nor horned beetles, just ordinary little bugs, bounding through the grass, occasionally colliding with his handsome face, much to Xia Mo's annoyance. Lastly, the weather had fluctuated. Just a few days prior, the temperature had dropped, only to rise again, creating a stifling atmosphere that made breathing difficult. Gulping down some bottled water, Xiaomo also offered a sip to Psyduck. After walking a short distance, a rustling noise prompted Psyduck to abruptly position itself in front of Xiaomo. Psyduck is fierce. Before long, Xiaomo's eyes were drawn to a purple creature glaring at them, an Ekans, one of the animals Xiaomo had feared most in his childhood. However, encountering it in the form of a Pokémon dulled his apprehension. Is that an Ekans? Psyduck, let us retreat for now. If it shows no signs of aggression, we should conserve our strength until we reach the summit, Xiaomo suggested. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, the Ekans lunged at them. Clearly, this Ekans intended to approach Psyduck and constrict it, a common hunting method employed to capture smaller Pokémon. However, rather than using such predatory tactics, Ekans often preferred to steal the eggs of Pidgey and Spearow. Without waiting for Xiaomo's command, Psyduck used its psychic powers to immobilize the Ekans. Subsequently, it decisively hurled the Ekans away, demonstrating the disparity in strength between them. After this display, the Ekans hesitated to launch another attack. Simultaneously, Psyduck tilted its head, seemingly bored by the Ekans' retreat. Xiaomo found this amusing, realizing how much stronger Psyduck had become since their initial encounters. In a novel, wouldn't this be the emergence of a Duck Emperor? He mused. By the way, Psyduck, can you sense the individual trailing us? Xiaomo's voice lowered, his body leaning forward while his finger discreetly gestured behind them. The ranger escorting him had likely remained at a distance, following closely behind. Though unseen, Xiaomo felt an inexplicable sensation of being watched. Psyduck parted the grass, peering in the direction indicated by Xiaomo's finger. It fell into contemplation, alternately shaking its head and nodding in uncertainty. Xiaomo, perplexed by its indecision, chose not to press further. Never mind, let us continue onward. If all goes well, I believe we can reach the summit before dusk, Xiaomo asserted, observing that they were not too far from their goal. Just as Xiaomo completed his statement, Psyduck frowned. A sweep of its psychic energy revealed a sudden squeaking sound, as a small Rattata scurried away in fright. All right, I'll stop talking, Xiaomo conceded, recognizing that he had inadvertently jinxed their journey. Witnessing Psyduck's serious demeanor for the first time made Xiaomo awkwardly scratch his head. Upon hearing Xiaomo's words, Psyduck let out a sigh, almost human-like, indicating their shared understanding. However, perhaps due to Xiaomo's casual remark, they subsequently encountered a series of Pokémon, each displaying a heightened sense of aggression, causing them to waste precious time with every new arrival. Xiaomo felt a sense of injustice. It seems reasonable to set a deadline of reaching the summit by tomorrow afternoon, he remarked sheepishly. Noteworthy is that during this trek, Xiaomo, with keen observation, did not leave empty-handed. For instance, he spotted some berry trees. Although he did not encounter any rare varieties like the citrus berry, he did find some orange berries. Nevertheless, he refrained from picking them, choosing instead to leave them for the local Pokémon. Look, Psyduck, is that a Pokémon over there? After walking a bit further, Xiaomo suddenly halted, frowning as he inquired. Psyduck followed his gaze, equally perplexed. Unlike before, this time, they were not faced with a Pokémon eager to attack, but rather one that lay in their path, an Oddish. This Pokémon resembled a flower pot, appearing quite diminutive. It seemed to have recently hatched and displayed a rather poor complexion. Could it be suffering from dehydration due to the heat? Xiaomo speculated, observing the distressed Oddish sprawled in the grass. As Xiaomo and Psyduck approached, they were taken aback. The Oddish indeed exhibited signs of heat stroke. Not only was it flushed, but it was also sweating profusely. Upon closer examination, Xiaomo made another discovery. It appeared that the Oddish was not only suffering from heat exhaustion, but had also sustained an injury, likely a bite wound. Judging by the type of wound, Xiaomo surmised that it could have been inflicted by an Ekans or a similar Pokémon. I suspect it encountered a foe and, in its attempt to escape, collapsed here due to exhaustion and the oppressive heat. What do you think, Psyduck? Psyduck agreed, promptly dragging the Oddish to a shaded area where it could cool down. What should we do about the heat stroke? Quickly, Xiaomo recalled the knowledge he had acquired about wilderness survival. Swiftly relocating the patient to a ventilated, shaded, and refreshing location is crucial. Simultaneously, Xiaomo hurriedly retrieved water and healing supplies from his backpack, cleaning the Oddish's wound and providing it with cooling treatment. Throughout this process, as he watched the Oddish struggle in pain, a sympathetic expression crossed Xiaomo's face, reminiscent of the time he had captured Psyduck. At times, it seemed that Pokémon raised by humans were indeed far luckier than their wild counterparts. Nonetheless, it must be said that Pokémon possess remarkable resilience. After a simple treatment, the Oddish soon began to recover. It initially weakly opened its eyes, surveying its surroundings. By this point, its complexion had improved significantly. However, upon seeing Xia Mo and Psyduck, it immediately began to thrash about in panic. Observing this, Psyduck quickly initiated communication with the distressed creature, leaving Xia Mo to watch helplessly from the sidelines. With Psyduck's amiable gestures, the Oddish gradually calmed down, eventually gazing gratefully at Xia Mo and Psyduck, fully aware of who had come to its rescue. With a clear sense of right and wrong, Xia Mo found himself fond of such a small Pokémon. However, they could not linger. They still had a journey ahead. All right, we can leave the rest to the ranger behind us. We must continue our trek, Xia Mo conveyed to Psyduck. For the newly hatched Oddish, they had done all they could. It was now the ranger's responsibility to care for it. Xia Mo felt certain that the ranger trailing them had also noticed the situation. Psyduck nodded thoughtfully, then began to explain once more to Bonesley. However, the situation seemed to be less straightforward than Xia Mo had anticipated. Just as they were preparing to depart, a shadow of brown surged towards them, prompting Psyduck to instinctively defend with its psychic powers. Observing the unrestrained fury radiating from the approaching Pokémon, Xia Mo's expression shifted rapidly. An anger-based move? That seemed unlikely. Wait a moment, this Pokémon is... The creature attacking them bore a striking resemblance to Bonesley, yet was considerably larger, standing over a meter tall, its tiny eyes brimming with accumulated rage. It was a Sudowoodo. This was the evolved form of Bonesley, which implied that Sudowoodo was likely Bonesley's mother. Before Xia Mo could ponder further, Sudowoodo launched another attack, seemingly perceiving Xia Mo and Psyduck as threats to Bonesley. However, to their astonishment, Sudowoodo also employed psychic powers. A pale blue wave of energy surged forth. In a fit of protectiveness for Bonesley, Sudowoodo's emotions erupted, manifesting a formidable psychic force. Psyduck, unsure of how to respond, could only use its psychic abilities to shield itself. Retreating to Xia Mo's side, it called out, tilting its head to gaze at Sudowoodo. From Sudowoodo's actions, Xia Mo could ascertain that it recognized Bonesley. At this moment, both Xia Mo and Psyduck felt quite aggrieved. Yep, now, Bonesley too had realized the oddity of the situation. It attempted to rise with all its might to intervene and clarify matters, yet Sudowoodo denied Bonesley that opportunity. As Bonesley stood up, Sudowoodo issued another threatening call towards Xia Mo and Psyduck before swiftly retreating, cradling Bonesley and bounding away, seemingly fearful of any further mishaps involving Bonesley. How exasperating. Watching Sudowoodo's retreating figure with Bonesley in its embrace, Xia Mo shook his head. Such an excessive level of vigilance. The events that had just transpired left Psyduck feeling quite disheartened. Despite having assisted another, it received no gratitude, instead being mistaken for an adversary. This was a situation that would dampen anyone's spirits. Xia Mo noticed Psyduck's despondency and immediately felt a pang of concern, smiling as he lifted Psyduck into his arms. Cheer up. Once Bonesley and Sudowoodo sort things out, they will certainly express their immense gratitude towards you. Trust me. Hearing Xia Mo's words, Psyduck lifted its head slightly, feeling a bit reassured. Xia Mo affectionately ruffled Psyduck's head, realizing he needed to instill a positive worldview in Psyduck for its overall well-being. It would be detrimental if Psyduck were to develop a dark disposition. Let us press on, Xia Mo said, attempting to divert Psyduck's attention away from the earlier incident. However, as they departed, Xia Mo's mind grew heavy with thoughts. The two moves exhibited by Sudowoodo during their encounter seemed rather intriguing. Xia Mo was quite curious about the techniques Sudowoodo had employed in its attack. The first, a display of sheer fury, likely was not an anger-based move, but rather a technique of misplaced aggression. In the game, this move is described as a full-force attack directed at the opponent to vent frustrations, with greater power correlating to lower intimacy with the trainer. Yet, in reality, it clearly represented a manipulation of emotional energy. Speaking of anger energy, one immediately thinks of the moves associated with anger and the rage state, which undoubtedly represent a positive status from a power-enhancing perspective. As for the Pokémon most adept at harnessing such anger energy, it would likely be Infernape, particularly the one with the rage ability, whose temper is ever volatile. It is said that Infernape is perpetually in a state of inexplicable fury, even within its Pokeball, with instances of it becoming so enraged that it has succumbed to fatality. It is truly difficult to comprehend. Perhaps this is what they refer to as "I anger myself to death." Of course, such occurrences are rare, at least during the last Kingler Cup. Infernape battled Lin Ling without exhibiting such extreme rage. However, more than the misplaced aggression, Xia Mo found himself more intrigued by the second move Sudowoodo had used. It must have been a mimicry technique. Ordinarily, Sudowoodo would not have access to psychic powers, yet its second move was indeed psychic, which could only mean it was a mimic. This piqued Xiaomo's interest. After all, it was relatively challenging for Psyduck to autonomously learn new moves, but with mimicry, it could first imitate the techniques of other Pokémon, gradually transforming them into its own skills, essentially a free acquisition. Chapter 70, The Diligent Psyduck. Let us rest here. Before the daylight completely faded, Xiaomo located a relatively bearable spot to unfurl his sleeping bag. To be honest, he was not particularly fond of sleeping bags, as they made it difficult to escape in the event of an emergency. After a day of travel, both Xiaomo and Psyduck had ample stamina, yet their spirits were somewhat lacking. Moreover, they had only consumed a few crackers throughout the day, leaving them quite uncomfortable and in dire need of rest. Accustomed to warm milk and hot meals daily, the sudden shift to mere bottled water and dry crackers felt akin to plummeting from paradise to hell. Psyduck, what are you searching for? After arranging his sleeping bag, Xiaomo noticed Psyduck rummaging through his survival backpack. Soon, it unearthed a flint and began gesturing for Xiaomo to ignite a fire. Setting the mountain ablaze? Is that what you imply? Psyduck shook its head. A fire on the mountain, and the authorities will be summoned? Psyduck tilted its head at Xiaomo. You mean to start a campfire nearby? Psyduck nodded. In martial arts dramas, protagonists camping on a mountain often light a campfire, which effectively wards off pests. Indeed, I almost overlooked that. Although the mountain is now occupied by Pokémon, those pesky little insects have yet to be entirely eradicated, Xiaomo realized. Quite thoughtful of you. He praised Psyduck, acknowledging it as a reliable companion, having raised it himself. Furthermore, Xiaomo soon discovered that a campfire would also provide warmth. As the darkness deepened, the temperature dropped significantly, contrasting sharply with the daytime heat, allowing Xiaomo and Psyduck to experience the true meaning of unpredictable weather. The following morning, Psyduck eagerly took the lead, while Xiaomo lagged behind, feeling lethargic. Deprived of a soft bed, Xiaomo had struggled to fall asleep until the early hours, and to make matters worse, the compressed crackers in his backpack had vanished. When he inquired about them, Psyduck merely shook its head. It was likely that Psyduck had pilfered them. Let us ascend the mountain quickly, Xiaomo sighed, realizing that this place was not as entertaining as he had envisioned, and he would no longer subject himself to such unpleasantries. Xiaomo and Psyduck continued their journey. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Rustle, rustle, rustle. But a sound suddenly put Xiaomo and Psyduck on high alert. After a day, had another Pokémon become overly reckless? Wait a moment. Upon seeing the approaching Pokémon, they hesitated. Wasn't this the Sudowoodo from yesterday? Had it returned for revenge? Soon, Xiaomo realized he had overthought the situation. Sudowoodo now stood before them, cradling 4 or 5 blue fruits, its demeanor apologetic. It was evident that Sudowoodo no longer harbored any aggressive intentions. It seemed to be delivering sustenance to Xiaomo and Psyduck. Sudowoodo, yesterday's events were merely a misunderstanding. Bonesley must have clarified things with you, correct? Xiaomo inquired tentatively. Across from him, the Trevenant nodded gently and placed several orange berries on the ground, intending to express gratitude for the rescue of its friend, the Pumpkaboo. By Xiaomo and Psyduck. Upon seeing the pile of orange berries, Psyduck naturally felt a surge of joy, sensing that its efforts had borne fruit. However, Xiaomo was not preoccupied with the berries. Instead, he eagerly called out to the departing Trevenant. Wait a moment. He suddenly recalled something of utmost importance. Could you teach us that move you used yesterday to protect the Pumpkaboo? Even a brief explanation would suffice. Just share with Psyduck your feelings and techniques while using it. Xiaomo spoke anxiously, fearing that Trevenant might decline. This was an opportunity. Few Pokémon could master the mimicry technique, and Xiaomo had yet to encounter anyone capable of it. Little did he expect to meet this Trevenant again, especially one that seemed to come with a sense of apology. There was no need for further thought. The moment was now. While a gentleman may not seek to repay kindness with demands, Xiaomo was no such gentleman. He could forego the orange berries. But if Psyduck could learn to mimic from Trevenant, their journey would be undeniably worthwhile. In response to Xiaomo's request, Trevenant initially appeared bewildered but quickly grasped the essence of Xiaomo's plea. To learn a move? Considering that Xiaomo and Psyduck had saved the Pumpkaboo, Trevenant did not hesitate to nod in agreement. Trevenant was willing to teach. Upon receiving this affirmation, Xiaomo felt a rush of elation. He immediately adopted the demeanor of an eager student, lifting Psyduck and displaying a thirst for knowledge. Psyduck, however, seemed to wilt at the sudden shift in circumstances. Trevenant had come with the kind intention of offering berries, expecting a hearty meal, but Xiaomo's brief words transformed the situation into a teaching session. What a wicked trainer. Xiaomo mused. Focus on learning. If you can master mimicry from Trevenant, you'll be rewarded with an extra half-hour of television time. Xiaomo had imposed a limit of 1 hour of television for Psyduck daily, fearing it might lose motivation. After Xiaomo's statement, Psyduck tilted its head in contemplation and then looked at Trevenant with newfound determination. I love learning. Trevenant was taken aback by Psyduck's swift transformation. Subsequently, Trevenant began its serious instruction. During this time, Xiaomo could only observe from the side. Firstly, he could not comprehend Trevenant's language, and secondly, Trevenant was no performer. Its gestures were entirely lost on Xiaomo, rendering the entire teaching process akin to deciphering an ancient script. No worries, Psyduck possesses a strong learning aptitude. Xiaomo reassured himself. Mimicry allows one to replicate the last move used by an opponent and convert it into one's own during battle. Move type, normal. Move category, status. In simpler terms, it means, your move is quite useful. May I borrow it for my own use? In the realm of Pokémon battles, the mimicry move is almost akin to a divine technique. Under certain critical conditions, it can strategically alter the course of a battle, although mimicry belongs to the normal type. Psychic-type Pokémon possess a distinct advantage when learning this move compared to most others. For psychic types, mimicry essentially trains their psychic abilities, albeit through a slightly different method. Before long, Trevenant executed Spike Attack into thin air, and Psyduck summoned a peculiar psychic force, which began to assimilate the Spike Attack. What is mimicry? It is not a mere whim. It is purposeful and directed. The simplest form of mimicry targets the energy concentrated in an opponent's move, harnessing it through one's own psychic power and then reflecting it back in a personal manner, much like Psyduck using Spike Attack. Chapter 71. Teamwork? Marvelous, Psyduck. Xiaomo exclaimed as he witnessed Psyduck successfully employ Spike Attack, his eyes lighting up with pride. Psyduck. Psyduck struck a triumphant pose, brimming with confidence. With the lesson concluded, Trevenant prepared to depart, gesturing towards the orange berries it had left behind, indicating they were for them. Xiaomo pondered for a moment, then decided against accepting the berries, returning them to Trevenant. The berries on this mountain were rare and had been transplanted by forest rangers. They served merely as sustenance for him and Psyduck. But for Trevenant and Pumpkaboo, they could be life-saving fruits. Now, Trevenant had become something of a mentor to Psyduck, and thus, the berries could not be accepted. Psyduck. Though Psyduck felt a pang of hunger, it was wise enough to understand and obediently pushed the berries back. The training was about to conclude, and there would be ample time for a grand feast upon their return. Ultimately, Trevenant could not withstand the resolute stances of Xiaomo and Psyduck and retracted the berries. With Trevenant reclaiming the fruits, Xiaomo finally felt at ease. Psyduck, you must diligently practice mimicry upon our return. The conditions still stand. As Trevenant departed, Xiaomo turned to Psyduck. Quack. Following this brief episode, Xiaomo and Psyduck resumed their journey toward the mountain summit. Compared to the secret realm, the distribution of Pokémon on this mountain was quite sparse. Thus, for Xiaomo and Psyduck, the challenges were minimal. Many dangers, under Psyduck's psychic influence, were rendered relatively harmless. Even in the event of an unfortunate encounter with a group of Pokémon, their strength was not formidable, and Psyduck could resolve any conflict within minutes. Therefore, before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiaomo and Psyduck successfully reached the mountain peak. However, to their astonishment, they discovered that everyone else had already arrived. These individuals were present due to having been eliminated early on. What had transpired? At the summit, upon seeing Xiaomo, Gu Shui and Yang Luo exchanged awkward glances. Beside them, Du Peng wore a particularly grim expression. The newcomers in this training cohort were utterly lacking. Was this truly the most talented 30 trainers from Jiang City? It seemed that Jiang City was doomed. No wonder President Sun appeared so troubled. Du Peng could only shake his head in wry amusement. What happened? Xiaomo inquired, bewildered. Ahem. Captain Wang Dahua of the Forest Rangers cleared his throat. Upon seeing Xiaomo finally arrive, he produced a walkie-talkie, and in less than a minute, the ranger who had escorted Xiaomo also reached the summit. All 30 individuals had gathered. Once everyone was assembled, Du Peng cleared his throat and stated, to be frank, although this was merely an experience, I am not particularly pleased with your performance. He cast a glance at Gu Shui and asked, did you consider the surrounding environment when commanding your Snowy? Using ice and snow moves in a deep forest attracted so many wild Pokémon. Had it not been for the intervention of the forest rangers, you might have found it quite difficult to survive. Gu Shui's Snowy had indeed drawn a significant number of Pokémon with its grand display of moves. And your mistake is even more severe. Du Peng turned his gaze toward another boy. Using Ember with your Charmander on the mountain? Had it not been for the water-type Pokémon accompanying the ranger behind you, Even if you and your Charmander managed to escape, you would have undoubtedly sparked a forest fire. The boy hung his head, recalling the lengthy battle against wild Pokémon, ultimately resorting to fire-type moves. Had the ranger not arrived in time, a wildfire would likely have ensued. Xiaomo's earlier lament had materialized across the geographical divide. And you, what on earth is your Slacketh doing? Why is your Pokémon still asleep while its trainer is in danger? Dupeng turned to chastise yet another boy. Subsequently, Dupeng chastised each individual in turn, and when he reached Xiaomo, he expressed a degree of satisfaction. The only source of comfort for me is Xiaomo, he remarked. This student is exceptionally talented, possessing rich experience in wilderness survival and evidently knowledgeable about relevant skills. His timely responses to danger have alleviated my concerns significantly, and this merits commendation. The ranger responsible for Xiaomo affirmed this, causing Xiaomo to feel somewhat bashful. The first week of the rookie program's wilderness survival training came to an official close. As Xiaomo and his companions departed, the atmosphere was decidedly tense. This was primarily due to Yang Luo and Gu Shui, whose lingering shadows of doubt had yet to fully dissipate, leaving them in a state of despondency. Yang Luo had been criticized for being overly bookish, unable to adapt. His shortcomings manifested in a willingness to proceed despite the knowledge of approaching danger, simply because it was the most direct route up the mountain. On the return journey, Dupeng could not suppress a sigh as he remarked, "Upon our return, the association will analyze your performances during this training. The next session will likely consist of theoretical lessons within the association. In the following week, you must adjust your mindset. The most critical event ahead is the 8 Schools League. Should anyone fail to progress to the 4th round, they will be automatically withdrawn from the rookie program. The 8 Schools League is a competition in which everyone must participate, with rounds determining the ultimate victor. However, unless fortune is exceedingly unkind and one encounters another rookie trainer in the 3rd round, most individuals should advance to that stage." Regarding the theoretical lessons, Gu Shui lifted her head and inquired, "Will we return here again?" She would much prefer solving problems to enduring hardships, as the day and a half spent here had been quite taxing for her. Dupeng shot her a glance, stating, "Not only will you return, but you will also face even more stringent tasks. Next time, it will be far more than merely surviving. Surviving in the wilderness is merely the fundamental requirement for becoming a professional trainer. Once you become a professional, encountering various tasks will be commonplace. Consider this. The mountain is home to Beedrills and Spearows. When the timing is right, you will be tasked with collecting Beedrill venom and gathering Spearow feathers. Such experiences will offer more effective training. That's a death wish. Such tasks are relatively simple, and if you cannot withstand these trials, how can you aspire to be a professional trainer?" Dupeng chuckled at the grim faces of the group. "However, rest assured, these tasks will be executed in teams, so you won't be alone. Unity is strength. For a professional trainer, understanding teamwork is of paramount importance." Teamwork. Xiaomo pondered. Chapter 72. Where's my phone? Indeed. When professional trainers undertake certain exploration tasks in mysterious realms, they typically form teams of 3 to 5 members. Solo trainers are quite rare, and only exceptionally unique missions necessitate individual execution. In the case of large-scale explorations, to ensure survival rates, a dozen professional trainers may enter simultaneously. For a trainer, having a good team is akin to possessing multiple lives. Keep in mind that the variety and number of Pokémon a trainer can capture are limited. Thus, if your teammates can provide assistance in other areas, such as reconnaissance, supplies, healing, firepower, or covering for you, your chances of survival increase exponentially. This is why University Leagues and the World Pokémon League feature team battles. Dupeng elaborated, therefore, should a high-difficulty task arise, it is likely that you 3 will execute it together. With proper coordination, a team can achieve results greater than the mere sum of its parts. However, if coordination falters, one may also be dragged down by inept teammates, leading to unfortunate outcomes that can occur outside of games. Xiaomo was taken aback by how in tune Dupeng was with the current vernacular, even using the term inept teammate. However, Xiaomo suddenly fell silent. He glanced at Gu Shui, who had drawn in the snow, and at the single-minded Yang Luo, and felt a pang of uncertainty. If given the choice, he would prefer to be a lone wolf. He and Psyduck had developed an excellent synergy, but introducing 2 more could complicate matters. Nevertheless, Xiaomo recognized the validity of Dupeng's points. Even if he were to capture more Pokémon in the future, how many would he need to cover all bases? 6 might not suffice. At least a dozen would be necessary. The reality was that resources in mysterious realms are limited, and most professional trainers max out at cultivating 6 Pokémon. Furthermore, many trainers specialize in a single type, resulting in significant limitations within their teams. Forming an all-rounder team under such circumstances is nearly impossible. Unless I were to be gifted a transforming Mew as a means of transportation, Xia Mo mused with aspirations. Upon arriving at the Trainer Association in Jiang City, all except Xia Mo returned home. The reason Xia Mo remained was that his reward had yet to be acquired. Du Peng had stated that the individual who performed the best during the training would receive an additional reward. Now, this so-called reward had naturally found its way into Xia Mo's possession. Following Du Peng into the Trainer Association, Xia Mo was led to a room and presented with his reward. "What is this?" he queried, gazing at the box before him in confusion. "These are nutritional drinks and energy cubes," Du Peng explained. "Nutritional drinks?" Xia Mo exclaimed, astonished. "Is this entire box filled with them?" Nutritional drinks. The very supplements he had purchased for Psyduck. Produced by the Pinji Group, although costly, they significantly enhanced certain foundational qualities of Pokémon, exponentially increasing training efficiency. Even without training, long-term consumption of these supplements ensures robust physical condition for the Pokémon. As for the energy cubes, they too are valuable. This entire box is exceedingly expensive, comparable to the prize money he had won with his Magikarp. Not only that, but there's this. Du Peng produced a pink fruit. Fortune fruit. Xia Mo was truly elated. Fortune fruits are priced at 50,000 each in the marketplace, and they are often unavailable. His previous acquisition had been purely a stroke of luck. Yes, this is a reward for your excellent performance during training. If all goes well, similar rewards will follow, so strive for excellence. Du Peng's words were crystal clear. The rewards from Jiang City are not merely nutritional products. They also include rare items. These treasures cannot easily be purchased with money. The Rookie program aims to provide Xia Mo a pathway to access rare resources. Subsequently, Xia Mo will utilize these resources for growth, thereby acquiring even more resources. This is the essence of the Rookie program, empowering the strong. It is evident that as long as Xia Mo consistently excels in his training, the supply of such resources will not dwindle, simultaneously preventing him from reaping rewards without effort, while serving as a motivation to remain vigilant and not settle for mediocrity. For others, it is also a form of encouragement. With this box of nutritional drinks acquired, coupled with those Xia Mo had previously purchased, he should not have to worry about Psyduck's dietary needs for the next 2 months. Of course, there are even more expensive nutritional products. But for Pokémon in the Rookie stage, these basic quality-enhancing supplements suffice. After dining out, Xia Mo returned home with Psyduck, where they first took a hot shower before attending to their respective tasks. Psyduck needed to practice its mimicry, while Xia Mo sought to locate his lost phone. "Where's my phone?" Xia Mo rummaged through his backpack, but to no avail. He distinctly remembered having his phone returned to him after ascending the mountain, at which point he placed it in his backpack, and now it was nowhere to be found. "How peculiar. Psyduck, have you seen my phone?" Xia Mo inquired. Psyduck replied, indicating it had not seen it. "How peculiar it is that the compressed biscuits have vanished, seemingly disappearing upon awakening. However, Psyduck claims to have not consumed them," leading Xia Mo to ponder the possibility of a mischievous Pokémon pilfering his belongings. Meanwhile, in the depths of a cave on Crane Mountain, a small, dark purple Pokémon is indulging in the very biscuits that are missing, with a phone glowing beneath it, displaying a photo of Xia Mo and Psyduck. This small creature is none other than Jengars, known for its penchant for pranks and delight in their successful execution. Xia Mo, rather unfortunate to be its target, finds both his biscuits and phone at the mercy of this trickster. Upon exiting the digital store, Xia Mo wears a frown, although the phone may lack monetary value. It contains his meticulously organized study materials, serious and hard-earned. He can now ascertain that a Pokémon is indeed responsible for the theft, as he had inquired whether Psyduck had heard anything unusual during the night. Psyduck confirmed he had, but when asked why he did not intervene, he replied that he sensed no danger. When did Psyduck develop a sense of danger? Frustrated, Xia Mo commanded Psyduck to wash his dirty clothes, exclaiming that it seems the duck must encounter peril before it awakens. Yet, to pilfer without alerting anyone is beyond the capabilities of ordinary Pokémon. It appears a visit to Crane Mountain is in order. Those who have taken from him cannot simply go unpunished. Chapter 73, The 8th School Tournament begins. The joyful weekend swiftly passed, and Jiangxing 3rd High School buzzed with activity once more. However, unlike the previous morning's lethargy, today the students were brimming with excitement. For the 8th School Tournament was set to commence. All students were eligible to register, competing for 3 days to determine the champion. This brief, yet inclusive event was one of the few grand activities during their senior year. Our class consists of 45 students, with Xia Mo, Gu Shui, and Zhu Yinghao as seed competitors exempt from the first round today. The remaining 42 students were divided into 10 groups, with one group remaining at our school, while the other 9 traveled to 7 different high schools for the initial selection battles. Each group would face off against senior trainers from other schools in fair 1v1 Pokémon battles. The hope was for them to bring glory to both their class and school. Today's selection matches would consist of 2 rounds, the morning for the first round and the afternoon for the second. Each participant would be randomly matched against 3 opponents, and securing victories in 2 of the 3 battles would grant them entry into the afternoon's second round. Even those who might lose the first 2 matches were encouraged to give their utmost in the third, leaving no room for regret. This would be their last major Pokémon battle event before the college entrance examination, so they were urged to fight with abandon. Each school was equipped with ample Pokémon doctors and nurses to assist in restoring their Pokémon's vitality and energy, so they should strive for victory. With 3 battles taking place, there would be an hour of rest between each, allowing ample time for recovery under the care of Pokémon medical staff. Those who achieved 3 consecutive victories would advance directly to the third round tomorrow. Xiaomo, Guxue, and Zhu Yinghao would commence their battles in the third round starting tomorrow. For today, their task was to accompany one of the teams to cheer for their classmates. Xiaomo was not surprised by the exemption from the first day of selection. Each class had 3 guaranteed spots to prevent ordinary students from facing off against these strong new trainers. What surprised him, however, was that Zhu Yinghao also secured a guaranteed spot, personally selected by teacher Sidu Qing, eliminating any suspicion of favoritism. It seemed that little Snorlax was indeed formidable. Which school are you planning to watch the matches at? Zhu Yinghao inquired, leaning in closer. I haven't decided yet. Do you have a particular school in mind? Xiaomo glanced at Zhu Yinghao. Let us go to second high. What do you think? Zhu Yinghao suggested. I'm fine with that. I'll invite Guxue along. Xiaomo agreed with a nod. Zhu Yinghao's intentions were rather transparent. It was clear he had a fondness for Yanyu, a girl from their class known for her artistic flair and remarkable piano skills. Heading to second high would also provide an opportunity to encounter other students vying for guaranteed spots, fostering friendly competition, friendship first, rivalry second. After all, Psyduck needed material for its mimicry, and encountering Ice-type Pokémon would be ideal. Xiaomo mused, considering the moves Ice Shard and Icy Wind as introductory techniques for Psyduck's mastery of Ice-type energy. Of course, another angle of Ice-type energy could be derived from the ice cream Psyduck loves so dearly. In any case, although there were no battles today, Xiaomo would not be idle. Guxue chose to remain at third high, while Xiaomo, Zhu Yinghao, and Yanyu formed a quartet heading to Jiangqing second high. Xiaomo, please help me analyze the opponents. Guxue shot him a glance, urging him to observe potential threats. Xiaomo smiled. I'll keep an eye on those I deem formidable and report back on the situation. As for whether you might encounter them later, that's likely. They are probably all part of the new trainers initiative. 7 buses were parked at the school entrance, corresponding to the other 7 high schools. On their journey, Xiaomo and his companions inevitably crossed paths with buses heading in the opposite direction, bound for Jiangqing's second Pokémon High. They rolled down the windows to engage in friendly banter, even competing to see which bus would arrive faster. Admittedly, it was rather childish. With no extra seats on the bus, Psyduck was comfortably nestled in its Pokeball, soundly asleep. Upon arriving at second Pokémon High, guided by staff and signage, Xiaomo and his group entered the battle arena. Besides the students from second high, competitors from the other 6 Pokémon high schools awaited their turn. Banners adorned the arena, flanked by fiery Pokémon effects that ignited the atmosphere with the fervor of competition. At long last, the final group of over 50 students from the last school arrived at second Pokémon High. The 8-school Pokémon tournament featured 8 divisions, each with nearly 700 senior students. After the morning and afternoon selection rounds, each division would select the top 50 trainers to advance to the elimination stage of the 10-school league's third round the following day. Good luck, everyone. I'm off to scout the competition, Yanyu announced as her match was about to begin, with Zhu Yinghao following closely behind. Xiaomo, seeking a good vantage point to observe the matches, simultaneously looked for unique competitors, also scouting their rivals. As fate would have it, he encountered one such competitor around the corner. You're exempt today? Xiaomo casually asked a nearby boy. The boy's gaze turned slightly wary. You're not battling today either? This boy wasn't part of the new trainers initiative, but was also exempt, likely a seed competitor from his class. With only 30 in the new trainers program, encounters were rare, as most seed competitors were selected from their own classes. Xiaomo's class had only 2 new trainers. Shall we find an open space for a quick match? It's a shame not to battle today, Xiaomo said, feigning melancholy over missing his chance to compete. The boy's vigilance eased slightly, yet his expression remained serious. Which school's guaranteed student are you from? Xiaomo smiled. Third high. Interested in a quick match? It's a splendid opportunity to test our skills. Test our skills? Third high? I've heard rumors of a prodigy there. A certain Xia, quite fearsome. Not everyone will watch the Koi King Cup. At least the boy Summer Mo encountered was not among them. In Chapter 74, He-Yun and Mu Shou-gong. Summer Mo quietly mused that things were looking somewhat grim. He had become exceedingly popular at the Koi King Cup, and in Jiangcheng, countless people recognized him. Encountering someone unfamiliar with his name was as rare as finding a panda. In Pokémon battles, it was essential for someone to challenge him, Summer Mo thought. If he were to announce his name directly, what if no one wanted to engage him in battle? No, that wouldn't he do. He resolved that the person before him, who did not recognize him, could not escape. I know it's Summer Mo. He is quite the celebrity in Jiangcheng. He began his performance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhu Yinghao. This morning, I overheard our school's team leader on the bus mention that Summer Mo holds court at Jianghai 3rd Pokemon High School, and he is willing to take on seed players like us who wish to challenge him. The boy nodded naturally, acknowledging Summer Mo's prowess. He indeed possesses such strength. I heard he won the championship at the Koi King Cup, defeating the Qishi Qingyao. It seems Summer Mo's strength is truly formidable. Oh, by the way, I am He-Yun, a seed player from 2nd Pokemon High School. After I finish watching this battle between classmates, I'll take you to our school's other battle arenas for a few more matches. Coincidentally, I have a classmate currently battling as well. Let us go watch. Summer Mo interjected. Yin Yu successfully advanced in the first round, justifying Zhu Yinghao's special trip to 2nd High. However, after the match concluded, Zhu Yinghao did not specifically seek out Summer Mo. They could meet up during lunch. At present, Summer Mo followed He-Yun to the grassy pond arena at 2nd Pokemon High School. Remarkably, they found a considerable gathering of trainers there. He-Yun, what brings you here? Asked Zui Yuan, a vibrant and youthful female classmate. They can't all be seed players, can they? What a coincidence. There are some battling on the playground. But it's a bit hot over there. It's cooler here. By the way, is this Summer Mo? Zui Yuan exclaimed incredulously upon seeing the newcomer. The champion of the Koi King Cup, who defeated Qishi Qingyao. What a ripple effect. Zui Yuan's words captured the attention of most present. Summer Mo had anticipated someone would recognize him. At this juncture, fleeing was out of the question. He-Yun, how do you know Summer Mo? Someone curiously asked, noticing that He-Yun had brought him along. I don't know him. He sought me out. By the way, who is Summer Mo? He seems familiar. He-Yun replied, glancing at Summer Mo. I've already mentioned it. He is the champion of the Koi King Cup. Don't you keep up with the news? Zui Yuan teased. Oh, I see. You are indeed Summer Mo. So, you mentioned your name is Zhu Yinghao? He-Yun remarked, oblivious. Zui Yuan shot a glance at He-Yun, thinking, this kid is hopeless. Turning to Summer Mo, she said, Idol, please give me your autograph. There were numerous trainers like Zui Yuan present, and soon Summer Mo was engulfed by the crowd. Wait, I came here to battle with He-Yun. I can sign autographs after the match. He shouted, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. He was compelled to sign autographs before they finally released him. He had underestimated his own allure. Fortunately, the crowd wasn't too overwhelming. Otherwise, he might have had to unleash his Psyduck. By the way, what are you doing here? Big shot. A voice inquired. Summer Mo looked at Zui Yuan and realized he'd spoken too soon. I came here to battle with He-Yun, he reiterated. A battle? Don't battle with that wooden block He-Yun. Battle with me instead. I want to challenge you, Zui Yuan insisted. Summer Mo shook his head with a smile and beckoned He-Yun to the battle arena. How infuriating. Why does that wooden block get the attention of a big shot? Zui Yuan huffed, though she still went to watch the battle. Though she knew He-Yun would likely lose, she held on to a glimmer of hope. Don't feel pressured battling me. I'm just a novice trainer, Summer Mo reassured He-Yun. He certainly did not wish for He-Yun to falter under pressure. Don't underestimate me, He-Yun declared with resolve. While others cowered before Summer Mo, he remained unafraid. Go Psyduck. Go Mu Shou-gong. The battle commenced, with He-Yun's good friend Zui Yuan serving as the referee. Mu Shou-gong, use quick attack. Psyduck dodge. A green figure charged towards Psyduck, only to be effortlessly evaded. The intensity of this match was significantly lower than that of the Koi King Cup. Psyduck could dodge with ease. Mu Shou-gong, use absorb. This grass-type move was particularly effective against water types, and Summer Mo did not dare allow Psyduck to take it head-on. Psychic, dispel it, and retaliate with water pulse. Summer Mo quickly commanded. Psyduck's eyes turned blue as it unleashed a wave of psychic energy that dispersed the absorb attack, subsequently sending a stream of water directly at Mu Shou-gong. Water gun, let us conclude this. Quick attack was narrowly employed to evade water gun, as Mu Shou-gong. momentarily disoriented by water pulse, managed to escape without triggering confusion. Impressive Psyduck's psychic. Summer Mo expressed newfound interest. Hiyun's prowess was commendable, at least not inferior to Gu Shui. Had he participated in the Koi King Cup, perhaps he could have made it to the top 64. Yet, he was not part of the rookie program, which raised Summer Mo's suspicions. It seemed that what teacher Du Peng mentioned about exiting by the 4th round was not merely a scare tactic. From Summer Mo's perspective, several contenders in the rookie program appeared to possess skills comparable to Zhu Yinghao, far surpassing Hiyun. It seemed the trainer association was not blind to the dilution within the rookie program. If this was the case, Hiyun would likely be selected soon. Indeed, a cause for celebration. Watching Musho Gong being swept away by Psyduck's psychic, Summer Mo thought to himself, "Your strength is truly as renowned as they say." "I concede," Hiyun admitted, recalling Musho Gong and scratching his head. "Not at all. You are quite strong as well," Summer Mo humbly replied. After their battle concluded, Summer Mo returned to the competition arena. The atmosphere within was electric. The vast space was divided into 4 battle zones: A, B, C, and D, each showcasing dazzling displays of skill and technique. Summer Mo noted the time. Yin Yu's first battle commenced at 9:15, and he returned to the arena by 10:10. In a short while, he would witness Yin Yu's match. However, he had no intention of watching. As he was not particularly familiar with Yin Yu, he intended to observe others' battles instead. Strolling into Zone B, he stumbled upon a portly trainer whose stature rivaled that of Zhu Yinghao. In Chapter 75, Light Wall and Launch Wall, upon witnessing their clash, Summer Mo couldn't help but chuckle. This is quite the health preservation match. On the field stood 2 Pokémon, staring at each other. One was a Drowsy, the other a Swampert. Drowsy, regardless of its opponent, initiated with a momentary memory loss. Drowsy, inherently at a disadvantage in reaction time, generally ceded the initiative to its adversary. However, with momentary memory loss enhancing its defense, even when struck first, Drowsy would not suffer significant harm. But what would transpire when Drowsy faced Swampert? Prepared to use momentary memory loss, Drowsy appeared captivated by an unusual gaze. Drowsy and Swampert locked eyes. Drowsy, Swampert, Yadin. A minute past the battle in Zone B had concluded, and a new pair of competitors took the stage. Another minute passed, and the battles in Zones C and D similarly ushered in a fresh set of contenders. Yet, Drowsy and Swampert's gaze remained fixed. This moment, timeless and eternal, transcended the chaos of the surrounding battle arenas. In this gaze, the very essence of the universe faded away. Haha, the king of swamp faces the dull beast. Absolutely astonishing. This is akin to the battle between the armored cocoon and the armored cocoon, where both engage in a contest of hardening. These 2 Pokémon, however, find themselves in a duel of dullness versus dullness. It's truly amusing. Where there is a sleeping dragon, there must be a phoenix chick. I'm in stitches. Referee. It seems there are signs of match fixing here. Undoubtedly, the unique landscape of Zone B has rendered the dull beast and its opponent the center of attention. Let us bring forth the next pair. Find 2 competitors who haven tea yet matched up and draw lots. Even the referee is astonished. The fact that these 2 have encountered each other is utterly outlandish. Before long, the dull beast was matched with a new opponent. This opponent as Pokémon is rather intriguing. The Hypnobear, also known as Solgaleo. The trainer of the dull beast, overly concerned for its safety, commanded it to use amnesia to maximize its defenses. The Hypnobear's trainer was so impressed, they nearly jumped into the arena themselves. With the dull beast's special defense fully raised, how much damage could the Hypnobear's psychic moves inflict? Not to mention that the dull beast also possesses psychic-type attributes. Having the damage from psychic attacks, it might be more effective for the trainer to step in and land a few punches. Hypnobear, use Headbutt. Fortunately, the Hypnobear had physical moves at its disposal, but it was evident that the dull beast and its trainer were well prepared. Dull beast, use Water Gun to block the Hypnobear's approach. The Hypnobear is inherently slow, and although the Water Gun move has a lengthy casting time, the dull beast executed it flawlessly before the Hypnobear could launch its attack. After a few hurdles, the dull beast successfully defeated the Hypnobear. While this Pokémon battle appeared rather mundane, Xiaomo gleaned significant insights. Light Screen, Reflect. The Hypnobear employed these 2 moves while responding to the dull beast's onslaught. Xiaomo had long coveted these 2 psychic-type defensive moves. Although the Psyduck could already utilize its psychic abilities to mitigate incoming attacks, the unique defensive benefits of Light Screen and Reflect were undeniable. Clearly, in the battle between Psyduck and the Evening Starbird, While psychic abilities offered both offensive and defensive capabilities, they also revealed a mediocrity that prevented Psyduck from overcoming the Evening Star Bird's incessant Dragon Breath attacks. Utilizing Light Screen and Reflect to bolster defense, while transforming psychic abilities into more potent offensive moves like Psybeam and Psychic is certainly feasible. Psychic is akin to the composite form of Ultra Mantiga, while Psybeam and Psychic resemble the more robust variants. That doesn't quite seem right. Light Screen and Reflect shouldn't be categorized in the same manner. They are more akin to the defensive characteristics of the extraterrestrial Deoxys. In any case, these two moves must be prioritized. This afternoon, I shall venture to the Psychic Training Center. Although that Psychic Training Center is quite far from the main campus, it is, after all, the Psychic Training Center of Jiangxing Pokémon University. Light Screen, Reflect. The Psyduck is determined to learn them. I assert this. Observing the battles of others also yields substantial rewards. When Xiao saw the appearance of Ice-type Pokémon, such as the Snow Child and the Snow Hat Monster, he yearned to dash onto the battlefield with his Psyduck and call out, "Release that Snow Child. Release that Snow Hat Monster. Let my Psyduck take the stage." Due to Jiangxing's geographical location and climate, Ice-type Pokémon are relatively rare. As the weather warms in the summer months, Ice-type Pokémon often seek refuge in air-conditioned spaces or shaded areas to cool off. Pokémon battles typically require an icy arena. Even Gushue's Snow Child was procured through connections, merely in the form of an egg. The presence of two Ice-type Pokémon in this joint battle of 8 schools genuinely surprised Xiao. Alas, today he was not scheduled to compete, leaving him to watch helplessly as the Snow Child and Snow Hat Monster faced off against other opponents. It seems a visit to Jiangxing Pokémon University's Ice Training Center is in order. Perhaps a battle against Gushue might also be feasible. With Light Screen and Reflect as Psychic-type moves, combined with Psyduck's experience in using Psychic defense, mastering them should not prove too difficult. Learning moves outside one's primary type does pose challenges. For instance, Xiao's sister, Xia Yan, has seen her Curlia evolve from Ralts, mastering numerous Psychic and Fairy-type moves, but has only managed to learn Thunderbolt as a non-primary move. Currently, Xiao envisions a training regimen for Psyduck to learn Ice Punch by having it grasp 2 ice creams in its little paws, ensuring they do not melt under the sun for 5 minutes. If it could withstand an outdoor temperature of 31 degrees Celsius for an hour without melting, it would be a feat worthy of the legendary ice cream assassin. However, such high-quality ice cream, notorious for its melting resistance, would not assist Psyduck in mastering Ice Punch. Ice cubes would suffice. Even if Psyduck fails to grasp Ice Punch, the melting ice could be collected for reuse. Xiao believes this training method holds promise. Chapter 76. The Blessing of Wealth. Following the conclusion of the battle between the Dull Beast and the King of Swamp, Xiao sought out Zhu Yinghao, who was diligently offering water to Yanyu. However, upon seeing Xiao approach, he quickly masked his expression, feigning a demeanor of propriety. Xiao chose not to expose him, instead congratulating Yanyu on her impressive 3 consecutive victories, which secured her advancement to the 3rd round of tomorrow's elimination. Before Yanyu could speak, Zhu Yinghao interjected, "Classmate, where are you headed?" "To the Psychic Training Center at Jianghai University. Are you coming?" "Not this afternoon. We'd rather watch their battles," Zhu Yinghao replied, shaking his head. "Then let us go eat. There's a delicious noodle shop next to number 2 high school. We can go after lunch," suggested Yanyu. "Let us go eat." Zhu Yinghao's eyes lit up at the mention of food. He was already famished. Afternoon. Jianghai Pokémon University's Psychic Training Center. Xiao, armed with his mother's diamond membership card, extravagantly hired 2 Gardevoir to train Psyduck in the moves Light Screen and Reflect. Who could withstand the presence of 2 Gardevoir? Claiming not to want to be a humanoid Pokémon would undoubtedly be a lie. Faced with the female Gardevoir, Xiao was more than willing to exclaim terms of endearment. Yet, upon reflection, Gardevoir also possesses the ability to learn moves like Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, and Ice Punch. If they were to imbue their fists with magical energy while striking, Xiao would surely be unable to withstand it. Regrettably, the 2 Gardevoir instructors at the Psychic Training Center did not know Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, or Ice Punch. Those able to learn these 3 moves, the Galade, have appointments at the training center scheduled for an indeterminate number of days in the future. In a sense, the awakened stone required for Galade is even rarer than Gardevoir. The afternoon training session could not be resolved solely through financial means. Securing even 1 Gardevoir instructor is already a formidable challenge. And to have hired 2 is a testament to the efficacy of his mother's diamond card. Such hidden resources are not something Xiao could acquire with mere thousands of yuan. The afternoon training left Psyduck utterly exhausted. The two Gardevoir, with their multitude of techniques and diverse postures, could simultaneously employ teleport and launch attacks from unknown directions, leaving Psyduck overwhelmed. Psyduck. The exhausted Psyduck collapsed onto the ground. This marked its third time lying down. In the previous two instances, the advanced energy cubes swiftly restored vitality and energy. Furthermore, both of the esteemed Mr. Sableye performed the healing wave technique on Psyduck, aiding in its recuperation. Such thoughtful assistance is hard to withstand. Xiaomo had to concede that the Zhanghai Pokémon University's Psychic Training Center merited the expansive venue it possessed in Jiang City. The other 17 elemental training centers found themselves at a disadvantage when compared to the healing wave service offered by Mr. Sableye. The electric-type training center's method of rapid recovery, was it reliant on electrotherapy? How about the fighting-type training center, which suggested a massage from a shimmering Macamp? The water-type training center, however, also provided commendable recovery services, with the healing wave and water-type Pokémon using water ring techniques being quite common. The training for light screens was exceptionally commendable. Alas, both Mr. Sableye lacked a bit in physical attack prowess, falling short in the learning of Reflect compared to light screen. Nevertheless, this was not a significant issue. Tomorrow's third round of the inter-school Pokémon battles would offer Psyduck the opportunity to practice the Reflect technique against opponents adept in physical attacks. The battleground for the inter-school tournament on the second day was set at the grandest venue in Jiang City, the Hengjiang Battleground. After all, it was the most prestigious high school in Jiang City, financially robust enough to rent a venue that could accommodate 50,000 spectators for a day. Such a grand Pokémon battle would attract nearly 20,000 faculty and students from 10 Pokémon high schools, all gathering at the expansive lakeside battleground to witness the thrilling elimination matches. The schedule for today's elimination round would see the top 16 contenders emerge from yesterday's preliminary selections, leading into the final championship round on the third day. It felt reminiscent of the city's sports meet in his memory. Xiaomo was present today as a participant. After 2 rounds of selections yesterday, with 8 zones each yielding 50 outstanding trainers, plus exempted seed contestants from various classes, a total of 648 trainers entered the third round of elimination matches. The rules for the third round were as follows. In the first battle, the winner would advance to the winner's bracket, while the loser would drop into the loser's bracket. Any contestant in the loser's bracket who lost another match would be immediately eliminated, meaning that to progress to the fourth round, a continuous winning streak was essential. Contestants in the winner's bracket would face off against each other, with the loser relegated to the loser's bracket. If a contestant from the winner's bracket achieved 3 consecutive victories, they would directly advance to the fourth round of competition today. Once the total number of eliminations in the third round reached 584, battles would cease, selecting 64 contenders for the fourth round. During the final phase of the third round, any teams delaying the match would face elimination. For Xiaomo, the objective for this morning was straightforward: train Psyduck in the Reflect technique while achieving 3 consecutive victories. He hadn't seen Yang Luo's question about his legs, eagerly anticipating another confrontation with him, yet he hoped it wouldn't occur just yet. At least in the first match, he wouldn't likely encounter a contestant from the rookie program. The second battle, however, might present that possibility. Number 33, Xia Kaka Psyduck, exclaimed a voice filled with despair from the contestants' preparation room, causing listeners to feel sorrowful and even shed tears. Upon the release of the first match roster, one could easily find their name and opponent based on their participant number. However, attention inevitably gravitated towards one individual, the one with the number 1. Indeed, it was Xiaomo. Contestants, upon glancing at the list, would instinctively recognize Xiaomo's opponent before even identifying their own. Contestant number 33 was, regrettably, a participant who had drawn the misfortune of facing Xiaomo in the very first battle. The battleground was far from ordinary. The Hengjiang Battleground was a professional venue capable of hosting top-tier trainer events, seemingly an extravagant use for an inter-school league. The arena was still divided into 4 sections for simultaneous battles. In Area A, Xiaomo spotted Yang Luo. In Area B, despite the considerable distance separating the 4 battle areas, the metallic creature floating above the venue was unmistakable. It stood out vividly. Chapter 77, Sword and Shield. The atmosphere at the Hengjiang Battleground was indeed vibrant. Observing the densely packed audience of students and teachers, voices rang out in support. Xiaomo, go. Psyduck, you can do it. Duck God. Xiaomo and Psyduck waved to their homeroom teacher and classmates in the stands. His renown in Jiang City needed no elaboration. He had undoubtedly attained a star-like status. Contestant 33, Dongwei, hailed from Jiang City No. 9 High School, with his novice Pokémon being Geodude. Dong Wei's luck was truly unfortunate. In his first match, he faced Xiaomo from the 3rd school, and his Pokémon type was at a disadvantage. Did you see the match? Psyduck's Water Wave was truly spectacular. Dong Wei's Geodude possessed formidable combat strength. Typically, it would dominate against most Pokémon. Yet here he was, facing Xiaomo in the first round. No one wished to encounter Xiaomo, yet some inevitably would. I would dub contestant Dong Wei as the first brave, a true warrior, daring to confront the grim realities of life. The Pokémon battle had commenced. Upon realizing that his opponent was Xiaomo, Dong Wei felt a sense of tragic valor, yet he resolved to showcase Geodude's best capabilities. After all, the first match was bound to end in defeat, so he aimed to fight with flair. Surrendering was not his style. Geodude, Rock Throw. Dong Wei initiated the attack. Geodude raised its slender arms, gathering rocky yellow energy above its form, and solid rocks swiftly plummeted towards Psyduck at an angle. Psyduck, reflect. Ka. Xiaomo did not command Psyduck to use telekinesis to eliminate Geodude immediately. He saw this as an opportunity to hone its reflect technique in a real battle. Ideally practicing this move. In the Pokémon games, reflect creates a wondrous wall that reduces physical damage inflicted by opponents by half for 5 turns. However, in the real Pokémon world, such effects cannot be so precisely defined. It is merely a matter of whether it can block or cannot. When the psychic wall formed by reflect becomes robust enough to withstand the opponent's attacks, it signifies a powerful defensive capability. Conversely, if the opponent's moves can breach the reflect, then it cannot hold. Ka. Psyduck's eyes emanated psychic energy, forming a clear, light blue wall before it. The rocks cascading from above were immediately obstructed when they encountered this shimmering psychic barrier, deflecting them away. Ultimately, all the rocks from Geodude's rock throw were thwarted by this reflect wall, inflicting no damage whatsoever on Psyduck. As dust swirled and debris flew, Psyduck remained steadfast, with the light blue wall showing no signs of fracture. Impressive. Dong Wei anticipated that Psyduck would stand firm, effortlessly erecting a reflect that completely nullified his Geodude's rock throw. Ka. Psyduck hugged its head with its tiny paws. Meanwhile, Xiaomo began to contemplate. It seemed that against a move like rock throw, Whirlpool might prove more effective. Not only could it block the rocks, but it could also inflict significant damage on Geodude. Moreover, it was evident that Psyduck was still not entirely accustomed to using reflect. Practice was essential. It is reminiscent of the days spent honing water gun techniques. Psyduck can rely on psychic moves for assistance, yet ultimately must depend on pure water-type abilities to execute the water gun. Now, the reflect barrier necessitates the use of unadulterated psychic power for practice. Psyduck, use telekinesis. Psyduck, the technique experiment is complete. It is time to conclude the first match. A blue radiance ignites in Psyduck's eyes as a pale blue telekinetic force is launched like a blade. The advantage of mastering the reflect barrier is that Psyduck can unleash its telekinetic power to the fullest without concerns for its defenses. Although Geodude attempts to raise its arms to shield against the telekinetic onslaught, its inherently weak special defense against such attacks renders its physical defensive prowess futile before Psyduck. Geodude succumbs to its incapacitation, and Psyduck emerges victorious. The referee observes Psyduck's sudden offensive, swift in execution, and equally swift in conclusion. Even if Dong Wei could react, Geodude would be unable to withstand Psyduck's telekinesis. Is this the prowess of the champion of the Magikarp Cup? When it says it will annihilate you, it truly does. Such a formidable Psyduck. Thus, why employ the reflect barrier to block Rock Slide earlier? You ask me, but to whom should I direct that query? I am not Xiaomo. I have no answers. Have you noticed the prowess of that metallic creature in Zone B? The match concluded so rapidly that it left an impression. Yang Luo from Class 1 truly astounds. Psyduck, when inexperienced with its techniques, exhibits such behavior. In comparison to the reflect barrier, your proficiency with light screen is undoubtedly superior. Xiaomo remarked to Psyduck as they exited the arena. Psyduck nodded in agreement. The light screen technique is indeed quite useful. Psyduck had realized this while practicing at the Psychic Training Center yesterday. Some telekinetic moves, impervious to tidal waves, can be effortlessly countered by the light screen. The discomfort Psyduck feels with the reflect barrier stems solely from a lack of proficiency. Perhaps it could also experiment with wielding a spoon, activating the light screen, thus transforming into a sword and shield. Psyduck? Xiaomo pondered, contemplating a future opportunity. An hour later, Xiaomo faced off against the victor of the winner's bracket with Psyduck. Contestant 233, Chen Baodong, wielding the novice Pokémon, Oddish. Oddish, unleash Seed Bomb. Psyduck's reflect barrier nearly made contact with Oddish's face, as the seed bomb failed to breach its defenses. It resembled a zombie advancing with a blast shield against the pea shooter's relentless assault. Ultimately, Psyduck amplified its telekinesis with a spoon to form a blade, and the limited-time skin sword master Psyduck re-emerged, with a reflect barrier in one hand and a sword in the other. It sent the opponent into a state of sheer panic. A devilish sight indeed. Chen Baodong had never witnessed such a spectacle. In the third Pokémon battle, contestant 328, Qin Jejia, hailing from Jiangxing No. 5 Pokémon High School. The opponent's Pokémon presented an intriguing challenge for Xia Mo and Psyduck, a ducklet, adorned with real green onions upon its wings. As Psyduck instinctively brandished a spoon, both Qin Jejia and her ducklet were momentarily taken aback. Were it not for the battleground, Psyduck might have engaged in a delightful discourse regarding green onions and spoons with ducklet. Chapter 78, The Magneton. Across the battlefield, Psyduck and ducklet stood in opposition. Despite both being ducks, Psyduck would show no mercy. Yet, Qin Jejia's ducklet was far from a soft target. Ducklet's slicing green onion could breach Psyduck's reflect barrier, stirring excitement within Psyduck. A trainer capable of securing 2 consecutive victories undoubtedly possesses a modicum of skill. However, earnestness can yield unforeseen outcomes. For instance, Psyduck's water pulse severed a portion of ducklet's green onion. Psyduck's spoon, akin in size to a regular spoon, primarily served to amplify its telekinesis. However, once ducklet's green onion was severed, it was irrevocably lost, destined for broth. The weapon of ducklet, an inch in length, is an inch in strength. Before leaving the arena, Psyduck picked up the severed green onion and hurriedly approached Ducklet. Ducklet, your weapon has fallen. Ducklet, disheartened by its loss, turned away without a glance when it saw Psyduck offering the severed green onion. Such behavior is unfathomable. This is your trophy, Psyduck. The piece you severed from Ducklet's green onion rightfully belongs to you, Qin Jejia explained, noting that Ducklet would not accept it. Losing its weapon was inconsequential, and Psyduck could keep it. Psyduck blinked in confusion, watching as Ducklet's trainer and Ducklet departed, eyeing the severed green onion in its small paws. What does this signify, Psyduck? Suddenly, Psyduck looked up to find the referee occasionally glancing at the piece of green onion it held. Psyduck, regardless, with this fragment of green onion, could it perhaps indulge in a feast upon returning home tonight? 3 battles, 3 victories, all with an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, Xia Mo spotted Qin Jejia in the waiting room, placing the severed green onion into a black elongated box resembling a weapon case, then retrieving another identical box from her backpack. How many green onions has she prepared for Ducklet? No wonder Ducklet was so indifferent when Psyduck picked up that severed piece. Trainers nurturing Ducklet typically cultivate stalk-like plants akin to green onions, as Ducklet's green onion is predominantly a consumable item. The metallic creature is quite impressive. Is that Yang Luo from Jiangxing No. 1? It is said he is formidable. Xia Mo and Yang Luo were destined to meet in the 4th round of the tournament. According to the rules of the 4th round, their paths would not cross prematurely unless the number of contestants with 3 consecutive victories exceeded 16. Yet, it is evident that currently, only 11 contestants have advanced to the 4th round. As they encountered one another in the contestants' waiting room, their Pokémon exchanged friendly greetings. Psyduck, Psyduck. Psyduck waved its tiny paw amicably at the metallic creature. Kaka. The sound of the metallic creature was far from melodious. Even its softest utterance bore a harsh metallic timbre, reminiscent of finely tuned gears in motion. By the way, where's Gu Shui? Has she not advanced yet? Yang Luo inquired. Being fellow members of the novice training program, he was familiar with Gu Shui. Logically, if she had achieved 3 consecutive victories by this time, she should have arrived by now. She must be facing a formidable opponent. Xia Mo speculated. If we step through this door, we will be at the front of the audience, Yang Luo pointed out. Xia Mo promptly exited the waiting room for advanced contestants. It seemed he had emerged a tad late. Gu Shui's match had concluded. The battle records indicated that she had lost to a newcomer from Jiangxing No. 7 High School, Zheng Xiyu. Indeed, in her 3rd Pokémon battle, she encountered a Magneton, which completely dominated the snowy elf. Upon seeing Magneton, Xia Mo knew Gu Shui would be relegated to the loser's bracket for subsequent matches. Magneton, one of those Pokémon easily overlooked by ordinary trainers. Its appearance as a small Magnemite is hardly appealing, often leading novice trainers to choose other electric-type Pokémon, thereby underestimating the true prowess of Magneton. In the realm of Pokémon statistics, Magnemite, as a basic form, boasts an impressive special attack stat of 95, a figure that is quite remarkable, especially when one considers that Electabuzz shares the same special attack value. Furthermore, Magneton ascends to an even loftier special attack stat of 120. Beyond Magneton exists yet another evolutionary stage, the Electrode, whose special attack stat reaches an astounding 130. Although Xiaomo is not particularly fond of analyzing these stats, after all, even the likes of the elegant Toxtricity fell to his prowess. He must concede that elevated stats undeniably confer advantages. This observation subtly underscores that Magnemite is often overlooked and underestimated by novice trainers. Moreover, due to the unique magnetic levitation of Magnemite, Magneton, and Electrode, many ground-type moves fail to affect them, akin to the characteristics exhibited by Steelix, Metong, and Metagross. This attribute endows Magneton with exceptional resistances, facing off against Pokémon like Snover. It inherently holds a significant advantage. Other types capable of inflicting damage on Magneton, such as Fire, Fighting, and Ground, are not within Snover's arsenal. This predicament leaves Guxue quite exasperated, as her Snover attempts to strike Magneton, only to find itself ineffectually flailing. If Snover can endure a Thunderbolt, what of the second or third? In the third round of the Pokémon battle, the trainer Zhengxiu triumphed over Guxue, subsequently transitioning from the battleground to the lounge designated for advanced contestants, thus becoming the 12th participant to secure a spot in the fourth round with 3 consecutive victories. Filled with a sense of pride, Yang Luo smiled at Zhengxiu. Although Yang Luo and Zhengxiu were acquaintances, their familiarity was limited, given that the rookie program had only been underway for a week and the first week was dedicated to solo outdoor training. Xiaomo nodded in acknowledgement. Winning 3 matches in a row is indeed impressive, especially against Guxue, a competitor in the top 64 of the Carps Cup. It appears that the novice trainers in Jiangsheng possess considerable talent. Yang Luo contemplated for a moment before continuing. He is likely from the Jiangsheng power plant. Such prowess is to be expected. However, judging by his demeanor, he is likely here to challenge you. Xiaomo caught the gaze of Zhengxiu, a look that unmistakably conveyed his intent to confront him. Chapter 79. Someone is playing dirty. Xiaomo smiled and nodded toward Zhengxiu, addressing Yang Luo beside him. In Pokemon battles, victories and defeats are a natural occurrence. However, his expression soon hardened, as he observed the lingering electric energy crackling around Zhengxiu's Magneton, radiating with a disconcerting yellow glow. While it may be permissible for Zhengxiu's Magneton to intimidate Guxue's Snover, it would be unwise to presume that it could bully his Psyduck without facing consequences. Bringing a Magneton still charged with electric energy into the lounge seemed to indicate ill intentions. Xiaomo placed a hand on Yang Luo's shoulder. Old Yang, do you have any energy cubes suitable for Steel-type Pokemon? May I borrow one? Yang Luo produced a small energy cube box from his pocket. Offering it to Xiaomo, I had expected him to present himself as a genuine challenger. Even if his gaze held some provocation, it would have been acceptable, as we could have determined the victor in a fair contest. However, bringing a Magneton still crackling with residual electric energy into the lounge is quite unacceptable. Yang Luo shook his head. This may very well be the finest energy cube in all of Huaxia, specifically designed for Steel-type Pokemon. It would be a shame for Magneton to receive such a benefit. Xiaomo regarded Yang Luo, nodded in gratitude, and accepted the energy cube box. Psyduck, please escort this unclean Magneton and its dubious trainer outside the lounge. After battling, it would be better for Magneton to remain in its Pokeball for recovery. Is it too much to ask that it first recuperate at the Pokemon Center before entering the lounge, rather than dragging in residual electric energy? Xiaomo fixed a cold glare on the newcomer Zhengxiu. You possess a modicum of talent, yet your heart appears rather tainted. Aware that water-type Pokemon, particularly my Psyduck, are present here, you dare to bring in a Magneton that could accidentally discharge electricity? Zhengxiu's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. Xiaomo, what are you implying? I have no such intentions. These are merely your baseless assumptions. Psyduck, please escort this Magneton outside. It is in need of healing from the Pokemon doctor and nurse. Truly, must it continue to radiate its energy here? Such light and heat are profoundly unsettling. Xiaomo declared. I possess top-tier energy cubes suitable for steel types. Magneton, you must exit to recuperate. Otherwise, I shall have Psyduck force you out. Most Pokemon heed their trainer's commands, especially a Magneton, which, despite its injuries, must endure and float into the lounge. Xiaomo opened Yang Luo's energy cube box, retrieving one and tossing it toward Magneton. The nearby Metong widened its eyes in disbelief. Isn't that my energy cube? In an instant, Magneton utilized its magnetic force to attract the premium energy cube Xiaomo had thrown. These energy cubes contain special metallic components that can be magnetically attracted. Magneton, discard it. We must leave. Zheng Xiyu could hardly tolerate such an affront from Xiaomo, who had the audacity to feed Magneton without his permission. Though this energy cube was of extraordinary quality, he could not even hope to acquire one, as it was a special product of the Pinji Corporation, unavailable even with wealth. Magneton felt a pang of sorrow, but what could it do? Zheng Xiyu was its trainer. Now, it is time for Medong to take the stage. How could Medong tolerate anyone speaking of discarding its energy cube? Naturally, it would reclaim it from Magneton. Hand it over to me, and I shall keep it safe for you. Magneton relinquished the energy cube, which, by serendipity, was captured by Metang's magnetic force. Zheng Xiyu departed the lounge with Magneton, casting a final longing glance back at Medong. It truly regretted parting with such an energy cube. Medong raised its arm, using its magnetic force to reassure Magneton from a distance. Do not worry. I shall keep it safe for you, and you can have it back later. Thank you. Old Yang, I owe you one energy cube. How shall I repay you? Xiaomo returned the energy cube box to Yang Luo. How fortunate it is to have you around. That cube was crucial. Yang Luo had handed it to him without hesitation. Do visit my home when you have the time. Recently, the corporation has been conducting experiments related to psychic abilities, requiring the assistance of psychic-type Pokémon. Fear not, it is entirely harmless. Very well. The situation with Magneton was merely a minor interlude. Securing 3 consecutive victories to advance is of utmost importance. In the elimination rounds of the losers bracket, each match signifies the loss of a trainer. No one knows what kind of trainers and Pokémon await in the upcoming encounters. As the competition progresses, the time for Pokémon to rest and recuperate grows increasingly scarce, and the intensity of battles escalates. Many well-prepared trump cards may be revealed prematurely. If they remain unused, waiting for next year, that would undoubtedly be too late. Yang Luo retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from the lounge refrigerator, handing one to Xiaomo. Just like in a marathon, the latter half of the race demands endurance from the Pokémon. Xiaomo wholeheartedly agreed. The elven doctors and nurses could assist the elves in treating injuries and restoring stamina. The previous treatments had indeed proven effective. However, if each elven battle were to be excessively arduous, the subsequent healing would yield diminished results. Yang Luo remarked, in the future, capturing an elven medic will be exceedingly necessary. Xiaomo nodded in affirmation, adding, moreover, one should consider capturing elves endowed with vigorous vitality, capable of utilizing self-restoration techniques, such as feather rest and lazy, which facilitate rapid recovery of stamina. Yang Luo continued, speaking of vitality, Zhu Yinghao's Snorlax will gain an increasing advantage the further the tournament progresses, provided it can endure. He and Zhu Yinghao are acquainted. During the Koi King Cup, Zhu Yinghao sought out Yang Luo first, but ultimately, Yang Luo recommended Xiaomo, meaning Zhu Yinghao has known Yang Luo longer. Chapter 80, The Great Green Onion. The morning S elimination round has concluded. When the large screen at the Hengjiang Battle Arena displayed the number 64, it marked the end of the morning S eliminations. The current time was 12:18 p.m., and the afternoon S transition from 64 to 16 would commence at precisely 3 o'clock p.m. for those advancing to the 4th round. This less than 3-hour interval would provide ample opportunity for their elves to rest. Xiaomo, Yang Luo, I won. I made it to the top 64, Zhu Yinghao exclaimed. Bouncing down from the elimination arena, his excitement palpable. He had never anticipated that he and his Snorlax could emerge from the loser S bracket, especially after facing a Bayleaf in the final elimination match, where he had feared for their defeat. Yet, that Bayleaf S Leaf Blade had proven as ineffective as a slow-moving attack. After enduring numerous battles, Snorlax's performance had only improved, displaying remarkable reflexes and mastery of techniques, showing no signs of fatigue compared to its opponents. Apart from an initial defeat against a Pikachu, Snorlax's performance could only be described as flawless. Congratulations. Yang Luo applauded. Indeed. Successful advancement to the 4th round of the top 64. Xiaomo smiled as he patted Zhu Yinghao on the shoulder. Not long after Zhu Yinghao exited, Gu Shui emerged as well. Evidently, her relaxed demeanor suggested a string of victories in the loser S bracket. Xiaomo, Yang Luo, Zhu Yinghao, you're all here. How can a Magnemite be so formidable? Gu Shui lamented. It was incredibly frustrating during the battle. Illusion Ray, Drain Kiss, Thunderbolt, standing still while the Snow Girl attack took ages. Xiaomo nodded in agreement. Magnemite is indeed quite strong. Its resistances are impressive, while Snow Girl is inherently disadvantaged. Yang Luo chuckled, but it's all right. Xiaomo and I have already taught that fellow Zheng Xiyu a lesson. He had unscrupulous intentions, attempting some underhanded tactics. Trainers like him will achieve little even after entering the newcomer program. Gu Shui raised an eyebrow. Did he instruct his Magnemite to lay a trap for your Psyduck outside the arena? How did your Psyduck fare? Quack, quack. Psyduck raised its paw, indicating it was unharmed. What transpired, Xiaomo? Where's that scoundrel? Zhu Yinghao's voice boomed, his tone filled with indignation. Xiaomo waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Yang Luo and I have already resolved the matter. There's no need to stoop to that level. Trust me. Old Yang's energy cube is exceptionally useful. Psyduck, as long as you're uninjured, that's good, Gu Shui said, crouching down to pat Psyduck on the head. She then stood, visibly upset, stating, how can there be such a person? Xiaomo chuckled. There are always those who resort to underhanded tactics in international trainer competitions. Those individuals from the Corn Country are particularly unscrupulous. They even plot against their teammates. Anyway, let us not dwell on such matters. Shall we eat in the cafeteria here, or venture outside together? For lunch, Zhu Yinghao naturally treated them. The area surrounding the Hengzheng Battle Arena was replete with food options, and the cafeteria provided decent meals, though the long queues required patience. Since they had a wealthy companion, it was only fitting that he foot the bill. At a self-service barbecue restaurant, where the average cost was 150 yuan per person, the ambience was pleasant, and most importantly, Xiaomo. Where did you acquire that green onion from the duck? Gu Shui was utterly astonished. Isn't that a bit excessive? Zhu Yinghao stared, dumbfounded. His family owned a restaurant, yet he had never encountered the flavor of the green onion from the duck. Xiaomo began to explain. Psyduck's spoils from this morning, during the third battle. It faced a ducklet and inadvertently severed a piece of green onion. Here it is. We can share it for lunch today. Dipping the green onion from ducklet into the sauce before applying it to the grilled meat would impart a uniquely delightful aroma, enhancing the flavor of the barbecue. Psyduck, wash that green onion with some water. Hey Psyduck, where are you looking? Psyduck, clutching its head, was locked in a gaze with a ducklet seated at the next table. Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't that the ducklet from this morning? Oh, you're also using the green onion from ducklet for barbecue seasoning? What a coincidence. Indeed. Upon overhearing the discussion about green onions, Ducklet turned around and immediately spotted Xiaomo and Psyduck from the morning. What if the green onion is severed? Then we'll just have to eat a few more bites with tears in our eyes. The adept handling and even application of the seasoning revealed that contestant Qin Jejia was quite the expert. Zhu Yinghao exclaimed, you really know your stuff. The flavor of the green onion was indeed delightful. This 150 yuan per person barbecue experience felt elevated to a level akin to 1,500 yuan per person, Zhu Yinghao remarked. Yang Luo and Gu Shui also benefited from Xiaomo and Psyduck's bounty, leaving them satiated after lunch. In the afternoon's transition from 64 to 16 elimination round. Let us go. Go. Upon returning to the Hengzheng Battle Arena, the afternoon groups had been organized into two divisions, A and B, with 32 contestants in each group, battling simultaneously in two halves. In a 1v1 elven battle, the victors would advance while the defeated would be eliminated. Through 2 rounds of battles, the transition from 64 to 16 would be completed, with the top 16 contestants set to challenge for the championship of the 8-school joint elven battles on the following day. The third day of the tournament. Psyduck, Water Pulse, let us finish this. Psyduck, Psychic, let us conclude. Psyduck's strength was now sufficient to overshadow most contestants, allowing Xiaomo to advance effortlessly. Xiaomo had indeed wished to battle the trainer of Magnemite, aiming to eliminate it early, but unfortunately, whether it was due to his good fortune or Xiaomo's misfortune, he faced only ordinary seed contestants in both rounds, without even encountering a fellow newcomer program participant. What surprised Xiaomo the most was Hiyun, who faced a trainer from the newcomer program, and, after an intense battle, emerged victorious alongside his Trico. Xiaomo noticed Du Peng on the sidelines. The old teacher displayed little emotion, but Xiaomo surmised that after this, Hiyun's name would be added to the newcomer program roster. Chapter 81. Got you. Yang Luo's 2 matches posed no significant challenges. His Medong, with its solid strength, completed the matches with an overwhelming display. Xiaomo estimated that Yang Luo's Medong had already reached the level of an ordinary trainer's strength. It simply had yet to encounter an opponent capable of unleashing its full power. In addition to Yang Luo, Xiaomo noted 2 other contestants who breezed into the top 16, both of whom were, unsurprisingly, part of the newcomer program. The 2 trainers each possess a grass-type starter Pokémon. One is a Snivy, and the other is a Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur needs no introduction, as Xiaomo is well acquainted with this Pokémon. However, Snivy is particularly intriguing. It is the evolved form of Servine. While evolutions are not uncommon, this particular Pokémon is rare. Neither Jiangxing nor the nearby cities have any Servine eggs, and it is not just Jiangxing. Throughout Huaxia, no secret realm contains Servine, as it is a species endemic to the islands. Moreover, this Pokémon boasts both strength and beauty, and its rarity has captivated half of the audience. Speaking of which, Zhu Yinghao has indeed drawn the short straw, facing that formidable opponent in the first round. The stamina of his Snorlax is remarkable, yet against the high explosive damage of Electrode's Volt Switch, coupled with its ability to float, Snorlax sadly met defeat. Gu Shui has been exceptionally fortunate. In both of her matches, she has not encountered any adversaries who could counter her, nor faced me or Yang Luo, sparing her the tears of an early exit. The two trainers who are set to face Xia Mo can only be described as unfortunate. Their attacks are rendered ineffective against Reflect and Light Screen, while their defenses are insufficient to withstand Water Pulse and Psychic. Psyduck maintains a steady grip on the opposition. The list of matchups for the first battle tomorrow morning has just been released. "Oh, Yang Luo, is that you?" Gu Shui exclaimed upon seeing her opponent, her face contorting in distress. "Great, a Medong, Steel type. Here we go again. I've got you now." Xiaomo's eyes narrowed with determination. "Xiaomo, give him a good thrashing for me and Snorlax." Zhu Yinghao couldn't help but leap in excitement upon learning Xiaomo's first opponent for tomorrow. In the round of 64. You didn't face him. In the round of 16, let Xiaomo catch him, right? Xiaomo, you encountered the trainer of that Electrode? Gu Shui, feeling a chill in her heart, could only seek some consolation. That night, Xiaomo opened his phone and received a transfer from Zhu Yinghao. "Classmate, this is our profit from the past 2 months, and I'm giving you your share. It's a total of 200, 500. Please confirm receipt. Of this amount, 100. 000 is a separate reward for Xiaomo, while the remaining is the profit share. To be fair, this sum is considerable, but when spent on Pokémon, it could scarcely buy a few berries. Currently, Xiaomo's funds are approximately 250,000, and he plans to visit Pinji Group for supplies in a couple of days. Nevertheless, Psyduck's steady progress is satisfactory. Accumulation is also crucial, and perhaps it is time to consider acquiring a second Pokémon. According to regulations, novice trainers automatically become regular trainers after 1 year, unlike seasoned trainers who must undergo assessments to become professional trainers. Once the time elapses, they transition into regular trainers. The primary distinction being that they may capture a second Pokémon. Most individuals acquire their second Pokémon only after entering university. New trainers lack the energy to care for 2 Pokémon simultaneously, especially during their senior year in high school. "Xiaomo, come down and weed the garden." The voice of his sister, Xia Yan, rang out, calling for him to assist in weeding the courtyard. Typically, when their mother was around, she would have Sableye perform this task, but since she left Jiangxing a few days ago, and with their father frequently working overtime, the chore fell to Xiaomo. This was not his first time weeding, and he was well versed in using the weeding machine. However, he did not notice that Psyduck was watching him from the doorway, its eyes glinting with an unusual light. At the expansive battle arena in Hengjiang, today's battlefield bore little resemblance to yesterday's. The third round consisted of 4 battle zones labeled A, B, C, and D, while the fourth round had 2 zones labeled A and B. Today, they were unified into a single battle zone. The barriers separating the various zones had vanished. The banners along the venue now proclaimed the 8 schools' joint Pokémon Battle Championship, with the champion's trophy prominently displayed on the podium, undeniably alluring. The rewards for the champion are largely of commemorative significance. As the clock struck 8:30, after the host introduced the principals from the 8 schools and the leaders of the Jiangxing Trainers Association, the third day of Pokémon battles officially commenced. Xiaomo, designated as contestant number 1, was first to take the stage. "Go, Xiaomo. Charge forward and defeat your opponent. Psyduck, you can do it." Xiaomo was somewhat taken aback to see his classmates from Class 2 of senior year, including their homeroom teacher, Mr. Song, holding Psyduck plushies to cheer him on. His opponent, Zheng Xiu, accompanied by his Electrode, made his way to face Xiaomo amidst the audience's applause. "I'm going to make you lose embarrassingly," he taunted, engaging in pre-match banter that was merely for show. If taken too seriously, it could dampen one's spirits. "What does it matter if I win the Kingler Cup? No matter how powerful your Psyduck is, against my Electrode, it will only take 1 Volt Switch to finish it," Zheng Xiu declared. Xiaomo shook his head, his tone indifferent. "Rest assured, I won't allow your Electrode a single opportunity to attack. Don't get cocky." Zheng Xiu fumed internally. "You think your Psyduck is something special?" The referee raised the flag, signaling that the battle was about to commence, and the Pokémon took their positions as the trainers retreated to their designated command zones. Psyduck and Electrode faced each other down. 3, 2, 1. The arena echoed with the countdown, and then the battle began. "Psyduck, unleash Hydro Pump. Control that Electrode." Xiaomo commanded. I told you, in this Pokemon battle, your Electrode 1T get to use a single move. With a glint of deep blue light in its eyes, Psyduck activated its psychic abilities, and a wave of water surged forth, forming a vortex that surged toward Electrode. Electrode, use Volt Switch. Zheng Xiu could hardly believe that Xiaomo could keep Psyduck from allowing his Electrode even a single move. With the command given, Electrode prepared to unleash Volt Switch. But as it attempted to strike, it found itself immobile. Psyduck's psychic grip had effortlessly seized control of Electrode, rendering it helpless as it was pulled into the vortex. What is happening? Why isn't Electrode using Volt Switch? Are they throwing the match right from the start? Zheng Xiu, why aren't you commanding Electrode to use Volt Switch? Why just watch as it gets sucked in? Could it be that Electrode simply cannot move? Chapter 82, One Move to Victory. The principals seated in the VIP area, along with Chunhua, the vice president of the Jiangxing Trainers Association, were all taken aback. Has Psyduck truly overpowered Electrode? Xiaomo? Isn't he the rookie trainer who defeated the 7 Stars Phoenix and clinched the championship at the Kingler Cup? If it's that Psyduck, it would indeed be no surprise. This Xiaomo is demonstrating exceptional prowess, and controlling Electrode with psychic abilities is simply ruthless. Does Zheng Xiu have some grudge against Xiaomo? As the principals engaged in lively conversation, Zheng Xiu's forehead throbbed with anger. Watching Electrode being engulfed by the vortex, he frantically commanded, Electrode, use Volt Switch. I command you to use Volt Switch. Electrode. Electrode wished it could comply. Yet, it found itself entirely unable to control its own body. This move is one that even a Scyther would struggle to escape, let alone Electrode. Xiaomo shouted. Your Electrode 1T be able to use a single move in this battle. I stand by my words. Psyduck obliterated. In the face of absolute power, there exists no counter to elemental weaknesses, nor any means to avert your defeat. Behold, Psyduck's eyes gleamed intensely as the swirling currents accelerated, rendering the Magneton motionless, devoid of its combat capabilities. What transpired was hardly a joint battle among the 8 academies. It was, in essence, a one-sided annihilation. Zheng Xiu ought to feel fortunate that the electrical energy from Magneton did not leak in the lounge yesterday. And he should be relieved that his underhanded tactics did not come to fruition. Otherwise, Magneton might have been languishing in the Pokemon Center today. If a Pokemon lies incapacitated, its trainer ought to share the same fate. As Magneton succumbed to defeat, Xiaomo chose silence, turning away and leaving Zheng Xiu with nothing but his retreating figure. A profound stillness enveloped the arena. Perhaps, at first, most spectators were perplexed by the unfolding events, but as the blue vortex exerted increasingly formidable pressure upon Magneton, comprehension dawned. Psyduck, with but a single move, had vanquished the Magneton, which possessed Steel-type resistance against psychic attacks. What a terrifying display of strength. Who else could withstand Psyduck's overwhelming presence? The battle continued, the atmosphere electric. The lone veteran among the 16 was eliminated. The disparity in skill was insurmountable. Merely reaching the top 16 was a commendable feat. The competitor named Zhang Lin had a formidable vine snake. Would it be capable of contending with Xiaomo's Psyduck? Unlikely. Xiaomo's Psyduck is akin to a deity. He Yuan watched helplessly as the aggressive vine snake faced off, knowing that the gap in raw strength was too vast. Despite his Trico unleashing its full potential, it still faced defeat. This led him to ponder about Xiaomo, who was stronger, Psyduck or vine snake. At that moment, Xiaomo was in his private lounge, engrossed in the live broadcast on the large screen. He had anticipated He Yuan's defeat. The vine snake had been cultivated exceptionally well and had already evolved. Both Pokemon were of the grass type, with no inherent advantage, yet one had evolved, making victory exceedingly difficult. His focus shifted to Guxue. The battlefield was equipped with Rotom cameras capturing the action in real time, complemented by a production crew providing professional angles during moves and clashes, far surpassing the experience from the spectator stands. Psyduck munched on snacks, its tiny paws clutching a chilled bottle of Moo Moo milk, seated beside Xiaomo on the sofa, delighting in the enthralling Pokemon battles. Speaking of which, did Guxue have any hidden strategies up her sleeve? Yang Luo was remarkably composed, preventing the Steel-type Pokemon from engaging in close combat, instead deploying a Hyper Beam, bolstered by its levitate ability. Who would have imagined that this metal behemoth could employ a kite-flying strategy? Ultimately, Guxue's Snowchild endured for a considerable time before conceding defeat. As the battle between Guxue and Yang Luo concluded, so too did the round of 16. With only a 30-minute intermission before the quarterfinals commenced, Xiaomo was not particularly familiar with his next opponent, only knowing that he was another rookie trainer from the same novice program. However, The audience seemed well acquainted with his rival, Sun Hong. It was said that Sun Hong was not a local of Jiangxing, but hailing from the western Gammo province, and his initial Pokémon was the exceedingly rare Slugma, which had since evolved into a Magcargo. Yet, facing Psyduck, Sun Hong's Pokémon was at a distinct disadvantage, especially given Psyduck's prowess. Sun Hong's prospects appeared grim. Meanwhile, Zhu Yinghao and Gu Shui discussed the match from the audience, alongside Yin Yu. As Zhu Yinghao expounded confidently, elemental disadvantage, disparity, and strength. Let us not forget the very first battle of the day, where Xia Mo commanded Psyduck to obliterate Magneton with Psychic, denying it any opportunity to retaliate. I believe that only two individuals can stand against Xia Mo. One is Zhang Lin's fierce Vine Snake, which seems to have held back its true power, and the other is Yang Luo, whose Steel-type prowess has been clearly demonstrated, invincible. Should Sun Hong face Yang Luo, Magcargo might have a fighting chance. But the 8 Academy League operates on the premise that all participants are essentially novices, with most teams fielding only a single Pokémon, and victory is determined in a singular battle. Zhu Yinghao's insights were astute. On the field, Xia Mo faced off against Sun Hong. Sun Hong, with a distinctly Western appearance, had deep-set, spirited eyes fixed intently on Xia Mo. As the battle commenced, Psyduck and Magcargo took to the arena. Magcargo resembled a camel, adorned in red with 3 circular patterns along its sides. This match proved relatively effortless for Xia Mo, as Psyduck alternated between Psychic and Water Gun, ultimately overwhelming Magcargo, leading to its regrettable defeat. Subsequently, Xia Mo advanced to the semifinals, where he would confront Zhang Lin and her Vine Snake. The Vine Snake had thus far utilized only basic moves such as Leaf Tornado. Might it possess the hidden move Grassy Terrain as a trump card? A Vine Snake that had inherited Grassy Terrain and evolved into a Vine Snake would pose a significant threat. Xia Mo observed Zhang Lin's quarterfinal match with utmost seriousness. Psyduck, we must be cautious in our next battle. Chapter 83, Psyduck's Concept. Should the Vine Snake employ Grassy Terrain to transform the battlefield into a grassy expanse? Even Psyduck might find it challenging to secure a swift victory. Hey Psyduck, what are you up to? Xia Mo noticed Psyduck's tiny paws mimicking the motions of riding a bicycle, pattering back and forth in front of him. Psyduck, are you trying to ride a bicycle? Psyduck? Psyduck promptly shook its head. Xia Mo inquired further, not a bicycle? Then are you attempting to ride a motorcycle? Psyduck, quack, quack, quack. Psyduck shook its head again in denial, stomping its foot in exasperation at Xia Mo's lack of understanding. How could one not comprehend? Psyduck, the little duck should have conceived a better way to demonstrate. Suddenly, Psyduck's eyes lit up. Gradually, psychic energy began to emanate in the lounge, while Psyduck's tiny paws started to gather water-type energy. A model resembling a lawnmower began to take shape through unique manipulation and transformation, eventually materializing before Xia Mo and Psyduck. Psyduck, Psyduck. Psyduck's tiny paws rested on the handles of the lawnmower model, mimicking the action of mowing the lawn on the lounge floor, accompanied by its own sound effects. As for why it envisioned a lawnmower, it was undoubtedly inspired by Xia Mo's own lawn mowing efforts yesterday. Psyduck had thought of this idea then, albeit unsure of how to execute it. Now was the perfect opportunity to give it a try. With mimicry in its arsenal, imitating a lawnmower was a simple task. Xia Mo chuckled, affectionately ruffling Psyduck's fluffy head. Psyduck, enjoy an energy cube. We must prepare for our upcoming match. Even if the Vine Snake employs Grassy Terrain, we need not fear. Xia Mo wholeheartedly endorsed Psyduck's innovative idea. Such a creative little Pokémon could only belong to him. Xia Mo. The quarterfinal matches were momentarily concluded. As Xia Mo anticipated, his opponent in the semifinals later that afternoon would indeed be Zhang Lin from Jianghai City's 4th Pokémon High School. On Yang Luo's side, he was set to face Sun Yi from the 5th Pokémon High School. By coincidence, if all went according to plan, both Xia Mo and Yang Luo would be engaging in battles against opposing elemental types in the semifinals. Zhang Hailin's Ivy Snake, since the top 64, has effortlessly triumphed in all 4 battles leading up to the impending semifinals, showcasing an impressive underdog prowess. To a certain extent, she holds a promising chance of overcoming Xia Mo in the afternoon's round of 4-2, ultimately advancing to the grand finals. At the same table, Old Yang remarked, "This is our promotional outfit for Yinghao Fruit Industries Chicken. Whether we meet in the finals or not, it all hinges on your performance this afternoon." Zhu Yinghao had someone carry 2 large boxes, giving them a pat. During the summer break, Zhu Yinghao had recruited Yang Luo, and now both Yang Luo and Xia Mo serve as promoters for Yinghao Fruit Industry. Although Gu Shui had been defeated by Yang Luo, her good spirits remained intact. Teasingly commenting about the promotional outfit featuring a gigantic Psyduck, Zhu Yinghao chuckled, Many milk tea shops utilize tea cups. We must adopt a clever strategy. The attire of Inghao fruit industry resembled what Xia Mo had previously worn, which could be deemed as training gear. But now it resembled that of a milk tea shop employee. Particularly, the Psyduck on the back left Xia Mo visibly vexed. Do I really have to wear this on stage? I've already trained as Psyduck. I can't possibly turn into one, can I? Yang Luo had no objections. Instead, he earnestly said to Xia Mo, Zhang Lin, the contestant from the 4th round, likely has some hidden cards up her sleeve with her ivy snake. Although I am not well acquainted with her, her family runs a leading enterprise in the fruit industry. If she has only displayed these moves so far, there must be more she hasn't revealed. The Pinji Group made its fortune through the fruit industry, but has since shifted its focus to technology, leaving the fruit industry leadership to Zhang Lin's family. Zhang, Zhu Yinghao exclaimed in surprise. The Lingling Fruit Group? She is actually from our class. I recall the chairman of Lingling Fruit Group is nearing 60. ISNT? Yang Luo replied. He's 56 this year. Zhang Lin is the youngest daughter of Chairman Zhang, with 2 older brothers who are quite skilled in nurturing grass-type Pokémon. Moreover, her ivy snake seems somewhat exceptional, significantly stronger than an average ivy snake. There must be undisclosed breeding techniques at play, so be cautious. Understood. Xia Mo was quite knowledgeable about ivy snake. In the Pokémon anime, Ash's proud ivy snake, which specializes in defeating green tea electric flying squirrels, holds a high popularity in Xia Mo's memory. Because of his fondness for this type of Pokémon, Xia Mo felt he understood it exceptionally well. If it came to battling, he could easily see through its strategies. However, in front of everyone, Xia Mo opted for a more cautious approach and refrained from voicing this thought aloud. Xia Mo, good luck in the competition. In battles against opposing types, do not let me down. Yang Luo summoned his Metagross, snapping his fingers to have it carry the mascot box towards the resting area. Old Yang, you're stealing my lines. Xia Mo exclaimed, watching Yang Luo depart with a casual air, shrugging his shoulders. Psyduck, use telekinesis. We're heading back to the resting area. Gu Shui, classmate. I'm off. Go, Xia Mo. X2. Psyduck Psy. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the quarterfinals officially commenced. The opening featured a performance lasting around 10 minutes. Beginning with flocks of Pidgeys soaring through the sky, followed by a group of Pidgeotos, and finally the appearance of a Pidgeot, accompanied by colorful fireworks bursting into the sky. The grand battle arena was instantly ignited with fervor, as Charizard made its entrance with exceptional flying skills, its fiery tail sweeping across the audience, leading nearly 20,000 spectators and their novice Pokémon, filling close to 40,000 seats, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. It's getting exciting. Sai. The opening performance of the quarterfinals was visually stunning, surpassing Xia Mo's expectations. Let us welcome the first match of the quarterfinals, from Jiangxing 3rd Pokémon High School. Contestant Xia Mo, and his Pokémon, Psyduck. Chapter 84, a small pre-read shock. Amidst the exuberant cheers of the crowd, Xia Mo and Psyduck stepped onto the official Pokémon battle stage. Xia Mo, Psyduck, Psy. The atmosphere was far more vibrant than in the morning, as Psyduck surveyed the surroundings, unable to restrain its excitement and waving its little paws. Psyduck, are you excited? Xia Mo inquired. Sai. There will be even grander scenes in the future. Now, let us welcome the contestant from Jiangxing 4th Pokémon High School, Zhang Lin, and her Pokémon, Ivy Snake. Let us once again extend a warm round of applause and cheers for them. The crowd erupted, the intensity of the quarterfinals far exceeding Xia Mo's predictions. Confirming that the battle's amplification equipment was activated, Xia Mo was ready. Do either of the contestants have words for their opponent? Asked the host, signaling the pre-battle banter segment. Let us go. Xia Mo had nothing particularly pressing to say to Zhang Lin, and with no animosity between them, he felt no need to engage in the same manner as the trainer of the 3-in-1 Magneton. However, he pondered, did the morning matches not feature this amplification equipment? No matter, it's not a big issue. The morning performance lacked the fervor of the afternoon. As the camera focused, Xia Mo confidently flashed a slight smile towards it. Just one word, winning, Zhang Lin stated earnestly. The pre-battle dialogue between the 2 contestants remained quite amicable, friendship first, competition second. Then, let the quarterfinals commence. The lights flickered, and the countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Battle begins. Ivy Snake, use grassy terrain. At the very moment the Pokémon battle commenced, a flicker of smugness crossed Zhang Lin's eyes. Her hidden card for Xia Mo's Psyduck was finally about to be revealed. The grassy terrain move was potent. In an instant, the ground erupted with grass, enveloping the arena in a lush green expanse. This special terrain emitted unique energy, granting Pokémon within it enhanced vitality effects. Grass-type Pokémon would experience significant health and energy recovery, along with a substantial boost in the power of Grass-type moves, making it a key tactical maneuver for Grass-type Pokémon. Grassy terrain could greatly amplify Ivy Snake's combat prowess, even if Ivy Snake's strength did not yet reach the level of an elite trainer's Pokémon. With grassy terrain and the advantage of type effectiveness, seizing the initiative would catch Xiaomo and Psyduck off guard. Zhang Lin was confident she could triumph over a stronger opponent. This was the allure of mastering the grassy terrain move with Ivy Snake. Yet, an unexpected voice, a male voice, commanded the actions before hers. Why did it sound so much like Xiaomo? No, this was indeed Xiaomo's voice. But what was happening? Why was Xiaomo directing Zhang Lin's Ivy Snake to use grassy terrain? Grassy terrain? Does anyone know what this move does? Is there even such a move? You fool, check your phone. Today ISNT school. You didn't bring your phone? Grassy terrain can significantly enhance the combat abilities of grass-type Pokémon. This move feels almost overpowered. The audience erupted into a flurry of discussions. What is Xiaomo doing? Gu Shui questioned her own hearing, wondering how Xiaomo was instructing the opponent's Ivy Snake. Even more astonishing, Xiaomo's command speed surpassed that of Zhang Lin, the Ivy Snake trainer. It seemed he had been well prepared. I worried for nothing. Yang Luo chuckled softly, but soon his brow furrowed in concern. How did Xiaomo ascertain that Zhang Lin's trump card was the grass field? The grass field, with its Ivy Snake, was certainly not an easy adversary to contend with. Was it truly the grass field? Xiaomo's expression remained unchanged. For Zhang Lin to secure victory, he had to utilize the grass field as his strategic advantage first. Such enhancement moves would lose their effectiveness if employed too late. Consequently, it was likely that the Ivy Snake would soon deploy the grass mixer. Realizing this, Xiaomo decided to deliver a minor preemptive shock to his opponent. Ivy Snake, enter the grass field and use grass mixer. Xiaomo's voice resonated through the battle's amplification system. Initially, the Ivy Snake appeared puzzled, but that confusion quickly morphed into anger. Although it had already begun to envelop the arena with vibrant grass-type energy, extending towards Psyduck. Its trainer Zhang Lin had yet to issue a command for the grass mixer attack. Why should it heed Xiaomo's instructions? Especially given that Xiaomo had anticipated the grass field move before Zhang Lin had a chance to act. To the spectators, it seemed as though the Ivy Snake had executed the grass field under Xiaomo's directive rather than Zhang Lin's. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin felt a surge of panic. How could he know that my Ivy Snake would use the grass field? I have never employed it in battle before. Why? Why is this happening? The grass field move, intended as a decisive strike to eliminate Xiaomo in this quarterfinal match, was now preemptively countered and orchestrated by someone else? The most humiliating aspect was that Xiaomo had outpaced Zhang Lin. Nevertheless, Zhang Lin steadied himself. After all, he was a trainer enrolled in the newcomer program. Ivy Snake, use grass mixer, he commanded, his voice steady yet betraying a hint of uncertainty. Xiaomo's maneuver had significantly shaken his confidence. That's more like it, grass mixer. Just what I was waiting for, Xiaomo remarked, his tone suggesting he was fully prepared. He exuded an air of calm, as if he had complete control over the opposing trainer's actions. Regardless of Zhang Lin's decisions, Xiaomo seemed poised to respond with optimal countermeasures. Like a metallic entity, he was more unyielding than any metal. With a whoosh, a blue vortex materialized. Meanwhile, the leaves coalescing around the Ivy Snake transformed into sharp, miniature swords. The grass interspersed among them as piercing as embroidery needles. As these blades, along with the mixed grass, surged towards Psyduck, a formidable tempest appeared to rise alongside the Ivy Snake. The grass mixer bore a resemblance to a leaf storm, its presence palpable. Chapter 85. Someone has initiated. Xiaomo observed the furious assault of flying blades and needles from the Ivy Snake, akin to an enraged heroine wielding a multitude of swords in a realm of cultivation. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, these efforts proved futile. The powerful water vortex of Psyduck's whirlpool swept across the grass field, creating a tempest-like onslaught. When the whirlpool collided with the grass mixer, the colossal water vortex devoured every swiftly spinning blade and needle in its path. The two moves seemed to fuse together. Yet the whirlpool, having consumed the grass mixer, continued its relentless assault towards the Ivy Snake. Within the azure whirlpool, emerald patterns emerged, formed from the sharp blades and needle-like grass released by the Ivy Snake. The Ivy Snake's grass mixer had summoned an arsenal of blades and needles, now returned to haunt its very creator. Ivy Snake, quickly evade. Zhang Lin's heart sank as he beheld Xiaomo, whose composure was devilishly unnerving. He felt an unshakable sense of helplessness. Was the grass mixer thus dismantled by the whirlpool? This was a move enhanced by the grass field. Was this truly Xiaomo's counterplay? The two techniques seemed to merge into a more terrifying whirlpool grass mixer. It was as if he had been anticipating the ivy snake's grass mixer all along. The ivy snake's furious red eyes narrowed. It could face the whirlpool, but it could not disregard the blades and grass it had summoned through its own energy. The grass mixer, imbued with its wrathful essence, now found itself ensnared within the whirlpool. The ivy snake had to evade. In an instant, the ivy snake's leaves folded tightly, transforming its form into a sleek and agile serpent. It propelled itself with its tail, skillfully navigating the middle of the grass field to evade the combined onslaught of the whirlpool and grass mixer. Glancing back, the ivy snake noted that the lushest and longest blades of grass it had previously occupied were now severed by the sharp leaves and grass. This was no longer a grass mixer. It was a grass eradicator. I am my own destroyer. Did you think Psyduck's assault had concluded? No. A spoon materialized in its claws. Psyduck closed its eyes, envisioning countless martial figures in its mind. With a gentle forward/swish, Psyduck opened its eyes. The pale blue psychic energy emanating from it akin to a mist enveloping a weapon. The spoon shimmered with a blue edge as Psyduck aimed it towards the grass field. With a decisive strike, it rendered the grass barren in its wake. The ivy snake, having barely escaped the whirlpool grass mixer, found itself confronted with this psychic blade and ultimately was sent flying, rendered incapable of battle. Quack! Psyduck calmly retracted the spoon and departed the battlefield alongside Xiaomo. The arena erupted in excitement. Did you see Psyduck's final sheathing motion? It pierced my heart. Isn't there a lawnmower company that could enlist Psyduck as a spokesperson? Xiaomo was truly formidable. He not only knew what the ivy snake would employ, but also ensured that Psyduck was prepared with a solution. If there was no script involved, I refused to believe it. He resembled a demonic overlord. In the VIP section, Principal Rin Honghai of Jianghai 3rd Pokémon High School beamed with pride, graciously accepting praise from the heads of other Pokémon high schools and the vice president of the Trainer Association. He was well acquainted with Xiaomo and Psyduck, having closely monitored someone who had garnered Chairman Sun's personal attention. However, he had no opportunity to intervene. Xiaomo's parents were both professional trainers, with his mother, Yang Ru, being a globally renowned breeder. Nevertheless, Xiaomo and Psyduck's outstanding performance undeniably elevated the principal's standing among his peers. The second quarterfinal match featured Yang Luo against Sun Yi, Metal Monster versus Ponyta. Sun Yi wielded considerable strength, being the most formidable rookie trainer at our school. A single flame wheel could prove nearly insurmountable for any Pokémon. He Yun remarked from the audience alongside Xiaomo, with Gu Shui, Zhu Yinghao, and Zui Yuan nearby. After winning his match, Xiaomo did not return to the player lounge, but instead made his way to the audience. Facing Ponyta, Metal Monster is at a type disadvantage, especially since this Ponyta is so powerful. Yang Luo is in a precarious situation, Gu Shui commented. Although she was defeated by Yang Luo, she still wished for his victory. Rest assured, I have faith in old Yang. As the words were spoken, the battle commenced on the field. The little fire horse resembled a small steed, its body ablaze with flames, undeniably charming in appearance. Little fire horse, unleash your flames. The little fire horse struck first, a fiery blaze surging towards the metal monster. The metal monster evaded, retaliating with a cannon beam. It levitated effortlessly, dodging the incoming flames, then launched a beam of light at the little fire horse. Ignore it. Charge forward with flame wheel. Sun Yi commanded. The flames enveloped the little fire horse, resembling a suit of fiery armor. Without even glancing at the cannon beam, it charged straight at the metal monster. Sun Yi had a clear grasp of the situation on the field. His choice appeared perilous, yet was remarkably safe. Xiaomo observed intently from the audience. As anticipated, the cannon beam barely grazed the little fire horse, failing to slow its momentum. A commendable strategy, yet executed too slowly. Yang Luo remarked nonchalantly. The metal monster accelerated within the battleground, leaving the little fire horse to collide with nothingness, inflicting no damage whatsoever. What astounding speed! Xiaomo marveled internally. Sun Yi reacted promptly. Before the cannon beam struck the ground, he commanded the little fire horse to charge ahead. Logically, the metal monster should have been unable to respond in time, but with such agility and aerial mobility, evading projectiles was hardly a challenge. Even in close combat, the metal monster had means to evade. Xiaomo spoke to Psyduck. Since evolving from Iron Dumbbell, this type of Pokémon had experienced a qualitative leap in strength. At this moment, Xiaomo realized that Sun Ye's little fire horse had no chance left. The metal monster was on a roll. It was as if it had activated a cheat code. Was this the allure of monetary prowess? Chapter 86. The championship battle begins. Observing the metal monster's performance. Xiaomo glanced at Psyduck. Psyduck's little claws clenched tightly. The metal monster it faced was no longer the clumsy iron lump that merely charged or used Thought Hammer. As the metal monster delivered a final blow with Metal Claw directly onto the little fire horse, this Pokemon battle came to a conclusion. Yang Luo, truly formidable. The showdown between Class 1 and Class 3. Psyduck versus Metal Monster. This final match was a spectacle to behold. Does Yang Luo have a more imposing nickname? Metal Master? Or something else? Don't ask me, I don't know. Amidst the thunderous applause, Yang Luo departed the battleground with the metal monster, but before leaving, he turned back to find Xiaomo in the audience. This elegant turn was captured by the Rotom camera. Who was he looking at? The director skillfully redirected the other cameras to focus on Xiaomo's location. Upon seeing Yang Luo's glance, Xiaomo approached a vacant spot in the audience with Psyduck. A successful meeting. Although Yang Luo and Xiaomo were separated by the entire venue, through the advanced technology of the Rotom camera, their interaction was displayed on the enormous screen for all to witness. A gaze that transcended the entire arena. More amusingly, on the big screen, both Yang Luo and Xiaomo wore smiles. As if they had rehearsed, their smiles synchronized at an astounding rate of 9,999. Oh, these two must know each other. Their relationship behind the scenes must be extraordinary. How can they be so charming? Yang Luo and the metal monster's elegant turn was truly captivating. The director was brilliant. This must be the campus heartthrob of Class 1. Xiaomo and Psyduck were equally impressive. Were the championship duelists to compete in terms of looks? Undoubtedly. The eye contact between Yang Luo and Xiaomo, even without any dialogue, evoked the imagination of just how spectacular the championship battle would be. At this moment, Xiaomo felt it was time to leave the audience and return to the contestant lounge. He took a quick glance at the corner where the Psyduck-themed work uniform was placed. Once the third and fourth place contenders, Zhang Lin with the Ivy Snake and Sun Yi with the Little Fire Horse, concluded their match, Xiaomo would don this outfit for his appearance. This costume was quite liberating. The bronze medal match was equally thrilling. Following high-level treatment from the Happiny Nurse and restorative massage from the Chancy Nurse, both the Ivy Snake and the Little Fire Horse had nearly fully regained their strength after a halftime break. However, despite Zhang Lin's perfect synergy with the grass terrain and grass mixer, it could not withstand the Little Fire Horse's flame wheel, ultimately leading to Zhang Lin's regrettable defeat. The advantage of attributes was too significant. While the audience witnessed the outcome of the bronze match, they could not predict the champion. After all, one Pokemon was wreaking havoc on the grassy terrain, while the other charged recklessly, yet the grass-type Pokemon managed to respond to the fire-type's onslaught. Some seasoned trainers began to glean insights. The next championship match, Metal Monster vs. Psyduck, was about to be unveiled. The joint Pokemon battle of 8 schools. The final contest for the championship. Let us welcome both contestants with the most fervent applause and cheers as they take the stage simultaneously. At this moment, the host utilized his most resounding, fervent, and passionate voice to elevate the atmosphere of the grand battle arena to new heights. The lights focused on both sides. In the next moment, the entire arena was stunned. Zhu Yinghao felt as if his head might burst from laughter. Xiaomo and Yang Luo emerged from their respective resting areas, each clad in costumes resembling Psyduck mascot outfits. The expressions of Principal Ren Honghai from Class 3 and Principal Zhou Shenyang from Class 1 were utterly dumbfounded. Where was Xiaomo? Where was Yang Luo? If it weren't for those two Psyduck-like figures, one accompanied by Psyduck and the other by the Metal Monster, who would have imagined such a spectacle unfolding on this grand stage of Pokemon battles? Principal Run was completely bewildered. However, the host reacted quickly. Let us welcome the 3 Psyduck contestants on stage. Xiaomo and Yang Luo simultaneously removed their Psyduck headpieces. Xiaomo had initially overlooked the fact that there was not only a work uniform but also a headpiece, so he had no choice but to don it. Earning money? Not a shameful endeavor. Yet both successfully met for the finals. The audience, however, erupted in laughter. These two were too amusing, haha. Shockingly, the championship match featured 2 laid-back contestants. I knew there was something between these two. How envious they must be to don mascot costumes in such a championship battle. The director was truly clever. How much did Yinghao Fruit Industry pay for this advertisement? The camera was nearly glued to the Psyduck mascot's logo. Oh, the program's effect exploded. Yet they looked so dashing. Indeed, who wouldn't envy such a friendship? Even in the final championship match, what Xiaomo and Yang Luo exhibited transcended the bounds of a mere Pokemon battle. This was the last major event for their senior year. Opportunities to create lasting memories from their high school time were scarce. The two contestants who successfully advanced to the finals evidently had an agreement, perhaps to wear these unique mascot costumes for the final championship battle, as the host's tone brimmed with envy. He was exceptionally skilled at evoking emotion and continued to proclaim, "Friendship first, battle second." Regardless of the outcome of this Pokémon battle, I firmly believe that both competitors will showcase their utmost prowess as trainers. May the brilliance of friendship resonate as enduring and rich as the fiery sunset gracing this grand battlefield across the river. I invite our trainers, Xiaomo and Yang Luo, to proceed to the designated combat zone and confirm that the battle's sound amplification system is activated. The championship battle is about to commence. Come on, Yang Luo, Xiaomo. I have eagerly anticipated this confrontation for quite some time. The two exchanged smiles, having met at the Planet Club and engaged in countless battles, with Xiaomo consistently holding the upper hand over Yang Luo. But will that remain true today? As the final 5 seconds approached, the audience could not contain their excitement, rising to collectively count down for the championship battle. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The joint Pokémon battle of the 8 schools reaches its climax. The championship battle officially begins. Chapter 87. Is Psyduck taking flight? Psyduck, prepare for battle. Metagross, prepare for combat. Psyduck. A soft blue light flickered in Psyduck's eyes, the aura of psychic energy swirling around it, causing the very air to seem to solidify. Heh, kaka. Metagross ascended slightly, its deep metallic voice resonating within the oppressive atmosphere. Its body gradually beginning to function like a finely tuned machine, the joints of metal emitting a clear sound akin to steel clashing. With its piercing red eyes fixated ahead, it locked onto Psyduck's gaze, which radiated a soft blue glow. In this silent confrontation, Psyduck and Metagross engaged in an intense eye contact, an unspoken sense of pressure permeating the battlefield. Metagross, use Hyper Beam. Psyduck, Water Gun. The simple probing moves seemed to embody a tacit understanding between the two in this charged environment. The silver beam of Hyper Beam clashed with the blue stream of Water Gun in midair, the resulting vapor instantly igniting under the intense heat of the explosion. Boom. The explosive energy erupted like fireworks, creating a fleeting visual void at the center of the arena. Yet, amidst the smoke of the explosion, both Metagross and Psyduck moved in unison. Psyduck, use Water Pulse. Metagross, Psychic. Although the smoke from the energy explosion obscured both Pokémon's vision, it also provided an opportune moment to strike. Without hesitation, Xiaomo commanded Psyduck to unleash the fastest projectile attack, Water Pulse, against a foe as agile as Metagross. If certain moves were too slow, hitting would be nearly impossible unless Metagross explicitly exposed itself. Psyduck's Hydro Pump, Water Gun, and Confusion were essentially off the table. The current Metagross was no longer the clumsy iron lump it once was. Xiaomo's commands were straightforward, knowing Psyduck well. He recognized that the truly threatening move was the rapid Water Pulse. Evade. Metagross could dodge, but it would require intense focus and effort to do so. While avoiding could nullify the Water Pulse's attack, it would also deplete Metagross's stamina and energy. Why not press forward while fully charged? Xiaomo's heart raced. Metagross's reaction was astonishingly swift. Like a stunt aircraft, it soared to evade the first Water Pulse, gathering potent psychic energy at its head. Forming a massive psychic silhouette of itself, its deep red eyes locking onto Psyduck. Here it comes. Metagross's Psychic. This was a move tailor-made for it by Yang Luo. Go. Psychic. Yang Luo's thumb, index, and middle fingers formed a gun shape, angled towards Psyduck in the battle arena. Heh! The psychic energy coalesced into a pink-hued visage of Metagross's head, akin to the armored front of an off-road vehicle, a veritable shield against impact. This Metagross had such a formidable move still up its sleeve. With its inherent weight combined with the force of the psychic, how could Psyduck possibly withstand it? My goodness, the psychic move looks incredibly impressive. With such speed, how could Xiaomo and Psyduck evade? Psyduck's Water Pulse was utterly crushed by the psychic. Unbelievable. Even though the psychic showed signs of being cut, how many Water Pulses would it take to breach that psychic defense? The best offense is a good defense. Metagross's psychic is truly extraordinary. How could Psyduck evade? What will Xiaomo do? This was a charged psychic move, and Psyduck had to evade. Xiaomo shouted, Psyduck, use Hydro Pump beneath yourself. Psyduck. Metagross's psychic was immensely powerful, and its speed was equally staggering. This meant that Metagross's psychic could not make sharp turns. At least not significantly. Psyduck only needed to leap high to evade the initial onslaught. The Hydro Pump move had sent opponents skyward countless times. Now it was Psyduck's turn. Psyduck quickly harnessed the swirling water energy and leapt high, forcefully directing the energy beneath itself. Look, Psyduck utilized Hydro Pump beneath itself. Incredible. Hydro Pump can be used this way. Psyduck is soaring. Wow, what a magnificent Hydro Pump. It not only evaded Metagross's Psychic, but seems to have caused Metagross to collide with its own attack. This is the brilliance of Xiaomo, the Demon King of Command. After battling Zhonglin, Xiaomo earned that title through his strategic precision and calm demeanor. Boom. Metagross's fierce impact generated a sound akin to an earthquake across the arena. Amidst the swirling dust, had it not been for the camera rotom capturing the moment Psyduck unleashed Hydro Pump beneath itself, the audience would have surely believed Psyduck had been severely injured or even rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Yet, amidst the dust, a small yellow figure emerged, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It was Psyduck. What an impressive display from Xiaomo and his Hydro Pump. Yang Luo silently marveled. He was aware that Metagross's strike would be evaded, but he never anticipated that under Xiaomo's command, Psyduck would use Hydro Pump beneath itself to elevate and effortlessly dodge Metagross's attack. Not only did Psyduck evade with Hydro Pump, but it also caused Metagross to inadvertently collide with the very move it should have avoided. Chapter 88, Thunder Punch. Psyduck spooned Psychic Blade. As Psyduck soared high into the air, Metagross, now immobilized on the ground, became an easy target. The attack formed by the spoon was the optimal choice. Psyduck. In the sky, a spoon materialized upon the outstretched claws of Psyduck, subsequently enveloped in a soft blue psychic aura, transforming it into a fiery blade-like instrument against the backdrop of a blazing sunset. Go, Psyduck. With two decisive swipes, Psyduck unleashed two intersecting waves of psychic energy, effectively obstructing any potential movement from the Metagross. The grounded Metagross, aware of its insufficient speed to evade the descending cross-shaped psychic waves, raised its dual metallic arms under trainer Yang Luo's command. In an instant, steel-type energy coalesced into sharper, sturdier claws, unhesitatingly charging toward the oncoming psychic assault. A resounding clash echoed across the battlefield, a cacophony of metal cutting through the air, prompting the audience to instinctively cover their ears. The jarring sound was undeniably grating. Both Xiaomo and Yang Luo reacted similarly, shielding their ears while their commands remained unyielding. The Metagross successfully utilized its metal claw to shatter and deflect the psychic strike descending from above, yet the marks of wear were evident upon its metallic limbs. Had it not been for the metal claw, the consequences could have been dire. As Psyduck descended from the sky, it proudly brandished its psychic spoon, from which a sizable bubble had formed at the tip, resembling a balloon, bathed in the golden light of the sunset. Psyduck appeared to be descending with an oversized blue lollipop, elegance personified. With a slight wince, Metagross levitated once more, the distance between it and Psyduck now less than 5 meters. What did this proximity signify? Metagross's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, its gaze emanating an air of menacing pressure. Psyduck mirrored this intensity, its pale blue eyes flickering with the flames of battle. With a flick of its right paw, Psyduck sent the spoon back, the psychic energy swelling around it, illuminating the spoon with renewed brilliance. Meanwhile, Metagross's mechanical claws began to shimmer with a volatile golden electricity. Thunder Punch. Metagross still had a trump card up its sleeve. Yang Luo was taken aback by the revelation of additional strategies. Just how many surprises did he possess? Thunder Punch. Psyduck was in peril. The excitement was palpable. This championship battle was truly spectacular. The extraordinary prowess displayed by these young trainers was astonishing. Even the principals from the 8 competing schools and the vice president of the Trainer Association were rendered incredulous, pondering whether they could match these two in their prime. The final showdown of the 8-school Pokémon battle was indeed the fiercest in years. What other surprises lay in store? Zhonglin was numbed by the unfolding drama. He was, after all, the 4th-ranked trainer. Why did it seem that the skill gap between him and these two contenders was so vast? With a sudden crackle, Metagross revealed its hand. Electric energy crackled around its metallic claws, the pain from the water-infused wounds exacerbating its fury. Metagross advanced. Yang Luo understood that the next moment would be a decisive confrontation. In this standoff, a retreat from either side would signify defeat, for at this range, dodging each other's threatening moves was impossible. Thunder Punch. Xiaomo anticipated a hidden strategy, so he did not display any surprise. This Thunder Punch was an inevitable confrontation for Psyduck. Given Metagross's reflexes, it was unlikely that a simple ranged attack would conclude the battle. Therefore, the sole path to victory lay in close combat. Close combat with Psyduck? In the past, Xiaomo would hardly have dared to consider such a notion. However, the Psyduck before him was no longer the same as before. Psyduck, Reflect Barrier, Psychic Spoon. Psyduck brandished the spoon and reflect barrier, charging forth like a valiant general. Shield raised in its left hand and spoon in the right, Psyduck propelled itself into the fray. Crack! Bang! 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 Metagross unleashed its electrified fists, the culmination of extensive training under Yang Luo, who had subjected it to countless shocks and strikes in the electric lab to master Thunder Punch. Only Metagross truly understood the pain endured. Yet, both Yang Luo and Metagross recognized Psyduck as an obstacle they must overcome today. The heavy metallic punches, imbued with explosive electric energy, instilled confidence in Metagross. It believed in its power to overwhelm Psyduck. However, reality proved far more complex than anticipated. A formidable wall of deep blue psychic energy emerged before Psyduck's left paw, with Metagross's right fist crashing against this impenetrable barrier. The reverberations of energy coursed through Metagross's mechanical limbs as it realized its punch had failed to breach the psychic wall. Its eyes widened in astonishment. Was this Psyduck's reflect barrier? The reflect barrier withstood the Thunder Punch. It was effective. In the audience, Gu Shuem marveled at the roller coaster of the battle. Indeed, Xia Mo had diligently trained Psyduck. Zhu Yinghao reflected deeply. Recalling the moment he witnessed Xia Mo save Psyduck from oncoming traffic. At that time, he could never have imagined this Psyduck would grow to be so formidable. On the battlefield, Psyduck and Metagross exchanged blows, with both of Metagross's claws charged with electric energy. Psyduck promptly retracted its water spoon, opting instead to deploy two reflect barriers to confront the assault head-on. The collision of the Thunder Punch's chaotic energy and the reflect barrier sent electric sparks scattering, as if igniting a trend toward a fiery punch. Chapter 89. Truly impressive, a stroke of genius. Sparks flew across the battlefield. Metagross, having unleashed countless Thunder Punches, had successfully shattered a few reflect barriers, only for new ones to materialize in quick succession, blocking its advances. Metagross, use Metal Claw. Observing the stalemate between the Thunder Punch and the reflect barrier, Yang Luo devised a new strategy. Although the power of Metal Claw was not on par with Thunder Punch, it possessed an additional effect that could enhance Metagross's attack capability. The injuries on Metagross's claws from the Psychic Spoon were perfect for the Steel-type energy to mend. By allowing Psyduck's reflect barrier to serve as a sharpening stone, Metagross could enhance the hardness and sharpness of its mechanical claws, gaining a strategic advantage in the battle. Psyduck, witnessing the dissipating electric energy in Metagross's claws transform into Steel-type metal claws, acted without hesitation, brandishing the Psychic Spoon to collide with the metallic appendages. Bang! Bang! Metagross's right metal claw pierced the reflect barrier, while its left claw firmly gripped Psyduck's Psychic Spoon. In that moment, the two Pokémon found themselves locked in a complete stalemate. Metagross, Psyche Hammer. Psyduck, Mimic, Psyche Hammer. At nearly the same moment, Xia Mo and Yang Luo witnessed the intense standoff between the Steel Pokémon and Psyduck. With each being ensnared by their respective moves, the Steel Pokémon was unable to utilize its dual-arm claws, while Psyduck was unable to free its claws to employ any other techniques, resulting in a stalemate with no inclination to withdraw. What other moves remained? Only the Psychic Headbutt. Although Psyduck did not originally know this move, it possessed the ability to mimic. Psy. With a resounding cry, a psychic manifestation of a duck's head materialized before Psyduck, mirroring the psychic head that had formed in front of the Steel Pokémon. The psychic headbutts of both Pokémon collided fiercely. Bang! 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 The two psychic headbutts clashed thrice. Yet neither side showed signs of yielding. Finally, on the fourth collision, the psychic headbutts of the Steel Pokémon and Psyduck pushed against each other, resembling a clash between claws and webbed feet, once again entrenching the standoff. The current situation hinged on whose stamina and energy were more formidable. Psyduck persisted. The Steel Pokémon also endured. The gazes of both creatures locked onto one another after the psychic headbutts. The Steel Pokémon's eyes burned with a menacing scarlet hue. Psyduck's gaze mirrored that intensity. The claws of the Steel Pokémon trembled, just as Psyduck's webbed feet quivered. The audience collectively held their breath. Who would emerge victorious in this Pokémon battle? Yang Luo inhaled deeply, pondering whether the Steel Pokémon's fierce assault could truly breach Psyduck's defenses. What other strategies could be employed? The Psychic Headbutt of the Steel Pokémon, the Psychic Headbutt of Psyduck. Psyduck's Psychic Headbutt was a mimicry, fundamentally a Psychic-type move. And the Steel Pokémon itself possessed psychic abilities. It should withstand Psyduck's attack without issue. However, the reverse was uncertain. Psyduck might not withstand the Steel Pokémon's Psychic Headbutt. Sacrificing the Steel Pokémon's minor wounds for a heavier injury to Psyduck might be the optimal opportunity to break the deadlock in this Pokémon battle. Yang Luo observed the sparks flying from the joints of the steel Pokémon's metallic claws. It was nearing its limit. Although he believed Psyduck was also on the brink, a superior strategy had presented itself. Steel Pokémon, withdraw your Psychic Headbutt. Endure Psyduck's attack. Yang Luo issued a pivotal command. This order left the commentators stunned. What was happening? Yang Luo had abandoned the standoff, allowing the Steel Pokémon to endure Psyduck's Psychic Headbutt? The audience erupted in chaos, fervently debating Yang Luo's actions. Why was this occurring? What kind of command was this? Was Yang Luo unhinged? Was he truly giving up? Was he not continuing the standoff? Wasn't he this granting Psyduck an opportunity? What was going on? They clearly could continue the standoff. Suddenly, it dawned on some. The Steel Pokémon, being both Steel and Psychic type, would resist the Psychic Headbutt with quadruple effectiveness. The damage inflicted by Psyduck's Psychic Headbutt would be minuscule. If the Steel Pokémon retracted its Psychic Headbutt to absorb Psyduck's strike, it could counterattack the moment Psyduck's energy waned. A feigned retreat. Few in the audience comprehended Yang Luo's strategy. Students in the first and second years, while having watched numerous Pokémon battles online, possessed negligible real-world experience. They were the most bewildered and vocally critical. However, the principals and President Shun in the VIP box quickly discerned Yang Luo's intent. His willingness to forego a proactive strategy did not equate to a desperate gamble. In truth, the Steel Pokémon was not in a passive state. And Yang Luo's aim was victory. Yang Luo's actions compelled even the seasoned trainers to admire his brilliance. Most third-year trainers might initially be taken aback, but they would soon grasp the significance of Yang Luo's maneuver through their knowledge and experience in Pokémon battles. Recognizing it as one of the most crucial commands of the match, trouble loomed. The Steel Pokémon's sudden shift caught Xiao off guard. He now found it impossible to prevent Psyduck's Psychic Headbutt from landing. Yang Luo's command had indeed preempted the situation. As Psyduck's Psychic Headbutt struck the Steel Pokémon's head, its expression shifted dramatically. Psyduck sensed an undercurrent of deception. Yet, under the high-pressure standoff, the Steel Pokémon suddenly retracted its Psychic Headbutt, leaving Psyduck defenseless. The Steel Pokémon withstood Psyduck's attack, although it staggered slightly. Its own weight and attributes rendered the damage negligible, akin to a mere tickle. Memories flickered in the Steel Pokémon's mind, recalling its past battle as a Beldum against Psyduck at the Planet Club, where Psyduck ultimately defeated it with Hydro Pump. At that time, Beldum had been significantly drained of energy first, leading to Psyduck's victory. Psyduck had been far stronger back then, and even in victory, it showed no signs of fatigue. But now, the Steel Pokémon could distinctly sense Psyduck's weakness. Victory was imminent. Chapter 90. The same advice applies. Never strike Psyduck's head. Both the Steel Pokémon and Psyduck showed evident signs of fatigue, yet the Steel Pokémon was no longer a Beldum, but a far more powerful and robust Steel Pokémon. This time, it would unleash its Psychic Headbutt to deliver the final blow. Steel Pokémon, don't use psychic energy, simply charge with your head. Yang Luo, anxious that an unexpected turn of events might arise, considered that although Psyduck was a pure water-type Pokémon, its psychic prowess could pose a resistance. If so, the effectiveness of the Psychic Headbutt would be significantly diminished. Given the circumstances, without any defensive measures from Psyduck, a direct charge might yield better results. Psyduck, evade. Yang Luo issued his final command, confident that this strike would be decisive. Xiao understood that in such a scenario, evading was impossible. Yet, what could be done? Would this Pokémon battle truly conclude here? The pain from the Steel Pokémon's fierce headbutt caused Psyduck to see stars, its footing faltering as it began to retreat. The Steel Pokémon swung its claws, channeling the last remnants of its electrical energy, and, taking advantage of Psyduck's moment of vulnerability, delivered a crushing blow. Quack! Psyduck's small frame was sent hurtling backward, finally crashing to the ground of the battlefield, motionless, as if it had lost all combat capability. Was this truly the end? What an exhilarating conclusion, the commentator pondered. At this moment, the referee had ascended to a corner of the battlefield, prepared to enter and determine whether Psyduck still retained the ability to battle and to declare the ultimate victor of this Pokémon battle. Would the formidable adversary and his Psyduck finally be defeated? Who had suggested that Yang Luo would concede the match? Did they not understand the concept of a feigned retreat? Xiao had lost. Zhu Yinghao sighed. While this outcome was inevitably sorrowful for Xiao and Psyduck, both contenders had fought valiantly, exerting their utmost effort. Xiao and Psyduck, Yang Luo, and the Steel Pokémon all performed magnificently. Gu Xuan nodded in silent agreement. No one can triumph indefinitely, and Yang Luo truly deserves this victory. Whether through his strategic maneuvers or the final, most reliable impact, The intricacies involved are numerous. A single misstep would have rendered success elusive. At this moment, Xiaomo harbored no regrets. He and Psyduck had exerted their utmost, and it ultimately came down to a single miscalculation. Nevertheless, he sensed an underlying discord. The dust had settled, yet the champion could still be considered one of our own. Zhu Hao was already prepared to extend his congratulations to Yang Luo. By the way, didn't the metal monster just strike Psyduck's head? Almost instantaneously as Xiaomo uttered this phrase, an unexpected scene unfolded on the battlefield that astonished everyone. What? Psyduck hasn't he completely collapsed yet? How is this possible? Mother, someone is cheating. I want to reveal who. How can it still be standing? This defies all reason. This is inconceivable. Everyone rose to their feet. The Rotom camera documented this improbable moment. Psyduck stood tall once more. Not only did Psyduck rise again on the battlefield, but the light in its eyes, once a pale blue, now shone with a vivid purple glow, appearing both eerie and mysterious. I knew it. I had seen it with my own eyes. Upon witnessing Psyduck rise from the battlefield, Gu Shui felt a burst of joy blossom in her heart. She had foreseen this moment. The instant she observed the metal monster strike Psyduck's head, she sensed something extraordinary was about to occur. Psyduck was about to unleash its fury. Incredible. Unbelievable. Psyduck has risen once more. Dear audience, both in the arena and before the screens, behold. Psyduck not only stands again, but its psychic abilities surging forth are even more potent than before. Is this the torrent ability of a water-type Pokémon? Or perhaps some characteristic of a psychic type? The host's exuberant voice masked the referee's awkwardness. The referee had barely set his left foot onto the official battlefield when his right foot was ready to exit. Psyduck had awakened once more. Yang Luo and the metal monster, upon witnessing Psyduck rise again, were left with nothing but astonishment. Why is this happening? Xiaomo chuckled, his joy evident as he beheld Psyduck standing tall again. One cannot strike Psyduck's head. Psyduck, it is our turn. Old Yang, prepare the metal monster. Psyduck's counterattack commences. Xiaomo's words and Psyduck's display caused expressions of alarm to flash across Yang Luo and the metal monster. Although the metal monster bore no discernible expression, it was clear that Psyduck rising once more signified that the battle was far from over. Although Yang Luo was uncertain of what had transpired within Psyduck, his experience led him to deduce that Psyduck's current condition resembled that of a water-type Pokémon activating its Torrent ability or a fire-type Pokémon unleashing its blaze. Such a scenario would herald Psyduck's most formidable assault. With a momentum that builds to a crescendo, the metal monster merely needed to withstand Psyduck's mightiest strike. After that, Psyduck would have no strength left for a follow-up. Metal monster, hold on. Yang Luo felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. The Torrent and Blaze, abilities capable of unleashing incredible forces in moments of crisis, can become the harbingers of miracles at critical junctures. Now, Psyduck, unleash your psychic explosion. Can it create its own miracle? Psychic, water, whirlpool technique, arise. Psyduck, this is our full force strike. Super water flow, great whirlpool. Xiaomo himself was baffled as to how he could call out such a Z-move name without a Z crystal or Z-ring. Regardless, such items did not exist in the current Pokémon world. Xiaomo had thick skin, and that was sufficient. However, the full release of psychic abilities combined with the whirlpool technique seemed entirely reasonable. Opposite Psyduck, the metal monster's situation was far less favorable. It could not evade this move. Had this battle commenced during its peak, the metal monster could have absorbed this attack without significant harm. Yet now, it was in a state of exhaustion. Chapter 91, We Are the Champions. Yang Luo realized that matters were becoming dire when he saw Psyduck employ the super water flow great whirlpool. He sighed deeply as the torrent swept across the battlefield. Akin to a tempestuous downpour in a tornado, the metal monster lay still on the battlefield, eyes tightly shut, surrendering its last vestiges of fighting spirit to the deluge. The referee re-entered the scene, his steps hastened, fearful that the metal monster would rise dramatically like Psyduck had. The fair countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The metal monster is unable to rise. This championship battle, marked by extreme reversals and breathtaking moments, finally reached its conclusion. I hereby declare that the champion of the 29th Annual Inter-High Pokémon Battle 2030 is Xiaomo of Jiangxing 3rd Pokémon High School, with his champion Pokémon, Psyduck. Congratulations to Xiaomo of Jiangxing 1st Pokémon High School. Congratulations to Psyduck. Psyduck, we are the champions. Quack. My head hurts. A week has passed since the Inter-High Championships. The final championship match has been dubbed the battle of the strongest third-year rookie trainers in history. Upon hearing this news, Xiaomo couldn't help but scoff. Truly a slow, light novel style reminiscent of Japan. The names of Xiaomo from Jiangxing 3rd Pokemon High School and Yang Luo from Jiangxing 1st Pokemon High School now resounded throughout the entire Jiangxing High School community. By the way, this year, Jiangxing's best high school remains the 3rd high, as the principal has praised Xiaomo profusely over the past week. However, after a week of cooling down, the fervor surrounding the event has gradually subsided. The Inter-High Championships are, after all, merely a competition among high schools in Jiangxing. And no matter how spectacular, its influence is limited, especially when the primary audience consists of high school students. Of course, this had no bearing on Xiaomo, who was currently engrossed in researching Psyduck. After a week of rest, Psyduck's condition had completely recovered, and it had even honed its abilities and control over psychic powers. However, Psyduck still could not recall the events of that day when its powers erupted due to a headache. There was no memory of it whatsoever. 7 days prior, at the Hengjiang Grand Battle Arena, after a countdown of 10 seconds, amidst the torrents of the whirlpool, the referee confirmed that the metal monster had lost its final combat capability, and the host ultimately announced Xiaomo and Psyduck as the victors. The surge of psychic energy rose rapidly like a tide, but dissipated just as swiftly. One burst of power leads to another's decline, culminating in exhaustion. Devoid of the support of psychic abilities, Psyduck ultimately collapsed onto the battlefield. This Pokemon battle differed significantly from the encounter with the Chishi Bluebird. The clash with Yang Luo's metal monster was devoid of any element of luck, if there was any. It was merely the metal monster's final strike upon Psyduck's head. But could that be considered luck? No. This was Psyduck's strength. An unequivocal display of absolute prowess. The eruption of Psyduck's psychic abilities was followed by a profound emptiness. Sleep, it seems, is the best remedy. Psyduck's slumber became its unique form of meditation, mending the void left by its depleted powers. Having endured such a grueling battle, Psyduck's gains were far from ordinary. Like the martial arts heroes who have successfully traversed the Ren and Du meridians, or the celestial beings who, in the throes of battle, unleash a sudden surge of spiritual energy in moments of dire straits, Psyduck's once delicate azure hue has deepened into a more profound shade of blue, perhaps even tinged with violet. Yet, despite this transformation, Xiaomo's heart is gripped by a twinge of unease. This is not the first instance of Psyduck's explosive outburst, but Xiaomo remains oblivious to the myriad of reasons behind it, save for the knowledge that a blow to the head triggers such a frenzy. The entire Jiang city lacks trainers familiar with Psyduck, rendering Xiaomo unable to seek counsel or share insights. A trainer ought to possess an intimate understanding of their Pokémon, enabling them to devise sound strategies at critical junctures. Relying solely on explosive power is a precarious path. To this end, Xiaomo sought out the principal to obtain a high-definition recording of the championship battle, expediting the footage to the moment of Psyduck's rampage for its viewing. While Psyduck recollected the preceding events with clarity, it was utterly bewildered upon witnessing its own explosive phase, cradling its head in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Who was that creature on the screen? Could it possibly be me? Xiaomo replayed the footage numerous times, and even crafted a montage showcasing Psyduck's Hydro Vortex move. Rebranding it as Super Psychic, 4 Z moves are indeed Z moves. Psy. In any case, whenever Xiaomo referenced the moment of Psyduck's upheaval, the expression on Psyduck's face mirrored the 3 curly tufts atop its head, adorned solely with question marks. How is the nationwide early enrollment plan progressing? Inquired Xiaomo's sister, Xiaoyan. The Nationwide Early Enrollment Initiative is a strategic program wherein various universities target high school students, specifically facilitating early college entrance examinations. Certain novice trainers, like Xiaomo and Yang Luo, exhibit exceptional aptitude at the outset, rendering their continued presence in high school ostensibly futile, particularly since not every city has a program for new trainers. However, this early enrollment process starkly contrasts with the traditional college entrance examination format. Students wishing to participate must register with their homeroom teachers, who then relay the information to the school, which in turn reports to the trainer association. Subsequently, all registered novice trainers congregate for a competition, where esteemed universities select promising candidates. Unlike conventional competitions, performance is secondary to potential. Defeating a fully evolved Pokémon with a first stage 1 holds little merit, akin to a Charizard triumphing over a Charmander. Such victories elicit no interest from universities, even if one emerges as champion. Nonetheless, this remains an unspoken rule. No institution openly states this, and who knows if a university might favor a champion. Typically, these competitions attract the region's rookie champions, for only they seek to break free from high school. Wild beasts are destined to roam alone. Most novice trainers remain in high school, dutifully preparing for their examinations. Xia Yin had participated in this endeavor, yet no university offered her immediate admission. Only the admissions office of Jianghai University assured her. Simply apply to Jianghai University during your college entrance examinations, and we will admit you. After all, each institution possesses a limited quota for early enrollment. And for a novice trainer of Xia Yan's caliber, it would be imprudent to squander a spot, given the presence of more distinguished candidates. A harsh reality, yet it remains so. Chapter 92. True trainers must endure some setbacks. Friday, at Xiao Mo's residence. Senior year is a stage that most students simultaneously cherish and detest. They cherish being a mere step away from university, yet resent the arduousness of their studies. Xiao Mo is no exception. Curse it. If only my phone hadn't been stolen. I wouldn't be in such dire straits. He lamented, glaring at the practice workbook before him. Alas, when one is cornered, they can resort to desperate measures. But mathematics remains an insurmountable challenge. Although Xia Mo later requested academic materials from Gu Shui, the realm of the academic elite is vastly different, and he could comprehend only a fraction of the content. College admissions also hinge on academic performance. Last week, Xia Mo secured the championship in the 8-school league. Yet Siduk sustained severe injuries, preventing him from participating in the subsequent novice initiative, ultimately allowing Yang Luo to claim the reward. Moreover, the 8-school league revealed the strengths and weaknesses of the new trainers to the Jiang City Trainer Association, leading to the surprising proposal by teacher Du Peng to reduce the number of participants in the novice program from 30 to merely 20. These 20 would also be divided into groups, each led by a seasoned trainer from the association, with teacher Du Peng coordinating as the head of the novice program. This restructuring aims to better accommodate everyone's needs. After all, a group of 30 cannot compare to the benefits of small class instruction. After careful consideration, the Trainer Association concurred with teacher Du's suggestion and optimized the composition of the novice program, inviting He Yun to join. The 20-person novice program was divided into 5 groups, with each group comprising 4 members who would self-organize, guided by a teacher every weekend. Rewards were also restructured into team and individual categories, moving away from the previous format where only one individual reaped the benefits while the remaining 29 merely observed. Ultimately, Xia Mo took the lead, forming a quartet with Gu Shui, Yang Luo, and He Yun. Given that Gu Shui and He Yun ranked near the bottom in the novice program, they were ideally suited for Xia Mo and Yang Luo to mentor, achieving a balanced overall strength. Xia Mo now comprehends the significance of the novice program. The lessons from teacher Sidu Qing at school have become entirely irrelevant to him and Siduk, leading him to train independently during Pokémon classes. However, the school possesses only a single sports field, with scant training facilities available, causing Siduk's progress to stagnate. Thus, Xia Mo eagerly anticipates the novice program on Saturday. As for Sunday, Yang Luo had already made arrangements for Xia Mo to visit his home, hoping Siduk could lend a hand. Saturday, in the outskirts of Jiang City, Nanshan Forest. This expanse of woodland has been partially developed into a scenic area, attracting families for picnics. However, this is merely the front half of the scenic area, while the back half remains an untamed forest. Members of the novice program are tasked with completing assignments in this wilderness. Your mission today is to collect the venom left behind by bee drill in the forest. The team that returns the fastest with their collection will be declared the victor. With teacher Du Peng's task introduction concluded, the leading instructors of each team approached the front. Xia Mo's group was led by a kind young woman named Gu Qing, who is reportedly a graduate of Jianghai University and now a seasoned trainer within the Trainer Association. This area is a habitat for a bee drill colony, with approximately 20 bee drills. Your task is to extract the venom from the trees they inhabit. Bee drills sharpen their stingers on the trees, leaving behind grooves where their venom mixes with tree sap to create a new toxin. This venom is a primary component of certain antidotes. Aside from specialized beekeepers, pharmaceutical companies often employ trainers to gather this venom from wild bee drill habitats. Overall, it is considered a fairly common and straightforward task. Straightforward? Xia Mo mused, finding the term utterly misleading. Gu Qing's notion of simplicity likely stems from a perspective informed by professional trainers or those who, albeit not professionally, earn a living as trainers. Even though Siduk and Metagross possess formidable strength, challenging such perennial antagonists as bee drill is no small feat, even for a novice program. Yet, contrary to Xia Mo's apprehensions, the newly inducted He Yun was brimming with enthusiasm. Having just joined the novice program that week, his spirit ignited with battle fervor. utterly oblivious to fear. However, the performances of Gu Shui and Yang Luo brought a sense of relief to Xiaomo. At this moment, Yang Luo was diligently examining the data on B-Drill, while Gu Shui took notes beside him. This made Xiaomo feel that his team was relatively manageable. Gu Qing cleared her throat and stated, "In this mission, I will not interfere with your methods. Your safety is paramount, but do refrain from causing too much trouble." After explaining the precautions, Gu Qing found a spot to rest. She was not only the team leader, but also part of the accompanying personnel. Even though Du Peng intended to train all 20 of them as professional trainers, he could not simply abandon them deep in the forest. After all, if a student from the newcomer program were to suffer an injury during training, he would find it difficult to explain to their parents. As the group ventured into the forest ranger Wang Dahu appeared beside Du Peng. This forest connected with Heshan, so Wang Dahu's presence here was not unexpected. However, it was clear that he was particularly interested in Du Peng and the newcomer program. The ranger was eager to see whether Jiangqing's newcomer program would yield any results. They seemed to be heading into a situation that might lead them to collectively face a setback. With so many B-drills, it would be impossible for just the 20 of them to handle it, especially since they were divided into smaller groups. Yes, they had been quite impressive at school. But true growth is achieved through a balance of success and failure. My training aims to make them understand how much they still have to learn, particularly Xiaomo. This time, he must experience the feeling of setbacks as well, as occasional failures will benefit him. As they traversed the underbrush, Xiaomo turned to the 3 companions trailing behind him and remarked, "According to the map, the B-drill habitat is quite far from us. Based on our previous climbing pace, it will take about 3 hours to reach it. With 9 hours remaining until nightfall, we have ample time to make our journey. Our primary objective now is to conserve our strength and proceed methodically." The other 3 nodded in agreement. Gu Shui and Yang Luo were no strangers to outdoor adventures, and he also had relevant experience. Guided by Xiaomo, the 4 encountered numerous wild Pokémon along the way. Although they were not afraid, the frequency of encounters could lead to fatigue, prompting them to unanimously decide that Yang Luo would take the lead while Xiaomo would bring up the rear. Chapter 93. Your house is quite spacious. Reluctantly agreeing to take up the rear, Xiaomo smiled wryly as he brought Psyduck to the back of the line. Pondering how to extract B-drill's venom. There were approximately 7 or 8 B-drill nests in the forest, each home to over 20 B-drills. Even with their combined efforts, it would be challenging to confront them head-on. Although the B-drills in such areas might not be exceedingly powerful, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. And the wilderness was not a battlefield. B-drills could indeed target trainers like them. After all, they could distinguish between a trainer and an easier target. If only they had a fire-type Pokémon to create a blaze beneath the trees to drive the B-drills away. However, that might be rather unethical, setting fire to someone's home for a bit of venom. I have an idea regarding the B-drill venom. Xiaomo spoke from the back of the group. Go ahead. I can hear you. Yang Luo replied without turning around, urging Xiaomo to continue. Given the overwhelming number of B-drills, a direct confrontation would likely prove futile, and even if we were to win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. We are in the wild, and if our Pokémon are in poor condition, we cannot return. The area we are heading to is considered deep in the forest. Reaching it does not mean the task is complete. We must safely return to our starting point to truly finish the mission. Therefore, we need to devise a way to divert the B-drills and avoid direct combat. Are you suggesting that 2 of us lure away the B-drills while the other 2 collect the venom? Gu Shui inquired. Who would be responsible for luring the B-drills? Even running directly might not suffice. As they can fly, she continued. The 4 paused to consider. Gu Shui glanced at her Snowy for me and shook her head. The Snowy for me was not only slow but also fragile and could not withstand the B-drill's onslaught. Hiyun, on the other hand, seemed eager for the challenge. While the nearby Trico was showing off, completely unaware of the task its trainer was about to assign. Let Xiaomo and me handle it. My Medon can float. I will have it carry Psyduck, and Xiaomo and I will proceed cautiously. We should have enough time, Yang Luo suggested. Xiaomo nodded in agreement, thinking that having Medon carry Psyduck would perfectly address the latter's sluggishness. However, he wondered if Medon could actually manage to carry Psyduck. Observing Psyduck's rotund belly, Xiaomo concluded that a test run was necessary. As Psyduck perched atop Metang's head, the latter's floating body sank momentarily before stabilizing. It works. Psyduck could use a diet. Gu Shui chuckled at the sight. Quack, quack. Psyduck's face turned a shade of crimson. Ha ha ha, come down, Psyduck. Let's head off to meet the B-drills. Xiaomo waved his hand, only to be stopped by a wild rockruff blocking their path. Can't I just enjoy my moment of bravado? At 4:30 in the afternoon, at the Rangers' defense line in Nanshan Forest, Du Peng, observing the performance of the group through drone footage, suddenly widened his eyes. He then heard the voice from the walkie-talkie on his chest reporting that Xiaomo's team had successfully collected the venom. This was a report from Guqing. In truth, Du Peng had witnessed the entire process of Xiaomo's team extracting the venom. Medong carried Psyduck as they soared through the air, Psyduck using Confusion, Water Gun, and Aqua Jet in rapid succession, leaving the Beedrills with no chance to retaliate. Meanwhile, Wang Dahe chuckled heartily. Old Du, you've underestimated them this time. Who would have thought they would complete such a challenging task so effortlessly? Now, rather than realizing their limitations, they might just feel even more inflated. Du Peng shook his head with a smile. He had indeed underestimated this cohort of rookie trainers, who turned out to be quite capable. Let them fail. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, he remarked. He couldn't believe that Xiaomo would continue to create miracles. Such blunders were unlikely to repeat themselves. That evening, the members of the newcomer program returned to Jiangcheng, and unsurprisingly, Xiaomo and his companions secured first place, receiving a bounty of supplies and the coveted fortune fruit. This particular fruit was becoming increasingly scarce, especially in Jiangcheng. After all, only rookie trainers would require it, and currently, it was fair to say that over half of Jiangcheng's rookie trainers were preparing to cultivate a psychic-type Pokémon. Given that the champions and runners-up of the 8-school league were both psychic types, the third-year trainers were fine. They already had beginner Pokémon. However, first and second-year students who had yet to acquire their own Pokémon were fervently passionate about psychic types, leading to a dismal availability of such resources in Jiangcheng. It was rumored that the Hayano Group's fortune fruits were already booked until next year. See you tomorrow, Xiaomo, don't forget, Yang Luo said before departing. Rest assured. I will be punctual, Xiaomo replied. Punctual for what? Gu Shui asked curiously. To his house, Xiaomo answered. Why so quiet? After waiting for a moment without a response from Gu Shui, Xiaomo turned around to find her wearing a peculiar expression. What are you thinking about? Serious matters? Xiaomo asked, his expression darkening. Yes, serious matters. I know, Gu Shui nodded seriously. Deciding to ignore her, Xiaomo headed home. See you on Monday, he called back. See you on Monday. On Sunday, Xiaomo arrived at Yang Luo's house as promised. Is this the Pokemon egg of Bagon? Yang Luo, your second Pokemon partner? Xiaomo marveled as he circled a high-tech cylindrical hatching device, peering through the cool glass at the Pokemon egg nestled inside. Though the hatching device simulated a small snowy and flowing environment, the temperature surrounding the Bagon egg remained around 36 degrees Celsius. Although novice trainers are generally prohibited from possessing a second Pokemon, the capturing of Pokemon often hinges on fate. Many newcomers, upon encountering a suitable second Pokemon, keep it close by, merely awaiting the passage of a year to officially capture it. However, this practice is primarily adopted by the affluent with leisure time. The majority of novice trainers are still in the process of harmonizing with their initial Pokemon. Here, in a private villa on the outskirts of Jiang City, Yang Luo resides. Despite being termed a villa, it is essentially indistinguishable from a private estate. Xiaomo had anticipated a brief meeting with Yang Luo. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to be invited to this opulent estate, which is conveniently located near the seaside. In a word, extravagant. Yang Luo smiled and nodded, saying, In fact, my family has suggested that I raise a Dratini, but I find the sheer number of people who adore Dratini rather uninteresting. Chapter 94, The Great Detective. Yang Luo's private estate. Considering the magnetic levitation capabilities of Medong, I believe that a water-type Pokemon would be quite advantageous. Moreover, Pachima's final evolution, Empoleon, possesses the steel-type attribute that I particularly favor. The magnetic levitation characteristic allows it to evade certain ground-type attacks. The water-type Pachima can compensate for Medong's vulnerabilities against fire-type Pokemon. Indeed, dragon-type Pokemon like Dratini would be quite compatible with steel-type teammates such as Beldum. The three weaknesses typically faced by dragon types, Ice, Fairy, and other dragon types, can be impeccably countered by the steel-type attribute of Medong. Nevertheless, Yang Luo is more inclined towards Pachima, which can evolve into the water and steel-type Empoleon. Pachima, the true choice of the affluent. Xiaomo jested, noting its polite inquiry for payment in poke dollars. By the way, Yang Luo, where's your Medong? Xiaomo observed that Yang Luo's Medong was absent from the gathering. It's practicing tackle and confusion in the adjacent training area. The soundproofing of the training grounds is quite effective. So it's not surprising that we haven't heard anything. Unfortunately, my training area for confusion lacks the efficacy of the psychic training hall, Yang Luo lamented. Xiaomo quipped, this is rather ostentatious, isn't it? Changing the subject, he asked, by the way, old Yang, is there currently any technology available for discrete mobile phone tracking? Well, there is, But what do you intend to do with it? Yang Luo inquired. I need to capture a rogue Pokémon. Upon learning the details from Xiaomo, Yang Luo's expression turned peculiar, yet he displayed considerable interest. It stole cookies and a mobile phone? Unnoticed? Wait, Psyduck knows about this, yet did not alert you. Is it a prank by a ghost-type Pokémon? Or perhaps some wild Pokémon skilled in thievery? In any case, I'm quite intrigued by that Pokémon. I recall that in the Crane Mountain Water Forest, there are long-tail Pokémon. Could it be responsible? Yang Luo queried as he opened his laptop. Xiaomo shook his head. I'm not certain. After all, that area was once a secret realm, so any Pokémon could be present. Yang Luo nodded, then took Xiaomo's phone and connected it to his computer. Just a moment. It will be ready shortly. By the way, didn't Ti invite you here to assist me? Why has it turned into me assisting you? Yang Luo chuckled. Given our relationship, by the way, what did you want me to help with? Xiaomo asked. Come and see. Yang Luo led Xiaomo to a small yet technologically advanced room, featuring a pillar resembling an incubator for Pachima eggs, topped with a stone. Is this a fossil? Xiaomo inquired curiously. Where did it come from? Yang Luo shook his head. It's not a fossil, it's a meteorite. ISNT meteorites supposed to be sent to the observatory? Xiaomo observed, feeling that the room seemed ill-suited for such a purpose. This meteorite was initially quite large and was discovered by workers in my family's mine, but 2 pieces fell. One small piece is here, and a larger piece is at the Research Institute. By the way, why ISNT it at the observatory? Yang Luo explained the meteorite's origins. Xiaomo hesitated, realizing he had only seen meteorites in the observatory, assuming they were always sent there. So how can I assist? I'm not knowledgeable about meteorite research. He shifted the topic. The structure of this meteorite is unusual, and traditional instruments seem ineffective. Therefore, I'm considering trying the abilities of Pokémon, Yang Luo stated. He had already studied the meteorite and concluded that it bore similarities to typical meteorites, yet he felt there was something unique about it. Perhaps something that could be uncovered through the abilities of Pokémon. Can Pokémon achieve what high technology cannot? Quack, quack. Upon hearing the trainer mention him, Psyduck immediately awoke from his slumber. The lethargic Psyduck suddenly became alert. Furrowing his brow, it seemed as if someone was calling for him. Psyduck, use your psychic powers to probe the meteorite, Xiaomo instructed. Ka. Psyduck's blue psychic energy enveloped the meteorite, yet nothing occurred. Is it ineffective? It appears to be a rather ordinary meteorite, Yang Luo remarked, slightly disappointed but not surprised, as Medong also possessed psychic abilities, which he had already tested. Ka. Just as Xiaomo was about to call Psyduck back, the Pokémon suddenly gestured towards its heart. What do you mean by that, Psyduck? Yang Luo's eyes brightened as he suddenly asked. Ka. Psyduck's call left Yang Luo bewildered, compelling him to glance at the Pokémon's trainer. Xiaomo nodded in understanding. While he did not comprehend Pokémon language, as Psyduck's trainer, he recognized its body language. Psyduck is saying that this meteorite is alive. Xiaomo concluded, gazing at the meteorite. Alive? An extraterrestrial object? Or perhaps an alien Pokémon? Yang Luo pondered. Psyduck was uncertain. It could only sense a heartbeat emanating from the meteorite. Xiaomo shook his head. A heartbeat? I understand now. Thank you for your assistance, Psyduck. Yang Luo nodded appreciatively. After assisting Yang Luo with his endeavor, Xiaomo and his companions exited the laboratory. By this time, Xiaomo's phone had been successfully equipped with tracking technology. After enjoying a meal at Yang Luo's residence, night had already fallen. Besides probing the meteorite, Xiaomo had also made use of Yang Luo's private training facility, which, despite being slightly smaller than the psychic training hall at Jianghai University, felt remarkably similar in all other respects. In addition to acquiring a specially treated phone, Xiaomo also obtained a wristwatch locator. The watch could accurately display time and pinpoint the location of a chip within a 2-kilometer radius, even in areas lacking internet connectivity. With Psyduck by his side, utilizing its psychic abilities, he could promptly apprehend the criminal Pokémon. If the rogue Pokémon proved to be sufficiently strong to escape Psyduck's psychic grasp, as long as it snatched Xiaomo's carefully prepared phone, he could track it down with the locator. Tracking. Locating. Perhaps he could even dismantle the criminal Pokémon's hideout. The mere thought thrilled Xiaomo, especially with the upcoming National Day holiday, allowing him to spend an entire week in the Crane Mountain Water Forest, hoping for favorable weather without a spate of rainy days. Let us avoid secret realms as well. I'm about to become the great detective Xiaomo. Chapter 95, Return to Crane Mountain. The time for learning always slips away swiftly, and soon it was October. The rookie training program had proceeded as usual over the past 2 weeks, with Xiaomo's team earning team rewards twice, accumulating enough supplies for a year. Most importantly, he had acquired a move learning machine. one that he was quite familiar with, Rage. In the game, this move is described as a full-force attack fueled by dissatisfaction. With greater power, the lower the affection between the trainer and the Pokémon. However, in reality, it evidently represents a manipulation of emotional energy. Xiaomo's familiarity with the area stemmed from his first outdoor training session, during which they encountered a heatstroke afflicted Bonesley and subsequently a misunderstanding with a Trevenant. The Trevenant unleashed its wrath through a technique known as Rage, which is essentially the manipulation of anger energy. When discussing anger energy, the first thoughts that come to mind are undoubtedly the Rage technique and the state of anger itself, both of which represent a positive enhancement of strength. The personal reward from the last newcomer program was, in fact, the learning device for the Rage technique. And Xiaomo intended to seize the upcoming National Day holiday to teach his Psyduck this skill. To this end, he planned to find a suitable location for specialized training. And He Mountain Water Forest emerged as an excellent choice, as it would allow for both training and the apprehension of rogue Pokémon. He planned to stay for a week, bringing along ample food supplies, though he secretly acknowledged that they might not suffice. Had he not been ensnared by a secret realm, he would have had to return early due to food shortages. He resolved to walk several extra kilometers daily, opting to dine at the employee cafeteria within the scenic area. He Mountain Water Forest is renowned for its red-crowned cranes, and although a secret realm had appeared in the hinterlands a few months prior, it was unlikely to manifest again soon, ensuring Xiaomo's safety. Moreover, his father was confident in his son's ability to emerge unscathed from such realms. Xiaomo, my dear son, it's been nearly 3 or 4 years since we last met, and you've grown so tall, exclaimed Uncle Fong, a longtime friend of Xiaomo's father. Happy National Day. Xiaomo's father drove him to He Mountain Water Forest on the first day of the holiday, where they sought out the chairman's office. Upon learning of Xiaomo's visit, his father expressed his approval, reassured by the fact that a secret realm had recently appeared but was not expected to do so again in the near future. Furthermore, Xiaomo had a track record of returning safely from such realms, which eased his father's mind significantly. Xiaomo, you truly are an accomplished young man. I've heard you're the champion of the Shanghai Kingler Cup. You are destined to become a professional trainer, Uncle Fong remarked with a smile. As Xiaomo's father's university classmate and the current chairman of the He Mountain Scenic Area, Uncle Fong had taken special leave to be present. Thank you for your kind words, Uncle Fong. Xiaomo replied politely. With the connection his father had, Xiaomo felt reassured that Uncle Fong would look after him during his stay. Old friend, I entrust my son Xiaomo to your care during this time, Xiaomo's father said with a smile. Uncle Fong waved his hands in dismissal. No trouble at all. We are thrilled to have such an outstanding novice trainer with us. Rest assured, our cafeteria serves excellent meals. We will ensure your son is well fed. Xiaomo's father chuckled. That's great. I must return to work now, son. Be sure to call me when you're finished, and I'll come to fetch you. Sure. Under Uncle Fong's guidance, Xiaomo followed a staff member around the scenic area, primarily exploring the hinterlands, which had become less accessible due to the presence of the secret realm that had necessitated the establishment of a protective ranger line. However, there were advantages to this situation. For instance, what was once a single waterfall in the back mountains had transformed into 3 distinct cascades, upstream, midstream, and downstream, due to the secret realm's influence. Xiaomo had previously camped by the upstream waterfall, but that area was now off limits due to the ranger line, compelling him to set up camp by the midstream waterfall, which was adjacent to the protective barrier. Fortunately, Pokémon were not bound by such restrictions, and he hoped the rogue Pokémon would appear. If not, he would still utilize the time to train Psyduck in the Rage technique, ensuring that the effort would not be in vain. His primary task was to become acquainted with the route from the employee cafeteria to the waterfall training site. This area is generally deserted, but if anyone does come, it's likely to be other novice trainers here for specialized training, explained the staff member. At this moment, Xiaomo, burdened with a large backpack, nodded appreciatively at the seemingly ethereal waterfall view before him. Once the staff member helped him set up his tent, they departed, leaving Xiaomo alone beside the grand waterfall. This scene echoed his first visit to He Mountain Water Forest, yet the difference now was that Psyduck had significantly strengthened. The training focus was no longer on telekinesis and basic attributes. Xiaomo raised his arm to shield his eyes from the glaring sun, which had become quite intense. The midstream waterfall, approximately 15 meters high and around 10 meters wide, cascaded with robust and steady flow, creating a clear pool below, teeming with numerous water-type Pokémon, predominantly Kingler. How beautiful! Xiaomo marveled. Come out, Psyduck. Take a look at this place. Psyduck. It seemed the exceptionally pleasant natural environment stirred Psyduck from its slumber. Slowly opening its eyes, it gazed in awe at the waterfall, its beak agape in astonishment. What a lovely place, Duck. The air is so refreshing, Psyduck exclaimed, scampering over to the nearby stream, where it gazed at its reflection in the crystal-clear water. Without hesitation, it crouched down and, with a rapid intake, gulped down the refreshing liquid. Delicious water, Duck. Psyduck, this isn't your first visit here. Xiaomo sighed, bemused by Psyduck's antics. Yet he couldn't claim superiority. He too had begun to embrace nature, recognizing that while urban life was comfortable, it lacked such experiences. After savoring the moment in nature, Xiaomo decided to explore the area further, as he had yet to properly tour the scenic area. His previous visits had solely focused on the hinterlands. Since he was already there, he figured it would be a perfect opportunity to wander around the scenic area on the first day of his specialized training, hoping for a stroke of luck that might reveal something intriguing. Chapter 96. The competitive spirit among Pokémon. Xiaomo's primary objective for visiting was to train Psyduck in the rage technique, while the search for the mischievous Pokémon that had stolen his phone was a mere side quest. He placed his phone in his pants pocket, only halfway zipping the zipper, allowing a subtle glimpse of the device to be seen through the opening as he walked. However, from a normal person's perspective, unless one were to fixate on Xiaomo's pocket for an extended period, it would be challenging to discern its contents. Let's see if I've overlooked anything, Xiaomo mused, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the corner of the tent where he had just organized Psyduck's snacks. He casually tucked 2 bags into his camping backpack. He needed to feign a tourist's presence. Of course, no one would carry a backpack devoid of snacks. I believe I've accounted for everything. Rising, Xiaomo prepared to exit the camping tent. Psyduck. Psyduck suddenly appeared. As Xiaomo pulled back the tent flap, he was greeted by the sight of Psyduck, who was curiously peeking inside, seemingly intent on spying on what Xiaomo was doing. What are you doing in there, Duck? Sneaking around? Are you up to no good behind my back? Xiaomo chuckled, gently ruffling Psyduck's head and stroking its 3 tufts of black hair. Psyduck, let's go out and explore. We can see the beautiful scenery of the scenic area. Quack. Psyduck responded joyfully, wagging its tiny tail. Oh, by the way, Psyduck, I've heard there are some wild Pokémon in the scenic area that enjoy snatching snacks from tourists, so we mustn't let them steal our goodies. Psyduck. Upon hearing the words of trainer Xiaomo, Psyduck's demeanor instantly transformed into one of seriousness, its gaze piercing and intent. Psyduck vowed to safeguard the snacks. Without the consent of Psyduck, no one, not even the wildest Pokémon, was permitted to seize the trainer's possessions or its own treats. Should Psyduck catch anyone attempting such a theft, they might as well brace themselves for divine retribution. Psyduck patted its chest with its tiny paws, assuring the trainer that they could rest easy, for Psyduck would handle it. Xiaomo looked at the confidently resolute Psyduck with a furrowed brow. Had it managed to capture that criminal Pokémon last time, it would have spared him the torment of cultural classes. October in the He Mountain Water Forest is, without a doubt, the most splendid time of the year, and with the National Day holiday, the influx of visitors surged dramatically. As Xiaomo and Psyduck emerged from the back mountain, they could see the throngs of people bustling about in the scenic area from afar. Amidst the crowd, numerous Pokémon accompanied the tourists. Charmeleon, let us maintain a safe distance from the other pedestrians. Be careful not to scorch them with the flames on your tail. Kana, Paras, do you see that? That's the magnificent waterfall. Wow. Pala Pala. Hey, Budu, you mustn't squeeze through the railing. It's dangerous. Z. Huh. Budu. It seems there are your kind down on the hillside. Wow. And there are some Budu flowers too. I see them. In the scenic area of He Mountain, wild Pokémon were already abundant, and the influence of the secret realm had led to a considerable increase in their numbers. Here, one could also witness the largest downstream waterfall in the entire region. The silvery water cascaded down from the cliffs above the riverbed, creating a mist that danced in the sunlight. From a distance, the enveloping mist resembled thin clouds, evoking a sense of otherworldliness. In a flatter section of terrain where the water flowed gently, numerous larger wild Pokémon gathered along both banks, including Nidoking and Nidoqueen, alongside smaller Nidorino, Nidorina, and Nidoran. The bustling groups of Doduo, Dodrio, and Tauros galloped majestically, harmonizing beautifully with the grandeur of the waterfall. Quack! Psyduck trailed closely behind its trainer Xiaomo. For such a diminutive Pokémon, seeing the distant scenery amidst the crowd necessitated either squeezing into a spot with a clearer view or relying on Xiaomo to lift it high. Quack, quack! Psyduck tugged at Xiaomo's fingers, extending its tiny paw to indicate a Pokémon perched on a trainer's shoulder, gazing out at the far-off scenery. Psyduck wished to stand high as well. However, Psyduck, perhaps it's time for you to shed a few pounds, Xiaomo mused. Feeling the strain in his arm from holding Psyduck aloft for a while, he ultimately placed it on his shoulder, allowing it to enjoy a better view like the other small Pokémon. Who says small Pokémon lack a competitive spirit? Not far from Xiao stood an adult trainer accompanied by a hefty Onix, whose wandering gaze exchanged glances with Psyduck, evidently triggered by Psyduck's perch on its trainer's shoulder. The Onix poked its robust finger at the trainer's arm, gesturing toward Psyduck, its eyes sparkling with the eager anticipation reminiscent of its earlier days as a Geodude. The adult trainer glanced back at Xiao and Psyduck, observing Psyduck waving its tiny paw in greeting, then turned to look at his own hefty Onix. Weighing over 100 kilograms. His face paled. He nearly stumbled, wiping the sweat from his brow. He had managed to lift it when it was still a Geodude. But now it was an Onix. Who could withstand the whims of such a massive Pokémon when it decided to act spoiled? Quack! Psyduck, cradling its head, cast a peculiar expression towards Onix. Onix felt as if it had been mocked. However, the adult trainer lacked the strength to lift it. It was simply beyond his capabilities. Yet, as long as one's spirit remained unyielding, there were always ways to overcome difficulties. As Psyduck perched on Xiaomo's shoulder, it seemed to notice something floating nearby, resembling a stone. Quack! Psyduck exclaimed, while Xiaomo observed with intrigue. Suddenly, a Machoke effortlessly lifted Onix high into the air, reaching nearly the same height as Psyduck. Xiaomo recognized this Machoke as a Pokémon from the scenic area, tasked with transporting heavy items. Onix proudly showcased its rocky muscles before Psyduck, its voice gruff and triumphant. A beaming expression plastered on its face, as if to say, "This is the power of my training." Who doesn't he have a Pokémon they dote on? Onix seemed to question, is this the nature of competition among Pokémon? Chapter 97, A Team Effort? Xiaomo did not linger in one location for too long, opting instead to meander, instinctively checking his pockets each time. The zipper was intact, and his phone remained inside. Nothing appeared amiss. Perhaps the sheer number of tourists made it difficult for anyone to make a move, or that rogue Pokémon had already departed, stealing his belongings as a mere afterthought. Xiaomo pondered. If it was indeed just a casual act, then his countermeasures would be futile, and his study materials might be lost forever. However, he could not afford to be careless. What if it happened again? He silently admonished himself. Often, what is seen on the surface may not reflect the true reality. Perhaps merely a facade presented by others. In any case, with Psyduck at his left and a tracking chip in his right hand, Xiaomo was prepared, patiently waiting for the proverbial fish to bite. He sought a shaded spot to rest for a while, sharing snacks with Psyduck, who had grown somewhat fatigued and hungry from their prolonged walk. As soon as Xiaomo unzipped his camping backpack, he heard the rustling of leaves nearby. A gentle breeze was blowing. So what could be causing such a commotion? Xiaomo's instincts heightened, suspecting that it could be the work of a thieving Pokémon. Indeed, were they coming for him? Xiaomo's eyes narrowed. He pretended as though nothing had happened, calmly retrieving a pack of red velvet cake, a treat favored by both him and Psyduck. Quack! Upon hearing the sound of the snack's packaging, Psyduck promptly settled obediently by Xiaomo's side. This was a snack Psyduck had personally chosen. Just as Xiaomo prepared to tear open the package, a Pidgey swooped down from the branches above. Its gaze fixated on the treat in Xiaomo's hand, resembling a wild Pokémon begging for food. Quack! Psyduck tilted its head. Do you want some too? I can share a piece with you. However, in the next instant, a purple-skinned Aipom flipped down from the treetop, its cheeky grin and distinctive cream-colored tail unmistakably identifying it as a wild, long-tailed Aipom. Eek! Eek! Before long, two more Aipoms emerged from the thicket behind Xiaomo, accompanied by a wild Mankey and a wild Budew. Quack! Psyduck suddenly seemed to realize something. This was a robbery in the making. Xiaomo noticed the approach of these small Pokémon, but something felt slightly off. A coordinated effort? This was unusual. Just as Xiaomo prepared to distribute pieces of cake to the Aipom and Pidgey above, Psyduck's eyes suddenly glimmered with psychic energy. These wild Pokémon had some unscrupulous intentions. A slender vine stealthily snaked around Xiaomo's back, quietly advancing from the side, and unbeknownst to him, it had stealthily unzipped his pocket. Quack! Psyduck furrowed its brow, and under the influence of a soft azure psychic power, it apprehended its target on the spot. With a hiss and a bang, the pupils of the Budew trembled in shock, as its tendrils sought to execute the next step, entangling the mobile phone in the trainer's pocket. It was suddenly struck by the realization that its own tendrils were beginning to slip out of its control. The slender, taut vines appeared to be enveloped in a layer of blue luminescence, and this unexpected surge of psychic energy swiftly began to spread toward Budew. Oh no! Discovered. This Psyduck had a serious problem. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, Budew immediately made a decisive choice. It swiftly severed the delicate, light green energy coalescing on its tendrils, which had once been vibrant and capable of further extension, causing the new green shoots to gradually lose their luster. At this moment, Buta's mind was consumed by 4 words: collapse, retreat, sell, escape. A piercing scream erupted from Buta's mouth. The 2 long-tailed tails that had been playfully begging for treats not far in front of Xiaomo, waving their short purple forelimbs with gleeful expressions, instantly vanished. Abandoning even the red velvet cake Xiaomo had just offered, darting off in opposite directions. The wild winggull that had initially descended from the treetops also panicked, flapping aimlessly with a blank mind, its wings flailing in different directions, ultimately scurrying away like a frightened chicken. However, Psyduck paid no heed to the fleeing long-tailed tails or the seemingly innocent winggull. With a gaze concentrated on the trainer Xiaomo, it locked onto the miscreant Butu and the wild Mankey beside it. Psyduck stretched its small claws forward, declaring, "You, Mankey, and you, there shall be no escape." As Butu was apprehended by Psyduck's psychic powers, Mankey was left momentarily dumbfounded. Their original plan had relied on the winggull perched atop the treetops to capture Xiaomo's attention first. Subsequently, the other 2 long-tailed tails would distract Xiaomo with their innocent antics, all the while Butu would stealthily approach the trainer's pocket with its tendrils, successfully pilfering the mobile phone. If all went smoothly, unnoticed, they would simply continue their charade, allowing the long-tailed tails to perform acrobatics to further divert Xiaomo, thus enabling a clean getaway. Should they be discovered, Mankey, positioned beside Butu, would take advantage of Psyduck's apparent lack of intelligence and strike while it was distracted, making a hasty escape. Yet, what Mankey had never anticipated was that this seemingly foolish Psyduck would suddenly unleash its psychic abilities. Mankey was left utterly bewildered. The plan had never accounted for this yellow-feathered duck wielding psychic powers. Fighting types against psychic abilities? How absurd. Mankey attempted to break free from the psychic grip, but in the face of an enraged Psyduck, all efforts were futile. Chapter 98, right beside you. Upon witnessing Mankey being subdued by Psyduck, the long-tailed tails perched in the trees lost their composure. Seeing the blue psychic energy coalescing around Psyduck, they had initially intended to make a discreet escape. However, Butu and Mankey's frantic cries for help not only revealed their location, but also exposed their identities. Psyduck instantly raised its head, its blue eyes locking onto the long-tailed tails. The long-tailed tails thought, "Isn't this just a pure case of a pig teammate?" Immediately, they transformed into comical purple monkeys, performing a silent clown act atop the treetops. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Oh, nothing. Just wandering about." Xiaomo stood below, amused by this whimsical performance of the long-tailed tails. And if not for the phone in his pocket, he might have considered rewarding this hilariously talented creature with a phone of its own. Just as the comical act reached its peak, the long-tailed tail suddenly darted off into the woods, not looking back. Teammates? What teammates? Aren't teammates merely there to be sold? Moreover, Butu and Mankey had betrayed it first, spotting the long-tailed tail making its escape. Psyduck refocused its attention on Butu and Mankey. At this point, the tendrils that Butu had severed had become Psyduck's own, utilizing its psychic powers to tightly bind Butu and Mankey. Even if bystanders glanced over, it would appear as if Butu had ensnared Mankey, who, unwilling to yield, was pulling against Butu's tendrils. Clearly, it was merely 2 wild Pokémon entangled in their own mischief. What did Psyduck have to do with this? Psyduck was not one to employ such fine techniques. "Psyduck, that should suffice. They are certainly not the true culprits behind my stolen phone. Wouldn't you agree, Psyduck?" Xiaomo remarked to Psyduck. Psyduck, feeling somewhat embarrassed, thought that had it not been for its initial failure to awaken Xiaomo, they wouldn't even be in this predicament. Xiaomo smiled and handed the remaining cake to Psyduck, saying, "But still, it's thanks to you. This is a reward for your efforts." Psyduck gazed at the cake, its face lighting up with joy, then opened its beak wide. Delicious. The arrival of these Pokémon made Xiaomo realize that the true criminal might be operating in a team, and the mastermind had yet to appear. These little creatures were merely puppets under its control. Butu and Mankey thrived in the lush environment of the Hashan water forest, abundant with sunlight and water. Their presence was the most effective means of lowering Xiaomo's guard. If they had not succeeded in their scheme, their overseer would undoubtedly be on high alert. Xiaomo felt a headache coming on. Why had this Pokémon chosen to target him? Yet, it must be said, their tactics were indeed impressive. Had he not had Psyduck by his side, Butu's ploy of thievery using its tendrils might have truly succeeded. This thieving gang was organized, premeditated, and skillful. It was nearly impossible to guard against. "Psyduck, that will be enough. You may release them now." Quack. Psyduck paused, perplexed. Shouldn't they be apprehended and handed over to the Officer Jenny of the Pokemon Police? Xiaomo shook his head with a smile. These Pokemon are merely scouts. There's no need to hold a grudge against them. Quack. Psyduck tilted its head, pondering. Mewtwo and Mankey faced each other, hands clasped, legs intertwined, resembling good friends. Bound together by Psyduck's tendrils, forced to escape sideways like crabs. They couldn't even part ways. Friends walked together for a lifetime. Xiaomo stood up, narrowing his eyes with determination. He surveyed the surroundings. The sound of the waterfall remained loud and vibrant. The wind in the scenic area was still bustling. The laughter of tourists echoed, and the exclamations of little Pokemon admiring the scenery continued in waves. Where might you be hiding, watching me? Xiaomo departed from this place, accompanied by his Psyduck. At the pinnacle of a tree, once graced by the antics of a mime like Apom, a pair of sinister, grinning eyes emerged from the shadows as a gentle breeze wafted through. The wind intensified, and from the treetop, a wisp of violet smoke, akin to flickering flames, was exhaled. He. It was there, right beside Xiaomo. Yet, in the next moment, the mischievous grin of the shadowy sprite morphed into something strange and audacious. Before it promptly bowed its head and vanished from sight. Psyduck, what's the matter? It croaked. Psyduck turned back, scratching its head in confusion. As a flock of Pidgey descended from the sky, preparing to rest on the nearby treetop, disrupting Psyduck's thoughts and gaze. It's just a horde of Pidgey. But still, it felt somewhat peculiar indeed. Upon returning to the tent, the first order of business was to inspect the campsite. The entrance flap was tightly closed, and the zipper's clasp remained intact. The energy cubes and supplies hidden beneath the blanket showed no signs of disturbance. Xiaomo let out a slight sigh of relief. The waters of this waterfall flowed rather tumultuously, posing a risk of being swept away if one attempted to drink from the shore. Hence the number of wild sprites was scant. There was little cause for concern regarding theft. As for whether that mischievous sprite had followed him here, unless it were a ghost type, it would be difficult to conceal itself in the presence of Psyduck. In a secluded area of Crane Mountain, a dimly lit cave. Sizzle. Hoo-ha. Ababa. An Apom, having freed a Mewtwo and a Mankey from their bindings, found itself jumping in place in frustration as they engaged in a scuffle with another Apom. It was that very Apom which had not only ignored their plight, but had also performed a comical pantomime in front of the human trainer and Psyduck. A low, chilling snort sent shivers through them, prompting the Mewtwo and Mankey, entangled with the Apom, to clumsily rise from the ground. Stand straight. Jengar glided slowly past them, pausing only briefly at the cave entrance to cast a cold, disdainful glance at the wild sprites behind. Hacha! What raucous behavior is this? The three Apoms, along with one Mewtwo and one Mankey, all lowered their heads, trembling in fear. The initial Pidgey did not belong to this group. Sizzle. No other business here. We can leave. However, these 5 sprites dared not move an inch. Chapter 99, Jengar. Inside the cave, Jengar observed the wild sprites. Hacha! Jengar, scram quickly. With that, the 5 wild sprites felt as if a great weight had been lifted and hurriedly departed. Before leaving, Mewtwo and Mankey shot a glare at the Apom. The chastised Apom retaliated with a defiant glare of its own. He. Jengar glided through the narrow cave path, deep in thought while emitting a sinister chuckle. The echoes within the cave added an eerie ambience. The trainer, from whom it had stolen a phone weeks prior, had indeed returned. Not only that, but this time with a plan in hand. That once clumsy Psyduck had unexpectedly mastered psychic abilities. One had to wonder why Psyduck had not intervened during the last phone theft. Was it merely too lazy to rise? Jengar had indeed guessed correctly. Although Psyduck sensed the sprite, it was in a deep slumber, and ghost-type sprites excelled at concealment, posing no threat to Xiaomo. Hence Psyduck dismissed it as a dream. Jengar arrived at a fork deep within the cave. Familiar with the way, it drifted into the right passage. No one knew where these 3 paths led, except for Jengar itself. He. At the end of the right passage lay a secret storage room. Here, Jengar kept a portion of its plunder. Among the treasures, a phone was prominently displayed. On the screen was a selfie of Xiaomo, accompanied by Psyduck. Nearby was a selfie that even Jengar considered quite dashing. No wonder Jengar had recognized Xiaomo amidst the crowd. However, Jengar pondered, how could someone so youthful and with such a bright, innocent smile possess such cunning? It was indeed quite despicable for one individual to harbor so many ulterior motives. Thankfully, Jengar was a step ahead. It had noticed Xiaomo's pocket half exposed, leading to a vague sense of unease. Having stolen a phone previously, it was curious why this one was left so conspicuously placed. Perhaps after a couple of days of wandering, a thief in the vicinity would snatch it away. Alas, the cave had no internet access. Otherwise, Jengar could have played with the phone to catch up on shows. Jengar made it clear it never stole particularly valuable items. Even Xiaomo's phone, purchased years ago, was somewhat battered, likely worth only a few hundred yuan if sent to a recycling program. Xiaomo had intended to upgrade his phone for university, hence had settled for this one, never anticipating it would be stolen. Yet the storage room housed more than just Xiaomo's phone. The other phones were neither pilfered by Jengar nor directed to be stolen by other sprites. They were merely dropped by careless tourists during their excursions. In the months that followed, many similar incidents had occurred. Jengar felt a twinge of sympathy for the shattered screens. How could one possibly binge-watch on such devices? I digress. Ultimately, upon encountering the familiar Xiaomo again, Jengar felt a surge of delight. It had a fondness for tenacious youth. Yet, there was also a simmering anger. To devise such a shoddy trap to ensnare Jengar? Who did they think they were, underestimating Jengar? Nevertheless, Jengar found life to be gradually becoming more amusing. That said, there was something peculiar about this young man named Xiaomo. What exactly was odd remained elusive to Jengar, as the sensation was too fleeting, distinct from any other human tourists in the vicinity, which left a profound impression on Jengar and spurred mischievous thoughts. Why, among the 30 who ascended the mountain, did Jengar choose to play tricks specifically on Xiaomo? The first prank had been executed with ease, almost seamlessly completing the theft. As for the second, now that Jengar had seen through Xiaomo's little traps, it would settle for a minor victory. He 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 he. Once again, the cave echoed with Jengar's increasingly audacious laughter. Achoo! Xiaomo, seated at the entrance of the camping tent, involuntarily sneezed. Psyduck hurried over, embracing Xiaomo's shoulders with open arms. Freshly emerged from the icy stream, Psyduck was still damp. Achoo! Xiaomo couldn't help but shiver and sneeze again. A double whammy. On the first night at Crane Mountain, Xiaomo felt quite at ease, as his wilderness experience was extensive. He kindled a campfire and roasted some instant chicken legs. Moonlight cascaded over the waterfall, casting a silvery glow. The splashes in the air resembled a cascade of shooting stars, sparkling momentarily before vanishing from sight. Xiaomo couldn't help but recall the term meteor waterfall. Tomorrow, he intended to train his anger, aiming to grasp it within a week, and then participate in the national pre-admission plan. Which university should he choose? With such anticipation, Xiaomo drifted into slumber. In the dead of night, as Psyduck awoke from a delightful slumber, it utilized its faint psychic prowess to behold its trainer, Xiaomo, peacefully resting beside it. The moment its left paw grazed the box of delectable cookies, Psyduck held its breath in anxious anticipation. Cautiously, it rose to its feet, using telekinesis to delicately maneuver a chocolate dragonair, which it had been touching with its right paw, to a spot near the entrance. Ensuring that the plastic packaging did not disturb Xiaomo's repose, Psyduck carefully sidled over to the tent's entrance, unzipped the flap, and first passed the chocolate outside before inching its own way out. It glanced back to zip the tent, closed once more. Awake and alert, Psyduck understood one profound truth. The wilderness was a realm distinct from the comforts of home. During the nocturnal hours in the wild, it would be Psyduck's duty to keep watch. Quack. Sitting at the water's edge, its little feet splashing in the water, it indulged in the rich chocolate while gazing at the cascading waterfall. The following day, as training commenced, Xiaomo focused his attention primarily on Psyduck. While he was not overly concerned about the mischievous little sprite, patience was paramount. If that criminal sprite was indeed the mastermind behind the gang's nefarious activities, its cunning intellect would surely prompt further actions. The more Xiaomo feigned indifference, the more anxious the sprite would become, and once it grew agitated, an opportunity for Xiaomo would arise. Chapter 100, Learning Anger. If this criminal sprite could command wild Pokémon to act as its accomplices, then Xiaomo's location on Crane Mountain was certainly not a secret to it. Perhaps within the woods behind him, there were its spies. Xiaomo was confident it would come. Who is the hunter, and who is the prey? Engaging in a battle of wits with the wild criminal sprite was indeed a source of joy for a trainer. At dawn the next day, Xiaomo traversed approximately 7 kilometers between his campsite and the staff cafeteria, climbing numerous steps along the way. To savor a meal, one must exert some effort. Although Uncle Fong had offered to send meals to the campsite, Xiaomo believed that the daily morning trek of 6 to 7 kilometers served as excellent physical training for a young trainer. In the real Pokémon world, due to the existence of Pokémon, human physical fitness was significantly superior to what Xiaomo remembered from his original timeline. Yet it still paled in comparison to Ash's remarkable physique. After all, Ash's feats of defeating Mutwo and effortlessly lifting 999 kilograms of stardust were not mere fabrications. However, on the journey to becoming a trainer, if a human's physical prowess was insufficiently formidable, the dreams of soaring through the skies on a flying Pokémon or diving into the depths of the ocean on a swimming Pokémon would remain mere fantasies. Psyduck, today we shall train your anger-type moves. Quack. Psyduck raised its tiny right paw, ready for action. Anger belongs to the normal-type moves, but it is not as easily learned as Mimic. Fortunately, we have a technical machine to simplify the process. Xiaomo began his explanation. Furthermore, anger moves are incredibly versatile, capable of enhancing the power of other moves. The inherent strength of anger moves may not be substantial. Rather, it is the emotional force imbued within that holds significance. Just as a person's fury escalates with each blow in a fit of rage, Xiaomo elaborated. When harnessed effectively, the power of anger can significantly enhance a Pokémon's combat capabilities, particularly its physical attack prowess. Although Psyduck may appear silly, absent-minded, and carefree, it too is capable of feeling anger. Should Xiaomo's safety be threatened, Psyduck would indeed become furious. However, Xiaomo could not risk his own safety merely to teach Psyduck an anger move. Within the anger move technical machine, there existed a detailed move manual, a disc, and a series of authentication codes, which could be used to access official move teaching resources on the Trainer Association's official website. Without wireless internet at the waterfall and intermittent mobile signals, Xiaomo had downloaded the pertinent teaching resources and manuals for study, formulating a plan in his mind. Psyduck, if a wild Pokémon attempts to steal your food, would you be angry? Quack. And if a wild Pokémon were to steal my money, which would mean less money to buy you delicious snacks, would you be? Quack, quack, quack. Psyduck, upon hearing this, began to exhibit signs of agitation, stomping its feet in frustration. However, mere feelings of anger do not equate to the anger move or its power. Everyone experiences anger. It is a universal emotion. Yet, the essence of the anger move lies in transforming that stirred emotional energy into tangible force, harnessing it within the attacks to amplify their potency. Psyduck, there is a hidden criminal sprite in the woods that has stolen my money twice. Imagine it lurking right there. Try to summon your anger and unleash an anger move attack towards the woods. Quack. The rationale behind teaching Psyduck first is that it possesses a more intuitive grasp of the emotional power of anger, making it easier to channel. More importantly, a target for that anger is essential. Xiaomo could not simply instruct Psyduck to direct its anger towards him, for that would be an exercise in futility. Recalling the events of the previous day, Psyduck remembered the sudden appearances of Spritzee, Mankey, and Apom from the woods. Quack. Xiaomo noticed a transparent, special energy manifesting around Psyduck. Although colorless, the sunlight's refraction revealed its presence. Psyduck's gaze fixed upon the depths of the forest. A wave of transparent energy surged forth, propelled towards the direction Xiaomo indicated. Splash! The emotional energy of anger erupted like an explosive air cannon amidst the dense foliage of the forest, sending leaves swirling in a chaotic dance. This was neither water-type energy nor psychic energy. It was unmistakably the tangible emotional energy of anger that Psyduck had conjured in its agitated state. That's the sensation, Psyduck. Xiaomo exclaimed, fervently pumping his fist in excitement. What is this? Psyduck only needed to practice once to successfully wield the anger move born of its emotional energy. Truly, Psyduck is a remarkable companion. Quack. Though this was merely training for the anger move, it was evident that Psyduck was genuinely enraged this time. When one draws upon real experiences, it is difficult not to feel anger. Those who pilfer Psyduck snacks are unequivocally villains. Stealing Xiaomo's money implies fewer resources for procuring delectable treats for Psyduck, and less funding for lavish meals translates to no difference from directly snatching away Psyduck's snacks. Ultimately, they are all villains, when there exists a target to protect. Feelings of anger can effortlessly transform into substantial emotional energy. Just as during its first night in the wild, Psyduck had silently kept watch outside Xiaomo's camping tent. This moment marked the quiet forging of an unspoken bond between Pokémon and trainer. Quack, quack, quack. Psyduck suddenly felt a pang of regret for having let Spritzee and Mankey escape so easily yesterday. It should have acted as it did today, showing them the consequences of daring to steal from trainer Xiaomo. Quietly, the once azure eyes of Psyduck became veiled in a faint hue of crimson, as if flickering embers were stirring deep within. Psyduck raised its right paw, conjuring a psychic spoon. Yet, unlike before, this spoon was imbued with a surge of anger, causing the normally stable energy to vibrate violently, even before the attack was unleashed. Chapter 101. The dojo. Kodak. Psyduck's voice, laced with fury, locked onto a rock beneath a tree, and it hurled its attack with all its might. Whoosh. The piercing sound of the attack resonated through the woods. The psychic spoon, bolstered by the potent energy of rage, shot forward with unprecedented speed and ferocity. Boom. A resounding crash drowned out the distant roar of the waterfall. CIMO surveyed the scene in the forest. Branches trembled, leaves danced in the air, and caterpillars fell in a flurry. Psyduck's psychic spoon had pierced through the rock with ease. The shattering debris sent tremors rippling through the woods. Caterpillars that had fallen from the tree where the rock rested were left in a state of bewilderment. An earthquake? An earthquake? Run, Psyduck. Watching the panicked caterpillars scurry into the thickets, CIMO was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of elation. Isn't this precisely the application of angry energy in an attack that I desired? Psyduck had seamlessly fused its psychic abilities with the energy of anger, allowing the psychic spoon to unleash a power beyond expectation. Truly, Psyduck was remarkable. Kodak. Once the anger energy had been fully expended, a wave of exhaustion washed over Psyduck, causing it to plop down onto the ground. With its psychic abilities diminished, Psyduck stared blankly at the multitude of shattered rocks before it. Raising its right paw, it blinked in disbelief. Is this the move I just executed? Unbelievable. Psyduck was astonished. Psyduck, come, have an energy cube. Recharge. CIMO promptly crouched down, allowing Psyduck to lean against his thigh as he retrieved a small box containing energy cubes from the left pocket of his pants. Psyduck, splendid job. We have successfully mastered the anger-infused attack. Quack. As Psyduck savored the aroma of the energy cube, it felt the replenishing energy and fullness wash over it. The masterful craftsmanship of CIMO's mother ensured that the energy cubes contained almost no impurities, providing rapid replenishment. Psyduck lifted its little paw in triumph. Hooray! In a certain part of the forest, a shadow enveloped in purple mist scurried away without a backward glance, nearly leaving its eyes and mouth behind in shock. Almost scared to the point of disintegration. CIMO's assumptions were entirely correct. Jengar was indeed well aware of his location, in the Crane Mountain Water Forest. Although Jengar was an outsider, it was served by numerous wild Pokémon, including the common Tylo, Rattata, and various flying and aquatic creatures scattered throughout the area. Jengar had eyes everywhere. Moreover, Jengar had even shown CIMO's photograph to the wild Pokémon. So it was no surprise that it knew exactly where CIMO was situated within the scenic area. Initially, Jengar had intended to conduct a reconnaissance of the area, merely observing the human trainer CIMO and his yellow-feathered duck, gathering information for future prank schemes. In simpler terms, it aimed to scout the terrain. However, it never anticipated that Psyduck's psychic spoon could have nearly frightened it to the point of disintegration. The trajectory of the psychic spoon had almost directly targeted Jengar's concealed position. Had Psyduck's attack not been aimed at the rock beneath the tree, the outcome would have been drastically different. Jengar felt as though it had seen a ghost in broad daylight. How did Psyduck know it was hiding in that direction? Was it cheating? And was this a serious warning from Psyduck? In any case, Jengar, with its black spherical body, malevolent white eyes, and toothy grin, hurried off to a place of absolute safety before regrouping. Jengar's expression turned grave. Prank Plan, Version 3, Entry 1. Don't provoke Psyduck. Avoid confrontation at all costs. A long-term strategy is necessary. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Crane Mountain. Brother, are you certain that Jengar is here? A young man inquired of his companion. The one referred to as brother appeared calm and composed, exuding a maturity that belied his youth. Ching, do not fret. It can only flee to this area. If the mountain is absent, it means our deductions were erroneous, and we will simply return and face the consequences. Li, can't we search a little longer? The punishment in the dojo. Ching shivered slightly, seemingly apprehensive about the so-called punishment. The dojo positioning tournament is imminent. I must hurry back. Li shot a glance at Ching. Upon hearing dojo positioning tournament, Ching fell silent, aware that this competition held far greater importance than the search for Jengar. However, this time, the dojo tournament allowed for external assistance, leaving Ching puzzled about the league's intentions. He mumbled a few complaints, but quickly waved them off upon catching Li's gaze. To avoid punishment, we must do our utmost to locate it. CIMO's daily training regimen had gradually developed a routine. Each morning, he would run approximately 7 kilometers to the staff cafeteria in the scenic area, returning at a leisurely pace to digest. This pattern continued at noon and in the evening. A disciplined and excellent trainer undoubtedly also focused on physical conditioning. CIMO was also training Psyduck in a triad of energy types: water, psychic, and anger-infused attacks. For instance, Psyduck's current whirlpool attack had grown in power, rivaling that of a super water vortex due to the amalgamation of these three energy types. Now, for days had passed, and with 3 days remaining until the National Day holiday concluded, Xiaomo planned to return home in 2 days. In a month, the nationwide early enrollment plan would commence. As for that mischievous little Pokémon, it had been unusually quiet lately. Xiaomo could only remain cautiously vigilant, avoiding any complacency. At present, Xiaomo intended to head into the Crane Mountain Water Forest for some battles, to test out the newly learned moves of Psyduck. While the Crane Mountain Water Forest was a scenic area, it was, in reality, 2 distinct locales. Xiaomo's location was within the mountain range of Crane Mountain, which featured a prominent peak where a waterfall cascaded, while the water forest lay at the southern foot of the mountain, a small yet picturesque forest. Chapter 102. Heading to the water forest for some battles. In the water forest, Xiaomo packed away his camping tent, reorganizing it into his backpack while not forgetting to stow away the energy cubes and Psyduck snacks. However, only a small bag of shrimp chips and a box of assorted fruit candies remained for Psyduck. Xiaomo shook the box of rainbow candies, realizing there were hardly any left. Kodak. Psyduck clutched Xiaomo's arm, gazing up at him with a clear expression of longing for treats. Let us see what you'd like, Psyduck. We can order directly on the phone, set a time, and have it delivered, Xiaomo said. Quack, quack, quack. Is it really that convenient? Psyduck gazed intently at the screen of Xiaomo's mobile device, furrowing its brow in realization that the situation was far from simple. It felt as though it had missed out on a plethora of delights. This glowing slab appeared to be infinitely more entertaining than the television. With its little paws tapping eagerly on the screen, Psyduck wished for the classic trio of snacks, Dye cookies, Meow Master Cream Puffs, and Mini Dragon Chocolate. However, caution was advised. Psyduck, do not purchase too many at once. Moderation is key, for once they are consumed, you can always buy more. Psyduck, overwhelmed by the array of treats displayed on the screen, felt a throbbing headache. I want this. I want that. Such inner turmoil. Psyduck resolved to one day open its own supermarket, where it could freely select whatever it desired. With that thought, Psyduck was ready to embark on its journey. Xiaomo stowed away his phone and headed towards the water forest. The weather was splendid today, with a clear sky, radiant sunshine, and a refreshing breeze that provided a delightful respite. As it was a national holiday, the locale was perfectly suited for the citizens of Jiang City and their Pokémon companions to relish a beautiful day outdoors. Although the scenic area had yet to open its gates, Xiaomo could already sense that it would be bustling with visitors. On the map of Jiang City, although Crane Mountain and Water Forest were designated by 2 distinct names, the locals were well aware that Water Forest was merely a section of Crane Mountain. Xiaomo made his way directly from Crane Mountain to Water Forest, circling around to arrive at the main entrance. While nearly any area could grant access to trainers wishing to begin their journey in Water Forest, the official entrance was undoubtedly the optimal choice for those seeking a crowd. As expected, throngs of people had gathered. Every weekend, the working populace of Jiang City would venture out with their Pokémon companions towards the suburbs, not only to unwind but also to enjoy the natural scenery and partake in the excitement of free Pokémon battles. Perhaps they could even find equally matched trainers for a spirited showdown. Some would even settle in the shade of a tree, spending the entire day critiquing the battles of Pokémon. Within Water Forest, apart from trainers who had been honing their skills deep within the woods for extended periods, the majority congregated in the more accessible outer areas. Pokémon battles were commonplace here. There were no venue fees to contend with. As long as a challenge was issued to another trainer and accepted, they could simply find an open space and commence the battle. Naturally, if fire-type Pokémon were involved, it was advisable to engage in battles at designated safe areas outside the forest. Moreover, with the weekend coinciding with the National Day holiday, the influx of visitors to Water Forest was substantial. Fire Mouse, use Flamethrower. Woof. Big Hound, use Sand Attack. Oh whoa. Xiaomo and Psyduck joined the crowd gathered at the forest's edge to witness the spectacle. A fierce Pokémon battle unfolded between Fire Mouse and Big Hound, with the scorching flamethrower raising the temperature around the open arena significantly. The intense fiery energy surged forth like a blazing sphere aimed at Big Hound. The trainer of Big Hound deftly countered by employing Sand Attack, creating a sandy barrier that successfully absorbed the impact of the flamethrower. Wow, incredible! The spectators gasped in amazement as Fire Mouse's flamethrower was thwarted by Big Hound's sand wall. I never imagined Sand Attack could be utilized in such a manner. As the battle progressed, the commands issued by Big Hound's trainer left the onlookers in awe. Big Hound, use Sand Attack to create Fear Face. In the battleground, the sand wall formed by Big Hound's Sand Attack morphed into a visage of a roaring Big Hound, reminiscent of the Sandman from Spider-Man. its fearsome maw poised to consume both Fire Mouse and its flamethrower. Fire Mouse faltered, the energy of its flamethrower visibly wavering, its legs growing weak. Big Hound's fear face had taken effect. Now, Big Hound, in a flash, use headbutt. Oh whoa. Fire Mouse, quickly dodge. Sadly, despite hearing its trainer's voice urging it to evade, Fire Mouse, under the influence of Big Hound's fear face, found its legs unresponsive. With a resounding crash, Fire Mouse was sent flying by Big Hound's headbutt and fell to the ground, ultimately unable to continue battling. Well done. Impressive. I thought using Sand Attack in that fashion was remarkable enough, but who would have thought it could also summon Fear Face? What an exhilarating display. Xiaomo was struck by curiosity. That Big Hound's trainer appeared remarkably young, yet showcased such formidable skill. Who was this individual? A student from Jianghai Pokémon University. Of course, while both Big Hound and Fire Mouse were of ordinary strength, it was evident that this university student possessed considerable prowess. It was no wonder that there were so many university students present here. Considering the National Day holiday, many people have flocked to Huangjiang Natural Forest. Such engaging Pokémon battles are truly a delight. Xiaomo listened intently to the conversations among the crowd, his interest piqued. Jianghai Pokémon University students. Could they not be the upperclassmen of his sister, Xiaoyan? With ordinary-level Pokémon strength, Xiaomo realized that most of his training opponents were peers, and the Pokémon he had battled alongside Psyduck were typically novice trainers' first Pokémon. Even the competitors from the 8-School League, Yang Luo and Metal Monster, were essentially novice trainers as well. Though they had evolved a tad sooner and boasted slightly greater strength, they had yet to reach the level of ordinary Pokémon prowess. Chapter 103, Jianghai Pokémon University Team. Xiaomo felt that coming to Water Forest was indeed fortuitous, given Psyduck's unclear strength. Coupled with the recent special training that had unlocked Psyduck's emotional power, he found himself at a loss regarding Psyduck's true combat capabilities. This called for formidable opponents to gauge Psyduck's specific fighting strength. Upperclassmen from Jianghai Pokémon University would be a splendid choice. After observing the Pokémon battle, Xiaomo, drawing from his experience, formed a rough assessment. If only water-type moves were utilized without considering type advantages, Psyduck's combat strength should be comparable to that of the recently defeated Fire Mouse. With Psyduck's Whirlpool and Psychic abilities, Xiaomo began to contemplate, only to find himself growing increasingly perplexed. It was best to engage in battle rather than attempt to calculate such matters. Lingu, your Big Hound performed remarkably. Sand Attack combined with Fear Face was truly intimidating. If this were to be filmed for a Pokémon blockbuster, complete with special effects, I fear I wouldn't sleep a wink at night. Haha, that Fire Mouse was quite impressive too. It must have activated the Blaze ability. But Lingu was swift and did not allow Fire Mouse the opportunity to unleash that power during the battle. This group hailed from Jianghai Pokémon University, a first-year training team comprising 3 males and 2 females. The Big Hound that had just battled belonged to the team leader, Lin Xiaobin. Their purpose for visiting Huangjiang Natural Forest was not only for individual free battle training, but also to foster teamwork among the 5 members. In the nationwide large-scale competitions held during their time at the Pokémon University, there were not only individual 1v1 events, but also 5v5 team competitions. All 5 were first-year trainers, each nearing the level of intermediate trainers, thus positioned in the upper tier of their class. Their goal was to secure an impressive result in the upcoming 5v5 team tournament organized by Jianghai Pokémon University, with hopes of vying for first-year scholarships. Greetings. Might anyone here be interested in engaging in a spirited Pokémon battle alongside my adorable Psyduck? The conversation among Lin Xiaobin, Huang Yinhun, Chen Yu, Zhang Haofei, and Qianwen momentarily paused. A sun-kissed boy, whose bashful smile illuminated his face, strolled forward with a charmingly goofy Psyduck by his side. Haha, what an adorable Psyduck. I'm in. Huang Yinhun, a girl from the group, exclaimed, unable to suppress her laughter. Oh, Psyduck, truly delightful. May I stroke your head, sweetie? Psyduck instinctively hid behind Xiaomo, clutching his leg. Shy duck. Blushing duck. Xiaomo chuckled as he gently patted Psyduck's head, soothingly assuring, this little one seems a bit timid. Huang Yinhun's laughter grew even more infectious. That's quite all right. However, in a Pokémon battle, Psyduck might get hurt. Is that acceptable? Quack. Psyduck, shy around the enthusiastic young lady, stood firm, clenching its tiny paws as it earnestly gazed at the trainer before it. All right then. Given Psyduck's determination, Huang Yinhun, let us take this seriously, Lin Xiaobin remarked with a smile. Huang Yinhun nodded enthusiastically. Captain Lin, understood. Young trainer, prepare Psyduck. I shall take good care of it. Come forth, my darling. With a soft wooey, a deep blue and purple Butterfree emerged from the Pokeball. its grand white wings gracefully fluttering, displaying an elegant dance in the air. This is my beginner Pokémon. By the way, my name is Huang Yanhan, a freshman at Jianghai Pokémon University. Xiaomo's eyes widened in surprise. A capture girl who got into Jianghai Pokémon University. Impressive. He genuinely admired. Currently, her beginner Pokémon was Butterfree, which implied that the young woman named Huang Yanhan started her journey with a cater pie. Though every year, aspiring trainers achieve remarkable feats by gaining admission to the nation's top Pokémon universities, this was the first real-life example Xiaomo had encountered. Truly inspiring. As they arrived at an open battlefield outside Huangjiang Natural Forest, Xiaomo pointed out the uniqueness of the Butterfree. It seems this Butterfree possesses psychic abilities. Huang Yanhan gasped in astonishment. Could I? I must take this more seriously. In that case, Butterfree, let us use confusion directly. Wu Yi. Upon hearing Huang Yanhuan's command, another girl from the group, Chenyu, stifled a giggle. Han Han truly shows no mercy. She starts with confusion right away. Zhang Haofei commented. Yet the trainer challenging us appears quite perceptive and experienced, aware that Huang Yanhan is a student from Jianghai Pokémon University and recognizing Butterfree as her beginner Pokémon, thus revealing its secret. Qianwan took a sip from his mineral water, chuckling. Does dealing with Psyduck really require confusion? The team captain, Lin Xiaobin, remained silent, but the calm expression on his face signaled that this Pokémon battle was unlikely to hold any suspense. Huang Yanhuan's Butterfree was destined to prevail. With psychic powers in its arsenal, and commencing with confusion against Psyduck, defeat seemed inevitable. However, one couldn't help but ponder. Was this not a tad unfair to the charming Psyduck? The tips of Butterfree's two black antennae emitted a soft blue glow, coalescing with the psychic energy radiating from its faintly pink compound eyes, launching a confusion attack towards Psyduck. Yet, to the utter astonishment of Huang Yanhan and her companions, Xiaomo's Psyduck remained utterly still on the battlefield. What was happening? Was it bracing itself to endure Butterfree's confusion attack? Just as Huang Yanhan prepared to inquire why Xiaomo wasn't commanding Psyduck to evade, the scene before her nearly caused her to bite her tongue. Wui. Butterfree widened its compound eyes in shock. In response to the confusion attack, Psyduck merely extended its paw to cradle its head, even tilting its head slightly. The psychic attack had no effect whatsoever. Uffed. Qianwan sputtered out a mouthful of mineral water, coughing violently. Cough. What on earth? Cough. How could Butterfree's confusion have no effect on Psyduck? You ask me, and I ask whom? Zhang Haofei exclaimed, wide-eyed. Could it be that Psyduck has experienced instant amnesia? Chenyu queried loudly, as the captain, Lin Xiaobin, who had previously appeared unruffled, suddenly lost his composure. Even if it were instant amnesia, there must be energy fluctuations. Just standing there motionless could not induce instant amnesia. On the battlefield, Psyduck scratched its head in confusion. What is happening, Duck? Butterfree's confusion attack resembled a Magikarp using Splash. Nothing occurred. Butterfree, utilize confusion once more, exerting all your might. Huang Yanhan insisted, refusing to accept defeat. How could a mere water-type Psyduck withstand Butterfree's confusion attack without any consequence? This was Huang Yanhan's prideful technique as a capture girl. She had relied on Butterfree's psychic abilities to successfully gain admission to Jianghai Pokémon University. During her freshman year, she had even sought out instructors from the psychic training facility to specifically train Butterfree in confusion. This simply could not lack effect. In truth, it had a slight effect, enough to make Psyduck scratch its head. Xiaomo kindly suggested, shall we have Butterfree try a different move? Bug Bite, Air Slash, either would suffice. Air Slash is quite a splendid move. If Butterfree can use it, Psyduck might mimic it. However, Huang Yanhan had grown somewhat heated. What was this trainer's situation? Why did he presume to dictate which move she should use? What did he mean by we? Were they that familiar? Huang Yanhan acknowledged Psyduck's undeniable cuteness. But that trainer, despite appearing to be a cheerful and handsome youth, had a tendency to provoke her. Butterfree, unleash confusion at Psyduck with all your strength. The more you want me to use another move, the more I'll refuse. Against a Psyduck, truly, one move should suffice. Butterfree was convinced that it had simply not exerted sufficient effort. Wui. Butterfree also refused to believe it. After diligently studying under the psychic training facility's instructors, confusion had consistently proven to be a reliable move in past battles, even turning the tide at critical moments. How could it possibly have no effect on Psyduck? It must be that it needed to apply more strength. Butterfree's antennae glimmered with an even brighter blue glow, and the psychic energy within its compound eyes surged forth. This was a confusion attack that gathered all of Butterfree's strength and all-out effort. The beam of the confusion move shone like a spotlight, focusing everyone's attention squarely on Psyduck. A gentle breeze swept through. Under the might of Butterfree's most powerful confusion attack, Psyduck remained utterly motionless, aside from quack. Psyduck blinked, its 3 black tufts atop its head swaying gently in the wind. Xiaomo observed the visibly exhausted Butterfree fluttering in midair, feeling somewhat reluctant to instruct Psyduck to use Water Gun, especially since they were still engaged in a Pokémon battle that demanded utmost seriousness. Psyduck, use a small water gun. Just a little splash, Xiaomo whispered softly. Psyduck. The creature responded affirmatively, as it recognized that Butterfree had not inflicted any substantial damage upon it. When Psyduck unleashed a feeble stream of water, its power was akin to that of a gentle spray. Butterfree, already drained of energy and struggling to remain airborne, succumbed to the impact of Psyduck's modest attack and plummeted to the ground, unable to continue the fight. This is impossible. Huang Yanhong felt her entire body tremble. She could not fathom why her esteemed Butterfree's psychic attack failed to even ruffle a feather on Psyduck, let alone cause any harm. There were only 2 possible explanations for this predicament. Either Psyduck possessed an extraordinary level of strength, powerful enough to disregard Butterfree's psychic abilities, or Psyduck was not a water-type Pokémon at all, but rather potentially a dark-type creature. Otherwise, how could one explain the ineffectiveness of a psychic-type move against Psyduck? Xiaomo sighed. He had previously offered a friendly suggestion to the opposing trainer, recommending that Butterfree try moves like Bug Bite or Air Slash instead of fixating solely on Psychic. Butterfree could never hope to outmatch Psyduck in a battle of psychic prowess. That Psyduck has issues. Qianwan interjected. Yu rolled her eyes. It's obvious to anyone with eyesight that there is something off about that Psyduck. I'll give it a try. Zhang Haofei boldly stepped forward, addressing Huang Yanhong. Huang Yanhong, let us bring Butterfree down, and I'll challenge his Psyduck with my Pokémon. Oh, I'm all right. Huang Yanhong slowly regained her composure, recalling Butterfree into its Pokeball. Although she had other Pokémon at her disposal, her mindset had already faltered. Let us utilize hypothetical principles in battle. Zhang Haofei took a deep breath and calmly analyzed the situation, speculating that Psyduck might have exceptional special defense capabilities, which explained Butterfree's lackluster psychic effectiveness. It was also possible that Psyduck had mastered the art of momentary amnesia. If special attacks could not penetrate Psyduck's defenses, then perhaps it was time to resort to physical attacks. Surely, momentary amnesia could not bolster physical defense, could it? As Zhang Haofei contemplated, he turned to Xiaomo and inquired, May I challenge you to a Pokémon battle? Of course. My Psyduck has hardly expended any energy. It's ready to go. Xiaomo responded enthusiastically, for his purpose in coming to the Water Forest today was to test Psyduck's true combat capabilities. Huang Yanhong murmured distractedly. Hardly expended any energy. This Qianwan nearly spat out her mineral water, laughing in disbelief. Cough, cough. What a cocky kid. Chen Yu continued to comfort Huang Yanhong. Hanheng, don't take it to heart. That trainer's Psyduck is likely a specialist in special defense, akin to a slowpoke. Lin Xiaobin raised an eyebrow. Could the Psyduck trainer be a student from another Pokémon university, perhaps one from a similar legendary program as ours at Jianghai Pokémon University? Qianwan nodded vigorously. That is possible. It absolutely cannot be one of our own. If it were, such a Psyduck would have already gained notoriety within our school, and we would certainly recognize it. Lin Xiaobin took a deep breath and called out to Zhang Haofei, who was about to enter the fray. Haofei, play it safe. The opponent may be a trainer specifically targeting Jianghai Pokémon University. Zhang Haofei focused intently. Understood, Captain Lin. If that were the case, he indeed needed to exercise greater caution. Outside, many trainers tended to regard them with a measure of respect due to their affiliation with Jianghai Pokémon University, a reflection of the honor that came with the institution. Consequently, students like Lin Xiaobin remained acutely aware of their identities. Xiaomo glanced towards the direction of the previous trainer with the Maitaina, realizing he was the leader of this quintet of trainers. However, Lin's observation held merit. Xiaomo had indeed come to challenge the trainers from Jianghai Pokémon University. He could even consider himself a brother, as his elder sister's alma mater was also, in a sense, his own. Go, Frogadier. Zhang Haofei summoned his ace Pokémon. Frogadier, also known as the final evolution of the Froakie line, was a dual water and fighting type Pokémon. It flexed its strong arms, fists appearing as if clad in white gloves. Xiaomo squinted. This was where the distinction between him and his peers became apparent. Had he chosen to battle against novice trainers, Butterfree might still be in its cocoon stage, while Frogadier would likely still resemble a mere tadpole. Psyduck. The sudden appearance of the Pokémon invigorated Psyduck, as it recalled its previous encounter in the secret realm with a formidable Frogadier. which had cornered both it and Xiaomo into a dire situation. Had it not been for Xiaomo's father arriving on Charizard, the outcome could have been disastrous. Noting Psyduck's rekindled fighting spirit, Zhang Haofei felt a twinge of caution. The Froakie line, including Froakie, Frogadier, and Frogadier, possessed a natural advantage in battles due to the hypnotic patterns on their abdomens. However, this effect seemed utterly ineffective against Psyduck, prompting Zhang Haofei to remain vigilant. Frogadier, use Mudshot. With a swift motion, Frogadier's hands touched the ground, releasing azure water energy that mingled with the earth, quickly transforming its white gloves into a brownish mud. Mudshot. It hurled clumps of mud at the opponent, capable of lowering their speed upon impact. Xiaomo maintained a calm demeanor. Frogadier's move was not unexpected, and initiating with a debuff would certainly ease the subsequent battle. However, Psyduck was no longer the same Pokémon it had been in the Secret Realm. Psyduck, Water Pulse. This Mudshot move was indeed quite useful. Psyduck could replicate it shortly. Psyduck. The creature gathered water-type energy, conjuring a whirlpool that resembled a miniature tornado, then thrusting its small paws forward. Water Pulse. Advance. A Psyduck that can use Water Pulse? Impressive, impressive. Zhao Yuxuan, come quick. There's a Psyduck that can use Water Pulse here. Where? Wow, incredible. The Water Pulse move absorbed Frogadier's Mudshot entirely. Was Psyduck retaliating by returning the mud to Frogadier with a taste of its own medicine? Initially, the battle between Psyduck and Butterfree in the expansive open area of the water forest had gone unnoticed, failing to attract any onlookers. Yet, once Psyduck unleashed Water Pulse, it became decidedly more intriguing. Zhang Haofei's gaze sharpened. A Psyduck that could employ Water Pulse? It appeared he had underestimated this Psyduck. However, he chuckled to himself, daring to use a water-type move in front of his Frogadier. Did he understand what it meant to possess the Torrent ability? Lin Xiaobin observed the swirling water vortex in the arena, reminiscent of a miniature tornado, and his conviction regarding his previous speculation deepened. The Psyduck trainer must be an outstanding talent from a certain Pokémon University, and it was unequivocally not Zhanghai Pokémon University. This Psyduck possessed formidable strength. Was Zhang Haofei truly intending to showcase the swift swim ability of his Frogadier? Lin Xiaobin's eyelid twitched as he noticed Zhang Haofei's reluctance to command Frogadier to evade. Did he not realize that the water vortex contained the mud that his Frogadier had expelled? Xiaomo was just about to instruct his Psyduck to mimic Mudshot. Yet he was utterly taken aback. Was this person really not allowing Frogadier to escape? Could it be that this was a Frogadier with the swift swim ability? Xiaomo was momentarily stunned. It wasn't due to Frogadier's swift swim ability. Rather, it was the mud it had carelessly discarded that now swirled within the vortex. Furthermore, it wasn't merely mud. The psychic energy infused within posed a challenge for Frogadier, compelling it to crouch slightly. Zhang Haofei was left speechless. Frogadier, what is this mud doing here? Qianwan truly wished to splash Zhang Haofei with a bottle of mineral water. Was he dazzled by the vortex? This round was a lapse on my part. Zhang Haofei hastily explained. Frogadier, use hypnosis on Psyduck. Chapter 105. Senior Xiaomo, use hypnosis on Psyduck. Xiaomo couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy and kindly advised, my friend, perhaps you should first give Frogadier a bath. Without the floral pattern on its chest, the effectiveness of its hypnosis will be significantly diminished. On the ground, Huang Yinhang felt her blood pressure rise upon hearing Xiaomo's reminder. This was precisely the feeling. How could this person command the opposing trainer's Pokémon? It must end. Psyduck, use Mudshot. Xiaomo rubbed his eyes, laughing until tears formed. Clearly, the opponent could have executed better strategies, yet he opted for the most bombastic approach. Although there was no actual barrage, that was the essence. Psyduck replicated the move, but it was reluctant to let its little paws become caked in mud. It exerted a bit more psychic energy, unnoticed by anyone. Frogadier, now hindered by its own mud, could only be called Slowgadier. If only there were a pool. The mud could be washed away instantly, but alas, there were no hypotheticals. Psyduck quacked. The mud beneath Frogadier's feet grew more abundant, as if it were mired in a swamp, rendering it immobile. This round of free Pokémon battles concluded once again without suspense. Psyduck emerged victorious. Lin Xiaobin's gaze fixated intently on Xiaomo and his Psyduck, as a grave question flickered in his mind. Could Psyduck truly learn a move like Mudshot? This is hilarious. Frogadier's attempts to show off backfired spectacularly. It appears the trainer of Frogadier had become rather overconfident. The swift swim ability had undoubtedly inflated his confidence. This Psyduck was formidable. Not only could it perform Whirlpool, but it could also execute Mudshot. While it was understandable for Psyduck to master Whirlpool, Mudshot was perplexing. Was it really that difficult to comprehend? Of course not. Psyduck could learn dig, right? By moistening the earth during excavation, it would naturally yield mud. Mud shot. Was that not a mere matter of having hands? You talk too much. I hear you. Lin, I apologize for my hubris and defeat. As Zhang Haofei withdrew Frogadier, his expression was one of profound embarrassment. The outcome could have been different. The moment he saw Psyduck use Whirlpool, he was unable to resist showcasing Frogadier's swift swim ability. Lin Xiaobin patted Zhang Haofei's shoulder, saying nothing, yet this gesture more poignantly conveyed how poorly Zhang Haofei had performed today. Come, let us inquire about the origins of that Psyduck trainer. We must discover which Pokémon University he hails from. I have a premonition that we will often hear his name in the future. Perhaps he will be a formidable rival for Jianghai Pokémon University in the upcoming national competitions. I am Xia Mo, and this is my beginner Pokémon, Psyduck. I am also a student from Jiangxing No. 3 High School. Faced with the shy yet confident smile of the sunny young man before them, Lin Xiaobin and his group of 5 were collectively dumbfounded. Wait a moment. Psyduck is his beginner Pokémon. And wait again, he is a high school student? When did new trainers become this formidable? Looking at Xiaomo, Lin Xiaobin and his companions resembled 5 bewildered Psyducks, glancing at one another in astonishment, as if 3 black tufts had sprouted atop each of their heads. Is this for real? Hanheng, you are from Jiangxing. Have you heard of the name Xiaomo? Shen Yu, wearing round-framed glasses, asked softly, biting her lip. After a brief recovery, Huang Yanheng had returned to her more cheerful self, yet Xia Mo's declaration of being a high school student had taken her aback. I haven't heard of him. Huang Yanheng sighed, revealing that she wasn't from Jiangxing No. 3 High School. Zhang Haofei, still feeling the sting of defeat, interjected. Could it be that he is a trainer from another university, perhaps part of a similar legendary program? He still couldn't believe that Xia Mo was merely a novice trainer. As Qianwan instinctively nodded, Lin Xiaobin shook his head. The only university in Jiang City with a legendary program is Jianghai University. No other institution offers it unless he is a trainer from another province, quite possibly from Magic City. I understand. He must be a trainer from Magic City University. Zhang Haofei's eyes lit up as he felt he had arrived at the correct conclusion. His previous embarrassment seemed to dissipate. If he wasn't from Jianghai University, then he had to be from another province, and the best university nearest to them was indeed Magic City University. Qianwan, give me a bottle of mineral water. Qianwan. After quenching his thirst, Zhang Haofei continued his analysis, even growing animated. Moreover, he shouldn't be a first or second-year student. If he were, news of a Psyduck enrolling at Jianghai University would have circulated widely. It turns out he is a senior from Magic City University. After being schooled by the beginner Psyduck of a senior, it seemed there was nothing to be overly concerned about. It was perfectly normal. Now, Zhang Haofei's face showed no signs of embarrassment. Qian Hao felt that something was amiss, yet he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Zhang Haofei's lengthy analysis left him somewhat bewildered. You speak, you decide. Chen Yu stamped her foot in frustration. What a fool Zhang Haofei is, truly foolish. How could a 3rd or 4th-year senior be so inexperienced? They are not without classmates from Magic City University. If someone were so handsome, youthful, and radiating such a sunny disposition when they smile, the students from Magic City University would have long ago remarked upon it. A Psyduck and a senior who strikingly resembles a high school student would have already caused quite a stir. At this moment, Xia Mo was lost in contemplation. After hearing the name of the legendary plan, he paid little attention to the speculations about him from Zhang Haofei and the others. The Tianguan plan can be simply understood as the elite trainer initiative at Jianghai Pokémon University. Each year, the most exceptional group of trainers from every grade receives preferential access to the university's finest Pokémon resources and support. Similar to the new trainer initiative in Jiang City, it is evident that, despite the backing of the Trainer Association, the resources allocated to the new trainer initiative cannot compare to those of Jianghai University's legendary plan. The Pokémon resources tilted towards the legendary plan at Jianghai Pokémon University possess a value that starts at a minimum of 1 million, and it is not uncommon for them to reach tens of millions or even over 100 million. However, did he just hear that a senior from Magic City University was mentioned? Are there trainers from Magic City University here? Xia Mo inquired. Chapter 106, Jingars in Action. Oh, senior, aren't you from Magic City University? Huang Yanning asked. What does senior mean? No way. Have I been mistaken for a senior from Magic City University? Do I look that old? Xia Mo, may I ask which graduating class you belong to? Shun Yu's face flushed slightly. Beneath her round glasses, she exuded the charm of a neighborly little sister. I truly am a high school student. Here is my ID. Xia Mo expressed his gratitude. Being mistaken for a senior at such a young age was truly amusing. Zhang Haofei suddenly felt a sense of foreboding until he caught sight of Xiao Mo's student ID. Lin Xiaobin and the others exchanged glances. Grass, a type of plant. Psyduck. Psyduck. Xiao Mo held the last pack of shrimp chips, feeding Psyduck while chatting with Lin Xiaobin and the others in a shaded area. During this time, a passerby wished to engage in a free battle with Xiao Mo's Psyduck. However, Xiao Mo politely declined, stating that Psyduck needed a break after 2 rounds of free battling. The passerby understood and left. Psyduck is truly adorable. Huang Yinhong's feelings were quite complex. Psyduck appeared so silly and clumsy. And she had initially thought Xiao Mo brought Psyduck here merely for the experience of young trainers, someone who was undoubtedly not formidable and not adept at battling. But unexpectedly, Psyduck's strength was astonishing. It flipped the script entirely. Now, upon discovering that not only was Xiao Mo not a senior, but rather a junior from Jiang City No. 3 High School, it felt like a double blow. Her mind was reeling. Thankfully, Psyduck's silly demeanor and its acceptance of the snacks she offered provided some emotional solace. Otherwise, this Pokémon battle would have been utterly disheartening. Quack! Watching Psyduck tugging at Xiao Mo's fingers, yearning for a hug from its trainer, Huang Yinhang felt her heart melting. How could there be such a cute little Pokémon as Psyduck? Why had she never noticed it before? It seemed like everyone had better Pokémon. Everyone had their own Psyduck. Qianwan glanced at Zhang Haofei, knowing that his analysis was not only unreliable, but utterly absurd. His analysis sounded convincing, yet the outcome was far from it. The issue was that Qianwan had genuinely believed him. Now, the two who had discovered Xiao Mo's true identity were feeling quite disheartened. Lin Xiaobin, the leader of the 5-member team, was equally mixed in emotions. Monsters are a dime a dozen. And we've encountered one of the next generation's monstrous trainers ahead of time, Lin Xiaobin said, exasperated as he shrugged his shoulders. This outcome was not all that bad. While there was certainly a blow to their pride, it wasn't as severe as it could have been. Those new trainers, like Xiao Mo, would face the true brunt of the challenge. Wait a moment. New trainers? This is a new trainer. Lin Xiaobin opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Senior Lin, what's wrong? Xiao Mo was eager to learn more about the trainers and Pokémon strength, but was taken aback to find Lin Xiaobin suddenly silent. You've been struck down, Xiao Jr. Huang Yinhang, now somewhat accepting of reality, spoke with a hint of fatigue. Psyduck, come here to Annie Huang. It was better to play with the adorable Psyduck than to dwell on the frustrations of being around a junior like Xiao Mo, who not only delivered blows to her confidence, but also directed her during battles. The more she thought about it, the more irate she became. She truly feared becoming like a furious Infernape, with her attack power instantly maxed out. Junior? Not charming at all. Lin Xiaobin chuckled helplessly. Xiao Jr., I have a hypothesis. You might not be fully aware of just how strong your Psyduck currently is, which is why you sought out opponents for free battles here. Am I right? Xiao Mo nodded. Senior Lin is correct. Zhang Haofei sighed. Newcomers are all monsters. Is this the plight of monstrous new trainers? Generally speaking, the title of new trainer is a rather vague concept regarding a trainer's actual strength. From the moment they capture their first beginner Pokémon, they can be considered new trainers for a year. However, it is evident that the strength of new trainers varies greatly. For instance, a new trainer with an Onix as their beginner Pokémon cannot be compared to one with a Caterpie, despite both being new trainers. The power of a Caterpie is incomparable to that of an Onix. Thus, when new students enroll in Pokémon University, the institution typically requires them to undergo a fresh strength certification at the local trainer association. Once they successfully pass the certification assessment, they can become certified ordinary trainers. The advantage of becoming an ordinary trainer is that they can capture a second Pokémon. After registering their captured Pokémon with the trainer association, they can prepare for the next step towards becoming elite trainers. In addition to the trainer association's trainer strength certification, the university conducts a unified strength test for incoming freshmen, utilizing actual Pokémon battles to lay the groundwork for subsequent selections such as the legendary plan. This is the norm across all Pokémon universities, though the specific names of the plans may differ. Typically, new trainers transition to ordinary trainers within the first couple of months of their freshman year, with nearly everyone successfully passing the trainer association's certification. The remaining year allows them the opportunity to elevate their strength from ordinary trainers to elite trainers. Of course, if selected for the legendary plan at Jianghai Pokémon University, it is not impossible to achieve certification as an elite trainer in the freshman year. The prerequisite is being chosen for the legendary plan. Talented and outstanding trainers, through diligent training and substantial support from the university's Pokémon resources, can achieve anything. So, the training strength of the seniors here is close to that of elite trainers? Xiao Mo inquired earnestly. Lin Xiaobin awkwardly nodded. Currently, it was early October, and if they could pass the Trainer Association's Elite Trainer certification before July of the following year, they would be considered above average among their peers. Although they could not compare to those in the legendary plan, at least they were doing reasonably well. Today, however, they encountered Xiaomo, a monstrous new trainer from the next generation. So, does this mean my Psyduck is now at least of ordinary trainer strength? Xiaomo mused, stroking his chin. This strength was slightly below what I had anticipated. He initially believed that Psyduck would now be able to hold its own against novice Pokémon of elite trainers. But upon closer inspection, it appeared that this might not be so straightforward. Huang Yanhang felt a pang of annoyance as she listened to Xiaomo's words. Truly, she had to concede that Xiaomo, the junior, was quite handsome. However, it was unfortunate that he possessed such a boastful tongue. How exasperating. By the way, Xia, I have a question. How did your Psyduck learn the move Mud Shot? I just checked online, and it seems that Psyduck cannot learn Mud Shot at all. Lin Xiaobin inquired. Furthermore, what about my Abra's Psychic? Xia, is your Psyduck a special defensive wall? Why is it that, even with all my Abra's might, I couldn't budge your Psyduck even an inch? Huang Yanhang was now fully alert. She had to uncover the truth behind this. She feared that if she didn't, she might wake up at night to find a Psyduck in her bed. A cute Psyduck? Perhaps that wouldn't be so bad after all. In any case, she needed to resolve this mystery. How about we have another Pokemon battle? Let Psyduck reveal the answer. Xiaomo suggested. I'll take part. Lin Xiaobin replied in a serious tone. Come forth, Houndoom. How can this Psyduck use psychic moves with its water type? Xia, can't you switch to another Pokemon? Oh, isn't that a Bulbasaur? Psyduck tilted its head and began to vigorously strike Bulbasaur with a spoon using Psychic. Xiaomo observed. It's no wonder my Abra's Psychic had no effect on Psyduck. I was clearly outmatched. Huang Yanhang finally grasped the outcome, feeling both admiration and acceptance. How could there be such an adorable yet powerful and silly Psyduck? Psyduck, having descended from the free battle arena, paused upon hearing Huang Yanhang's praise, lifting its right paw in response to the trainer. Psyduck is simply that amazing. Ultimately, Xiaomo exchanged contact information with the five of them, while two wild Spearows flew overhead. Do you still have the energy for team training today? Lin Xiaobin, watching Xiaomo and Psyduck head towards the water forest, couldn't help but chuckle. Captain, why don't we just take it easy today? Suggested Zhang Haofei. Chen Yu interjected, you foolish Zhang Haofei. Do you still have the audacity to lead us in slacking off? Just look at your battle with that Psyduck. Zhang Haofei retorted, that Psyduck has psychic abilities. Its power is so formidable that my Frogadier was entirely defeated in one hit. Chen Yu replied, your defeat to Psyduck has nothing to do with its psychic abilities. It was clearly your own fault. Lin Xiaobin interrupted, all right, enough bickering. This isn't school, and there are bystanders watching. Moreover, isn't it quite normal to be outperformed? Zhang Haofei, you too. We understand you wanted to showcase Frogadier's water absorbability, but your eagerness to show off in battle resulted in you not demonstrating your true potential. Didn't you lose quite embarrassingly? Zhang Haofei said, that's my fault. I'll take Frogadier to wash off the mud first. As for what transpired with Lin Xiaobin and the other four, Xiaomo and Psyduck were oblivious. The duo had now entered the water forest. Generally, by the time trainers reach a certain level, they can begin capturing their second Pokemon. As Xiaomo walked, he contemplated. Outside the water forest, there were quite a few people, like Lin Xiaobin and his group of 5, who were among the stronger trainers in the public free battle area just outside the forest. Xiaomo planned to explore deeper into the forest in search of suitable opponents. After all, it was still a holiday, and Psyduck had completed its training for the anger move, allowing Xiaomo to consider this a rest day during their waterfall training plan. Thus, he had ample time to seek out a fitting challenger. Perhaps. A slight smile began to form on Xiaomo's lips. Spending a day resting here in the water forest might just make that mischievous little Pokemon from Hashan anxious. Psyduck lifted its head, noticing a group of wild bird Pokemon flapping their wings on a tree branch, glaring at it with fierce eyes. Psyduck tugged at its trainer Xiaomo's hand. Ah, wild Spearows. Xiaomo followed Psyduck's gaze and chuckled. No need to panic, Psyduck. They may look fierce, but their strength is certainly no match for yours. At Hashan, by the mid-waterfall, Genghis surveyed the neatly arranged camping area, his sinister gaze meticulously scrutinizing his surroundings. Looking this way, and that as if he were in his own backyard, showing no signs of urgency whatsoever. Behind Genghis, 2 long-tailed monkeys stood obediently, watching their master's peculiar actions with curiosity, yet they dared not inquire. Suddenly, a powerful bird call resonated through the sky. Shortly after, a menacing-looking Fearow swooped down from the direction of the water forest. Upon spotting Genghis on the ground, it folded its wings and descended like a blade. leaving deep marks in the earth and kicking up a cloud of dust. Ababa. The two long-tailed monkeys nearly wet themselves, huddling together and trembling in fear. Genghis glanced back at the two monkeys. Even if they were frightened, that did not exempt them from their duties. Chapter 107. An unexpected call? Behind the two long-tailed monkeys, a small thicket concealed a bounty prepared by Genghis for the Pharaoh. A large bag of spicy fish snacks was presented, held aloft as if offering tribute to a great lord, trembling as it was delivered before Pharaoh. Genghis indicated that there were 30 small packets of the spicy fish snacks inside. Pharaoh, upon receiving the offering, did not bother to inspect it in public. It was difficult for the resident Pharaoh in the wild to snatch such packaged fish snacks from the hands of traveling trainers. Only tourists in the scenic area would possess them. The whole unopened bag of spicy fish snacks was highly satisfactory to Pharaoh, which nodded in Genghis's direction. The exchange indicated essentially the following. Pharaoh, the individual you asked me to find has been monitored by my subordinates near the entrance of the water forest. Genghis, just keep an eye on him in the forest. Pharaoh, do you need me to take action? Genghis, just maintain surveillance. I don't have any more fish snacks to spare for a confrontation. This whole bag has taken me half a year to collect. If action is required, I must handle it myself. Chat it. Which fortunate human trainer has caught your eye like this? It seems misfortune is in store for them. Jengar, you don't understand. This is a battle waged without the sound of gunfire. Chat it. Enough with the theatrics. You're the one who is practically smoking every day. I've sent my minions to keep an eye on you. I'm quite satisfied with this transaction. Jengar, could you possibly land a little more gently? You've left 2 deep claw marks on the ground. Chat it shot Jengar a glance and, as it departed, stomped the ground a few more times for good measure. Oh, how impressive. Jengar nodded towards the marks left by Chatted on the ground, indicating to the 2 Tylo that they should begin cleaning the area. They swiftly filled in the deep claw prints and restored the site. They even brought along a passing Budu from the woods to assist. And after watering the area with stream water, it seemed as though nothing had ever happened. Ha ha ha. Jengar's raucous laughter echoed amid the roar of the waterfall. Who is the prey? Who is the hunter? This prank has only just begun. Patience. Ghost-type Pokémon are never short of that. The atmosphere here in the Waterwood is indeed delightful. After wandering through the forest for a while, Xiaomo continued to explore the fringes with his Psyduck. Careful not to venture too deep. After all, he wasn't quite prepared to embark on a true adventure into the wild depths of the forest. To be fair, it is quite easy to get lost in these woods. Xiaomo's plan was to return to the He Mountain scenic area around 4 in the afternoon, stay overnight in the employee dormitory, and head home the following day. Regrettably, he had not encountered a suitable trainer opponent. It's not that there weren't elite trainers around. He had seen a passerby trainer with a Pidgeot, a Lotad, and a Rhydon battling against another trainer with a Victory Bell, an Electrode, and a Stereo. Xiaomo initially considered asking if Psyduck could join in for some practice. But after witnessing the intense battles and seeing the Pokémon lying defeated on the ground, he decided against it. In summary, one could say luck was not on his side. He didn't want to force it. As long as he knew that Psyduck, brimming with water-type energy, psychic energy, and the fervor of anger, was undoubtedly stronger than most beginner Pokémon of ordinary trainers, he felt reassured. Although Xiaomo felt a twinge of disappointment, he didn't dwell on it. Psyduck was currently in a phase of rapid growth, and the waterfall training regimen had yet to conclude. Once Psyduck mastered greater powers and learned more moves, its strength would surely surpass its current capabilities. He would have to seek out a few seniors from the Jianghai Pokémon University or find trainers from other Pokémon universities in Jianghai one by one. Surely it would be more convenient to gather them in teams. Xiaomo scratched his head. He glanced at Psyduck, who was swinging its arms as it walked. Noticing his trainer's gaze and tilting its head in confusion. Alas, it seems that having such a strong beginner Pokémon like Psyduck isn't necessarily a good thing. It makes finding equally matched opponents quite the challenge. Xiaomo sighed. By the way, are there any second-year seniors from Jianghai University around here at the edge of the Waterwood? Other Pokémon universities would do as well. Li, I've got news. Qing, the junior brother, said with a beaming smile. According to the staff at the scenic area, someone indeed encountered a ghost last night, a dark figure that vanished in an instant. This description clearly matches Jengar's characteristics. After all, there can't truly be ghosts, can there? Li nodded. It seems our deductions were correct. Prepare yourselves. It's best to capture it today. The scenery outside the Waterwood during sunset is most enchanting. The golden orb at the center radiates a fiery red halo, casting a soft crimson mist over the entire forest. Against the backdrop of dense foliage, flocks of returning birds can be seen, accompanied by the melodic chorus of their songs. gradually transforming the once lively forest into a serene haven. After meandering through the waterwood, Xiao had yet to find a suitable opponent. Although slightly disappointed, he was not one to force matters. As dusk approached, he prepared to head to the He Mountain scenic area. At that moment, two sharp bird calls pierced the air. Xiao felt a pair of Talonflame fly overhead. Turning around, he saw them darting into the thick woods. There seemed to be an unusual number of Talonflame in the forest today, while he hadn't encountered any Pidgey. Upon noticing a whole flock of wild Talonflame bursting forth from the direction where the previous two had vanished, Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. Ding 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 ding. His phone vibrated. A strange number? Who could it be? Yonglin. Oh, it's the staff from the scenic area. All right. I'm at the waterwood, and will return shortly. Xiao hurriedly ended the call. Psyduck, we need to head back. They're already urging us at the scenic area, he said. He had informed the staff the previous day that he would be staying with them today, and it was time to go. Psyduck agreed, aware that the He Mountain waterwood wasn't particularly safe at night. Thank you, Yonglin. I apologize for returning a bit late from the waterwood, Xiao said sheepishly. Not at all. The chairman asked me to look after you during this time. Have you been enjoying the meals at the cafeteria? Yonglin inquired. Quite well, quite well. Is the cafeteria still open at this hour? Xiao asked while nodding. Better hurry. If you need anything else, feel free to call me. It's getting a bit late, so remember to take a flashlight with you for the return trip. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Xiao suddenly felt a twinge of concern. The sky was about to darken, and if he were to walk from the employee dormitory to the cafeteria, it seemed that the nighttime paths through the woods were quite suitable for that particular Pokémon to make a move. He reminded himself to be cautious on tonight's journey. At the boundary between He Mountain and the waterwood, a flock of wild Talonflame flew in from the direction of the waterwood. If Xiao could observe their specific movements from a divine perspective, he would be astonished to find that among these wild Talonflame, two were the very same ones that had swiftly flown overhead when he and Lin Xiaoban had added each other as friends. Gung gung. Jengar's eyes suddenly twinkled with a mischievous idea. It had overheard a series of numbers from those two Talonflame. 123XXX. Gung gung. Jengar instructed Abudu to retrieve a nearly pristine phone from the cave, one that was about 95 new. Before darkness fell, it showed the phone to the two Talonflame. Is it a chat number on the phone? Gung, gung, gung. The two Talonflame nodded repeatedly, just like that interface. Jengar had Budu expertly input the chat number 123XXX into the new friend search bar, revealing a profile named Xia Mo Gong. One of the Talonflame confirmed the profile picture, which featured a standard red and white Pokeball. That's the one. Ha ha ha. A new, wickedly bold plan began to form in Jengar's mind. The secret techniques from the Pokemon games are quite useful in the real Pokemon world. Psyduck, let us learn this and master an essential skill for our journey. Quack. Psyduck looked at the path ahead. While it held a flashlight, the ability to illuminate would surely be advantageous. Psyduck raised one of its diminutive paws with an air of anticipation. Upon this tiny appendage, water-type energy coalesced into a resplendent orb, infused with a surge of psychic energy, causing the orb to emanate a mysterious and enchanting glow. Psyduck. It proudly presented the luminous sphere to its trainer, Xiao. Could this be what they call a shimmering spectacle? Xiao chuckled at the sight of the crystalline orb, remarking, while it does emit light, it only illuminates a minuscule area. True illumination can light up the entirety of the surrounding space. He mused. The crystalline sphere on Psyduck's paw resembles the cosmic orbs discovered by Star-Lord. In the darkness, it indeed possesses a captivating visual allure. However, for genuine lighting, a flashlight would serve us far better. Psyduck scratched its head with its other paw. Lighting up the surroundings was a matter for the future. For now, Xiao held a flashlight that could illuminate the path ahead for himself and Psyduck. All Psyduck needed to do was follow along. With a gleeful twinkle in its eyes, Psyduck chirped merrily. Psyduck. It switched the orb from one paw to the other, peering into the forest with childlike curiosity, alternating back and forth in a delightful display. Xiao glanced down at Psyduck's playful antics with the crystal orb and couldn't help but smile. Psyduck, while it's delightful to play, we must also remain vigilant of our surroundings. The night is not like the day. We must exercise caution in case wild Pokemon are lurking about. Psyduck thumped its chest with the paw not holding the orb, puffing out its chest in confidence. Fear not. With me around, you can rest easy. The psychic waves from the orb will help us sense any nearby movements in the forest. Xiao nodded in agreement. The forest surrounding the cafeteria was not as dense as the deeper woods, although wild Pokemon might not be particularly strong. Their frightening aspect lay in their tendency to congregate in groups. One or two might be manageable, but if a horde of dozens or even hundreds appeared, The sight of a mass of glowing green eyes in the dark would be unsettling, to say the least. Xiaomo's primary concern was not the mere presence of wild Pokémon, but rather that elusive, mischievous creature that operated under the cover of night. It was cunning, exploiting every advantageous factor, such as the natural environment and the presence of wild Pokémon in the area. This was its domain. And coupled with the atmospheric ambience of the night, Xiaomo felt certain that it would emerge from the forest this evening. In the best-case scenario, Psyduck would capture it on the spot. In a slightly less favorable situation, it might reveal its true form before escaping. Having experienced the previous incident with a wild Pokémon gang, Xiaomo knew that if his acting skills were too lacking, it might prompt the mischievous creature to grow suspicious and snatch his phone from his pocket. He had already envisioned the script in his mind. Regardless of whether his phone was ultimately stolen tonight, Xiaomo was confident that with Psyduck by his side, he would at least discern the true identity of the criminal Pokémon. Bring it on. I, Xiaomo, am ready. Approximately 40 minutes later, Xiaomo found himself halting before the brightly lit cafeteria. Psyduck tilted its head in confusion, scratching its own head. Why has trainer Xiaomo stopped? Haven't we arrived at the cafeteria? Food is just moments away. Psyduck was at a loss, not understanding the sudden pause. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. The quiet Xiaomo suddenly uttered, "Something feels amiss." Chapter 109, A Friend Request? Psyduck's eyes widened in alarm. What seems off? It scanned the surroundings, noting no peculiar disturbances in the forest. While there were the faint sounds of rustling grass moving about, typical of nocturnal creatures, nothing seemed directed towards Xiaomo and Psyduck. It was just the usual nighttime ambience. Nothing appeared to be out of place. Xiaomo began to doubt himself. Could I have misjudged the situation? But that shouldn't be the case. The timing is right. Night has fallen, and the hour is late. The cafeteria has only a few staff members, and the surrounding area is enveloped in darkness. As for the wild Pokémon in the woods, they might well be the eyes and ears of that crafty creature. With all the elements aligned in favor of the mischievous Pokémon, Xiaomo thought to himself, if not now, then when? To his astonishment, nothing had transpired along the way. Xiaomo had meticulously prepared his script, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the mischievous creature to steal his phone. Yet, it seemed that this cunning Pokémon was not adhering to the script. What a squandered opportunity. To think it would pass up such a prime chance. Truly, it was a creature of extraordinary intellect. Xiaomo took a deep breath, feeling not disheartened, but rather invigorated by the challenge. What an unpredictable trickster. This only reinforced his determination to capture the remarkable creature that had piqued his admiration. For now, Psyduck, let us proceed to the cafeteria for a meal. Xiaomo decided to eat first, though at this hour, he could only take food to go. He pondered for a moment, handing his phone and Pokeballs to Psyduck to keep watch outside while he intended to use himself as bait to lure the elusive Pokémon out. Now that he and Psyduck had separated, it was the perfect moment to act. Psyduck took the phone, happily popping the last cream puff into its mouth. As it savored the sweet cream and crumbs, Psyduck relished the process of eating, particularly enjoying the policking phase. Eating treats without savoring the paws is devoid of soul. Ding dong. Psyduck, with one paw clutching the cream puff wrapper and the other sucking on the sweet cream, paused momentarily, its gaze drawn to the suddenly illuminated phone screen, receiving a notification. Psyduck blinked in curiosity and waddled closer. Earlier that morning, it had observed Xiaomo ordering snacks online and was intrigued by this convenience. In the past, snacks were typically purchased with cash or through scanning in stores. This delivery method was a first for Psyduck. A nearby person wants to add you as a friend. Accept? Who is this Gui? I don't recognize them. Psyduck mused, perplexed. Meanwhile, Xiaomo, having completed his dinner order, felt a twinge of disappointment at the uneventful situation. Is this Gui really not going to make a move? He glanced at his phone and noted the friend request from someone nearby. Given that the scenic area was remote and devoid of visitors at this hour, it seemed improbable for anyone to be nearby. The security personnel were mostly stationed at the entrance, and the cafeteria staff were unlikely to be idle enough to send friend requests. Shaking his head, Xiaomo concluded, this Gui is likely a scammer. Did they think I would forget the lessons from the National Anti-Fraud Center app? Psyduck, is there something on your mind? Xiaomo noticed Psyduck's eager glances and tail wagging, appearing somewhat shy, as if it desired to play with the phone. Xiaomo immediately dismissed the notion. Psyduck surely could not be contemplating such a thing. In a mere second, he recalled the expression on Psyduck's face earlier that morning when he had purchased snacks online. Was that a longing? Xiaomo was uncertain. The thought of browsing a supermarket on his phone elicited an involuntary smile from him. Quack, quack. Psyduck was taken aback that his trainer, Xiaomo, had so swiftly discerned his thoughts, Flustered, Psyduck began to awkwardly shake his little paws. No ducks. No ducks. Well, it is like that, Psyduck responded while nibbling on his tiny claws. Gazing up at Xiaomo walking while observing was perfectly fine. With psychic powers, he wouldn't fall. Xiaomo found it amusing to see Psyduck's bashful demeanor, as though he yearned to browse the supermarket on his phone, but felt too shy to voice it. It was permissible to browse and even add items to the cart, yet purchasing anything would have to wait until he finished the snacks he had just bought. Quack, quack. Psyduck obediently nodded. Duck understands. The phone has no password. Do you see that red and white Pokeball's official emblem? That is the Trainer Association's app. Once you enter, simply locate the supermarket section for leisure snacks. Xiaomo demonstrated to Psyduck. Previously, he had mainly used a student card to buy snacks at the convenience store or cash at local shops, only using mobile payment at large malls on weekends. Nowadays, who carries around so much cash? Purchasing Pokemon resources now began in the thousands, while a few dozen or 100 pocket money was hardly sufficient. Quack, quack. Psyduck's eyes widened at the sight of so many snacks. All right, Psyduck, stay close behind me as we head back. Be careful not to trip. Xiaomo held a flashlight in one hand and his dinner in the other, forging a path ahead. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a cave in the Hashan scenic area, a long-tailed hand was diligently wielding a flashlight to illuminate the path for the boss, Jingars. Feeling somewhat fatigued, it decided to switch hands. Under the flashlight's glow, Beauty used its tender, sprout-like limbs to assist Jingars in operating the phone screen. Squeak. Jingars awaited the other's response with an amused smile. This was a friend request from a formidable Jingars. Who would dare to refuse? Chapter 110, The Angry Psyduck. Buzz. Beauty's small, delicate hands trembled slightly. The request had been declined. Declined the friend request from Jingars. Squeak. Boldness. Jingars' eyes momentarily separated from its body, brimming with fury, almost as if it wished to dive into the phone screen and confront the offender through the network. An image of a yellow-feathered duck flitted through Jingars' mind. This was no ordinary foe. That Psyduck, adept with psychic abilities, posed the greatest impediment to Jingars' mischief plans. Thus, the cautious Jingars refrained from recklessly executing its prank to steal a phone at the cafeteria tonight. As long as that yellow duck was present, Jingars had little hope of success, for it could not overpower that Psyduck. It intended to report that cunning human trainer who had the audacity to cheat. Employing a Psyduck with psychic powers as a bodyguard was utterly despicable. Following the failure of its gang's scheme a few days prior, Jingars had even utilized this very phone to search online whether Psyduck possessed psychic abilities and had inquired in forums. Deceiving others was one thing, but to deceive a ghost? Was there no humanity left? In any case, it was best not to trust any strangers on the internet. Jingars seemed to have momentarily forgotten what it was doing. Nonetheless, Jingars had something to say about it. It was a ghost-type Pokemon, not human. Everything it said was mere ghostly chatter. Jingars was furious. The purple smoke swirling around it flared with intensity. The long-tailed hand holding the flashlight dared not move, maintaining an even steadier grip. Beauty, now terrified, felt as though it might transform into a raucous tree. Squeak. How dare it refuse me? That person had the audacity to reject my friend request. Do they not realize this was my first attempt at initiating a chat with a human? Do they understand the profound hurt this caused a poor little ghost? Truly, if not for the incessant replay of that yellow duck's image in Jingars' mind, its eyes radiated a ghostly blue psychic light, simultaneously seizing control of Beauty and Mankey. Jingars was prepared to confront the human trainer, Xiaomo. It intended to show that in Hashan, it was the one calling the shots. Squeak. Jingars' furious eyes returned to its body, indicating that its rage had somewhat subsided. Its plans hinged entirely upon adding the human trainer Xiaomo as a friend. Why had every other friend request it sent previously been accepted? Friend nickname, Little Sparrow. The big-mouthed sparrow from Water Forest. Friend nickname, Little Flower. The big-eating flower from deep within a forest in Hashan. Friend nickname, Little Demon. The dream specter lurking in the dark regions of a forest in Hashan. Friend nickname, Fool King. A large gorilla, a simpleton who only knows how to eat and sleep. If it weren't for the abundance of fruit trees scattered throughout Hashan, it wouldn't be surprising if Jingars starved to death. Jingars seemed to have made a discovery. However, the plan must proceed. Since it was difficult to act offline with that yellow duck around, it would shift to online tactics. As long as it avoided that yellow duck, the greatest obstacle would no longer impede its path. Mischief must also keep pace with the times. One must be clever, unlike Fool King, who was mindlessly brutish. Jingars secretly pondered. If only it possessed Fool King's strength. Otherwise, would it truly fear a mere Psyduck? Squeak. Squeak. Jingars gestured for Beauty to continue, to keep adding friends. Today, Jengar's would not be deterred. It was contemplating whether it should change its black, shadowy profile picture, although it felt this all-black avatar suited it quite well. Buzz. Buzz. Budu nodded eagerly, diligently beginning its operations. Psyduck was blissfully browsing the Trainer Association's supermarket on the phone, his little paws opening high-definition images of snacks, inadvertently zooming in on them. Although many functions were beyond Psyduck's comprehension, he found that with a few simple tries, he could easily learn. This was far easier than mastering new moves. Quack! Psyduck, though unable to eat, began to salivate at the sight of so many snacks on the screen, many of which he had yet to taste. Through the screen, he could almost imagine the delightful flavors. This was Psyduck's simple joy. For not being able to eat now did not mean he would not be able to indulge in the future. It was a hope for what lay ahead. Suddenly, another friend request notification appeared at the top of the screen. Jengar's requested to add you as a friend. Would you like to accept? Psyduck, while preparing to scroll through the leisure snack page, inadvertently clicked on accept. The change in the interface left Psyduck momentarily stunned. Before it could fully comprehend the situation, another message suddenly appeared. Gue requests to video chat with you. Do you agree? Upon reading this, Psyduck was instantly filled with rage. Its little paw, which was poised to swipe the screen, clenched tightly instead. A surge of furious energy coalesced into a sphere above its paw, which Psyduck promptly crushed with a fierce grip. How infuriating! Who dared to disturb Psyduck's leisurely shopping excursion? It had clearly declined earlier. Yet here it was again. Psyduck felt akin to a computer user inadvertently clicking on rogue software, triggering an unexpected cascade of reactions. It was utterly vexing. So enraging that it felt like jumping up and down. In that moment, Psyduck's eyes suddenly narrowed. Anger and psychic abilities surged within. Deep within Psyduck's light blue eyes, an unnameable flame flickered ominously. Psyduck's little paw immediately pressed the agree button. At the entrance of a cave on Crane Mountain, when Gaisu saw that Xiaomo had accepted its friend request, it was brimming with excitement, ready to execute its mischievous plan of inducing nightmares. First, it added the friend. And then, utilizing the video call feature, it intended to render itself terrifying under the cover of night. This would perfectly set the eerie atmosphere. To make the human trainer suffer from nightmares was one of the ghost-type Pokémon's favorite pranks. Disrupting Xiaomo's sleep and undermining his focus would lead to a series of consequences stemming from those nightmares. This was merely an appetizer for Gaisu's forthcoming scheme to pilfer. However, just as the grotesque Gaisu was prepared to frighten the human trainer Xiaomo, the very next second the video connected, Gaisu was left utterly dumbfounded. For on the screen appeared not the human trainer Xiaomo, but rather an enraged Psyduck with eyes glowing blue. Outside the cave, the Sprigatito stared in disbelief as Gaisu, in a panic, fled into the depths of the cave, its purple mist and dark form separating, with its eyes and mouth scuttling in different directions. The two long-tailed hands, once wielding flashlights, seemed to surrender, as one of them appeared somewhat damp from fear, due to Sprigatito having made room for Gaisu. It couldn't see what transpired on the phone screen until it shifted position for a better view. Just one glance left Sprigatito frozen in place. A familiar sensation washed over it. It was indeed the Psyduck that had mastered psychic powers and haunted its nightmares. Even through the phone screen, Sprigatito felt as though its entire being was under the Psyduck's control. It wanted to flee, but its legs felt weak, rendering it immobile as if petrified. Deep within the cave, Gaisu was a bundle of nerves. Important note for the prank plan: never trust that the video subject is human. What if it turns out to be a yellow-feathered duck? Psyduck, displaying its anger, had red eyes that looked as if it were on the verge of exploding. While munching on cream puffs, it found joy in browsing its phone. However, someone had the audacity to interrupt. Who could it be? Suddenly, the two long-tailed hands clasped tightly together. They were the very same hands that had fled during the previous prank. Although they had escaped swiftly upon their return, they had heard tales from another long-tailed hand perched in a tree about the terrifying yellow-feathered duck. Didn't they see Gaisu flee in terror? It wasn't us. It wasn't us. We were merely bystanders. In a moment of panic, the two long-tailed hands hurled away the flashlight they were holding, darting off in opposite directions. Help! Help! The flashlight fell to the ground, swinging back and forth like the hands of a clock, its flickering light casting unstable shadows that intensified Sprigatito's fear. Ahead loomed the terrifying yellow-feathered duck from the video, while behind was the ominous, shifting backdrop. In a heartbeat, Sprigatito collapsed, fainting from fright. What sound is that from the phone? It feels like someone is wailing. Huh. Psyduck, what's wrong? Are you even using your psychic powers? Xiaomo jumped at the sudden shriek. There were hardly any Pokémon around aside from him and Psyduck. By day, One could see Butterfree and Pidgey fluttering through the woods. But now they were all resting. Who had made that awful noise? It sounded like a ghostly wail. Psyduck, seeing Xiaomo approach, hurriedly handed him the phone from its little paw. Gue video chatting? What nonsense is this? Upon seeing the ongoing video call, Xiaomo noticed that the screen displayed nothing but flickering lights and eerie echoes, resembling a prank gone wrong. Such a pathetic prank, he couldn't help but scoff. Closing the video call and shaking his head at Gue's name and pitch-black avatar. The sinister atmosphere, the flickering lights, the wailing sounds. Truth be told, the stage setting was quite impressive. But without any actual ghosts to leap out and scare, could this even be considered a prank? Psyduck raised its paw, tiptoeing to point at Gue on the screen, shaking its head vigorously. Psyduck truly had no intention of accepting that friend request. It had merely clicked the button by accident. As for agreeing to the video call, Psyduck lowered its head, glancing up with a hint of embarrassment for its mistake. Psyduck was just upset. Don't worry, Psyduck. Sometimes when I receive harassing calls from strangers, I get angry after hanging up once or twice too. Xiaomo comforted, patting Psyduck on the head. Really? Psyduck's eyes, filled with a sense of grievance, began to widen and shimmer. Xiaomo gritted his teeth, united in anger with Psyduck. That Gue is truly despicable. Psyduck raised both little paws high. Xiaomo was right. Psyduck agreed. Xiaomo continued empathizing. That Gue dares to harass us. We cannot let this slide. We must demand an explanation and insist on an apology. It owes an apology to our Psyduck. Quack. Quack. An apology. An apology. Xiaomo typed in the chat box. Pathetic prank. Your prank skills are utterly abysmal. And hit send. Alright, Psyduck, you can continue shopping. If that Gue dares to disturb you again, I will help you. Together, we shall scold him. Quack. Alright, let us scold him together. Xiaomo had no idea who was on the other end of the video, but subconsciously assumed it was merely a prankster of inferior skill. However, it wasn't a significant concern. Psyduck had also failed to clearly grasp what had happened. After the sudden cacophony of ghostly wails, it felt as though a dark, coal-like figure had entered a black hole. Then the lights blazed brightly, revealing two purple monkeys, and then everything else fell into chaos as the lights began to flicker. A shadowy silhouette emerged during this period, though its precise nature remained unclear even to Psyduck. In any case, the object that Psyduck discerned most distinctly was a spherical entity, dark and rounded, reminiscent of the visage of a ghostly figure. For now, unperturbed by any disturbances, Psyduck was once again free to peruse the wares of the Trainer Association's shop with unbridled joy. Chapter 112, The Selection. In a cave nestled within Crane Mountain, Jengar was hurriedly rearranging its facial features, feeling an unsettling thrum of anxiety within. How could it be that the yellow-skinned duck was the one to connect via video? It could even use a smartphone and engage in video chats? This was utterly unscientific. With a quiet hiss, Jengar drifted towards a corner of the wall, its gaze fixated intently on the mobile device belonging to Xiaomo. This was the second round. Jengar conceded defeat this time.